Abyss Domination Chapter 943 to Chapter 1009. Shadow Kingdom. After Soren sent the golem puppets into the kingdom, the speed of the growth of the petitioners became very amazing. In almost half a month, a city had been built near the reincarnation pool. This speed was almost comparable to the accumulation of Mordor in the past year. The important reason why this could be done was that Soren had a continuous population in the kingdom. As long as the believers of the original half-elf god and the shadow god were captured, Soren could turn them into his own petitioners. Petitioners were not as weak as mortals. Many petitioners could work for a very long time, which greatly improved the efficiency of construction and made the size of the army expand rapidly. Now, in a city that covered an area of about 5 kilometers, nearly 50,000 petitioners had gathered. Only a small number of these petitioners died in the Battle of Mordor. Most of them came from a siege some time ago. Soren's newly promoted Saint Cardinal captured a great temple of the shadow god, and then all the petitioners gathered in it were transformed into new life forms. This kind of expansion was very efficient. In a short period of time, Soren's army in the kingdom had reached more than 10,000 people. This was a snowball process. The more petitioners followed Soren, the faster the petitioners of the shadow god and the half-elf god were destroyed. In the end, a large number of petitioners were transformed almost every day. The shadow god had existed for about 1,000 years. The half-elf god became a god about 500 or 600 years ago. Although it had experienced the disaster of the Avatar's crisis because of the fall of the gods, the kingdom was not completely destroyed after all. There were still many petitioners who survived. After thousands of years of accumulation, there were traces of petitioners everywhere in the kingdom. Soren now controlled about a third of the land in the kingdom. In addition to the central city that was built by himself, Soren's believers also occupied 3 great temples. These 3 great temples were quickly transformed into Soren's residence. At the same time, the other 2 reincarnation pools were discovered and occupied. One was the Shadow Reincarnation Pool, which was used by the shadow god to transform his believers into shadow life forms. The other was the Half-Elf Reincarnation Pool, which transformed the form into half-elves. These 2 pools were not used at the moment. Soren had to transform them after entering the kingdom, and at the same time, he needed the God's Messenger to be responsible for operating them. After this period of buffer, it turned out that the half-elf kingdom and the kingdom of the shadow had almost merged. After the structure of the kingdom was stabilized, the Saint Cardinal also sent the size of the kingdom to Soren through prayers. The size of the kingdom. The merged divine kingdom did not have much sea area. Most of the divine kingdom was made up of land, rich in minerals and forest resources. The former came from the shadow plain, while the latter came from the untamed wilderness. According to Soren's calculations, the entire God's kingdom was about 1.2 million square kilometers after the fusion. This was not a small kingdom. Although the gods could create an independent kingdom of the gods' realm, it was already very amazing for a person who had just become a god to have a land of 10,000 square kilometers. The half-plane created by Gloria had only now expanded to an area of about 100 square kilometers. One could imagine how big the gap was between it and the kingdom of the gods' realm, the half-plane of the Northern Witch Council had been cultivated for hundreds of years. So far, it was only a few thousand square kilometers, which was at most equivalent to a large meteorite. The area of Soren's kingdom of the gods' realm was equivalent to an independent country, a separate world. More than 1.2 million square kilometers of land was enough for him to easily accommodate millions of petitioners. If he had so many petitioners now. Motor City. After completing the 3rd test in the battle flag bit wall, Soren gained a lot of important gains. During this period of time, with the accumulation of divine power, Soren finally made a very important decision. That was to descend the kingdom of the shadow into the bottomless abyss. This was a very important decision. It not only affected Soren's current power, but also represented the core area of his future priesthood. If Soren used shadow as his core priesthood, then it would be best for his kingdom of the gods' realm to stay in the shadow bit wall. But if he descended the kingdom of the gods' realm to the bottomless abyss, then even if the shadow priesthood was his main priesthood now, it would become a secondary priesthood in the future. The kingdom of the gods' realm descended into the bottomless abyss. Soren's core priesthood must be transformed into slaughter and death, and it was because of the power of slaughter that Soren did not have to worry about the rejection of the abyss. The Shadow Bit Wall. New Moon Year 1677, July 3rd. Today was a day that left a deep impression on all the creatures in the shadow plane. Because since early morning, the whole bit wall began to tremble slightly. It felt like an earthquake, but it did not cause any terrible disaster. At this moment, all the gods who had something to do with the shadow bit wall felt it and looked in the direction of the outer islands. And Soren stood in the clouds and looked down at everything silently, then mobilized his divine power to continue the descent of the kingdom of God. The whole city of Mordor was in a state of alert. Because today, most of Soren's priests had lost their ability to cast spells, and many believers who were not in the city of Mordor could not even connect with Soren. This was the price of descending the kingdom of God. In the process of descending the kingdom of God into the bottomless abyss, most of Soren's energy would be consumed, so he could not respond to the prayers of the believers at all during this time. Looking at the long history, there were not many gods who had really done this. The Queen of Spiders, Lolth, was one of them. In the process of the kingdom of God falling, the gods would be a little weak. Under normal circumstances, it was safer to stay in the kingdom of God at this time, but now Soren could not enter the kingdom of God, so it was safest to stay in Mordor. The trembling of the shadow bit wall lasted all day. However, as Soren's kingdom of God left the shadow bit wall, the trembling that affected the whole bit wall gradually stopped. Saint Form. Realm Lock. After freeing the kingdom of God from the shackles of the shadow bit wall, Soren locked all his mind on the third layer of the bottomless abyss. With the constant consumption of his divine power, Soren's kingdom of God also began to gradually approach the lower layer. This process may last for 3 days, and during these 3 days, Soren was relatively weak. The strict martial law of Mordor would continue until Soren completed the descent of the kingdom of God. The first day. The kingdom of God was close to the spiritual world, and Soren felt a pull. This meant that the priesthood of Soren was accepted by the spiritual world. If he wanted to, he could put the kingdom of God in the spiritual world, and then Soren would have a fit with death. The second day. The kingdom of God was close to the underworld, and Soren felt a strong attraction. This was the acceptance of slaughter and death by the underworld, and the whole underworld was faintly welcoming the arrival of Soren's kingdom of God. If he chose to put the kingdom of God in the underworld, Soren could be sure that there would be no rejection, and he could easily fuse with the underworld. The third day. The kingdom of God finally arrived at the lower layer. But in front of Soren, there was a fork in the road. One led to the Bottor Inferno, and the other led to the bottomless abyss. The Bottor Inferno welcomed Soren. Although this welcome had nothing to do with the archdevils, and it was just that the law of the plane was compatible with Soren's kingdom of God, it was still impossible for Soren to enter the Bottor Inferno. Compared to the welcome of the Bottor Inferno, the bottomless abyss was a little repulsive to Soren's kingdom of God. This was the repulsion of the faction. But this repulsion wasn't strong enough, because Soren still had the power of slaughter and death. The 3 death gods had already left their mark in the bottomless abyss, and this mark made it easier for the bottomless abyss to accept Soren's kingdom of God. Soren finally chose the bottomless abyss. His kingdom of God gradually approached the bottomless abyss, and it followed the path of the river Styx from the surface of the bottomless abyss to the third, forgotten land. The bottomless abyss. The third layer. The forgotten land. This day wasn't a good day for most of the demons. This was because there was a huge earthquake in the forgotten land, and then an evil power descended on this land. Only an evil god could make an evil demon feel evil, that's right. Today, the forgotten land welcomed a terrifying evil god. He had placed his kingdom of God in the forgotten land, and directly attached it to the third layer of the bottomless abyss. In the past, there were evil gods who placed their kingdom of God in the bottomless abyss, but there weren't many who placed it at the front because the first few layers of the bottomless abyss were too close to the blood war. An evil god's kingdom here could easily affect the variables of the blood war. After a simple collision with the plane, the kingdom of God began to fuse. Just like how the moon rotated around the earth, Soren's kingdom of God was attached to the third layer of the bottomless abyss, but it didn't rotate like the moon. Note, most of the relationship between the kingdom of God and the plane can be understood as the Earth and the Moon, but the Moon can leave the Earth and run to Mars or other planets. An evil god had arrived, not only the third layer of the bottomless abyss, but all the demon lords near the first 10 layers of the bottomless abyss also sensed it. They felt a terrifying evil power. An evil god with at least intermediate divine power had placed his kingdom of God in the bottomless abyss and attached it to the southwest of the third layer of the bottomless abyss. They felt the aura of slaughter and death. This was the terrifying evil god announcing his existence to the other demon lords and telling them not to provoke him. Otherwise, they would face a terrifying existence who controlled slaughter and death. This day, Soren had arrived in the identity of an evil god. He had officially entered the bottomless abyss, P.S., because some things involve the criminal part. Futu was so busy that he only had time to write today. I bow and thank everyone. The arrival of an evil god was like a huge earthquake in the abyss. This was because all the demon lords did not think that a powerful evil god would stay in the god kingdom after entering the abyss. Basically, they would extend their tentacles to a certain level of the abyss. For example, the Queen of Spiders, the goddess of misfortune, and Soren who had officially entered the abyss. The Queen of Spiders and the goddess of misfortune were quite domineering gods. They almost occupied a level of the abyss. Although Soren had not made such a big move yet, his speed was very fast. In the abyss, sometimes it was easier to deal with the demons when they were domineering because they were a group of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Evil was sometimes a compliment and flattery in the abyss. On the second day Soren arrived in the abyss, he showed his evil power. Soren directly killed a Baelor demon lord who was entrenched nearby. It was completely unreasonable. The reason Soren killed him was because this Baelor demon lord's land was close to the entrance of his god kingdom, and he did not give him any chance to explain or react. In fact, Soren had waited for an entire night. And the Baelor demon lord did not have the time to make a suitable choice. He could either submit to Soren or leave this land. In any case, Soren would never give up the land at the entrance of his god kingdom to a secondary demon lord. So when the Baelor demon lord did not react in time, it meant that the war had begun. It was a one-sided slaughter. When the heroic spirit army began to appear in Soren's god kingdom, the secondary Baelor demon lord finally realized his fear. But it was all too late. Soren transformed into a saint and directly used terrain change to turn the demon lord's fortress into ruins. Then thousands of heroic spirits led by the Saint Cardinal massacred all the demons. Petitioners could only leave their god kingdom with the permission of the gods. And Soren had to pay a little divine power as the price for this action, so there was nothing to say since the heroic spirit army was mobilized. Kill or banish all the demons within 20 kilometers. Standing in front of Soren was the Divine Kingdom's Guard army, which was made up of 3,600 heroic spirits. Among them, there were more than 30 legendary spirits, and even the weakest of them was equivalent to an advanced professional. After entering the God's kingdom, a believer's strength would increase. This was because this was a change on the soul level. Petitioners who were not heroic spirits would have a profession level of at least 5. After becoming heroic spirits, they would quickly approach the level of a mid-grade profession. In order to unify the entire kingdom of God, Soren's heroic spirits had been fighting almost every day. Therefore, they were the most elite of his kingdom of God. Soren's figure hovered in midair as he looked down at the land in front of him. He then ordered priests set up a magic circle to change the laws of this land. I built at least 3 shrines in a day. The demons had a way to change the laws of the plane, and that was to change the laws of the abyss into order of evil. Soren had a similar method, but he needed his own temple to change the force field of the land. The petitioners began to appear in large numbers. They threw themselves into the process of building the shrines with astonishing efficiency, while the priests began to set up a magic circle that covered an area of 20 kilometers. From now on, this place would become a forbidden zone for demons. Soren would not easily allow other demons to get close to the entrance of the kingdom of God. Therefore, an isolated area would be built here. Assimilating a plane was a huge undertaking, and even a Grand Duke Archdevil would find it difficult to assimilate a plane. However, assimilating a region was much easier. After the petitioners had completed their conquest of the land, Soren began to mobilize the power of his divinity to inject the domain of order into the land. In just a day's time, the laws of this land had changed slightly. Almost all the demons who were close to it felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if they had entered a territory controlled by the demons during the Blood War. However, this was only the beginning. When the news of Soren killing a secondary Baelor demon lord reached the ears of the other demon lords, another even more shocking news followed. The one closest to Soren's kingdom of God was a secondary Baelor demon lord. Its level was around 27, and it was directly killed by Soren. Then, the one closest to Soren's kingdom of God was the recently risen demon lord beheader, Sauron, Baelor demon. The other demon lords were preparing to watch a show. They wanted to see how this Baelor demon lord would treat the evil god who had descended from the kingdom of God, and whether there would be a conflict between the two sides. Then, a very shocking piece of news came. When the Baelor demon lord Sauron received the news that a secondary demon lord had been killed, he almost went to visit this terrifying evil god in the middle of the night. Then, the Baelor lord did not hesitate to pledge allegiance to the evil god and become one of his minions. In just 1 or 2 days, all the nearby demons knew that their demon lord had submitted to the evil god and received the divine power bestowed by the evil god. At the same time, most of the demons had an ambiguous attitude because they did not exclude evil gods who were lawful and evil. Many times, evil gods were easier to deal with than demons. All of a sudden, the structure of the entire third layer of the abyss, the Forgotten Land, changed. Originally, as a newly risen demon lord, the Baelor demon Sauron should have been the weakest of the 3 demon lords. The number of demons in the demon army was not as good as the other demon lords. Although the demons had submitted to him, the relationship was not solid and could be persuaded by the other demon lords to betray him at any time. But, now, the Baelor demon Sauron had suddenly become the most powerful demon lord in the Forgotten Land. The reason was simple. Because there was a terrifying evil god standing behind him, he submitted to the evil god so quickly that the other demon lords suspected that the Baelor demon Sauron had already submitted to the evil god. It was because of the evil god's support that he could rise so quickly. No matter what the outside world guessed, Soren would definitely not explain his relationship with the demon incarnation. He only wanted a barely reasonable explanation. As for whether others believed it or not, it didn't matter if they believed it or not. Anyway, he believed it. It was logical. Soren's influence in the third layer of the abyss was rapidly expanding. He still rejected all demons from getting close to the kingdom of God, but in the Galumba arena, he also quickly expanded his influence. Because he would be standing behind the scenes until he controlled the entire Forgotten Land. The one responsible for charging and breaking through the enemy lines was the demon incarnation, Sauron. P.S. The first update. Please recommend it. The evil god couldn't interfere with the abyss too obviously. Especially when Soren hadn't completely gained a foothold in the abyss. At this time, if he interfered with the abyss too obviously, it would easily cause the other demon lords to unite against him. The demon incarnation's foreshadowing was buried early for this moment. So when the demon avatar was the first to join Soren's side as a representative, a reason that was barely acceptable appeared. Almost on the second day, all the demon lords in the third layer of the abyss sent messengers to express their respect for the powerful evil god, and said that their demons would never interfere with Soren's kingdom. At the same time, even the demon lords in the second and fourth layers of the abyss sent people to express their goodwill. Whether this evil god believed it or not, they had to show their goodwill first. This was because many cunning demon lords had realized that this terrifying evil god was clearly going to kill to establish his might when he first entered the bottomless abyss. There was already an unlucky one who fell. They didn't want to be the second unlucky one to fall. The secondary demon lords were not qualified to challenge the evil god. Even if it was an evil god with minor divine power, it could easily defeat the secondary demon lords with the help of the kingdom. If they wanted to fight against Soren, who had descended into the abyss, they needed to control at least one layer of the abyss. Looking at the entire first few layers of the abyss, only the first layer of the abyss, Pazuzu, was qualified to compete with Soren, but now that this ancient evil existence didn't appear, the others naturally waited and watched. The Avatar crisis undoubtedly helped Soren in this point, Because if it wasn't for the Avatar crisis, whether it was the Succubus Queen, the Null King, or other Abyss giants, they wouldn't easily allow Soren to occupy a place in the Abyss. Everything was going according to Soren's plan. Although his arrival caused a big earthquake in the Abyss, it didn't really affect the survival of other demons. The changes in the power structure at most made the demon lords afraid, but Soren rashly changed the rules of the Abyss without enough power, which may cause the entire Abyss to reject him. Therefore, Soren did not occupy any of the blood pools. He did not interfere with the chaotic environment in the Forgotten Land, where the demons lived. He only silently occupied a piece of land and then ceded the land to become king. However, some small changes still happened. Not long after Flame Demon Lord Sauron surrendered to the evil god, the other high-level demons soon discovered that their demon lord was wearing a ring at some point in time. It was a golden ring with mysterious characters engraved inside, and the ring contained very powerful evil power. It was just a glance. Everyone could feel the terrifying power contained within the ring. It was enough to easily control any mortal. It was a divine artifact ring personally forged by the evil god. It contained the divinity and evil will of the evil god, and at the same time, it was unknown how powerful it was. This news spread unknowingly, and soon, the other demon lords knew about it. They were envious and afraid. They were envious that Flame Demon Baelor Sauron actually had a divine artifact. They were afraid that they didn't know what kind of power this divine artifact had. They were very afraid that Flame Demon Baelor Sauron would use the power of this divine artifact to deal with them. The outside world called this divine artifact ring One Ring. Although they didn't know what kind of power this divine artifact ring had, no divine artifact could be underestimated because when they were made, it represented that the gods had stripped their own divinity and injected it into it. Mordor City. Stargazing platform. Soren stood in the clouds and looked down at the entire island of Mordor. He had just returned from the Abyss and looked a little tired. Because it was a holy crisis device, he needed to use a lot of divine power to mobilize the petitioners. If Mordor City could provide a lot of divine power to recover, he wouldn't be able to carry out the current plan. Moving in the Abyss was like walking on a tightrope. Although Soren seemed to be moving a lot, in fact, he almost didn't show up. Many things were to expand the influence but reduce the changes. Because if there was a war with the demons, the army in the kingdom of God was definitely not enough. There were at least tens of millions of demons in the Forgotten Land. If Soren triggered a large-scale war, the petitioners in the kingdom of God would not be enough even if all of them fought. So the demon incarnation was a good buffer zone. As long as there was a demon incarnation leading the charge, whether there would be a war in the future or not, it would be an internal matter of the demons. He just stood behind as an evil god to support one of the demon lords. He was not involved in the internal power struggle of the demons. Everything about the Abyss had not yet reached the point of being activated. There are not enough petitioners in the kingdom of God. Soren looked at the dim starry sky and murmured, "It's not enough to rely on my own strength. I can be a deterrent nuclear bomb. But I can't do it in person." The evil god was a nuclear bomb. The greater significance of Soren's existence was to deter the other demon lords. But the next step of the kingdom of God's plan needed the petitioners to complete it. Soren needed more heroic spirit army, and at the same time, the demon hunters had to complete a large-scale transformation as soon as possible. No. To complete the next step, I still need the power of a vassal god. Soren needed a vassal god. As an evil god, he could not deal with everything by himself. Although the Maiden of Pain had joined Soren, Soren could not completely trust her, so he had not used the power of the Maiden of Pain. He needed a real vassal god. A vassal god that was completely under his control and did not have to worry about betrayal. For now, Soren did not have a vassal god like that. Vivian was impossible. Soren had done so much, and Vivian had to inherit the Fear priesthood. In that case, there were only a few people left to choose from. One was Saruman. He had just reached the legendary realm. Although it was much easier for him to become a god because of the divinity from heaven, his foundation was still too shallow after all. There was still some time before Saruman could become a god. Even with the minor divine power, it would be difficult for him to achieve it quickly. The second was fallen witch Corinne. Because of the last battle, she had the power of divinity, and her strength had reached the advanced legendary realm. This meant that with divinity, she could obtain any priesthood and become a god. However, this path conflicted with the realm she had originally chosen, because her original intention was to become a great arcanist. Although choosing to become a god would not affect her research, she would eventually have to stand on the side of a god in the future. Maybe I should have a good talk with her. Soren thought about it and finally decided to find a chance to have an in-depth conversation with the fallen witch. With the ability of the fallen witch, with the help of Soren, she should be able to become a god soon. And, according to Soren's memory, there should be a few gods related to magic, mage, and arcana that were about to fall. This meant, if the fallen witch wanted to become a god, she could get a priesthood that was very suitable for her. P.S. Second update. Please recommend it. The shadow of the evil god shrouded the third layer of the abyss. However, the biggest threat to the material plane was the elemental gods who didn't care about mortals. These four powerful gods were different from other gods. If they were evaluated by the standards of his previous life, these gods didn't have much humanity at all. They didn't care about the life and death of mortals, and they didn't even care about the life and death of elementals. For these gods who had existed for too long, they were used to ignoring life. The war between the wind elemental god and the earth elemental god had just ended. Immediately, there was news that someone saw a huge flame giant near an erupting volcano. No one knew whether it was the fire elemental god or not, but if it was one of the two main gods of water and fire, then the second elemental war was likely to break out soon. History was still going on according to its original trajectory. The war between the elemental gods was like a fuse that caused the gods to become restless. New Moon Era, July 10, 1677. Motor City. An important encrypted document was sent to Soren's study. Soon, a large number of rogues in the Shadow Palace were sent out, and the Church of the Goddess of Whipping also sent out interrogators to inquire about the authenticity of the news. In the study, Soren stood in front of the window and looked into the distance. In front of him was a document with the highest level of encryption, the content of which was related to a god. The god of mages, Azuz. It happened about a day or two ago. The god of mages, Azuz, suddenly lost contact, and all the priests who believed and served him lost their ability to cast spells. At the same time, the Church of the Goddess of Magic was frequently moving, and it was said that there had been a fierce conflict with the Church of the Lady of Night recently. At the end of the document, there was a content that marked all the churches and organizations that believed and served the Lady of Silvermoon. Recently, they had been frequently mobilized, and there were signs of war. If a god lost contact, there was no way to hide it from others. It was like if Soren's priests couldn't cast spells all of a sudden, the news would spread to his enemies and allies within a day. The god of mages, Azuz, was a god with lesser divine power. He was concerned about the development and preservation of magic and was worshipped by all kinds of spellcasters, especially mages. This wise god had long served as an advisor to the goddess of magic. He and Mistress shared a friendly relationship, like that of a teacher and his favorite student. Azuz used the image of an old man with a white beard most often when he walked in the mortal world. He wore exquisite ancient clothes and held a powerful old cane with a gem at the top. The god of mages was the helper of the goddess of magic. Azuz's priesthood was mage, wizard, and spellcaster. His domains included illusion, knowledge, magic, order, and magic. The god of mages was a rather special god. Because he was also a mortal who had ascended to godhood, and he had a close relationship with the ancient thorium age. As a mortal, Azuz yearned for great power. He studied the magic knowledge of the Lost Empire to promote his magic research. Finally, his dedication. This made him the first preacher mage, a position created by the earlier goddess of magic to recognize her most promising mortal students. Then, Azuz tried to cut off part of the divinity of Sarflas and combine it with himself, but the experiment failed. This led to a series of battles with Sarflas, and finally the god was imprisoned in a staff. This god was promoted by the previous goddess of magic, so his relationship with the current goddess of magic was not very good. Azuz was the companion and student of the previous goddess of magic. Before the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, he had been trying to adapt to the new goddess of magic and learn how to help her. The problem was Azuz. As one of the few gods who had a direct relationship with magic, after Azuz mysteriously lost his connection, there were some riots in the church that served the goddess of magic. Then, a special assassination force emerged on the surface. Soren turned and picked up an emblem on the desk, which was engraved with the shadow of a black moon. The Black Moon Monks, an evil organization most favored by the Lady of the Night, the elites in the church. Most of the members were powerful monks and sorcerers. They were the sharp blades of the Lady of the Night. With the power of the Shadow Weave, the Black Moon Monks had always been carrying out the highest-level missions of the Lady of the Night. They even assisted the Lady of the Night in killing Albrito, the god who was in charge of the caves and the Underdark. Even the Black Moon Monks have been mobilized. Soren silently put down the emblem in his hand and murmured, "It seems that the Lady of the Night is really ready for war." Since the gods fell into the mortal world, all the gods were preparing for both sides. The fact that the Lady of the Night chose to make a move at this time obviously meant that she was ready for a full-scale war. At the same time, the Church of the Goddess of Magic and the Church of the Lady of the Silver Moon were frequently mobilized, all of which indicated that the open and secret struggle between them was about to be put on the table. A head-on collision between the two divine systems, this would obviously affect both the good and evil camps. The evil camp led by the Lady of the Night, and the good camp led by the Lady of the Silver Moon and the Goddess of Magic. Although there were other powerful gods who were not involved, some things would not be so easy to stop once they started. "Come." Accompanied by Soren's voice, a half-elf woman covered in a black cloak suddenly appeared. She knelt in front of Soren on one knee and said, "My lord. What are your orders?" Soren looked down at the young half-elf in front of him. Although she was less than 20 years old, the half-elf in front of him was already a legendary rogue. Of course, this power was not completely obtained by her own training, but it came from Soren's power. God's chosen, that's right. This was one of the powers that Soren secretly created. After becoming more familiar with the power of the gods, Soren discovered a little secret, that was, not only could he give divinity, but he could also give slaughter EXP to his fanatics to improve their power. Of course, this was only limited to fanatics. As a result, a group of legendary rogues promoted by Soren appeared. They could mobilize the shadow power, and they were the top assassins and rogues. They were responsible for dealing with important matters that Soren could not be involved in. They were independent of the church's system and directly under Soren's personal control. At present, there were a total of 12 of these chosen. Soren paused and said, "Immediately send someone to investigate the movements of the Black Moon Monks, and pay close attention to the Mystery Knights." The god of mages was missing. It was very likely that he was seriously injured or dead. This god was in charge of a very important clergy. Whether it was magic or the clergy of magic, Soren was very interested in it. Even if he finally chose death and slaughter, as a part-time arcanist, he could still have a secondary clergy, or even leave it to Gloria or the Fallen Witch. And, the most important point. That was, the god of mages, Azuz, had a part of the authority of the magic net. One of his clergy tasks was to assist the goddess of magic in managing the magic net. At the same time, Azuz also monitored most of the magic net in the material plane and was responsible for repairing and perfecting the coverage of the magic net. In other words, he himself controlled a very important part of the power inside the magic net. No one knew the whereabouts of the goddess of magic. However, the location of the god of mages' disappearance was leaked in the intelligence. Soren was in charge of the tracking clergy. As long as there was a clue, it was very possible to find the god of mages. Magic net, magic, spells, illusions, war flag plane, trial. Words flashed through Soren's mind. The outbreak of the god of mages completed a very important part of his plan. No matter what, Soren had to find a way to get a clergy from the god of mages. Whether it was magic, illusions, or spells, they were all very important to Soren. Because so far, most of Soren's clergy served the rogue profession. Soren lacked a clergy that could maximize the power of his arcanist and wizard profession level. This was also a shortcoming of his strength, so many times he was not like a real spellcaster compared to Gloria and the Fallen Witch. It seems that I have to talk to the Fallen Witch in 2 days. Soren quickly thought of the Fallen Witch. She also had divinity and was one of the few people Soren could trust. He could not transfer his main clergy to magic, so in the end, he still needed a subordinate god who was in charge of magic to assist him. The Fallen Witch had integrated part of the divine power, and she was the most suitable candidate at present. The city of Mordor was still accumulating strength. The Abyss could not make too big a move recently to prevent the demon lords from repelling and counterattacking on a large scale. The demon hunters created by Soren were accumulating little by little. At present, the scale of the demon hunters had expanded to more than 300 people. With the connection of the Kingdom of God and the Abyss, the efficiency of the transformation of the demon hunters was gradually increasing. Soren planned to attack the Throne of Fear around September. In other words, Soren still had about 2 months to do other things. The war between the Lady of Night and the Lady of Silvermoon seemed inevitable. Soren did not want to join either side, but he wanted to get some benefits from it. He needed more clergy, because if Soren did not intend to strip his clergy and give it to his subordinate gods, then he needed to take clergy from other gods. The gentle evening breeze blew in his face. Soren walked near the port of Port Tylon in a cloak. The naval fleet of Mordor was docked here, but none of the officers and soldiers recognized him. Instead, they were busy counting the captives transported this time. The Sixth Fleet of Mordor had recently had a small-scale conflict with the navy of the Principality of Rossard. The victory belonged to Mordor without a doubt. Brother. Standing next to Soren was Vivian in a pink cloak. The hood covered her future beauty. She held Soren's hand tightly and said softly, "Why do I feel like a long time has passed?" Soren smiled and stroked Vivian's little head, and said softly, "It has indeed been a long time. It's been almost 2 years." Both of them were in disguise, and it seemed that they did not want to disturb the soldiers of Mordor. Vivian looked into the distance and said softly, "I miss Amber City and Sister Annalyn a little. I don't know what Amber City has become." 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The end of the Avatar crisis was getting closer and closer. The gods had revealed their traces in the mortal world, and the next battle would be more and more intense. Soren fell into silence. Vivian had not returned to Amber City yet, but the city had really fallen. He said softly, "Annalyn? She should still be in Amber City. I saw her once. She opened an orphanage in the ruins of the church district. We can visit her on this trip." Soren calculated the time. According to the original historical progress, the King of Dawn would fall this month. If the King of Dawn fell, Annalyn would become a wild priest without a god. Soren thought maybe he could visit her on the way. The two of them moved along the street. Because of the influence of Mordor, Port Tylon did not fall because of the turmoil. On the contrary, it was more prosperous than at the beginning. However, after leaving Port Tylon and approaching the City of Wealth, the scene in front of them immediately became barren. Most of the farmland was overgrown with weeds. Unlike the fields full of crops in Mordor City, nearly 1/3 of the land here was abandoned, even near the suburbs. As for the land a few kilometers outside the city, it was basically completely abandoned. The two of them passed by a few villages along the way. There were only 100 or 200 people living inside, and they were very vigilant against outsiders. They hid behind tall wooden walls and refused to be visited by others. The upheaval made them suffer unspeakably, and they lost their goodwill and friendliness toward the outsiders. The ruins of the City of Wealth still remained. Soren saw the numb faces of the people. The Saint Samurai had purified the city, but then darkness once again shrouded the land. The gray energy could never be completely eliminated, so he could only think of ways to restrain them. Just like that, the two siblings traveled in silence. Everything they saw and heard along the way made them sigh with emotion. Vivian seemed to have grown up quite a bit. Most of the time, when she saw everything in front of her, she couldn't help but ponder in silence. Soren was training her. Because Vivian was too young. But time couldn't wait. Vivian's ascension was just around the corner, and what Soren could do was to let her see everything in the mortal world before she ascended. This would be of great benefit to her future. Because only by knowing what mortals needed could she understand what she should do as a god. History moved forward according to the original schedule. Shortly after Soren left the City of Wealth with Vivian, a fierce battle broke out near the ruins of the original Silvermoon City. The secret knights of the goddess of magic and the followers of the Lady of Silvermoon had a very fierce battle with the followers of the Lady of Night. The flames of war flattened a nearby forest. At least 10 legendary professions participated in the battle, and some of them fell. The gods had been patient for too long. When this patience could no longer be restrained, it was time to really do it. The drows began to appear in the surface world blatantly. The giant web woven by the Queen of Spiders had begun to launch. She unified most of the forces in the Underdark and launched an attack on the elves of the surface world. Of course, these were actually small skirmishes. The real battle broke out 3 days later, when Soren and Vivian arrived near the Agate River. A battle between the gods broke out. Soren and Vivian were not there, but when they realized all this, the 2 stars in the sky had completely disappeared and then fell like meteors. The Dawn Lord, the god of cruel officials. The kingdoms of the 2 gods fell like dazzling fireworks, and at the same time, the scattered divinity began to automatically find a host. The fall of the Dawn Lord was within Soren's expectations. However, the death of the god of cruel officials was still a little beyond his expectations, because this god was also known as the Devil of Cruel Officials and the 10th Lord of the 9 Hells. His name was Gagas, and he lived in the Bottor Inferno. His clergy was betrayal, cruelty, political corruption, and powerful cruel officials. This was a god of lawful evil. Although he only had weak divine power, it was not easy to deal with him. The information Soren received was not clear, but he knew that this was a battle between lawful evil and lawful good, and the Queen of Spiders also appeared. She took away the craftiness of the god of cruel officials, however. All of this was just the beginning. When Soren arrived near Amber City, the battle was getting fiercer and fiercer, and the 3rd fallen god appeared. The god of literature. The god of literature, Danel, was a god of neutral good. As a non-combat god, he was involved in the battle of gods and was easily killed by the Lady of Night. In the dark, it seemed that the Lady of Night and the Queen of Spiders had joined forces, and they had formed some kind of tacit understanding between them, each seeking what they needed. The god of literature and the god of magic had a good relationship, and his fall seemed to mean that the enemies of the goddess of magic were ready for a full-scale war. Soren could be sure of one thing, that was, the goddess of magic had returned, but she did not appear, and it seemed that she did not tell Soren about her plans. Amber City appeared in front of him. But when Soren saw the city again, he could not help but fall into silence. Because today's Amber City was even more dilapidated than the last time he came here, and he even saw bones that no one had collected by the city walls. The guards were all sallow and emaciated, standing weakly at the city gate. Their expressions were numb, and they could not see any hope. The once prosperous dock area had turned into ruins. When Soren walked into the once familiar city with Vivian, the population inside was less than 1/3 of the original population. The temple area seemed to have been destroyed as well. Soren could not see any believers heading to the temple area along the way. Many temples of the gods had been moved out of the ruined city, and the Dawnlight Temple, which had always been here, could no longer be seen from afar. Soren could no longer see the light that shrouded the temple. With the fall of the Dawnlight King, all the priests who served him lost their divine powers, and at the same time, the believers who believed in him quickly dispersed. P.S. First update. There is one more chapter today. The Avatar crisis made the gods no longer superior. Although there had been battles between the gods, no matter how many casualties there were, the churches and believers were ultimately affected. But now everything was different. Failure meant that the gods might fall forever. The fall of the Dawn Lord was inevitable. Because he was too close to the God of Light, and his power was not strong enough, as a god who inherited part of the original God of Light's priesthood, the Dawn Lord was only a lesser god. As long as he was caught in a battle, many gods of the Order Evil Alignment would not hesitate to kill him. The Dawn Lord was dead. Part of his divinity and priesthood returned to the God of Light, and the other part was scattered in the material plane. After the fall of this god, all the temples that served him were destroyed in just a few days. The Church of the Dawn Lord was merged with other gods, and the believers began to believe in other gods without hesitation after the fall of the god. The priests lost the ability to cast divine spells. Under such circumstances, only a few priests would stick to their faith, and most of them would quickly join other churches. the light on the temple had dissipated. When Soren arrived at the temple with Vivian, he found that everything inside seemed to have been ransacked. Soren mobilized a trace of divine power. As the priesthood of tracking was activated, he looked at the temple for a while, and then whispered to Vivian, "It wasn't the thugs who attacked the temple. The priests who originally belonged here stole the valuable things in the temple and left overnight. Even the god who served them had fallen. The remaining priests who were not determined enough naturally began to make plans for themselves. They stole the gold and silver items in the temple at night, and then secretly left Amber City. Brother, sister, give me something to eat." A little girl who looked about 6 or 7 years old appeared in front of the two. She was wearing shabby clothes full of patches, but she was still clean. At this moment, she was looking up at the two of them with her little head raised and begging with her little hands covered in mud. Her eyes were a little timid, but she still mustered up the courage to stand in front of them. Vivian's sympathy was immediately aroused by this little girl who was even younger than her. She hurriedly took out a pile of food and handed it to the little girl. At this moment, only then did they realize that there were quite a few children in the corner of the courtyard. They were all 7 or 8 years old. When they saw Vivian taking out the food, they immediately gathered around. There were more orphans here. And it seemed like the gems Soren left behind didn't improve everything. These children weren't in a good situation. Although they weren't emaciated, they still looked a little sickly. The fall of the Dawn Lord had completely destroyed everything. Annalyn borrowed the power of the temple to take in so many orphans, but when the god she served fell, everything that supported the operation of the orphanage disappeared. "Let's go." Soren patted Vivian's head and said, "Let's take a look inside the temple." Vivian nodded obediently, then held Soren's hand, and whispered, "Big brother, I'm sorry. These children are so pitiful. Let's adopt them and take them to Mordor." Soren nodded without saying a word. The temple was empty at first. Originally, there was a pool in the front yard of the temple. There were copper dirils thrown in by the believers, but now they had all been taken away. There were only some white pebbles left in the pool. The boxes that were placed in the temple were gone. It seemed that in order to save lamp oil, the whole temple was dark and looked a little gloomy. "Lena." A young woman's voice sounded, and then a girl about 15 or 16 years old wearing a priest's robe appeared. She was stunned when she saw Soren and Vivian, then she waved to the orphans outside the courtyard. Then, the young priest said to the two in a low voice, "The Dawn Lord has fallen to protect justice. If you need divine healing, I'm afraid you'll have to go somewhere else." She regarded Soren and Vivian as adventurers. Soren glanced at the little girl, and there was a rare smile on his face. The little girl in front of him was very good to be able to hold on to her faith after the fall of the god, and she was only an apprentice priest. He walked towards the temple and said, "Where's Annalyn?" Hearing the name in Soren's mouth, the little girl raised her head in surprise, then said, "Sister went to the mercenary guild. All the gold and silver wares in the temple had been stolen. She needs to take on quests to feed these children." At this time, she had already recognized Soren because Soren had been here once. Soren nodded and said, "When will she come back?" The little girl replied, "Should be tomorrow morning." Annalyn was a priest and a warrior. Even if she lost her divine spells, she still had some combat power. It seemed that she really worked hard for these children. "We'll stay here today." Soren reached out and held Vivian's hand, then walked into the dark temple. The little girl seemed to know that Soren's identity was not ordinary, so she whispered, "Okay. Please come with me." "Ugh. The temple doesn't have any money. There's no light in the front hall, so we'll be staying in the back hall." At this point, the little girl's expression was a little embarrassed. A temple should have a lot of wealth, but unfortunately, some of it was stolen by other priests, and a large group of orphans were raised. Looking at the little girl's face, it was obvious that she was not eating well recently. There were still leaves in her teeth, and there was hard black bread on the table not far away. Back in Amber City, Soren had tasted it before. It was like chewing on a piece of wood. Soren did not say anything. When he stepped on the first step of the temple, the lights in the temple lit up automatically, even though there was no oil left. If a temple was not abandoned, there would always be light inside. The altar in the shrine of Sauron was lit day and night. Unless the shrine fell that day, the priests would check it every day. When Sauron stepped into the temple, he was stunned. In an instant, the entire temple was brightly lit. All the lights were lit, but it was not the lights that illuminated the temple, but the light that was visible to the naked eye. When Sauron's figure stepped into the temple, the light automatically appeared. The originally dim temple was suddenly shrouded in the light of divinity, but it did not come from the Dawn Lord, but from Sauron. As a god who walked in the mortal world, any temple would sense him, especially a temple that was currently ownerless, unless he deliberately concealed his identity as a god. On the other side, the young girl's face was full of shock, as if she had thought of something. She suddenly felt a little weak in her legs, and she seemed to be unable to stand. Because she knew Sauron's identity. She thought that Sauron was a powerful adventurer, but she never thought that Sauron was a true god who walked in the mortal world. P.S. Second update. Grandma will be discharged from the hospital in a month or 2. But now she is taken care of by Aunt, so Futu can come back and write in peace. The little girl was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. Because after knowing Sauron's identity, she was stunned. As a trainee priest, she had never seen a true god. Although many gods fell to the mortal world after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, only a few mortals could meet them. What made her most excited was that she had met this true god before. And it seemed that he was Sister Annalinn's friend. Oh my god, Sister Annalinn actually had a true god as a friend, why didn't she tell me? The little girl spent the night indulging in her thoughts. She only managed to fall asleep at dawn, but she was quickly awakened by a noise outside the door. Inside the temple. Sauron also didn't sleep all night. In fact, sleep was just a habit at his level. Brother. Vivian sat next to Sauron, sorting out what she had seen and heard along the way. As a very smart girl, she also knew that it would be difficult for her to have such an opportunity in the future. The little girl raised her head and asked, "Why is Mordor prosperous, but other places are getting more and more desolate? Is it because of the war?" This was the biggest question in the little girl's mind. The desolation she saw along the way was completely different from what she had seen in the past. Everything was completely different from Mordor, and many places had almost become ruins. Sauron raised his hand and stroked Vivian's little head, and said slowly, "Because of order. In fact, the prosperity of Mordor was not created by my power alone. But as long as there is order, all the people living in Mordor will consciously create a better living environment. Because of order, Mordor is orderly, and everyone has their own duties. Is there no war in Mordor? No. Mordor has wars breaking out almost every month, and the frequency of attacks is probably more than most cities here. But the order of Mordor ensures that these wars are away from civilians, and the army keeps most of the wars out of Mordor Island. And civilians can work in peace." And what did the turmoil bring? Civilians abandoned their land because of the war, and the army couldn't operate effectively because of the lack of supplies. In the end, everything became a vicious cycle. Order was crumbling more and more, and the turmoil was becoming more and more serious. Civilians began to leave their homes, and the morale of the army also waned. The war in Mordor City was endless. From attacking the natives to fighting the Principality of Rossard, there were battles almost every month. Although Sauron lived in seclusion in the Outer Islands, he had barely escaped from the battles that should have broken out during the Avatar crisis. The attacks of the demons, the sneak attacks of the devils, and the subsequent elemental turmoil. Until now, there were rampaging water elementals attacking the fleet near Mordor City. But so far, the city of Mordor had not been affected much, because most of the wars were blocked by the army outside the city. Order created a stable living environment for the commoners, and this living environment allowed the commoners to work in peace and create wealth and resources. Vivian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. With her age, it would take some time for her to understand everything, but Sauron wasn't in a hurry at all. He hoped to convert Vivian into the camp of order. Even if she couldn't, he hoped that the little girl could remain neutral, because chaos was not a very good camp, and the clergy of the Lord of Fear had always been chaotic and evil. The rise of Mordor City was not something that could be created by personal strength. If Sauron only relied on personal strength, Mordor City would probably still be the fortress of the local tyrant, and it would never have such a great influence on the south coast. Sauron created an order. This order was fighting against the chaos of the Avatar crisis. In order to gain power, to gain strength, to prove themselves, and to live a better life, countless people joined Mordor City for various reasons, and consciously maintained Sauron's order, and then found their own place in it. Sauron could now manage Mordor City freely because of the corresponding operating system brought by the order. In Mordor City, Sauron had everything they needed. Whether it was the wealth, power, status, and strength they needed when they were alive, or the divine kingdom they sought after death, Sauron could satisfy these people. And for their own future, in order not to fall into the abyss of hell in the future, even the evil people had to follow Sauron's rules. This was the key to why Mordor City stood tall in the Outer Islands: to live. They needed everything that Sauron gave them. After death, they also needed everything that Sauron gave them. Because of this, even corruption in Mordor City was much less than in other places. Although Sauron allowed the darkness under the rules, they would still be punished if they were found out. Most of the officials in Mordor City didn't dare to say that they were honest, but they knew clearly what they could take and what they couldn't take. Because if they gave up their position in the divine kingdom for hundreds of years in the future for a little benefit when they were alive, this was absolutely not a good deal. The life of a mortal was only 100 years. Many officials in Mordor City were just ordinary people. They believed in serving Sauron, and of course, they pursued more than a little enjoyment in the mortal world. They hoped to get a higher status, a longer life, and more power after entering the divine kingdom. Sauron still had a lot to give to Vivienne. But some things still needed to be understood by the little girl herself, because in the future, she needed to be in charge of her own faith and serve her own church, which could not be replaced by any god. Dawn was approaching. When there was a glimmer of light in the sky, a girl in leather armor appeared outside the temple. Annalyn. After losing the ability of a priest, she could only perform the tasks of the mercenary union as a warrior. There was a wound on her shoulder. Because there was no way to use magic, she simply bandaged it. Sister Annalyn. Vivienne ran over with some excitement, and Sauron's figure also appeared in the temple. He looked down at the girl in front of him, slowly came to her, and said in an indisputable tone, "Follow me. Take all the orphans you can take, and I will arrange a place for them to live and grow up healthily." A reason that could not be refused. When Sauron's voice fell, the last trace of the girl's stubbornness completely dissipated. Because she knew very well that after losing the magic of a priest, it was impossible for her to raise so many orphans, so she could not refuse Sauron's conditions at all. P.S. The first chapter. There is one more chapter. God shouldn't sign favors. In any case, Annalyn helped Sauron and Vivienne when they were at their weakest. So this time Sauron came here to find out what was on his mind. Because with the end of the Avatar crisis, Sauron would eventually return to the Kingdom of God. Once he returned to the Kingdom of God, Sauron would naturally not be able to walk around the mortal world as he did now, so it was better to deal with some things as soon as possible. Annalyn had adopted about 20 or 30 children. Compared to the past, the girl's face was less beautiful and more determined. In fact, Sauron admired her behavior a little. Anyali could be said to be a very good girl to be able to persist in her beliefs and adopt so many orphans in this cannibalistic era of the Avatar crisis. With her beliefs, she believed that most gods would not refuse her, so Sauron just took the initiative. When the other gods didn't pay attention to her, she took advantage of her original relationship to extend an olive branch first. With a little bit of divine brilliance. Sauron gently waved his hand, and the wound on Annalyn's body disappeared. He smiled slightly, then suddenly turned his head and frowned as he looked outside the temple. He whispered, "Are you in trouble?" Several mercenaries with unfriendly expressions were approaching. The leader was a middle-aged man with an unruly expression. He should be a high-grade professional. He had a heavy sword hanging on his back. Next to him should be his teammates. They all had a murderous aura. Obviously, they were people who had seen blood all year round. "Boss. That little bitch still refuses to obey you. This time we must teach her a lesson. Does she still think she's the priest of the Church of Dawn? The King of Dawn is dead. She can't even cast a single divine spell now. I saw her follow Kata and the others to encircle the gnolls yesterday. She was fighting like a warrior." The one who spoke was a hook-nosed rogue. Soren's perception had already covered a range of hundreds of meters, so the others didn't hear what he said, but Soren immediately understood what happened. Obviously, when a person, especially a woman, fell into the dust from a glamorous place, all kinds of monsters would come out. Amber City had always been a place of gray areas. Even when Soren was still here, there were many gray organizations in Amber City. Now, it was clear that someone had set their sights on Annalyn. She was a priest who had lost the protection of her god and could no longer cast divine arts. She was young and beautiful. He used to be a high-ranking cleric in Amber City, and his status in the city was not low. With such an identity and such an appearance, who knew how many jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards had been eyeing them covetously when they had fallen to their lowest point? And the group in front of them was undoubtedly the first to make a move. I heard that there's a pretty little girl by her side. Hee hee. Boss, when we take her down, leave the little girl to us. The one who spoke was another warrior. As if he had thought of something, he could not help but chuckle. Soren narrowed his eyes slightly. To be honest, he was not angry because the Avatar crisis had already destroyed all order. It was normal for such a thing to happen. The same thing was happening in many places. That was why he was so obsessed with the order of Mordor City. Only order could maintain the existence of law and deter these evil people. The sound of footsteps sounded outside the temple. At this time, other people also noticed that outsiders were approaching. The orphan adopted by Annalyn hid behind with some fear. When she saw these people, Annalyn's expression also became ugly. It seemed that it was not the first time these people had troubled her. The hook-nosed rogue walked over arrogantly. He seemed to want to swear, but when he saw Annalyn's cold eyes, he swallowed it back. After all, she was a priest who presided over a temple. She still had the pressure of the past, and her momentum still suppressed the other party. However, what followed was the hook-nosed man's embarrassment and anger. Do you still think you're a high and mighty priest? It's best if you know what's good for you. Humph. Otherwise. Only then did the hook-nosed man notice the existence of outsiders. Soren and Vivian's level suppressed them too much. Unless they saw it with their own eyes, they would not be able to perceive the existence of the two of them. After seeing Soren and Vivian, these people in front of them were obviously a little surprised, but the difference in strength was too big to see the difference, so they seemed to be fearless. Sister Annalyn. Are they looking for trouble with you? Vivian tilted her head and walked to Annalyn's side, then held her slender hand. The little girl spoke with a murderous aura. However, Soren didn't want Vivian to do it, because she was still too young, and it was not good for her to have a murderous aura. He glanced at the person in front of him, and then frowned. Because the rogue still had the emblem of his church on his chest. The hook-nosed rogue in front of him was a believer who served him. Well, it was inevitable that a new church would have good and bad people. Annalyn also seemed to see the emblem, and then her expression became a little playful. She quietly took a step back, intending to leave the matter to Soren. Because in this case, Soren seemed to really need to take care of it. Group human immobilization. Soren looked down at the group of people in front of him and waved his hand to cast a group immobilization spell. This time, these people in front of him finally realized that something was wrong. Because they couldn't move at all now. There was no need to waste time with these mortals. Soren slowly came in front of them and whispered, "Who told you to do this?" The middle-aged man in the lead looked frightened and stuttered, "I." Finger of death. The corpse that completely lost its vitality fell down, and Soren turned to look at the second person. I'll talk. It's Sir Henry. He was once scolded by Miss Annalyn, so he has been holding a grudge. Let's find trouble with Miss Annalyn. The second mercenary immediately knelt down and told him everything he knew. Soren's expression was calm, and with a wave of his hand, another corpse fell down. He mercilessly erased the lives of these people, and finally he came in front of the hook-nosed rogue. Then, Soren slowly took off his hood. My lord. The hook-nosed rogue was frightened in an instant. His whole body was paralyzed in place, his face was ashen, and his whole person was full of despair. He had seen Soren's statue before. And when Soren no longer hid his power, he instantly knew the identity of Soren. He was the god he believed in and served. Then, he was so scared that he peed his pants. God. He actually offended the true god he served. As a rogue, he actually offended the master of shadows, the true god of rogues. Kill yourself. Soren looked down at the rogue in front of him with a cold expression and said slowly, after entering the kingdom of God, you will serve 100 years of hard labor. After your sentence is over, I will give you a chance to start anew. Despair. Endless despair. The rogue in front of him almost didn't dare to imagine his fate, but after hearing Soren's words, a glimmer of light burst out of his eyes. My lord. After knowing that he still had a chance to enter the kingdom of God, the rogue in front of him knelt down with a humble expression. He respectfully knelt down in front of Soren, then pulled out the curved sword at his waist and stabbed his own heart without hesitation. The approaching death made his body twitch, but he still used the last of his strength to maintain his kneeling position. A little bit of gray light appeared. Soren spread out his palm and collected the soul of the believer in front of him. It was a gray soul with a bloody light, and it must have done a lot of evil things in its life. Purify. A little bit of light appeared and turned the soul in front of him into a white shadow. Then Soren waved his hand and sent it into the kingdom of God. No matter what he did, he had now paid the price. Soren meant what he said. As long as he served 100 years of hard labor, he would treat the soul of the believer as an equal. P.S. Second update. The cold corpses were placed in front of him. When Sauron revealed his identity as a true god, 1 or 2 figures instantly appeared in the direction of Amber City. They leaped from roof to roof at an astonishing speed and quickly approached the temple area like martial arts masters. My lord. My lord. A half-elf man appeared in front of the Dawnlight Temple and knelt in front of Soren with a panicked expression. He was the deacon of the Thieves' Guild. As a god who held both rogue and shadow, more than 70% of the people in the Thieves' Guild believed in and served Soren. Part of Mordor's intelligence network came from the Thieves' Guild. Otherwise, Soren wouldn't be so well informed. As for the dark net controlled by the temple, it was a special channel that directly reached Soren's hands. Ordinary people couldn't know about it at all. The other man was an assassin. Mordor had its own eyes and ears in many cities. They sensed Soren's presence and quickly approached. Deal with these corpses. Soren's expression was calm. He waved his hand and pointed to the corpses on the ground, and then said, there is a man named Sir Henry. Send someone to deal with him. Then you contact Mordor. Send someone to pick up all the children here. The last sentence was said to the Thieves' Guild. After listening, the deacon understood what Soren meant, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Whether the other party was a noble or not, since he offended a true god, then his fate was doomed. Soren didn't have any good feelings for the nobles of Amber City because there were few good people here. He grew up in the slums of Amber City. The assassin from Mordor also took the order and left. Since Soren wanted to take these orphans away, he naturally had to deal with them himself. Wait a minute. At this time, Annalyn suddenly said softly, can you take away all the orphans in Amber City? There were at least hundreds of orphans living near the docks after the chaos of war. If you don't take them away, I'm afraid their end will be. At this point, Inyali couldn't help but hesitate. She knew that her relationship with Soren wasn't that deep. Even though she had helped the 2 siblings before, she had already done her best to take these orphans away, not to mention the fact that she had helped him last time. If she were to ask Soren to take away all the orphans in Amber City, she was afraid that Soren would be displeased. Sure. In the face of Inyali's request, Soren simply nodded and agreed, but then he said, but you have to go to Mordor with me. In the future, I will leave them to you to manage. I will arrange accommodation, food, and school for them. But I don't have the time to arrange for someone to take care of them. Since you requested to bring them over, then you will be in charge of them in the future. It was Soren's idea to take Annalyn away. The turmoil of the Avatar crisis would become more and more serious. Amber City was not a place to stay for a long time. Letting her follow him to Mordor City would easily cause rebellious emotions. Soren used this as a reason to let Inyali go with him. Mordor City needed some children with no background. They could be sent to the academy as apprentices in the future. A little investment was worth it. These children could repay everything they owed now through work in the future. Soren never liked charity. He would only give these people a chance to create a future. As for whether they could seize it or not, it was up to them. If they didn't know how to seize the opportunity, then it didn't matter if such people died. Xianxia was silent. Then she nodded gently, seemingly accepting Soren's arrangement. Great! Vivian's expression was very excited. She grabbed Xianxia's hand and said happily, "Sister, come with me to Mordor City. This way, we can keep each other company." After all, she was still a child. When meeting people she used to be familiar with, she didn't know how to control her emotions. Mordor City was running extremely efficiently. Especially since Soren personally gave the order, some people arrived at Amber City through the portal that afternoon. The news was leaked for some reason. When these children were gathered, some refugees also gathered. Many people knelt in front of the dock and begged the messenger of Mordor City to take them away. They also patted their chests and promised that they would work hard and be obedient. Soren's order was to take away the orphans. The people of Mordor City had always been military style. Therefore, these refugees were not accepted. However, no one knew who was soft-hearted in the end and secretly leaked a little news, so the refugees gathered at the Dawnlight Temple and knelt outside the temple to pray to Priest Xianxia. The final result. It was Xianxia who came to Soren with a blushing face again with a hint of shame. "Then take them away together." Soren frowned slightly when he heard the words, and then ordered, "Finish the matter tomorrow, don't delay too long. Otherwise, the nearby refugees will gather." The city of Mordor had gradually become an overseas refuge on the road. Now that the population was almost saturated, Mordor City could only continue to absorb people after the third and fourth phases of the project were completed. So this time, the final number of people was more than 2,000. The number of orphans was more than 500, and the rest were refugees and civilians with their families. These people were the easiest to control and settle. Vivian was sent back to Mordor City. Soren, on the other hand, had only appeared in Amber City for a day before disappearing without a trace. This time, the destination of the trip was Amber City, and the purpose was to let Vivian see everything in the mortal world. It was not suitable for the little girl to accept too many things at once, so after dealing with all this, Soren should also be busy with his own things. Tracking the God of Mages. The last place where the God of Mages disappeared was in the Ghost Forest north of Whiterun City. There was also a creature that everyone was very familiar with nearby. It was the ancient red dragon that had lurked in the material plane a long time ago. Because of Soren's interference in history, the old red dragon was still alive and well. Perhaps because too many gods had appeared, it had also become much more honest. So far, no one really went to crusade against it. Even Whiterun City, which was defeated because of it, later benefited because of it. The future was so unpredictable. Whiterun City was defeated because of the migration of the ancient red dragon, but because of the pressure of the ancient red dragon, the impact of the Avatar crisis on Whiterun City was even smaller. Monsters were smart. Demons were also smart. Devils were very smart. With an ancient red dragon nearby, smart people wouldn't cause trouble here, and unintelligent monsters would have been scared away by the red dragon's aura. Soren's destination was the Ghost Forest. The God of Mages finally disappeared in this place, and his disappearance and fall were closely related to another god. God of Lich, Vishalan. The God of Lich, Visharan. He was a vain, selfish, narrow-minded, shrewd god who was obsessed with all kinds of experiments of life and death. He was indifferent to the fate of those lower creatures. In many ways, his way of doing things was not far from that of mortals, but now he had much more power to command. When Visharan was still a mortal, he was a red-robed wizard who had defected and was one of the main enemies of Zastan. Later, he was guided by the Lord of Storms during his research and became a god according to the method taught by the Lord of Storms. But he soon understood that the Lord of Storms just wanted to create a servant that could be used. For this reason, he asked for help from the God of Mages, Ares, and formed an alliance. He also used the help of the Goddess of Magic to stop Talos' revenge. However, he later reconciled with Talos privately and reallied with him. He also began to show goodwill to the Lady of the Night, Shar. But until the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, he was still serving the god of mages, Ares. The god of Lich was a typical example of a mortal becoming a god. And the way he was created as a god was the same as the way Soren created a god by giving divinity and divinity. At that time, the Lord of Storms wanted to create a servant that he could use, but he didn't expect the god of Lich to be more cunning than he thought. Relying on various interests and hypocrisy, the god of Lich escaped the wrath of all sides and finally served the god of mages in name. Ghost Forest. This was a cursed land. It used to be an ancient battlefield during the time of Queen Isabella. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers died here. Later, it was used by a powerful lich to try to create a terrible army of the dead. But later, a group of heroes thwarted the lich's conspiracy, but the aura of the dead still polluted the environment. The Droll Order tried to purify this land. They planted many trees here, but in the end, these trees were also polluted. These became a country of scavengers, and there was a special creature. Ghost Spider. A kind of half-dead spider, formerly a servant cultivated by the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, and then quickly multiplied and grew here. Several figures leaped between the trees covered with spider webs. All of a sudden, a shadow descended from the sky and knocked down all of these figures at lightning speed. Soren's figure appeared on the tree trunk. He frowned as he stared at the three figures in front of him. Looking at their dark skin, he couldn't help but frown. Drow. And it was a female drow. Due to the uniqueness of the Underdark, female drows had a very high status within their race. This status allowed them to hold more power. Two of the three drows in front of Soren wore special rings with the emblem of the Queen of Spiders, Lolth. There are actually two priests. Soren landed on the ground and turned over the female drow in front of him. He had been merciful just now and did not kill these people directly. He murmured, "There's even one of them who's at the level of a bishop. Is the Queen of Spiders doing something here?" Snake head whip, emblem ring, summoning wax demon. The older drow priest was obviously a core member of the Church of the Queen of Spiders. Huh? Soren searched the bodies of the three female drows and found a scroll that was a little special. There was a very strange thing drawn on it. A scepter. Soren frowned and thought for a moment, then said to himself, "The scepter of Savras?" Things were not simple. This was because another god was involved in this matter. The god of prophecy, Savras. A long time ago, Savras was the patron saint of the southern spellcasters. His clergy was the same as that of Ares, who was still serving Mystra as a mage at that time. Before the calamity of dawn, the two of them fought, but Savras lost, although his church claimed that it was because he saw the future and deliberately did so. Atlas had seized a portion of Sabola's divine domain and became the only guardian god of mages. Meanwhile, Sabola's essence was imprisoned in a staff that Atlas had crafted. Savras was later released by Ares after making an oath of loyalty, but in fact, most of his divinity and power were still imprisoned in the scepter. Although Savras was very dissatisfied with his position. On the surface, he still served Ares. The battle between gods was very cruel. Especially when it involved the same clergy. At that time, Ares, who had the help of the goddess of magic, won, so Savras was imprisoned and seized the clergy of mages. Then, he was sealed in the scepter as a servant and became a subordinate god under Ares. Soren found the pattern of the scepter of Savras on the drow priest. A god imprisoned by Ares, who still held the clergy of prophecy, fate, and truth. The god of mages is dead. Soren put away the scroll and murmured, "Why is the drow looking for the scepter of Savras? Does the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, want to control the god of prophecy?" Legend. It was just a legend. The body of the god of prophecy, Savras, was imprisoned in the scepter, and the one who owned the scepter could command and control him. Of course. At present, this legend had not been confirmed, because until the fall of the god of mages, this scepter was personally carried by Ares. Prophecy, fate, truth. A glimmer of light appeared in Soren's eyes, and he murmured, "Although the god of prophecy is only a weak god, the clergy in charge is really good. Any action of the Queen of Spiders must be up to something." Soren thought for a moment, woke up one of the drow, and then cast a mind control spell. Soon. The purpose of their trip was asked by Soren. These female drow were indeed looking for the scepter of Savras, but what made Soren a little dissatisfied was that their ultimate goal was unknown. They only received a mission from the church, but no one knew what the Queen of Spiders wanted to do. Soren stood in place and thought. He knocked out the priests in front of him, then opened a portal and sent them to the city of Moder. These people were not easy to deal with. First of all, Soren could not kill them because they were the priests of the Queen of Spiders. If they died, they must return to the kingdom of God. In other words, the Queen of Spiders could learn of Soren's existence through their death. Then, even if he killed them and erased the traces of their souls, the Queen of Spiders would still sense it. At that time, Soren would still be exposed. Therefore, the best way at present was to keep these priests alive, and when they were alive, they could not pray and contact the Queen of Spiders. Soren had to keep them unconscious until the end of his operation, and then they would be useless. The god of prophecy. The god of liches. Soren's figure moved to the other side of the ghost forest, and he murmured, "Both of the gods of the god of mages have appeared. The former is imprisoned in the scepter. And the latter is simply a fence-sitter, related to the god of storm, and secretly serves the lady of night. It seems that the fall of the god of mages is not that simple." The struggle between the gods broke out. The god of liches served the god of mages, and the god of mages served the goddess of magic. The goddess of magic was an ally of the Lady of Silvermoon. The god of liches secretly allied with the god of storm, and also served the Lady of Night. This fence-sitter had connections with both sides. Under such circumstances, the sudden fall of the god of mages, no one could help but suspect the Lady of Night and the god of storm, who was related to the god of liches. Today, Soren also met the priests of the Queen of Spiders, so he had reason to believe that this matter was related to the Queen of Spiders. The Lady of Night was in charge of the shadow weave. For this ancient goddess, the power and priesthood of the god of mages was also attractive, and it could greatly weaken the power of the goddess of magic. Night fell. Soren quickly arrived at the place where the god of mages met with the accident. It had already turned into a huge crater. Meteorite? Soren saw at a glance that a legendary spell had been used here, and there were dense corpses of ghost spiders nearby. At the same time, Soren also found a broken body that looked like a spider, but part of the body was that of a drow. Spider sprite. In order to punish some people, the Queen of Spiders used cruel means to curse them, and then a kind of twisted monster was born. That was the spider sprite. They were the claws and teeth of the Queen of Spiders. Near the battlefield, Soren saw the corpse of the spider sprite. There was no doubt that the Queen of Spiders was related to the fall of the god of mages. The priesthood of tracking. Soren activated the power of the tracking priesthood, and some broken fragments appeared in front of his eyes. The power of another god interfered with his tracking, so the images he saw were very broken. He could only look for clues in places that were not interfered with by the power of the divinity. A god stronger than me has joined the battle. Soren stood in place and thought for a moment, then murmured, "It seems impossible to track the god of mages. It has been interfered with by some kind of power. However, maybe I can track the god of lich and the god of prophecy." He did as he said. Soren quickly changed his target. He did not get many clues about the god of lich, but when Soren locked onto the god of prophecy, a strange scepter appeared in front of his eyes. The scepter of Savras, the sealed body of the god of prophecy, the scepter that had always been controlled by the god of mages. Soren actually found some clues about it. The scepter was taken away by someone. And, most importantly, the one who took the scepter away was only a powerful mortal, so he could not use the power of the divinity to interfere with Soren's tracking. Soren's figure quickly followed the tracks. After about 10 kilometers into the ghost forest, Soren's figure couldn't help but stop. The tracks here were a lot denser, and there were many other footprints, which meant that someone had already caught up to Soren. It was very likely that they were the first to arrive near the battlefield, because there were a lot of footprints and they were very light. Most importantly, Soren found traces of fighting and struggle nearby. Did I get caught? Soren couldn't help but frown when he thought of this, but he quickly realized that this wasn't the case. These traces of fighting were left behind by someone else. A strange and gloomy aura quickly approached Soren, and a huge monster quickly approached within Soren's perception range, but it didn't make any sound. The spider webs around it were a lot denser, Soren seemed to have thought of something, and muttered, "Mother Ghost Spider? This thing is quite smart, it actually knew to lure the enemy to the territory of a wild boss. Mother Ghost Spider. It was a very famous wild boss near Whiterun. There had been many adventurers who had tried to level it, but in the end, they had all failed. This was because the Mother Ghost Spider's monster level was 27, and its challenge rating was close to 24. It was a huge half-undead creature that could directly trigger the immunity test with its eyes, and it could continuously cast the Finger of Death spell. The shadow that was quickly approaching Soren was the Mother Ghost Spider. When the huge shadow fell, a huge spider with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters with 12 legs and 8 eyes appeared in front of Soren. It seemed to be a little uneasy. As a powerful beast, it wasn't very smart, but even if Soren didn't show the power of a god, it still felt a deep sense of threat. But even so, a little bit of divinity was very attractive to it, and it was very eager to absorb the power of divinity, so it attacked purely on instinct. A silver-white stream of light appeared, Soren's figure disappeared, and in the next moment, 2 figures of Soren appeared in front of him, one on the left and one on the right. Shadow, domain, death, domain. Soren's silhouette turned into a silver-white stream of light and slashed at the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider's body. The Mother Ghost Spirit Spider let out a painful howl. The divine weapon easily broke through its defense and caused great damage to it. The entire battle did not last long. This was because the Mother Ghost Spider's injuries were increasing at an alarming rate when it was facing the attacks of 2 Soren at the same time. It tried to kill Soren with its death trigger ability, but due to the activation of the death domain, its ability was completely suppressed. Soren could not trigger any test of death at all. Soren stabbed the divine weapon into the back of the enemy's head with a strange silver light. Then, a string of data appeared: killed wild leader, Mother of Ghost Spirit Spider. Extracting target's soul energy. You've gained 105,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divinity. Extracting the target's divinity. You have gained 1 divinity point. With the death of the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider, the participating souls were bound by the domain, and then a gray-white soul crystal appeared. This was a legendary soul of the undead. There were not many valuable things on the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider. Soren only used it to cut off its eyes, and then quickly approached its cave. Sure enough, Soren found a lot of corpses here. Humans? And drows? Soren saw the bones of humans and drows that were eaten. From the shape of the bones, he could easily tell that they were of different races. There were also scattered weapons nearby. It was obvious that these pursuers had fought back when they encountered the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider. Although the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider could not last a quarter of an hour in front of Soren, it was still an advanced legendary boss in the wild. It had no problem facing a team of legends, so it was naturally very easy to kill these pursuers. The person who obtained the Scepter of Savras was very smart. He deliberately led them here to ask them for help. He should have something very important on him. Soren observed the traces in the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider's nest. Everything told him a very important point. That was, the target had also entered the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider's territory, and had also moved around its nest. But the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider did not attack him. It seemed that it did not find any trace of this person at all. What's going on? Soren looked at these deliberately left traces and could not help but fall into deep thought. He murmured, the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider is a half-undead creature. Ordinary stealth and invisibility spells are useless against it, not to mention it has the ability to communicate telepathically. To be able to enter the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider's nest and not be attacked, either this guy has some special ability, or he has a very powerful special item. Soren pondered for a moment. Then he continued to follow the traces. The speed of this target was not fast. It seemed that this person was a spellcaster, and in order to avoid being tracked, he did not even use fly and teleport spells. Fly was too easy to be exposed, and if there was no safe destination for teleport spells, then it was also very easy to be exposed and be tracked by deity-level enemies. This person was a veteran. Moreover, he was a very powerful legendary veteran. Soren continued to follow the traces left by the target, but the more he went, the more surprised his face became. This guy was a monster, This was because Soren had already killed the third wild commander boss in order to track his traces. The first one was the mother ghost spirit spider. The second one was Morgan the Witherer. Fallen corrupted Treants. The third one was Fuhrer the Rager. Bugbear goblin leader. This guy seemed to have swaggered around the Whiterun commander bosses in the vicinity of Whiterun. There were traces left behind by him, but there were no signs of any commander bosses attacking him. This was simply unbelievable. Soren killed 3 legendary wild bosses in one go, but without exception, he found that although the target he was tracking encountered these enemies, there was no battle. What does this guy have on him? Could it be the power of the Scepter of Savras? That shouldn't be. I've never heard of the Scepter of Savras having such an ability. Soren fell into silence. Even in his memory, there were not many things that could do this. The target he was tracking now undoubtedly had a very important item on him, and it might even be another powerful divine artifact. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this phenomenon. This was a very troublesome problem. This was because if Soren did not have the tracking divinity, he would not have been able to find this target. And the strange item on him was very likely to cause some trouble for Soren. The next morning, Soren followed the traces and circled around Whiterun. Finally, he locked onto the target's final destination. The ancient red dragon. All the traces pointed to the mountain range where the ancient red dragon was. Unlike the previous traces, the target here had created a false impression. The first trace was easy to follow. Even a legendary level ranger could do it. The target was in the direction of the ruins of Silvery Moon. It started from the vicinity of Whiterun and passed by a city controlled by the Church of the Goddess of Magic. This false impression had deceived many people. Basically, all the pursuers followed this false impression to the city controlled by the Church of the Goddess of Magic. The second trace that was deliberately covered up pointed to the ancient red dragon. This guy did not leave the vicinity of Whiterun at all. Instead, after leaving for some distance, he suddenly disappeared. When the trace reappeared, he was already in the direction of the Red Dragon Mountains. After getting the Scepter of Savras, he did not want to hand it over to the Church of the Goddess of Magic. Instead, he led the pursuers to the Church of the Goddess of Magic. Who is this guy? Soren followed the traces and quickly approached the Red Dragon Mountains. Does he want to keep this divine artifact for himself? That's right. The Scepter of Savras sealed the body of a true god. If I can extract the power from it, it won't be difficult for a mortal to ascend to godhood. Ascend to godhood. It was a temptation that a mortal could not resist. In the end, the target brought the Scepter of Savras into the territory of the ancient red dragon. So the most dangerous place is the safest place? A plane appeared in front of Soren's eyes. This was the place where he first joined the army. It was a battle against the ogres. After passing through here, he would enter the territory of the ancient red dragon. It enslaved a large number of servants and built its own dragon nest deep in the mountains. Such a place was very dangerous. A chaotic and evil ancient red dragon was not very friendly to any creature. The target chose to hide here. Either he doesn't care about the threat of the ancient red dragon at all, or he doesn't care about being discovered by the ancient red dragon at all. It seems the latter is more likely. An ancient red dragon was enough to threaten a god in the form of a saint. Basically, no mortal could fight against it alone, so it was impossible that he did not care about the threat of the ancient red dragon. The biggest possibility was that the target had a way to avoid the ancient red dragon and could hide here without worrying about being discovered by the enemy. If that was the case, it was reasonable to choose the territory of the ancient red dragon. Because during the Avatar crisis, no one would easily provoke an ancient red dragon. Even if it had amazing treasures, there was no reason for the gods to attack it. Even if there was only a 90% chance of winning. The gods were not willing to take the risk to slay the dragon and then gain some wealth that only mortals cared about. This was the best place to hide. As long as he was not discovered, with the ancient red dragon attracting the attention of the enemy, no one would think that the person who obtained the Scepter of Savras was hiding here. This was a very smart guy. P.S. Grandma can get out of bed and walk now. I love you guys. Mwah. Soren moved forward along the mountain range. After entering the red dragon's territory, he could clearly feel that the number of monsters had increased. Generally, when an old dragon built its nest, a colossal dragon would recruit monsters to guard its nest, and an ancient dragon would control even more minions. Soren saw ogres the most. Even though they had been defeated by Wyvern's army once, the chaotic and evil ogres and red dragons still gathered together. In addition, there were also gnolls, bugbears, dark creatures, and so on. They were all entrenched in the path leading to the red dragon's lair. They were responsible for preventing others from approaching. Wyvern's army had returned empty-handed because of this, and they had only seen the ancient red dragon a few times. More obvious traces began to appear in Soren's line of sight. Not only had the target entered the ancient red dragon's territory, but he had also gone deep into the mountain range. None of the monsters along the way had discovered his existence. Soren had the shadow clergy, and his stealth ability was frighteningly high. It was normal for him not to be discovered by monsters. However, this guy was obviously not a rogue. It was a bit illogical for him to be able to avoid so many monsters. After moving forward for about 10 kilometers, Li Yunmu's group suddenly stopped moving. Soren found traces of a battle for the first time, although the battle had ended quickly. This is? Melf's acid arrow? Soren leaned over and looked at the corpse in front of him, as well as the corpses of the bugbears. The whole battle ended quickly. It seemed that the target had accidentally encountered a group of bugbears, and there were traces of a bonfire next to him. According to Soren's guess, the target must have set up a bonfire at night, and then suddenly encountered the wandering bugbears. This time, he was discovered by the enemy. Soren suspected that he did not use any of his items at that time. It looks like he was attacked while camping. His spellcasting level is not low. All the bugbears were killed by a single spell. The enemy's spellcasting speed is very fast. Soren looked at these traces and fell into deep thought. According to the feedback from the tracking clergy, the battle should have started last night. In other words, the target had let down his guard after entering the mountain range, and had even chosen to set up camp in a tent, which wasn't too far away from Soren. However, after this battle, he should be a lot more cautious. Soren decided to chase after him. When night fell, he could already feel that he was very close to his target. However, Soren didn't find him. He only followed the trail and found some clues. The monsters in the area became denser. They were all creatures enslaved by the ancient dragon. There were even Taurens in the Underdark nearby. Eh? Soren bent down and looked at the rock in front of him, then muttered, "It's around here." Has the target gone up the mountain? Go up the mountain. In front of him was a towering mountain peak. At the top of the mountain was a half-activated volcano. This was man-made. The ancient red dragon had transformed this place into a volcano that had yet to erupt with the help of the elemental turbulence in order to create a suitable lair for itself. As Soren approached the mountain, the number of monsters decreased significantly. He actually hid under the ancient red dragon's lair. This guy really has some guts. Soren followed the trail and soon saw a cave. It was dark inside, but it didn't affect Soren's dark vision. He carefully entered the cave. Then, something inconceivable happened. Soren felt the presence of a human, but he couldn't see him at all. It was like Soren wearing an anti-detection cloak. No shadow could hide in front of Soren, who had the shadow clergy. The invisible state of the target seemed to be caused by some kind of divine artifact. There was a very faint sound of breathing in the cave. It seemed that the target was very tired after running for so long. There was a security trap at the entrance of the cave, but it wasn't a problem for Soren at all. There was a magic circle set up in the cave. The target was lying on a long rock in front of him. This should have been the bear's lair. Time stop. Legendary spell. Soren couldn't see the target, which made him even more cautious. In order to make sure that there were no accidents, he directly cast a legendary spell, Time Stop. Everything was frozen. Soren's figure quickly approached and then rushed toward the target. Mortals couldn't be immune to Time Stop, which was one of the advantages that gods had against legendary spellcasters. An invisible energy barrier appeared. There were several defensive items on the target's body, and almost all of them were automatically activated at the moment of being attacked by Soren. Simulacrum. Two figures of Soren appeared, and in an instant, the silver light of his sword turned into a curtain, and in the blink of an eye, the opponent's energy barrier was broken. Then, Soren pressed down on the target that he could touch but couldn't see at all. Blood splattered, Soren slashed at the opponent, and then felt the staff in the opponent's hand. Almost without thinking, he cut off the target's arm, and then the staff fell into Soren's hand. A figure appeared. The effect of time stop was still there. After Soren took the staff, a guy who looked a little embarrassed but familiar appeared in front of him. Ildes, according to the original historical track, he inherited part of the divine power of the goddess of magic. This lucky guy should have become the new god of mages in the original history, but because of Soren took the initiative to help the goddess of magic in the misty forest, so Ildes lost a very important opportunity. However, as one of the best among the natives, he still got another adventure, and that was, Ildes successfully found the legendary Archmage staff. After seeing the staff in his hand, Soren immediately knew why Ildes could take the staff of Savras and escape from so many people. There was no mercy at all. Soren directly killed Ildes in front of him because the effect of the time stop spell was about to end, and the target was a legendary mage. At the same time, Savras' scepter was still on him. Soren absolutely did not allow any accidents to happen. Death came. A soul appeared in Soren's divine sense. Soul imprisonment. Why didn't he leave him alive for interrogation? This was what Soren relied on. As a god, he had the ability to imprison souls, and it was obviously much safer to interrogate a dead enemy. A little bit of divine light appeared. To Soren's surprise, when he killed Ildes, a data prompt appeared: Archmage, Ildes killed. Extracting target's soul energy. Target's soul is imprisoned. You've gained 250,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divinity. Extracting target's divinity. You've gained 5 divinity. Target has divinity. Extracting target's divinity. You've gained 3 divinity. Target has a domain of divinity. Extracting target's divinity. Compatibility 85%. You've gained some information about the divinity of mage. Divinity fusion. You've mastered the domain of mage. You've gained some information about the divinity of mage. The golden light of divinity appeared. Soren was right, Ildes had inherited some of the power of the god of mages. It seemed that his decision to kill the target directly was very correct. Because Ildes was only a mortal, he still couldn't fully grasp the power of the god of mages. If he was given a little more time and the power of Sarfla's scepter, Ildes would soon be able to ascend to godhood. What a lucky guy. Soren muttered to himself as he stared at the corpse in front of him. Although he changed history, Ildes was obviously a person favored by luck. If he could obtain the power of the god of mages, if he did not meet Soren, it would not be difficult for him to become a god as a mortal. Soon. The scepter of Savras was found by Sauron. However, his attention was mainly on the first staff, and that was the legendary Staff of the Archmage. What a surprise! This divine staff actually had the aura of the divine son of Massacre, and there was a remnant of the divine power of Massacre. This meant that it had been used by the divine son of Massacre and killed a large number of enemies. Item type: Staff of the Archmage. Item grade: Level 5 Divine Artifact. Item description: This is a legendary divine artifact. It has a very strong power. Every time it appears, there will be a bloody storm in the material plane. The divine son of Massacre once used this weapon and used it to kill the final enemy of the War of the Gods. This weapon has been stained with the blood of God, and there is a remnant of the aura of Massacre on it. Equipment requirement: Spellcaster. Equipment effect: Divine Artifact, Blood of God, Greater Dispel Magic, Succubus Immunity, Immunity to Enhancement, Protection from Evil, Protection from Energy, Spell Storage, Permanent Invisibility. Weapon effect: Divine Artifact. This weapon is a legendary divine artifact. It cannot be destroyed by conventional means, and it is also immune to disintegration spells. Only legendary disintegration spells have a 1% chance of destroying this divine artifact, but the one who destroys it must also receive a backlash from the divine power. Weapon effect: Blood of God. This weapon has been soaked in the blood of countless high-level demons, demigods, false gods, and even real gods. Some powerful beings who once coveted the divine power of Massacre have also died in its hands. Weapon effect, greater dispel magic. When this weapon hits the target, it will automatically cast a legendary dispel magic and automatically remove the defensive spells on the target. Weapon effect, immunity to charm. When this divine artifact is held, it will automatically be immune to all charm spells. Weapon effect, protection from evil. When this divine artifact is activated, it will automatically cast a protection from evil spell. Weapon effect, immunity to enhancement. When this divine artifact is held, all immunity resistance +2. Weapon effect, energy protection. When this divine artifact is activated, it will automatically activate an energy protection field. Weapon effect, spell storage. This divine artifact is stored with the legendary spell, Spell Trap, Chain Lightning, 2 times, Lightning, 4 times, Fireball, 6 times. This divine artifact will automatically recharge itself every day. Weapon effect, permanent invisibility. When this divine artifact is activated, it will enter a state of invisibility. The state of invisibility has no cooldown, and it will remain in effect forever unless it is removed by the user. The Archmage Staff. If there was a divine artifact in the material plane that could be compared to the Holy Avenger, it would undoubtedly be the Archmage Staff. It was a divine artifact that would automatically cast a greater dispel magic when it hits the target. Soren finally understood why Ildes could avoid so many wild bosses. It was because these enemies could not see him at all. The Archmage Staff was a famous artifact. Its most powerful ability was that it could be used together with the anti-detection cloak. It could become invisible at any time and anywhere, and it could not be seen by magic or the naked eye. This artifact used to be Soren's favorite item, but after he mastered the Shadow Priesthood, his need for the Archmage Staff had decreased a lot. However, this artifact still had a lot of uses. Even if Soren could not use it, it was still an invaluable treasure for any mortal. Ildes had a lot of good things on him. However, most of them were not of much value to Soren. The only thing that piqued his interest was the 2 staffs. The first was the Archmage Staff. The second was the Sarfless Scepter. Compared to the Archmage Staff, the Sarfless Scepter looked much more mysterious. The Sarfless Scepter was carved out of grey wood, about 4 feet long, and inlaid with 9 star-blue gems. A diamond with a diameter of 1 inch with the emblem of Sarflas the All-Seeing was embedded at the bottom of the scepter. Another diamond with a diameter of 3 inches with 1,000 facets on it could not be made by mortals. Finally, a diamond with the emblem of the God of Mages, Azuz, was embedded at the top of the scepter. When Soren received the scepter, he could not identify its attributes. The Sarfless Scepter was covered with divine power. It was not only the power of the sealed Sarflas the All-Seeing, but also the power of the God of Mages, Azuz. The power of the priesthood of mages has been transferred to the scepter? Soren clenched the Sarfless Scepter in his hand and murmured, no wonder Ildes was willing to betray the church of the goddess of magic to take him away. Ildes wanted to become a god. He also wanted to obtain the power of the priesthood of mages. That was why he took the risk and escaped to the Red Dragon Mountains with the scepter. Saint form. In order to explore the mystery of the fall of the God of Mages, Soren penetrated the scepter with his god-level perception. He wanted to know if Azuz's soul was hidden in it. However, what surprised Soren was that Azuz's soul wasn't among them. It looked like he had really fallen. What he sensed was a tortured soul. It was none other than the prophet, Savras. This soul was very weak, and its consciousness was rather blurry. It seemed that a lot of its power had been extracted. The Red Dragon Mountain Range was not a place to stay for long. Soren imprisoned Ildes's soul and opened the portal with the 2 staffs and the loot. He was ready to return to Motor City. But, at this moment, an angry roar suddenly rang out. Immediately after, an astonishing dragon's aura shrouded down from the top of the mountain. Accompanied by a raging gust of wind, a huge monster descended from the sky and landed outside the cave. Who is it? Which lowly insect dares to sneak into the lair of the ancient red dragon, Frostra? The dull dragon's voice was filled with boundless anger. A huge dragon head appeared outside the cave. The terrible dragon's aura made all the nearby creatures not dare to approach it easily. A burning flame appeared in front of Soren's eyes. It seemed that as long as Soren's answer was not satisfied, the red dragon in front of him would burn him to ashes with its terrible dragon breath. He was too careless. Soren had just killed Ildes. For a moment, he forgot the existence of the ancient red dragon, and he even forgot that he was under its lair. Ancient dragons were all very cautious. They had rich life experience. Under normal circumstances, the lair of an ancient dragon was many times more dangerous than that of an adult dragon. This was because they would fill their lair with all kinds of magic traps and warning spells over a long period of time. Ildes sneaked all the way here without using a teleportation spell. This was because the ancient red dragon's lair could sense the teleportation spell's mark near it. This was very likely to expose its existence. Soren was in a hurry to return to Motor City after killing Ildes. He forgot about this ancient red dragon for a moment. Just when he was casting a greater teleportation spell, the power of the spell alarmed the ancient red dragon. The surrounding space was sealed. The cunning ancient red dragon immediately cast Dimensional Anchor to lock the space. Soren could not leave unless he mobilized the power of divinity. However, at this time, Soren was not so afraid of an ancient red dragon. His figure slowly walked out of the cave. After seeing the staff in his hand, the ancient red dragon's eyes burst into a dazzling light in an instant. It said in a deep voice, "Human. Give me the staff in your hand. The great Froster will forgive you for offending me." The light of greed appeared. Even an idiot could see that the staff in Soren's hand was not ordinary. Not to mention, with the knowledge of an ancient red dragon, it was not difficult for it to recognize the scepter of Savras. Don't let greed blind your eyes. Soren's mouth showed a mocking smile. He slowly stood in front of the huge ancient red dragon and said calmly, "Look at who I am first." At this time, the ancient red dragon looked away from the artifact with difficulty, and then it looked at Soren in front of it and reached out its hand. The next moment, the ancient red dragon Froster's huge body trembled, and then its head immediately lowered. There was a trace of fear in its voice. "Shadow Lord, Soren. Froster doesn't know you're coming. Please forgive me for offending you just now. You can leave here at any time." The glory of the gods could not be hidden from the ancient red dragon. In particular, Soren did not hide his power, so when the ancient red dragon saw his holy form, it immediately knew his identity. Then, fear was born uncontrollably. Soren stroked the scepter of Savras in his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the ancient red dragon in front of him. He smiled and said, "It seems that there is a price to pay for offending you. Then, if you offend me, what price should you pay? Shadow, realm. Death, realm. Slaughter, realm." The power of the three realms shrouded the nearby space and blocked all the escape routes of the ancient red dragon in an instant. Soren slowly took a step forward and said with a chuckle, "How should I punish you? You should know that the price of offending a god is not light." Cold sweat appeared. The ancient red dragon in front of him could not help but take a step back. Its voice was no longer as strong as before. It whispered, "Great Shadow Lord. I am willing to compensate you for the offense just now. Look. This is mithril from the Underdark. This is a gem from the Southern Islands. I am willing to give it all to you." There was a hint of pain on the ancient red dragon's face, but it still opened a space portal, and then took out a large piece of mithril and hundreds of gems. For the dragons, being willing to take out their own treasures as an apology was already a great concession. After all, they were all misers. Soren accepted it without hesitation. As Soren accepted these things, the ancient red dragon's face also showed a hint of relief, because this meant that Soren accepted its apology. If Soren did not take these things, it was afraid that it would be ready to fight immediately. Because no one could offend the majesty of a god and not pay the price. If Soren did not accept these things, it meant that the price it paid was not serious enough. The true god in front of it intended to make it pay a more painful price. P.S. First update. There is another chapter today. That was the rule. A god was not a benevolent being, especially an evil god. Soren looked at the ancient red dragon in front of him. There was still a trace of uneasiness in his eyes, and then he slowly said, "I also need some dragon blood." Dragon blood. Facing Soren's request, the ancient red dragon did not hesitate to cut open its forelimbs with its extremely sharp dragon claws. Then a large amount of dragon blood gushed out. It collected it with magic and then respectfully sent it to Soren. After offering a large amount of dragon blood with both hands, the ancient red dragon's expression became much more relaxed. Because it was normal to offend an evil god with blood as the price. It had just offered an apology, but that was only its will. Whether the evil god was satisfied with it was another matter. But Soren asked for dragon blood, which meant that he was willing to let go of the ancient red dragon in front of him. Offering treasures and dragon blood. In the ancient red dragon's view, Soren's request was very reasonable. It was very consistent with the identity of an evil god, and it was secretly relieved. For an ancient red dragon that weighed more than 50 tons, a little bit of dragon blood was nothing. The price of angering a mid-level divine evil god was something it could not bear. Soren waved his hand and put away the dragon blood. It was not the time to kill an ancient red dragon. Soren was 90% sure that he could defeat the ancient red dragon, but he was not 100% sure that he could stop the ancient red dragon from escaping. Because dragons could fly, and even a true god might not be able to stop them in the sky. Soren sealed the teleportation spell, but he could not seal the ancient red dragon's ability to fly. If the ancient red dragon ran away after attacking, then Soren would not be afraid. But if the ancient red dragon took revenge on Mordor City, it would definitely be a very troublesome thing. So either he didn't attack, or he had to be 100% sure that he could kill the ancient red dragon. The light of the teleportation spell appeared again. When Soren's figure entered the portal, the ancient red dragon carefully let out a sigh of relief. For the turbulent period of the Avatar crisis, even a powerful ancient red dragon had to shrink its tail and behave, because God knew when it would be unlucky enough to meet a true god walking in the mortal world. Mordor City. After returning to Mordor City, Soren immediately found Gloria. Recently, she had been living in the Arcane Tower. When Gloria saw Soren, she couldn't help but be surprised. When she saw the scepter in Soren's hand, she was even more surprised. The scepter of Savras? Gloria couldn't help but murmur. Soren nodded and handed over the scepter in his hand. He said softly, "The prophet, Savras. Let's see if it's suitable." No one was more suitable for this scepter than Gloria because she was a legendary witch with the ability of divination. Facing Soren's scepter, Gloria hesitated for a moment, but after seeing Soren's determined eyes, she slowly held the scepter. A little bit of golden light emerged. The moment Gloria held the scepter of Savras, the golden light of divinity emerged. The power from the prophet, Savras, was absorbed by her and integrated into her body. This meant that Gloria herself was extremely compatible with the clergy of prophecy, wizard, truth, and fate. Especially the clergy of prophecy, her compatibility was quite high. This phenomenon didn't appear on Soren because he only had a little compatibility with the clergy of wizard. The light of divinity shrouded Gloria, her figure flew up automatically, and along with the light of divinity, Gloria's original silver-white hair gradually disappeared and turned into soft black hair again. The clergy of prophecy, the power from the scepter of Savras began to transfer into Gloria's body. This was the greatest benefit of the Avatar crisis, it was easier for mortals to absorb divinity. How do you feel? When the light of divinity dissipated, the Gloria in front of him was completely different. There was an additional golden light in her beautiful eyes, which meant that she had become a demigod, and it was easier for her to advance than Vivian. The clergy of prophecy was completely prepared for her. Whether it was strength or expertise, Gloria was extremely compatible with it. I saw something beyond the prophecy. A smile appeared on Gloria's face. She gently lifted the long hair hanging by her ear and said softly, "It's a wonderful feeling. I've never encountered such a situation before. Even if I didn't cast any spells, I could vaguely feel some things that would happen in the future." Soren nodded and waved his hand to stop Gloria from saying anything. He said seriously, "No matter what you see, don't tell me. The future is always changing. The fate you can see is just a branch of it. What you need to do now is to familiarize yourself with the power of divinity. As a new demigod, you must learn to control this power, not be controlled by it. Also, be careful of Sarflas and the scepter. Although I've sealed his consciousness, he's still alive. Although I have sealed his consciousness, you must be careful not to be influenced by him. Soren sealed Savras. That was why Gloria could so easily obtain the clergy of prophecy. However, he couldn't completely eliminate him because Gloria still needed to take the clergy of truth, fate, and mage from him. Azuz fell. A part of the clergy of mage returned to Savras. Gloria could not only have prophecy but also the other clergies. However, if Gloria accepted these clergies, then her relationship with the goddess of magic would be very delicate. She was Soren's woman, so it was impossible for her to become a subordinate of the goddess of magic. This was something that had to be faced in the future, but there was no rush to deal with it now. After handing the scepter of Savras to Gloria, Soren came to the fallen witch's laboratory. The divine light just now could not be hidden from her. Obviously, the fallen witch already knew what Soren brought back. Did you prepare something good for me? After seeing Soren's figure, the fallen witch couldn't help but lift her long hair and smile. She said charmingly, "Don't forget that I'm also proficient in prophecy. I can feel that you've brought me something extraordinary." Solon smiled when he heard this. There was no need to be so polite to the fallen witch. He directly took out the archmage staff and handed it to her. He said in a deep voice, "You still want to go to the sigil, right?" The fallen witch nodded and said softly, "If I want to build a real floating city, I have to go to the sigil." Soren also understood this point. He took off his cloak and handed it to her. He said, "This is the archmage staff. It has the ability to permanently turn you invisible. This is the anti-detection cloak. No spell can detect your invisibility when you wear it." "I'm sorry. As a god, I can't enter the sigil. So I can only find these two things for you. You must be careful when you go to the sigil. If you encounter any danger that you can't deal with, use these two things to come back first. The floating city is not as important as you. The archmage staff. The anti-detection cloak." This was a pair of divine artifacts. After wearing it, unless the enemy had the eye of truth, they would not be able to detect the existence of the fallen witch. Facing the two divine artifacts that Soren handed over, the fallen witch was silent for a while. Then, she took them. But just as Soren was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly walked up to Soren and hugged him. She gave him a big kiss. It seemed that at this moment, she didn't want to hide her thoughts at all. She didn't even care that Gloria could sense everything. She just hugged Soren and kissed him fiercely. And then, there was no more and then. P.S. Second update. Something happened 2 days ago. I'm tired and a little uncomfortable. Tomorrow will be the second update. Sigil City was a very dangerous place. However, such an important place was very special. The Lady of Pain who managed Sigil City was very unfriendly to the gods. This unfriendliness was directed at all the gods, and there was no difference in treatment. Whether it was an evil god or a good god, whether it was from Mountain Paradise or the Bator Inferno, all the gods were treated the same in the eyes of the Lady of Pain. That was, she did not care about you at all. Sigil City was an absolute territory controlled by the Lady of Pain. Although her power was not the strongest in the multiverse, she was always the strongest in Sigil City. There was a passage about the Lady of Pain in Sigil City. The Lady of Pain is a symbol of power. People usually call her the Lady. She has no residence, no temple, no palace, and no believers, worshippers. Those who pray to her foolishly, prepare to regret it. Because the Lady of Pain will mercilessly kill anyone who worships and believes in her. Sometimes, people can see her floating on the streets, her clothes barely touching the ground. However, even if she visits Sigil City sometimes, it does not mean that you can go up and talk to her. She never talks, and those fools who dare to go up are usually hurt by her gaze. The residents of Sigil City look at her with respect, because she is the protector of Sigil City. The Lady of Pain has the right to open and close portals in Sigil City. In a neutral place like Sigil City, portals to other worlds are everywhere, and people have to find them. Everyone would arrive at Sigil City in some way when they traveled through the various planes. However, other forces are not allowed to enter the cage of Sigil City, and these forces are mainly the other gods. All the doors are closed to them. Because of this, the other gods feel very discouraged, and they need to gain more believers, but the Lady of Pain stopped them. First of all, one thing was certain. Although the Lady of Pain was very powerful, she was definitely not a god. This was because since ancient times, no god would kill someone because of their belief and worship. However, the Lady of Pain did so, and more than once. She was an even more ancient existence. Even for the most powerful gods, the Lady of Pain was full of mysteries. It was precisely because of this that when the Arcane Kingdom was destroyed, something was left behind in the Sigil City. The gods couldn't enter the Sigil City, which led to some survivors of the Arcane Kingdom's era struggling at death's door in the Sigil City. They were the fallen witch's target. Soren had no way of entering the sigil. Even if he tried to force his way in, he might be attacked by the Lady of Pain, or be imprisoned by her. It was said that greater divine powers had the right to enter Sigil City and were not afraid of the Lady of Pain. However, this was only a legend because death god Jurgil had never heard of anyone going to Sigil City for no reason. Soren was unable to enter Sigil City. If that was the case, it would be dangerous for the fallen witch to enter Sigil City alone. This was something that Soren had always been concerned about. He cared about the fallen witch. Perhaps the two of them used to be enemies, but after experiencing so many things, the fallen witch had proven herself. She was Soren's most important ally and an important woman by his side. The staff of Archmage made up for this problem very well. With the staff of Archmage, even if the fallen witch faced a god in the form of a saint, she could still escape if she couldn't win. The floating city was a very important thing, and the fallen witch had paid too much for it. Soren couldn't stop her from going to Sigil City, so he could only think of ways to increase the safety of the fallen witch. Motor City, Governor's Mansion, Study. Soren sat at the desk. In front of him was a thick book that recorded everything about Sigil City. Sigil City. Soren slowly closed the book and murmured, "The gods are not omnipotent. There is such a place in the multiverse that they can't do anything about." About 30% of the research on elemental fission had been completed. Although it was still impossible to open the super-large, anti-magic lock, it seemed that it was about to make the entire Motor City fly. The fallen witch needed some important information in Sigil City. For this reason, she had already prepared to go, and after getting the help of Soren, she had already begun to plan her itinerary. All the preparations were about to be launched. The fallen witch was about to go to Sigil City, Gloria was perfecting the golem factory and studying the prophecy, clergy, Vivian was familiarizing herself with how to become a true god, and Soren had also begun the most important step before the plan. On this day, the most dazzling newcomer in Motor City, the talented rogue, the legendary rogue named Ugly Monkey returned after completing the mission in Shipwreck Bay and was summoned to the temple by Soren. In the magnificent temple, the statue of Soren was in the center. After continuous transformation, Soren's temple had become a giant god temple, and when he was promoted to a greater divine power, the temple would be expanded to the size of a pantheon. Of course, the real pantheon should belong to a greater divine power, just like the real pantheon in the astral world, where all the gods had a mirror image in it. It was said that there was once a greater divine power god who ruled many divine systems, and the pantheon was also created at that time. Of course, legends were just legends, and there was nothing that could be verified. Because so far, all the known gods had only appeared close to a greater divine power, but there had never been a true greater divine power in the temple. Soren's figure appeared. He was shrouded in golden light, and in front of him was Ugly Monkey, who was kneeling on one knee. This was a very good newcomer, who rose in endless slaughter and promoted to legendary strength in just a few years. Although there was also Soren's favor, his ability and temperament were undoubtedly excellent. This was a talented, hard-working, and smart believer, and also the mainstay of Soren's church, but today, Soren had an almost certain death task for him. Above the temple, Soren looked down at Ugly Monkey in front of him, and a majestic voice came out, "You proved your loyalty to me, and also proved your ability to me. Now, I have a very important but dangerous task for you. Are you willing to accept it?" Ugly Monkey's figure knelt on one knee. His expression was solemn, and he looked at Soren resolutely and firmly. Then he lowered his head and humbly said, "I have already dedicated myself to my Lord. Death is not the end for me, because I will always follow my Lord's footsteps." There was no hesitation. After hearing that Soren had an almost certain death task for him, there was no hesitation on Ugly Monkey's face, only determination and a hint of joy. Very good. Soren's voice was heard. His golden eyes stared at the ugly monkey in front of him, and then he waved his hand, and the light of divinity fell. Powerful divine power poured into the ugly monkey's body. Soren gave the ugly monkey some of the divinity in his body, and also a part of the power of the shadow divinity. God's chosen. Soren was creating a true God's chosen, or there was another name for this level of God's chosen. The chosen was an existence comparable to the saints. They could mobilize the power of the gods, and they also had divinity. Other than being unable to become a god, their other abilities were very similar to the gods. There was only one way for an chosen to become a god, and that was to be promoted by the god they believed in. Under normal circumstances, no god would easily create an chosen. Because the cost of creating an chosen was not small, it meant that a part of their own divinity would always be reduced. The chosen had great power, and they were also the channel of the gods. When necessary, they could directly become the incarnation of the gods. If it wasn't for the importance and danger of this mission, Soren would at most create a God's chosen, and not an chosen. A huge amount of divine power poured into the ugly monkey's body. The golden light of divinity also appeared in his eyes. From now on, his position in the Shadow Church was second only to the High Priest and the Saint Cardinal Milan. He could mobilize more power than the Saint Cardinal, and he could use a part of the shadow divinity. Soren promoted him to chosen. A full 10 points of divinity were injected into the ugly monkey's body. With the gathering of the shadow divine power, he was now a little stronger than many demigods. At this time, Soren spoke again. I need you to go to the wasteland of destruction and despair. There is an entrance to the kingdom of the Dread Lord there. What you need to do is to sneak in and find the location of the throne of fear. A god's kingdom was very large. Especially a divine kingdom of a greater divine power. The mission of the ugly monkey was the key to Soren's next action. He had to send someone strong and trustworthy to the divine kingdom of the Dread Lord, find the location of the throne of fear, and finally find a way to destroy it. No pirate leader was qualified for such a task. Currently, Soren's only candidate was the ugly monkey. For this reason, he needed to promote the ugly monkey to his chosen one and bestow him with enough power. The ugly monkey knelt on one knee in front of the statue. He could feel the surging god spirit in his body. He lowered his head calmly and said, I will not disappoint you, my lord. He didn't say much. After knowing the content of the quest, the ugly monkey knew that it was almost certain that it would die. His chances of survival were pitifully low. Entering the kingdom of a powerful evil god alone and finding the throne was almost impossible to estimate the danger. Even if he found the throne of fear in the end, once the petitioners and demons in the kingdom discovered him, it was almost impossible for him to escape the kingdom alive. Even Soren estimated that he had less than a 10% chance of surviving this quest. Soren didn't say anything. For such a loyal follower, he should give enough rewards. But not now, but after the ugly monkey completed the quest, or after he died. Attacking a divine kingdom was a very risky move. Any mistake could destroy the power of Mordor. Soren pondered for a moment. He waved his hand and opened a portal. He said slowly, let's go. I'll be watching you all the time. This sentence had two meanings. One was that Soren would always pay attention to the ugly monkey's movements. The other was that he would give the ugly monkey enough power when necessary. The ugly monkey humbly bowed his head. Then, he didn't hesitate to step into the portal. Soren had already locked the destination with the ability of plane teleportation. The wasteland of destruction and despair. There were many cruel living environments in the lower planes, and the wasteland of destruction and despair was one of the cruelest. The wasteland of destruction and despair was not only uninhabitable, but it was so harsh that it was difficult for creatures to survive. This loaf contained a broad plain of black sand, a plain of plain granite, and a precipitous valley surrounded by steep, sharp walls of obsidian. Except for the river of blood, there was no water flowing through this wasteland. Although there was no sun in this plain, it was still very hot. There were no plants growing here, and there were almost no healthy creatures living here. Dark clouds covered the gloomy sky, and the earth was wrapped in darkness. Just like its name, this was a land full of destruction and despair. It was also the territory of the evil gods in the lower planes. There were 5 evil gods living in the wasteland of destruction and despair. They were the Dread Lord, the goddess of misfortune, Ben-Saba, the god of revenge, Hal, the goddess of torture, Lauvita, and the goddess of poison, Talona. Because of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the goddess of torture had been forced to become Soren's subordinate god, and the goddess of poison, Talona, had also fallen. At present, there were only 3 gods who occupied the dominant position in the wasteland of destruction and despair. They were the Dread Lord, the goddess of misfortune, and the god of revenge. This was a plane very close to the Abyss Bloody War. The original god of tyranny, Ban, lived here. After the Dread Lord replaced him, the position of the god's kingdom had been lowered, and it was getting closer and closer to the abyss. The kingdom of fear was in the place between the wasteland of destruction and despair and the abyss. The most important symbol in the wasteland of destruction and despair was the river of blood, which flowed all the way to the 8th layer of the abyss, the Sea of Blood. This was the territory dominated by the goddess of misfortune, Ben-Saba. In order to facilitate the control of these 2 places, Ben-Saba built a permanent portal to the abyss in her own territory, the Blood Rock Spikes. This was a plain between the Bautor Inferno and the abyss, and it was also the residence of some of the most abhorrent creatures. In addition to the devils, demons, and Ugros that escaped from the bloody war, creatures such as parrots, hellhounds, and hellbees also lived in the wasteland. Almost all the souls that came to the wasteland of destruction and despair were mortals with hatred. They would become petitioners called larvae. The larvae's appearance was very similar to the abyss worms, but there was a little difference. Most of the larvae were medium-sized worms, and their heads were similar to the appearance of mortals. Larvae, like the abyss worms, existed as currency, food, and materials. This was a very dangerous area. Because it was too close to the god's kingdom of the 5 evil gods, even the boldest adventurers did not dare to enter easily, because this place was more terrifying than exploring the abyss, at this moment. A flash of teleportation appeared. As the portal gradually disappeared, Ugly Monkey's figure appeared in a vast plain of black sand. As soon as he appeared, a hungry hellhound that was wandering nearby pounced on him in a frenzy. This was the wasteland of destruction and despair. In this barren and desolate place where even souls could not survive, most of the creatures were full of extremely strong hostility. P.S. Second update. Please recommend me. The hellhound was a very difficult creature to deal with. Especially in the wasteland of destruction and despair, the hellhounds here were more ferocious than those in other planes. They wandered in the wilderness in groups, and any creature that could be eaten would be attacked by them. When there was an extreme lack of food, a fight would even break out among the hellhounds. In the end, the weaker hellhounds would die, and the stronger hellhounds would have a full meal. Facing the incoming Cerberus, Ugly Monkey did not panic at all. He lightly shifted his feet and swung his sword in reverse. The sharp blade pierced through the Cerberus' throat. After a painful wail, the Cerberus stopped moving. After doing all this, the Ugly Monkey identified the direction and went into the shadows to explore the front. On the other side, in Mordor City, Soren had been watching the Ugly Monkey's every move. This was a very good believer. He was sophisticated and had a lot of experience. From the way he dealt with the hellhound just now, it could be seen that the Ugly Monkey had a deep understanding of how to deal with the enemy. If it was an inexperienced rogue, the hellhound would have summoned its companions. Exploring the Kingdom of Dread was a very difficult task. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no other way, Soren wouldn't send his best believer. During this time, he needed to keep an eye on the Ugly Monkey's movements until the other party entered the Kingdom of Dread. After entering the Kingdom of Dread, Soren would have to pay a little divine power if he wanted to observe everything with the Ugly Monkey's research. Mordor City. Laboratory. Today was a very normal day for Alice until a visitor came to her door. It was a woman covered in a large cloak. There was a dagger on each side of her slender and strong thighs. After she arrived at Alice's residence, she untied the cloak on her body, and then a beautiful face was revealed. This woman's appearance was very beautiful, but different from the women in the southern part of the continent. She had very obvious Eastern female features, a high nose, amber pupils, and a special flame emblem. Nightingale?" There was a trace of surprise and joy on Alice's face. She stepped forward and hugged the woman in front of her. Softly, she asked, "Why are you here?" The woman called Nightingale looked around, then smiled at Alice and said, "It seems like you're doing well here." "Indeed. Compared to the desert shrouded in chaotic energy, this place is more suitable for your research." Alice's expression turned a little awkward when she heard the other party's words. No matter what, she was once a subordinate of the Eastern Empress. Although she wasn't as loyal to the Eastern Empress as the others, leaving like this was indeed a bit wrong. Nightingale looked at the other party's expression and smiled. "Don't worry. Her Excellency Dongfang Empress did not blame you. I came to Mordor City to deal with another matter." Nightingale's identity was very special. She was the most trusted bodyguard of the Eastern Crown Princess, a legendary dancer and assassin. She usually protected the Eastern Crown Princess. This time, she definitely didn't come to Mordor City for a vacation. There must be something important for her to deal with. Alice looked at the other party doubtfully. Since Nightingale came in person, something important must have happened in the Eastern Kingdom. Nightingale found a seat and sat down. Then she said softly, "What do you think of His Excellency Soren, the owner of Mordor City?" His Excellency Soren. Alice's expression was a little dignified. Although the other party hadn't said the reason yet, she felt that things were not that simple. So, after thinking for a while, she slowly said, "It's hard to comment on this excellency in words. But there is no doubt that he is a very outstanding, powerful, and charming excellency. He values order and rules, and he built the glorious Mordor City in just a few years. It's hard to comment on such a character in a few words, but there is no doubt that he is definitely the most outstanding man in the world." Nightingale fell into silence. After a while, she whispered, "Values order and rules? Is that so? How does he treat his allies?" "Allies?" Alice fell into silence when she heard the words. She thought for a while and said, "Allies? His Excellency Soren values promises very much, so if he is an ally, he should also abide by his promises, right? Did something happen?" Nightingale sighed and said, "Yes. Her Excellency the Eastern Princess is in trouble." The ancient evil appeared. Although the monks managed to invite the legendary cloud-climbing monk to seal the terrifying ancient demonic creature, the cloud-climbing monk was still a cloud-climbing monk. But many places in the Eastern Kingdom were still polluted. The entire southern part of the Eastern Kingdom had no harvest under the magic of the ancient evil, and the polluted land could not survive at all. Later, a lot of things happened. The Eastern Princess was forced to take down the islands in the East Sea. Now, the entire Eastern Kingdom and the ports in the south are under our control. Alice frowned when she heard the words. She quickly grasped the key point and murmured, "The ports in the entire East Sea are under your control. Including the Wave Sand Island and the Black Reef Island?" Nightingale nodded and said, "Yes." Alice frowned even more, and said in a low voice, "You killed all the original allies of His Excellency Soren?" "Yes." Nightingale said frankly. Then, she thought for a while and said, "These evil guys don't care about the life and death of others." After the ancient evil appeared in the Eastern Kingdom, Her Excellency the Eastern Princess expressed that she was willing to pay a certain price in exchange for their material assistance. But I didn't expect them to be so greedy, and even their leader had excessive thoughts about Her Excellency the Eastern Princess. Then, "Let's kill all of them," said Ji Futian. The Eastern Kingdom was similar to the city-state model. There was no real kingdom in the entire Eastern Kingdom. Many cities were ruled by secular forces, monasteries, and nobles. The existence of the Eastern Princess was like the queen of the central city-state. She secretly controlled about 1/3 of the Eastern Kingdom, and she also had her own forces in many cities. Alice thought for a while and said, "You came here in person this time to replace those original people as partners of Mordor City?" Nightingale shook her head and said, "Not just Mordor City. My mission this time is to get the recognition of His Excellency Soren. Her Excellency the Eastern Princess hopes that we can become allies of a true god." Alice looked at the other party and said, "When did this happen?" Nightingale seemed to know what she was asking, and immediately said, "A few days ago. At present, the fleet of Mordor City should not have returned yet. Don't worry. We didn't attack them. We know the severity of this kind of thing. The news should not have been sent back yet. I came here first, and there was an official messenger sent by Her Excellency the Eastern Princess. Alice thought for a while and then said, "What do you need me to do?" Nightingale smiled and said softly, "Help us persuade His Excellency Soren and let him accept our control of the East Sea. We won't change any of the rules he set. It's just that we will be responsible for all the trade in the Eastern Kingdom in the future. His Excellency Soren will just change a partner, and nothing else will change." Alice let out a sigh of relief and said softly, "If that's all, I can try to help." "Have those people been dealt with?" Nightingale nodded and said, "They've all been dealt with. Don't worry. We won't be careless about this kind of thing. For an evil god, there are some rules that he cares about very much. We won't make such a low-level mistake." Alice thought about it seriously and said, "That's good. You come with me tomorrow to meet His Excellency Soren. This matter must be dealt with, otherwise, if Mordor City is angered, the consequences will definitely be more serious than you think." The next day. Today, Soren received very bad news early in the morning. The news came from the Eastern Kingdom, and the content was related to Soren's past partners. The allies who had formed an alliance with him, the monk organization and the leader of the Ronin who controlled the coastline of the Eastern Kingdom, were all wiped out overnight. The coastline trade of the entire Eastern Kingdom came to a halt. Although the fleet of Mordor City was not attacked, this matter could be big or small. The key was to see what the people who replaced the original people in charge of the eastern coastline thought. Soren would never allow the eastern route to be interrupted, so if necessary, he would personally send a fleet to the Eastern Kingdom and directly bring the eastern coastline into his own control. "My lord. Lady Alice wants to see you." Just as Soren put down the information in his hand, the voice of the guard came from outside the door. Soren raised his eyebrows and said, "Let her in." He had just received the news, and Alice took the initiative to visit him. It seemed that this matter was related to the Eastern Princess. Looking at the entire Eastern Kingdom, only the monastery and the Eastern Princess had the ability to eliminate his former allies overnight. "Your Excellency Soren." Alice's figure quickly appeared in front of Soren, but there was another female figure next to her. An Oriental dancer. She was also a very good assassin. After Soren glanced at the other party, he knew the identity and profession of the other party. The Great Shadow Lord. The Oriental dancer on the side stepped forward slightly and bowed. She didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but her full breasts and cleavage were exposed in front of Soren. She raised her head and smiled, "My name is Nightingale. I am the personal guard of Your Excellency the Eastern Princess. I came to Mordor City this time for the change of the owner of the East Coast. We are not hostile. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Your Excellency, the Eastern Princess sent me first. In a few days, there will be an envoy of the Eastern Princess officially arriving." So it was the Eastern Princess who made a move. Soren frowned slightly when he heard the words. Seeing his frown, Alice and Nightingale next to him couldn't help but be nervous because this was a terrible true god. Once he was angry, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Soren paused for a moment, then his eyes fell on Alice next to him. Then he withdrew his gaze and said lightly, "Sit down and talk." It seemed that he had made the right bet. When Nightingale saw Soren's expression, she knew that her decision was right. It was a wise choice to find Alice before meeting Soren officially. Or else. At this moment, Soren's attitude towards her would definitely not be so friendly. Soren was very angry. But he also had his own concerns. After glancing at Alice next to him, he nodded with a cold expression and said to Nightingale in front of him, "I see. Let Princess Dongfeng come and talk to me in person." Hearing Soren's words, Nightingale had a lot of things that she wanted to say. She didn't even have time to say the conditions that she thought were very good. At this time, Alice gently pulled the corner of her clothes and shook her head. At this time, Nightingale understood that the whole thing was not a matter of whether the conditions were good or not, but something more serious. There were some things that she didn't understand, but Alice, who was beside her, already knew. When Solon opened his mouth, Alice heard an unquestionable tone from his mouth. "That's good. Nightingale bowed respectfully to Soren, then said, "I'll pass the news to Princess Dongfeng immediately." After that, Alice pulled Nightingale away. Before walking out of the room, Alice turned to look at Soren, then bowed slightly to express her gratitude. As a smart person, she knew very well that Soren's attitude today was completely because of her existence. She couldn't refuse Nightingale because Princess Dongfeng had raised her. Many dancers were orphans raised by Princess Dongfeng since childhood, and Alice was one of them. Soren's behavior this time was tantamount to helping her return the favor, and then she had to make a decision, that was, to really belong to Mordor City, or to still side with Princess Dongfeng in her heart. Arcane Tower, Astrology Platform. Gloria looked at the information sent in front of her, then looked up at Soren, and whispered, "You made the right decision. Mordor City doesn't have much spare power to control the Eastern Kingdom now. The Windspear Hills and the South Coast have already restrained half of our forces. Even if we take down the East Coast, we have no spare power to control it." Gloria said to control, not to occupy the East Coast. With the strength of Mordor City, it was not difficult to send troops to the East Coast, but occupying did not mean ruling. The energy and manpower needed to control the East Coast were unimaginable, and there were also differences in civilization and the power of the local nobles. If they wanted to completely control the East Coast, Mordor City must send a fallen witch-level existence to personally guard the East Coast, but at present, this was impossible. This was also Soren's biggest concern. The energy of Mordor City could not be controlled by the Eastern Kingdom, and he did not have the spare energy to control the territory thousands of miles away. Hearing Gloria's words, Soren remained silent. What he was thinking about was the Eastern Empress concubine, because she was a very powerful and ambitious mortal. The Eastern Empress concubine was like another Princess Royal, but she was more dangerous than the Princess Royal. This danger was not because of her strength, but because the Eastern Empress concubine had great ambition. If Soren remembered correctly, she wanted to become the Empress of the Eastern Kingdom, just like Empress Isabella. Note, Empress Isabella claimed to be a descendant of the Thorium Empire and once controlled 2/3 of the land in the south. This matter could be big or small, but the key was how Soren defined it. If this matter was defined as a provocation to Soren, then this matter would be a big deal. It would threaten the status and rule of Mordor City, and it would make many enemies eager to make a move. But if this matter was defined as another person wanting to replace someone else as a partner of Mordor City, then the impact of this matter would be much smaller, and it would not cause Soren's camp to deviate. That was why Soren asked the Eastern Empress concubine to come and talk to him in person. This was a very important issue. Otherwise, he would have to reconsider his attitude towards the East Coast. Although the group of people who were eliminated were not Soren's subordinates, they had signed an alliance agreement with him after all. Gloria gently lifted her long hair, walked to Soren's side, held his hand, and slowly said, "For us, Alice is more important than the Eastern Sea route. The golem's cooperative combat ability is being studied. Alice's value is far beyond the Eastern Sea route. This matter may be an opportunity to let her join us completely." As the mistress of Mordor City, Gloria needed to consider a lot of things, and now she grasped the most important point, that was Alice's position in this matter. Soren was stunned when he heard that. Although he dealt with this matter because of Alice, he did not consider her as important. "She is very important." Gloria met Soren's gaze and explained, "She has mastered a lot of important knowledge about Mordor City. If this knowledge is brought to others, it will definitely create a threat to Mordor City. Although you brought her back, she doesn't really belong to Mordor City yet. We must use this matter to make her express her stance and make her stay in Mordor City completely." Golem Factory. This had always been Alice's responsibility. Her field of research also included the production of golem puppets. Soren didn't know the value, but Gloria knew very well that Alice already had the ability to build a golem factory independently. This alone meant that she couldn't leave Mordor City. "Okay." Soren nodded and said, "I will take care of this matter." Gloria smiled and shook her head, and said softly, "You need to deal with the Eastern Empress concubine. Leave Alice to me. I'll talk to her in person." As a true god, the ruler of Mordor City, Soren was actually not suitable to talk to Alice in person, because this was tantamount to forcing her to express her stance, and there was no room for maneuver. But if Gloria talked to her, then the situation would be eased a lot. As the mistress of Mordor City, Gloria knew this very well, so it was obviously more reasonable for her to talk to Alice. Soren soon realized this. He thought for a moment and said, "Okay. I'll leave it to you to talk to Alice. I will deal with other things in the Eastern Kingdom." Because of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the trade of the Eastern Kingdom had shrunk by about 1/3. Although this money was not a lot, Soren valued the influence of the Eastern Kingdom and Mordor City's ability to control the sea. If the East Coast was out of the control of Mordor City, then the nature of the whole thing would be much more serious. Soren didn't care about the money. Soren didn't care who did business with him. What he cared about was Mordor City's absolute control of the sea, and Mordor City's absolute hegemony over the 4 seas. Mordor City was an island in the sea. If the control of the sea was challenged, then the consequences would become quite serious. P.S. First update. Grandma was discharged from the hospital these 2 days. Futu also caught a cold recently. The matter of changing the owner of the Eastern Sea route was not urgent. Because the news had not reached the south coast so quickly, but this matter could not be handled carelessly because it was related to the ruling power of the city of Mordor. Soren was waiting for the arrival of the Eastern Empress. In this matter, he was actually forcing the Eastern Empress to make a statement and admit defeat. As a mid-level true god, Soren also had the qualifications and strength to do so. The Eastern Empress did not care about him and went to war with the wanderers and monks of the East Coast. This was simply a silent slap to Soren's face. In the alliance agreement, there were offensive and defensive alliances. If it wasn't for the Eastern Crown Princess's discretion in doing things, she would have directly eliminated the other party. Otherwise, if there were still people who could stand up and ask Soren for help, Soren might really have to go to war with the Eastern Crown Princess because of the alliance agreement. There was no alliance agreement without allies. But if the alliance agreement existed, if Soren did not abide by it, it would be a very serious matter, and there might be alignment deviation. Soren needed to deal with this matter properly. However, he also had to force the Eastern Empress to submit and make her come over personally. Otherwise, Sauron's face would definitely be lost. For a true god, the Eastern Empress attacking without warning was tantamount to offending Soren's dignity, and the danger of offending a true god must be paid a price. That was why Soren asked the Eastern Empress to come in person. Soren attached great importance to the contract. As a god of the lawful camp, Soren must personally uphold the rules. The content of the alliance agreement was cooperation, but part of the contract at that time was that if the people of the Eastern Kingdom were attacked and asked for help from Soren, he must help. Similarly, if the city of Mordor was attacked, the wanderers and monks of the Eastern Kingdom must also help. The one who signed the contract with Soren was a monastery of the lawful evil camp. Now that the monastery had been destroyed by the White Cloud sect, and the Eastern Empress had also completely destroyed the wanderers who controlled the overseas islands, there was room for reconciliation. Furthermore, Alice was also involved in this matter, so Soren's current plan was to avoid a war as much as possible. Because the ugly monkey had already found the Dreadlord's divine kingdom today, he was prepared to sneak in tomorrow. Based on the current situation, if the ugly monkey succeeded, Soren would prepare to attack the divine kingdom of fear next month. If they started a war with the Eastern Empress, the attack on the divine nation of fear would have to be delayed, and the losses caused by the war would take time to make up. On the 3rd day, the envoy of the Eastern Empress had arrived. However, Soren did not meet these people. Everyone in Mordor City seemed to ignore them. Even the officials of Mordor City ignored these people and let them stay in the hotel and wait. Soren's words were clear. That was to let the Dongfang Crown Princess come to talk to him personally. Before the Dongfang Crown Princess came to Mordor City, Soren would definitely ignore these messengers. On the same day, Gloria personally went to talk to Alice seriously, and the 2 women talked until late at night. Nightingale didn't know what they were talking about, but when Nightingale went to find Alice the next day, the guards of the mansion told her that Alice had already gone to work on a new experiment. At this time, Nightingale also understood Alice's attitude. She had already helped this time. This was equivalent to repaying the previous favor. Alice could only help this much. The rest of the matters would have to be discussed by the Eastern Crown Princess herself. Although Soren did not know what Gloria had said to Alice, he did not know. But from her attitude, Soren also understood which side Alice had chosen. This way, it was much easier for him to deal with things. At least he didn't have to worry about hurting Alice. Mordor City was actively preparing for war. In this case, as the leader of the Golem factory, Alice couldn't make any mistakes. There was no other way. Nightingale could only send the news to the Eastern Kingdom again. At the same time, she also realized that if the Eastern Empress was not willing to give in, Soren might really send troops to the East Coast. War was something she didn't want to see. Especially after coming to Mordor City in person and witnessing everything new in Mordor City, the powerful military force, and the prosperous economy. Nightingale understood one thing very well. That was, if they really went to war with Mordor City, they didn't even need the evil gods to do it personally. The army of Mordor City alone could defeat them. They were just a group of Oriental dancers. Perhaps each of them was very powerful in a one-on-one fight, but there were very few real troops under the command of the Eastern Empress. If it was just a gang-level struggle, the Oriental dancers would be very terrifying because they were proficient in assassination, disguise, and spying. But if it was a war between countries, the Eastern Empress would probably have to gather most of her strength to be able to withstand a head-on battle with Mordor City. Yes. The biggest feeling Nightingale had after coming to Mordor City was that it was a sea kingdom, and Mordor City was the capital of the entire sea kingdom. The current population of Mordor City was only more than 200,000, but there were more than 30,000 troops stationed there. This was only a small part of it. The fleet guarding Mordor City had more than 10,000 people. The 7th Fleet on Snake Island had more than 6,000 people. There were about 8,000 people stationed in Port Tylon. There were nearly 3 fleets in Shipwreck Bay. Raging Sand Island had gathered 7 or 8 fleets and 3 regular legions. Some time ago, they even had a head-on fight with the Principality of Rossard. Then there were the Guard Fleet in the City of Wealth, the Patrol Fleet in Shipwreck Bay, and the Trade Fleet to and from the West Coast. Before Nightingale came to Mordor City, she would never have imagined that Mordor City had such a terrifying force. And this was only the south coast. It was said that in the north, Arendelle, Mordor City had 3 very powerful fleets. This force was really amazing. Nightingale couldn't imagine how the wealth of Mordor City could supply such a huge army. According to the information she had collected so far, the fleet of Raging Sand Island alone was enough to make them unable to go to sea at all. As for the landing battle, after learning about the Battle of Autumn Fall, Nightingale did not think that her side had much chance of winning. Soren's legendary points were all obtained through fighting. The more she learned about Soren in Mordor City, the more panic Nightingale felt. She sent a message back almost every day. In the past few days in Mordor City, she really realized how terrible Soren was. The expedition to Autumn Fall, the expedition to the West Coast, the expedition to the Southern Island countries, the naval battle in Arendelle, the blockade of the Principality of Rossard, the extermination of the indigenous people, the expedition to Treasure Island, the annexation of the Windspear Hills, everything that Soren had created was like a big net. Just hearing about it already made her a little breathless. The attitude of the Eastern Princess had not been expressed yet. And Soren could not wait during this period of time. He personally went to the Southern Principality and prepared to visit the goddess of agriculture alone. He needed her help. And he also believed that the goddess of agriculture needed his help. Soren needed to formally sign a very important alliance agreement with the other party, and this agreement was not confidential, but an alliance that was directly announced to the gods. About this point, Soren must come up with enough sincerity and price to impress the goddess of agriculture. P.S. Second update. Please recommend me. The goddess of agriculture was a very special existence among the gods. First of all, she was the daughter of Mother Gaia, so she had a special status in the natural god system. Because the greater gods of the natural god system had fallen or left, the entire natural god system was dominated by the goddess of forest and the goddess of agriculture. The goddess of forest was the daughter of Father Oak, and the goddess of spring water and peace was her sister, but served the goddess of agriculture. The aforementioned goddess of unicorn was her mount in battle. The goddess of forest and ranger had always been the one to maintain the status of the natural pantheon. Even if she was only a mid-level god, no powerful enemy would dare to ignore her. This was because part of the power of Father Oak had been inherited by his daughter, the goddess of forest, Marikai. The other part of the natural god system was composed of the goddess of agriculture. She represented the peaceful coexistence of nature and intelligent creatures, but of course, the relationship between humans and nature. The existence of agriculture balanced the plundering and destruction of the natural world by humans. The teachings of the goddess of agriculture were not completely biased towards humans. She was loved by the Druids because she hoped to develop agriculture to reduce humans' demands on the natural world. If agriculture could meet most of the basic needs, then the destruction of nature and forests by humans would be reduced a lot. At present, this was correct because in places where the goddess of agriculture had a wide influence, agriculture was more developed. People reduced their demands on nature and forests, and more wealth was created from the land. Half of the goddess of agriculture belonged to the natural god system, and the other half belonged to the human god system. Her existence was special because of the relationship between Mother Gaia and the god of light. Although her combat power was not clear, no one would easily provoke her. Soren needed her support. This was because both Mother Gaia and the god of light were powerful gods. At present, Mother Gaia was still sleeping, but this ancient god could wake up at any time, and her strength was not to be underestimated. The Southern Principality. This was a fertile land near the south coast, and it had more fertile land than Amber City and Whiterun. The entire Southern Principality was crossed by 2 rivers. The goddess of agriculture was the dominant god of this land, and her subordinate gods included the goddess of spring water and peace, the goddess of river, the goddess of sprouts, and so on. These gods originally served Mother Gaia, and then after Mother Gaia retired, they followed the new goddess of agriculture. Many large granaries can be seen in the territory of the goddess of agriculture. This was the largest source of food in the entire material plane. Almost 70% of the food trade in the south was provided by this place. The believers and priests of the goddess of agriculture had built a large number of barns to store food. The amount of food stored here exceeded that of any kingdom on the continent. However, although she was a god of good alignment, the goddess of agriculture also had her own limitations. She did not have much ability to mobilize the food here. She could control the resources in the church, but the wealth of the believers was not under her control. Therefore, even if there were refugees everywhere, the goddess of agriculture did not have the spare energy to help. This was exactly the opposite of Soren's control of the city of Mordor. In the Southern Principality, it was the secular forces, manor owners, nobles, and chambers of commerce that dominated the Southern Principality. They were willing to serve and believe in the goddess of agriculture, but if they were asked to take out their accumulated wealth to help others, these people might all turn against them in minutes. However, even so, the number of refugees in the Southern Principality was the smallest. The nobles formed an army to guard against evil creatures and prevent refugees from entering this fertile land. The entire Southern Principality's farming was 2-season, which was incomparable to the outer islands. Almost every town and village here had an altar and temple of the goddess of agriculture. After every harvest, a grand harvest festival would be held here. Soren's destination was Harvest City. A city protected by the goddess of agriculture should also be the most beautiful city in the material plane. This was a garden-like city. Soren saw many beautiful manors before he got close. These manors were almost planted with many flowers and plants. It looked like a retro-futuristic city green, but it was much more harmonious and beautiful. This was where the true believers of the goddess of agriculture were. They were called herders by the outside world. Most of them were gardeners, farmers, and droll. They pursued the balance of nature and agriculture. Although they served for farming, they still loved nature. The biggest difference in this city was that all the fertile land would not be transformed into farmland. Along the way, Soren saw many fertile fields, but they were transformed into beautiful gardens by these people. He had to say, the goddess of agriculture did create a dreamlike garden city in the material plane. Soren walked on the wide and flat road. He was observing the entire Harvest City, and through this observation, the goddess of agriculture's truest thoughts, just like the order, rules, and promises of Mordor City. That was Soren's true thoughts, so it extended to the interior of Mordor City. It was difficult for people who ignored the order to survive in Mordor City. This was the influence of the gods on the secular world. This city also represented the idea of the goddess of agriculture. Because the gods had their own ideas, and this idea was first fed back to the core territory controlled by the church. It seems that the goddess of agriculture advocates the balance of nature and agriculture. Soren watched all this silently. He could feel the calmness and peace of the goddess of agriculture. She did not want to turn her back on nature, but she could not bear to be hostile to human beings, so she tried to act as a balancer among them. This land retained the beauty of nature. Unlike other places in the southern principality, most of the fertile land had been transformed into farmland as much as possible. There were dense and beautiful forests, small and exquisite gardens, and granaries erected next to the village. In the distance, there were dug rivers and streams. This was a beautiful land. To some extent, it was more beautiful than Mordor City, but Soren felt that it was a bit unreal, especially under the shadow of the Avatar crisis. After seeing the destroyed Amber City and the defeated Whiterun City, he felt that all of this was like a castle in the air. Many people gathered in the village ahead. Soren approached like a traveler and observed for a while. These people were holding a wedding. Holding a wedding on a freshly plowed field was a very ancient tradition that had been maintained since the time of Mother Earth. Some devout believers would hold a wedding on the freshly plowed land, and then the newlyweds would spend their first night here in the evening. This was an ancient tradition that had been passed down for thousands of years because they could get the blessing of Mother Earth and let their children multiply. The Church of the Goddess of Agriculture still maintained this ancient tradition. The wedding of the couple was presided over by a priest, and the wedding banquet was held next to the field. When night fell, the newlyweds would make their beds on the freshly plowed land, and then they would spend their first night here to get the blessing of Mother Earth. Nature and human beings. This was a difficult problem to reconcile. The conflict between Mother Gaia and Father Oak was because Mother Gaia turned her preference to humans and began to protect agriculture, causing the relationship between the two greater gods to be cold. In the end, a group of believers who served Mother Nature, known as the True Forms, who worshipped the wild and nature of the Druids, began to switch allegiance to the gods of other nature pantheons. For now, these true images served the goddess of the forest. Soren's arrival couldn't be hidden from the goddess of agriculture, so when he entered Harvest City, the main temple located in the center of the city immediately sent out a large number of priests. Because the Church of the Goddess of Agriculture had many characteristics of motherhood, fertility, and femininity, most of the priests were female members. They gathered in groups to welcome Soren's arrival, sprinkling fragrant flower petals on both sides of the garden, and then respectfully led Soren all the way to the temple. No matter what, the visit of a true god was very significant, so these priests used the grandest welcoming ceremony. The temple of the goddess of agriculture was like a beautiful hanging garden. Even as a true god, Soren couldn't help but be shocked when he first saw it, because everything in front of him really did look like the legendary Hanging Garden of Babylon. The whole temple was shrouded in the beauty of humanity and nature. The two balanced and complemented each other, supporting everything in front of him like a dreamy kingdom. There were a large number of believers here, and each believer's face was full of happiness and reverence. It could be seen that their life was very good, because the residents of Mordor only had a proud smile on their faces, not such a calm and happy smile. Soren was invited all the way to the deepest part of the temple. There was a beautiful priest waiting for him there, and then the priest took Soren into a private kingdom. This was a half-bit wall. A beautiful half-bit wall attached to the temple looked like a huge garden, with countless strange flowers and plants blooming in it. In front of it, there was a delicate vine rocking chair, and the goddess of agriculture was wearing a white dress, sitting quietly on it, watching Soren's arrival. "Welcome to my kingdom." The goddess of agriculture stood up and walked slowly. She came in front of Soren and gently twisted the corner of her dress, then bowed her head slightly and smiled. "What do you think of what I've seen along the way, Sir Soren?" She had already noticed Soren's visit. Soren bowed slightly, then held the goddess of agriculture's hand with his palm, leaned over and kissed the back of her hand gently, but it was just a kiss, and he didn't really touch the other party. Since the goddess of agriculture used the ancient etiquette, he naturally responded to the ancient knight etiquette. In this etiquette, kissing the back of the hand was just a symbol. The most orthodox ceremony was to never touch the skin of the woman because it was very rude. Of course. This etiquette evolved to the point where he really kissed her. Soren looked up and met the goddess of agriculture's eyes, and said calmly, "It's beautiful. It's natural. But it's also illusory." Hearing Soren's words, the goddess of agriculture's face changed instantly. There was a trace of displeasure on the goddess of agriculture's face. She had sacrificed a lot for her beliefs, and Soren's words obviously had a trace of negation to all of this. If it were other gods with a more violent temper, they would have already turned hostile, but she was the goddess of agriculture after all. At this moment, she just quietly looked at Soren, waiting for him to say what he was going to say next. The goddess of agriculture thought that Soren would say a lot of things. But Soren did not do so. He just smiled and sat on the recliner in front of the goddess of agriculture, and said calmly, "You should have been to other places, right?" The goddess of agriculture frowned slightly when she heard this. Soren looked at the beautiful scenery around him and smiled. "It's really good here. Much more beautiful than my country. I've traveled to many places along the way, and some cities have been completely destroyed. Countless people have been displaced, and many people are starving. North of the Agate River, you can see piles of bones everywhere, both human and other creatures. The peace and beauty here is only because the manor owners and nobles have stopped the refugees from approaching. They have been turned away and blocked on the other side of the river." Soren sighed softly and then said, "I don't deny your ideas. It's just that everything you want to create can't be created with the current foundation of civilization in the material plane. If it's just a small place, you should be able to realize your ideas here. But this is only the southern duchy, an insignificant place in the whole continent, and a very small piece of land in the material plane." The area of the southern duchy was not as large as the south coast. It was about 1/30 of the continent's area, and an even more insignificant place in the whole material plane. Arendelle was more than 3 times larger than this place. The influence of the goddess of agriculture had always been limited to this land, and as long as she left this land, her influence would decline sharply. "What are you trying to say?" The goddess of agriculture's tone was a little unhappy. Soren looked up and met her gaze, and said seriously, "You have the most believers in the material plane, and you have also inherited the priesthood of Mother Earth. But have you ever thought about why you haven't been able to advance to a great divine power until now?" Yes. The goddess of agriculture had always been a mid-level divine power. Although she had the most believers in the material plane, the power of her godhead still hadn't improved. If Soren only had a few 100,000 followers, then the goddess of agriculture had at least a few million followers. Almost every race related to agriculture had her followers, but such a large number of followers was still not enough for her to become a greater divine power. The reason was very simple. Although the believers of the goddess of agriculture were huge, the quality was not up to standard. Farmers were the ones who believed in the goddess of agriculture the most. This was a very large base, but this base also meant that their faith was not devout enough. Every farmer would pray to the goddess of agriculture before sowing and harvesting, but that was it. There were too many pan-religious farmers, and it was impossible for 10 pan-religious farmers to lose out to one more devout believer. The goddess of agriculture's priesthood and her church's practices made it impossible for her to cultivate enough fanatics. Therefore, even if she had a large base, the number of fanatics she had was probably less than 1/10 of Soren's. This was also the reason why the goddess of agriculture had not been able to level up for so long. Other than the territory of Harvest City, her church could not fully control the southern duchy. Hearing Soren's words, the goddess of agriculture could not help but fall into deep thought. Soren continued, "I've been to many places along the way, and I can see that although there are your shrines everywhere, these manor owners and nobles only know how to ask for your help. They believe in you not because they really worship you, but because you can bring them a good harvest. I heard that several oracles of the church have been rejected by the nobles recently." The goddess of agriculture had issued an oracle to accept refugees from the outside world, but this oracle was disobeyed and was not carried out at all. The goddess of agriculture's expression was a little uneasy. She said in a cold voice, "Why are you here? Are you just mocking me?" Soren shook his head. He stood up and walked in front of the goddess of agriculture, then stretched out his hand and said softly, on the contrary, I'm here to seek cooperation, and to help you become a greater divine power. Help me, the goddess of agriculture looked at Soren in confusion. Soren's priesthood was very different from hers. She did not know how Soren could help her. Civilization. Soren seemed to see the doubts in her heart and said slowly, only a strong enough civilization can change all of this. Without enough civilization as a foundation, ignorance and barbarism will never be able to realize your ideals. And I can help you do this. The goddess of agriculture laughed and said with a hint of sarcasm, civilization? The civilization of the Arcane Empire? No. Soren shook his head and said, it's more rational than the Arcane Empire. What I want to create is a more harmonious civilization, a peaceful coexistence between man and nature. Although I haven't done it yet, I have seen to what extent I can eventually achieve in the future. The goddess of agriculture fell into deep thought. After a long time, she looked up and said softly, what do you want? What are you going to pay? Soren looked into her eyes and said seriously, I need you to form a real alliance with me. And what I'm paying is a vow. A vow? The goddess of agriculture looked up with great interest and said, what vow? Soren smiled and said seriously, in the name of the true God, I vow to protect agriculture. Surprise. The goddess of agriculture looked up in surprise and suddenly chuckled playfully, are you going to vow to fight for me? Soren shook his head. He said seriously, I vow to protect agriculture. To maintain the agriculture civilization. Any existence that destroys or threatens the agriculture civilization will be my enemy. I will help you promote agriculture, protect agriculture, and develop agriculture. I will be your staunchest ally and fight for you when agriculture is threatened. The goddess of agriculture was silent. After a while, she looked at Soren with hesitation and murmured, are you serious? It wasn't that she doubted everything Soren said, but she still couldn't believe it. Because a god of the order evil alignment, an evil god who controlled the power of death and slaughter, would actually agree with agriculture so much. Soren couldn't deceive her with lies, but because it was the truth, she was even more surprised. Agriculture is the cornerstone of everything. Soren nodded slowly and reached out his hand to the goddess of agriculture again, and said calmly, I'm serious. A smile appeared on her face. The goddess of agriculture quietly looked at Soren in front of her, and then a smile appeared on her beautiful face. She gently held Soren's hand and said slowly, okay. I promise you. All this time, the goddess of agriculture didn't have a real fighting god. Whether it was the goddess of spring water and peace, the goddess of river, or the goddess of sprouts, none of these gods under the goddess of agriculture could fight. The agriculture civilization itself was very fragile, and it just so happened that it needed a strong power to protect it. War would destroy agriculture, plunder would destroy agriculture, tyranny would destroy agriculture, and almost all kinds of disasters would bring a heavy blow to agriculture. This was also why the goddess of agriculture could only live in one place. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she didn't have the ability to expand. Prosperous agriculture was almost always driven by social order, and when turmoil came, agriculture would inevitably weaken. Soren's vow meant that he would fight to protect the agriculture civilization. From now on, all races related to nomadic fishing and hunting would be hostile to him, and tyranny, chaos, turmoil, and war were also enemies he needed to fight against, because these would also destroy agriculture. Soren's vow meant that he would face all the enemies of the goddess of agriculture. A golden light appeared. When Soren and the goddess of agriculture reached a contract, the golden light of divinity had spread, and almost all the gods knew that they had signed an oath of alliance. Although the two gods didn't announce the content of the oath, this kind of oath that all the gods could sense was at least at the level of the pantheon, which meant that they could only make an oath in the name of a true god. At the same time, a short oath also echoed in the ears of the other gods. In the true name of Soren, I swear to protect agriculture. It was a very simple sentence. But the chain reaction was huge. Almost in the blink of an eye, in all the temples that worshipped and served Soren in the entire material plane, there was suddenly an additional wheat emblem. And in all the temples related to the goddess of agriculture, the emblem representing Soren also appeared in them. An alliance of attack and defense, this was the highest level oath of the gods, which meant that the two gods had become the strongest allies. In the half-plane, a divine light appeared, and then a woman with beautiful long hair like a waterfall appeared in front of Soren. She first bowed slightly to the goddess of agriculture, and then smiled and saluted to Soren. Lord Shadow. Goddess of spring water and peace, Idas, a lesser god, and also a god of the goddess of agriculture. The most hostile god was the god of the hunt, Malor. Perhaps because Malor died in the hands of Soren, she was very friendly to Soren. Then, the light of two other gods appeared. After Soren and the goddess of agriculture made an oath, her three gods arrived immediately. The figures of the river goddess and the sprout goddess appeared in the half-plane. They nodded slightly to Soren, and then turned to look at the goddess of agriculture in confusion. All of this was completely unexpected. No one would have thought that Soren and the goddess of agriculture would suddenly make such a high-level alliance. The three goddesses appeared in the half-bit wall. However, unlike the friendly attitude of the goddess of spring water and the goddess of peace, the river goddess had a cold expression, while the sprout goddess was a little hostile towards Soren. The sprout goddess, Xianxia, was an amiable goddess. She often danced and played in the forest, and when she did not have to take care of the little ones in the forest, she played with the forest creatures. Her voice was very deep and resonant, and she was very fond of retorting in conversation with intelligent replies, often with a little coarse insinuation. Her appearance looked like a half-goat, but she had more mysterious and unfathomable characteristics than the latter. This goddess was a member of the natural god system. Legend had it that she was the embodiment of the collective spirituality of the forest spirits. She used to serve Melikai together with the unicorn goddess, but later turned to the goddess of agriculture for some reason. Judging from her embodiment, the sprout goddess was about 1.75 meters tall. Her upper body was that of a beautiful woman wearing an emerald green robe. Her lower body was similar to the legs of a goat, and there was a pair of small antelope horns on her forehead. This weak goddess was in charge of the fertility of the forest, as well as many areas related to the forest. After joining the goddess of agriculture, she was actively trying to obtain the fertility priesthood in agriculture. Soren thought for a while and understood why she was a little hostile towards him. It was because Saruman's priesthood seemed to conflict with hers. In the eyes of the other gods, Saruman was obviously an existence that Soren was preparing to cultivate as a god. This is the Shadow Lord, His Excellency Soren. The goddess of agriculture stood up with a smile and said to the three goddesses in front of her, "From today onwards, he is our most important ally." As the main god of a god system, the goddess of agriculture had her own authority. She seemed to be trying to ease the current atmosphere, and the other goddesses also understood this. So under the leadership of the goddess of spring water, the other three goddesses bowed to Soren to show their respect. In terms of divine power level, the three of them together were no match for Soren. Moreover, the goddess of agriculture did not have any fighting gods at all. It was completely dependent on the golden thighs of Mother Earth and the god of light that they could maintain their current influence. However, the goddess of agriculture did not want to always rely on her parents. She hoped that as a true god, she could walk her own path. Since everyone is here. Soren's expression was very calm. He did not care about the rejection and wariness of the goddesses, because time would prove everything. He said slowly, as an ally, "I have prepared some plans and gifts for you that can help you increase your divine power." Now that the material plane was becoming more and more turbulent, and the four elemental overgods had appeared, the devils of hell were also becoming restless. "I think all of you should be interested in hearing my plan." The three goddesses were puzzled when they heard this, but they still sat down nearby. With a gentle wave of the goddess of agriculture's hand, the flowers and vines on the ground automatically formed three elegant and comfortable rattan chairs. "This is the Wind Spear Hills." Soren waved his hand, and a hologram appeared in front of him. The hologram was the actual scene of the Wind Spear Hills. This was the result of the fallen witch's recent research, and it was combined with the high priest's 3D image. The arcane tower circled around the Wind Spear Hills, scanning and recording the entire map. Soren pointed to the overlooking map of the land in front of him and said, "The Wind Spear Hills is a very fertile land. There are 2 rivers running through this land. From the map, it can be seen that there are still many places in this land that have not been reclaimed. If all these areas in the south are operated, it can support at least 500,000 people. For now, there are about 400,000 refugees on the south coast. Some of them have moved to the island of Moder, but there are still a large number of refugees near the Principality of Rossard and the City of Wealth. I plan to gather all of them and then gather them to the Wind Spear Hills to reclaim the land. The City of Moder will provide the necessary materials and help for this. In accordance with the oath I made, I will also station troops at the border. Turmoil brings destruction and destruction. I am ready to help these mortals rebuild their homes. And this matter also needs your help. I hope you can send priests to the Wind Spear Hills to assist in this matter. Also, recently, the City of Moder will hold a grand harvest festival. The scale may reach about 200,000 people. If there is no problem, I hope to make this festival one of the most important festivals in the City of Moder. In the future, there will be a corresponding celebration every year for the harvest. Soren finished his words. The several goddesses present could not help but have their eyes lit up. Soren's plan was not very attractive, but the number he proposed was very tempting. Hundreds of thousands of refugees in one breath. In this desperate situation, as long as there was a little guidance from the priests, these people would become devout believers. Soren asked them to send priests. Obviously he was willing to give up a large number of these people as their believers. Unlike Soren's priesthood, these goddesses' priesthoods were closely related to ordinary people. Most of Soren's priesthoods were related to professions. Such a large number was enough to increase their believers by a large number. The goddess of agriculture was more interested in the harvest festival. A celebration with a scale of 200,000 people was not common in the material plane, because the population was limited. Although Harvest City was lively and bustling, in fact, the total population was only around 100,000. Any more and the beautification of the whole city would be ruined. Too many people meant that eating, drinking, and shitting would seriously pollute the city's environment. A harvest festival of 200,000 people was enough to provide a large amount of divine power for the goddess of agriculture. At the same time, if this festival became a legal festival in the City of Moder, it meant that Soren officially allowed the goddess of agriculture and her church to enter the sphere of influence of Moder and become an officially and legally recognized church organization. The benefits involved were obviously very tempting. There is no problem with sending priests. But how can you ensure that the cultivated land will not be destroyed? Goddess Xianxia suddenly said. Soren glanced at her and slowly said, I will station about 50,000 troops in the Wind Spear Hills, including some of the main forces of Moder City and the properly trained militia. If there is a war, troops can be sent from Snake Island and Port Tylon at any time. At first, this plan was just to settle them down and let them have land to farm and ensure that they can support themselves. It will take about 10 years to complete it completely. At that time, the Avatar crisis would be over. Soren thought so in his heart. The purpose of developing the Wind Spear Hills was to hoard enough people. It didn't need to be planned as well as Moder City. He just needed to ensure that the population here would continue to flow and no one would starve to death. Soren's purpose was to pull the goddess of agriculture onto his pirate ship first. When the Avatar crisis was over, naturally, he could plan whatever he wanted. Yes. The goddess of agriculture spoke at this time, smiled and nodded to Soren and said, I can send a group of priests at any time. I also believe that you have the ability to protect agriculture. But I also have a request. Soren raised his head and said, What request? The goddess of agriculture drew a circle on the map, which was about 3,000 square kilometers, including the fertile land upstream of the river and a large area of dense forest, and said seriously, all this land belongs to our church. Secular and church. It seemed that the goddess of agriculture had also learned her lesson. She knew very well that she could not have enough influence in the southern principality because the church itself did not have much land. These lands belonged to nobles and merchants. The goddess of agriculture only had influence but no decision-making power. She was ready to make some changes in her heart, but in order to do so, she must also have certain resources in the secular world. What Soren did in Moder City made her want to test it herself. She wanted to know if more things could be done if the church controlled more resources and power in the secular world. Soren fell into deep thought when he heard this. The other three goddesses also looked thoughtful. Although the gods had great power, most of their influence on the secular world was determined by the church. Soren's behavior was unusual among the gods, because everything he did was a bit similar to at first, and then Soren separated all this, but the influence on the church was quite amazing. Yes. Soren thought seriously and nodded, all these lands belong to your church. But the people still belong to the Wind Spear Hills. It seemed that the goddess of agriculture had also learned her lesson. So what if she was a god? Even if she was powerful and superior? But these good gods couldn't force the mortals to hand over food, wealth, and land, could they? Why was the goddess of agriculture always frustrated? The reason was simple. All the oracles she issued were just words. The church itself did not control the southern duchy, and the final implementation was completely up to the nobles. The goddess of agriculture had a large number of droll and priests, but for a long time, she had been creating wealth for nobles and merchants. The resources of the church itself were actually limited to the vicinity of Harvest City. No resources, no money. Even if the gods wanted to do something, it would be very difficult. The wealth was in their own hands, in the hands of the church, and it was just a matter of saying a word to accept refugees and expand their faith. But if the wealth was in the hands of the nobles and merchants, they would pay to accept refugees and help the church expand its influence. Even the most noble ideals would be able to persuade them. It seemed that the goddess of agriculture had realized that only the resources controlled by the church could be directly mobilized. Other believers, even the nobles who believed in her devoutly, would hesitate to implement it. Hearing that Soren had agreed to the request, the other goddesses' expressions became a lot more friendly. Although the gods didn't care about the wealth of the mortal world, the mortals cared a lot about it. And this large piece of land was enough for them to build another parish. The good gods couldn't just plunder at will. They needed a legitimate way to expand their parish and influence. Perhaps it was because Soren had agreed to their request. The goddesses seemed to be in a good mood. After all, Soren was a guest from afar. The goddess of agriculture thought about it and decided to hold a banquet to entertain him. It was very easy for the gods to hold banquets, and there was no need to bother those mortals at all. As the goddess of agriculture clapped her hands gently, a group of lovely flower fairies flew out of the lush forest in front of her. They were only the size of a palm, like pocket-sized little fairies. These flower fairies brought honey and fruit. The goddess of river picked up a conch and blew towards the river, and more than 10 beautiful water fairies came out. They were holding plates made of beautiful shells, and there were all kinds of aquatic products on them. The goddess of spring water tapped gently on the ground with her snow-white toes, and immediately, a clear and sweet spring water automatically turned into a small fountain, shining with colorful brilliance under the sun. The goddess of sprouts summoned a large group of gorgeous birds, and they played a music movement with all kinds of chirps. Soren was a little stunned. In fact, although he was the owner of Mordor City and a mid-level divine power god, he had never experienced the enjoyment of a god-level god. Many nobles lived much more luxurious lives than him. As for using divine power to hold a banquet, he had never studied a similar spell. Looking at the extremely skillful movements of the goddesses, as if everything was so natural, it was obvious that it was not the first time these goddesses had used similar spells. It seemed that the rumors were true, and the gods of this world were really good at enjoying life. It was said that some gods had also developed the banquet spell. As long as they cast a 6th circle or 7th circle spell, they could automatically create a large amount of wine, food, chairs, and even a garden square out of thin air. Soren felt that if he had time, he should also learn the extra-dimensional mansion spell. The banquet did not take up too much of Soren's time. The goddess of agriculture was a very active person. In the afternoon of the same day, the goddess of agriculture conveyed an oracle to the church, and then many priests and droll in the southern duchy were summoned. There were a large number of priests and droll under the command of the goddess of agriculture. They were good at cultivating plants and were all experienced gardeners and farmers. These people originally served many nobles and merchants, and some of them were manor owners themselves. Under the oracle of the goddess of agriculture, many priests and droll, who were originally aristocratic advisors, came to Harvest City, and then began to go to the Wind Spear Hills under the arrangement of the church. Devout believers would not disobey the oracle, so hundreds of droll and priests set off on the same day. At this time, the nobles of the southern duchy quickly got the news, and they could not sit still. Their harvest, they were completely dependent on the goddess of agriculture. Was a little worried that the goddess of agriculture was dissatisfied with them. So they planned to pay a certain price to keep these priests and druids, but they were soon rejected because the covenant of the gods was not a joke. Since the goddess of agriculture had agreed to Soren's request, it was useless even if these people were willing to pay a higher price. Windspear Hills, Maple City. The light of a teleportation gate appeared. The first to come out was a mature and elegant white-robed priest with the emblem of the goddess of agriculture on her chest. She was a legendary archbishop. The one in charge of receiving her was Adele Isabella, and behind her was another noblewoman who looked somewhat similar to her. Adele nodded slightly to the archbishop in front of her and said in a friendly manner, "My lord has arranged everything. Please come with me, we have arranged temporary accommodations for you in the mayor's mansion. The temple is under construction, and it will be completed in about a week." The first batch of priests had a total of 12 people, all of whom were high-grade priests, led by an archbishop. Then there were 3 other independent droll. Many of the priests of the goddess of agriculture were part-time droll, and they were all experts in controlling plants. The archbishop smiled and nodded, "No hurry. Can you show us around?" Adele Isabella smiled and said, "There's no problem at all. Let's go to the temple area first." The archbishop's purpose was simple. She needed to see the sincerity of Mordor City and its strength. Although the goddess agreed to cooperate with the Shadow Lord, the specific progress of the trial and the number of priests needed to be sent over would depend on the actual situation. A church had its own rules to operate. Unless the value here was amazing, she would not advocate sending a large number of priests from the southern duchy to the Windspear Hills. The temple area. As a city that was not too big, there were only a few temples in the temple area of Maple City, and they were all remodeled. The most obvious one was the temple of the Shadow Lord, then the temple of his god, the Whipping Girl, and then the temple of the goddess of wealth. The other temples were not seen, and the one currently under construction was the temple of the goddess of agriculture. In charge of the construction of the temple was a group of half-elves, including witches. They were responsible for controlling more than 20 clay golems, and most of the physical labor was done by them. The main body of the temple was made of white marble. At present, only the framework of the building was completed, and there were still many open spaces nearby that had not been transformed. This temple covers an area of 5,000 square meters, and 1/3 of it is currently used. Adele smiled and introduced to the group of priests behind her, "We are only responsible for the main framework. How to arrange and transform the temple will be done by you." After all, each temple has different characteristics. The archbishop looked at everything in front of her in surprise. With just a glance, she knew that the cost of building this temple was not cheap. Just the marble alone cost a lot. Even in the southern duchy, such a temple would require at least a bishop to preside over it. After a while, she frowned. She felt that she needed to mobilize people quickly because the temples built by these half-elves were not in line with the beauty of the goddess of agriculture at all. There was no harmonious beauty of balance between nature and people. She said a few words to a droll behind her, and then said to Adele, "Since this is a temple to serve our Lord, we'd better send people to help. This is Master Callie. He knows how to arrange this temple. You have built a lot, but some places are not in line with our Lord's preferences." The characteristic of the city of Mordor was its magnificence. So the specifications of the temple were also based on this, but the temple of the goddess of agriculture was very delicate. The archbishop felt that he should send people to participate in advance, otherwise it would be too troublesome to transform later. "No problem." Adele smiled. Then she took the group to the commercial and residential areas, and finally came to the refugee shed outside, where a large number of refugees had gathered. "For now." Adele pointed to the refugee shed in front of her and said, "We have taken in about 6,000 refugees, all of them with families, which is easier to manage. These people will be used to reclaim the land, and all the tools and seeds will be provided by the city of Mordor. But they need you to send people to take charge of management and teaching. There is a lot of wasteland nearby. As long as it is reclaimed, it should be self-sufficient next year. According to our calculations, the city can expand to the size of 50,000 people. The current population is more than 18,000 people, So we can still take in about 32,000 refugees. A city of 50,000 people. The archbishop and the others looked at each other with a surprised expression, because other cities had about 30,000 people, and 50,000 people was already considered a big city. The fact that the city of Mordor could calculate such a scale meant that they were very confident in the management of the city. Even if it was such a small city, they were confident that they could complete the material deployment and attack of 50,000 people. At the same time, the archbishop also found that many places in the city were being transformed. The most obvious were the sewers and ditches, and the roads near the market were also being repaved. Huh? The archbishop looked around and suddenly said, "Why are there grey dwarfs here?" Not far away, there seemed to be a blacksmith shop. About a dozen grey dwarfs were busy. They were drinking and working, often picking up the jug after a fierce knock. Adele smiled and said, "These are the residents of the city of Mordor. They are blacksmiths who are good at forging. At present, the farming tools for the refugees are made by them. In the future, the weapons of the city guards will also be provided by them. These grey dwarfs will not live in this city. After completing these works, they will return to Mordor. After all." At this point, Adele smiled and pointed out, "This kind of excellent blacksmith is also in high demand in Mordor." The Duergar's weapons were all refined ironware. The city of Mordor seemed to have a lot of steel resources. The archbishop only glanced at them and found that the quality of these farming tools was very good. Most of them were steel rather than pig iron. A priest picked up the weapon and looked at it. He could not help but exclaim, "It is indeed a fine product." The grey dwarfs did not like to deal with outsiders. The bearded grey dwarf just snorted when he heard the words, and then continued to do his own thing. If it were not for the great Shadow Lord's request, they would not have come to this broken place. There was no good wine or super-large furnace here. It was much worse than Mordor. Maple City is expected to recruit 3,000 troops. Adele glanced at the archbishop in front of her and smiled. After all, this is a very special time. So we hope that the Church of Agriculture can also provide some manpower. Of course, we will provide all the weapons and equipment. One word. Rich and powerful, Adele's every word expressed the wealth of Mordor City, as if she didn't care about this expenditure at all. In fact, she did not care, because Soren's plan to lay out the bottomless abyss had already begun to pay off. A steady stream of steel and rare minerals were being imported from the bottomless abyss into Mordor, and this expenditure was just a drop in the bucket. P.S. The first update. Roping in the goddess of agriculture was only part of Soren's plan. After returning from Harvest City, his second target was the already dilapidated City of Wealth. Soren's visit was also a big event for the City of Wealth, but he didn't alert anyone. Instead, he quietly entered the deepest part of the Temple of Wealth. There were 2 saint priests guarding the place. If there was a word to describe the Temple of Wealth, then there was no doubt that it was magnificent. The whole temple looked like it was shining with golden light, and the walls were even inlaid with gems as decorations. However, there shouldn't be any blind thieves coming here, because it was simply suicidal. In the magnificent temple, Soren saw the body of the goddess of wealth. It wasn't surprising that the goddess of wealth was hiding in this city. After all, this was her headquarters. The appearance of the goddess of wealth was that of an elegant and graceful noble lady. She had beautiful blonde hair and wore a light golden lace dress. There was a beautiful huge jade necklace on her full chest and a pebble-sized gem in her hairband. She wore all kinds of expensive jewelry rings on her fingers. Her golden shawl was painted with many patterns, and her boots were made of golden silk that were inlaid with many pearls. She looked like a walking golden beauty with a lot of jewelry. The goddess loved gold. Almost everything she liked had the brilliance of gold and jewelry. For Soren's arrival, the goddess seemed very friendly, at least on the surface. Goddess of Wealth, Joaquin. Almost every goddess of wealth had this name. However, unlike the previous goddess of wealth, the current goddess of wealth was a young and hardworking goddess. She was full of vitality and vigor. She loved wealth very much, not for its value, but for its use. She loved the hustle and bustle of a market, and she loved bargaining. She was in charge of all the transactions on the table and under the table, including legitimate transactions and black market transactions. Although she was interested in carrying out reforms, she sometimes showed a stubborn side, which sometimes caused her to run into some trouble. The goddess of wealth's alignment was absolutely neutral. In other words, the goddess could cooperate with any god, whether it was a good god or an evil god. Devotees of Joaquin traveled all over the world, assisting merchants in their dealings and serving Joaquin shrines in major cities. The shrine of Joaquin was usually the local financing center, currency exchange center, and storage place. They also provided a channel to sell the stolen goods in private. All of their activities were for the sake of obtaining wealth. The clergy of Joaquin were required to pay a quarter of their income to the church and were obligated to invest in profitable businesses run by other devout believers. On the surface, the Church of Joaquin seemed to disdain the use of rumors, monopolies, and hiring bandits to manipulate trade. They criticized these methods and always denied that they had committed them. However, in private, they demanded that their pastors use these methods in the most secretive way, so that no one would suspect that they had anything to do with the church. Being able to accumulate your own wealth was seen as a synonym for success in the church. Of course, the premise was that the money had to be earned through investments and not through improper means. To a certain extent, the philosophy of the Church of Joaquin was very similar to that of modern society, which was the typical worship of money. Wealth was seen as a symbol of success. A person who could make money and have a lot of money could easily achieve a high enough position in the church. The devotees of Joaquin didn't care about the methods, and they also used a lot of dirty tricks, but they still maintained their glamour on the surface. "Welcome," said Wan Yao. The goddess of Joaquin smiled and greeted Soren, and behind her, 5 beautiful Holy Spirit maidens gradually appeared. Lord Shadow. These 5 Holy Spirits were very famous. They were beautiful, powerful, and ambitious women when they were alive. These women were the top merchants, the best diplomats, and also abnormally powerful professionals. They were known as the 5 fierce women when they were alive, and their names were still remembered today: Berensta Therius, Della Isgil, Felicia Galbruce, Helena Xianxia, and Sarila Tai Brantin. They were the most important members of the Church of Joaquin, the Golden. The strength of an old god could be seen from the Holy Spirits behind them. Although the goddess of wealth wasn't very powerful, she had a lot of resources. The 5 maidens quickly arranged a long table and chairs in the temple, and it was almost as luxurious as possible. Pure gold wine glasses and utensils were inlaid with gems, and huge pearls were placed in front of the eyes as decorations. Even the richest king in the mortal world couldn't compare to this. Soren smiled and sat down. He looked at the goddess of Joaquin in front of him and said, "I'm here this time in the hope of forming an alliance with you. Of course. I also have a very good idea to discuss with you." The goddess of Joaquin smiled and looked at Soren with a slightly playful expression. She was a tall and slender beauty, just like the most famous and luxurious lady. She said, "What do you think, Lord Shadow? You have just been to Harvest City, haven't you?" Soren smiled and took the wine glass from the maidservant. He tasted the wine, then smiled and said, "Yes. I have just formed an alliance with the goddess of agriculture." Joaquin's expression was thoughtful. Soren looked at the goddess in front of him and said directly, "I plan to build a bank. A bank in the truest sense of the word. Let's start with Mordor City, so I think Lady Joaquin should be interested in this." Joaquin's expression changed slightly when she heard this. Then, she smiled and said, "I don't know what Lord Soren thinks. If you don't mind, maybe you can tell me." Bank. Just by hearing the name, it must be related to her priesthood. After that, the goddess of wealth waved her hand and signaled the 5 maidservants to leave. Soren thought for a moment, then began to slowly describe. He didn't talk about how to build a bank, but the role of a bank and its future prospects. To some extent, Soren described the bank of the future, a bank that everyone needed, that could be used in any transaction, and a very important role for deposits. The current level of civilization. Most ordinary people didn't have extra wealth, so naturally, it was impossible for them to save money. At most, it was needed by nobles and merchants, but most of the time, they protected themselves. Soren described a different situation. An era where everyone had extra wealth, and everyone needed to save money in a bank. Joaquin listened quietly, but later her expression became more and more excited, as if she had seen the scene described by Soren. She could almost foresee that if all this was achieved, her power would become stronger and stronger, and she would almost certainly enter the realm of great divine power. At this time, Soren proposed an alliance agreement. Without any hesitation, the goddess of wealth simply agreed, because she knew very well that it was impossible to achieve everything described by Soren with her own power. This was a mutually beneficial cooperation. She had what Soren needed, and Soren had what she needed. This alliance was not as strong as the goddess of agriculture's. Soren didn't ask for an alliance agreement because he couldn't trust Joaquin as much as he did the goddess of agriculture, and the goddess of wealth didn't see the real benefits, so she might not be willing to risk everything with Soren. However, unsurprisingly, Soren persuaded her. At least the prospect of everyone having wealth, everyone needing to use a bank, and anyone could become her believer convinced her. The goddess of wealth couldn't resist this temptation at all. If all this could be done, her believers would no longer be limited to merchants, and everyone would be closely related to her clergy. So, the goddess of wealth seemed to be a little impatient. Sir Soren, when will our plan start? Soren smiled and shook his head. No hurry. Building a bank is not an easy task. It requires enough power and credibility. And at present, the mortals haven't accumulated much wealth. From the current situation in the material plane, only Motor, Port Tylon, Shipwreck Bay, and Arendelle have the ability to build a bank. It will take some time to prepare. And we need strong enough armed forces. After all, there are many dragons in the material plane. The biggest trouble in building a bank was nothing else. Yes, it's those damn dragons. These pure-blooded dragons, who couldn't control their brains at the sight of wealth and gold, were definitely the biggest enemies of the bank when they went crazy. Maybe these dragons didn't dare to offend Soren and the goddess of wealth, but when the wealth accumulated to a certain extent, even the ancient dragons might lose their minds. Maybe they weren't opponents of the two gods, but if the bank was opened in other places, these dragons were likely to attack places they couldn't care less about. 10,000 Kindler, maybe the dragons didn't care. 100,000 Kindler, maybe the dragons were just tempted. But when 1,000,000 Kindler were piled up together, these dragons were probably already thinking about how to act. The bank must not make a mistake. Not even a little possibility. So this plan needed enough time to prepare. And Soren couldn't issue paper money at present. In the current background of civilization and turbulent times, Soren had never considered the issue of paper money. Hearing Soren's words, the goddess of wealth fell into deep thought. Okay. Joaquin looked up and said, this does indeed need a detailed plan. As if thinking of something, the goddess of wealth suddenly turned her eyes and her gaze fell on Soren. Then she smiled elegantly, slightly lifted the corner of her skirt and leaned over, revealing her seductive cleavage in front of Soren. She said playfully, I think there are still a lot of things to discuss about this plan. Why don't Sir Soren stay here tonight, and we can have a long talk tonight? Maybe our relationship can be closer to each other. Soren was slightly surprised, but then he gladly accepted the invitation of the goddess of wealth. P.S. Second update. Mordor City, Redwater Town. This land was close to the sea. Whenever there was a catch, there would be a large number of red fish swimming back. The nearby rivers were all red, which was how the name came about. At this time, it was already August. Because the time of town construction was different, the wheat harvest was also early and late, and Redwater Town was the last batch of harvested towns. At this time, most of the food had been dried and collected, and a man dressed as an official was going door to door with his entourage to count. Mordor City had its own rules. All the food sales could not be done privately. The surplus food was uniformly purchased, and then the city hall would stabilize the price. The price of food was set according to the market price. At first, it was very smooth, but there was a little disturbance when they received the second row. Not for sale. My family has a large population, so we consume a lot of food. It was a man dressed as a rich businessman who spoke a northern dialect. At this moment, his small eyes squinted and looked around. It seemed that he was arguing with the official in front of him. Peter frowned and looked at the man in front of him. His purchase of food had been very smooth, but he didn't expect to encounter trouble here. He glanced at the servant behind the man and said, "How many people do you have in your family?" How much food do you consume? What is this year's harvest? Come. Bring me the file of his registration. Soon. The attendant took a file from the mayor. Peter just glanced at it and couldn't help laughing. He said, "There are only 12 people in your family. Can you eat so much food? I heard that you have acquaintances in the port. Are you planning to sell food privately?" Speaking of this, Peter's expression suddenly became cold. The rich businessman broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. He didn't want to sell food. He just wanted to hoard it. Now the world was getting chaotic. The price of food had been rising. If there was a way to transport it out and sell it, it would be the best. But this thing couldn't be said openly because Mordor City had recently introduced a new law. All the food was strictly prohibited from private sales, otherwise, they would go to jail. Peter had seen a lot of such people along the way. At this time, he said without hesitation, food is purchased at the market price. Hoarding and private sales are strictly prohibited. Violators will have their fields confiscated and sent to hard labor. After saying that, Peter didn't hold back and directly ordered people to get the food. Then, after calculating for a moment, he threw a bag of silver coins in front of the other party. "This is Mordor City." Peter thought for a moment and came before the rich merchant in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "It's not the Northern Territory, nor is it the Southern Sea. The first thing you have to learn here is to abide by the rules. Otherwise, you will definitely have to pay the price." Ever since the city hall had requested for a unified management of food, they had encountered a lot of trouble. Some people wanted to stockpile food, fearing that prices would rise in the future. Some people planned to secretly transport the grain out and sell it because of this year's bumper harvest and the increase in grain prices. For this kind of situation, the officials of Mordor City had always been unreasonable, because the current policy was food control. Those who were unwilling to sell food because they were dissatisfied with the price of Mordor City were all captured to do hard labor. Sauron's rule was never blindly benevolent, and there were many evil people among the officials of Mordor. They would follow the rules, but their methods were cold enough. This year, the price of food on the mainland had been rising. Many of the first batch of people who harvested in Mordor City, whether they were civilians or rich merchants, had the intention to transport the food outside to sell. In this case, the city hall's measure was compulsory purchase. At this time, there was no need for any reason at all, because without Mordor City, they would not have what they had now. If they could not count on their gratitude, they could only use the law to maintain it. At the same time, in the port area of Mordor City, ships full of food were also ready to go. This year, Mordor City ushered in a bumper harvest, but all the food was forcibly purchased by the city hall at the market price. At this time, these ships full of food were ready to go out to sea, and the fleet would transport them all the way to the Windspear Hills. This time the government order had little impact on ordinary people. Because the price of Mordor City had always been stable, the merchants were the ones who were most affected. They expected to earn double or even triple the price by selling food privately. However, everything in Mordor City was to serve Sauron. In the face of the general trend of developing the Windspear Hills, anyone who had their own plans would be crushed. The city lord's mansion. The dissatisfaction of the merchants was passed to Gloria through some channels, but after learning about this matter, Gloria just said lightly, "Catch a few leaders and deal with them." The plan of the Windspear Hills could not be interfered with. Gathering refugees meant a large consumption of food, and in the future, they would need Mordor City to provide a steady stream of supplies. For these merchants who only wanted to make profits, Gloria did not mind catching a few examples and killing them. A small episode did not have much impact. However, some people still found some clues from the clues. Mordor City had implemented a food control decree, and then other supplies seemed to be restricted to a certain extent. Some smart people had realized that Mordor City seemed to be going to war because the city hall was stocking up on supplies. The Chamber of Commerce, which had been a little restless, immediately calmed down because Mordor City had never been soft-hearted when killing people during the war. Windspear Hills, border. These ragged refugees were sent to shacks that stretched for several miles. They would wait here for 3 days. First, they would be checked for diseases, then they would count the population, register their names, and then they would be sent to other places in the Wind Spear Hills. In just 3 days, the Wind Spear Hills had taken in nearly 15,000 refugees. And this number was still increasing. Because of the news of relief, refugees from the entire southern region were approaching here. The priests sent by the Church of Agriculture had reached more than 100 people. Similarly, the goddess of river and the goddess of sprouts had also sent priests. They were responsible for guiding the irrigation of ditches. After a simple rest, these refugees were thrown into busy work. Digging ditches, reclaiming land, repairing roads, and building walls. In order to deal with the next impact of the Avatar crisis, Mordor City sent a large number of clay golems to prepare to build walls in the south and north of the Wind Spear Hills. At the same time, more than 10,000 permanent legions would be stationed in these two places. The population under Sorin's control increased sharply. The Wind Spear Hills itself had a population of more than 100,000, and after accepting a large number of refugees, the number soon exceeded 200,000. According to this progress, the population under the control of Mordor City and the Wind Spear Hills would soon exceed 1 million. The expanding population meant a steady stream of believers. The number of refugees accepted quickly expanded to more than 30,000 people. Many of these people gave up their original gods and turned to Sorin and the goddess of agriculture. The faith of ordinary people was not solid. With a little guidance, it was possible for them to believe in other gods. In the period before the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the priests in the churches of the gods did the most to win faith and expand the influence of the gods. Sorin's believers increased by tens of thousands in a short period of time, and it was still increasing. The large-scale agricultural reclamation also brought benefits to the goddess of agriculture. Her clergy was closely related to all of this. With a little guidance, she could gain a lot of faith. All the plans were being carried out in an orderly manner. A bank opened by the goddess of wealth had also recently appeared in Mordor City. At present, it only accepted deposits and did not charge any fees. With a voucher, one could exchange at other wealth temples on the south coast at any time. Bottomless Abyss, Shadow Kingdom. In front of a magnificent temple, thousands of demon hunters were ready. Since controlling 2/3 of the land in the Kingdom of God, the heroic spirits in the Kingdom of God had temporarily slowed down their expansion. A large number of potential petitioners were transformed into new forms of demon hunters. At this time, most of the heroic spirits in the Kingdom of God had become demon hunters, and the number had reached thousands. Metals from the Forgotten Land were continuously sent into the Kingdom of God. These resources were forged into weapons and armor under the day and night work of the petitioners. At this time, the combat legion in the Kingdom of God had expanded to more than 10,000 people. Unlike the army in Mordor City, most of the petitioners in the Kingdom of God were middle-grade and high-grade professions. There were almost no cannon fodder among them. Golumba Arena. Since joining the evil gods, Baelor Sauron seemed to have stopped his expansion plan, but he still continued to gather demons. Some were sent to the mining area to work hard, and others were thrown into the battle to eliminate the undead. Almost every day, thousands of dretches were sent into the barracks of Golumba Arena. Then 90% of the dretches died in battle, and most of the survivors advanced. This was an extremely cruel elimination rule. In just half a month, tens of thousands of dretches had died, but what followed was the birth of more middle-grade demons. Now the worms near the Abyss blood pool had been reduced by half. Under the crazy extraction of Sauron, even the demons transformed by the Abyss blood pool could not keep up with the consumption rate. At this time, the demonic army in the Garuba Arena had expanded to a size of about 50,000 people, and half of them were middle-ranked demons. These demons were gathered in the military camp, and in the magnificent forge, the demons and goblins were supervising the laborers as they worked hard, continuously forging weapons and equipment for them. The smell of war was coming. Almost everyone expected that the demon lord Sauron was preparing for a big battle, but they could not determine the target of the attack. Time passed little by little. Just as August was coming to an end, a great temple was suddenly built in Mordor to serve the goddess of agriculture. At the same time, a dazzling divine light also rose from the temple. This was a light that mortals could not see, but gods and legendary professions could sense it. This was a temple favored by the goddess of agriculture. shrouded in golden light, a beautiful woman also stepped into the depths of the temple. On this day, the goddess of agriculture came to Mordor in person and lived in the great temple that Sauron prepared for her. Thousands of druids and high-grade priests came to Mordor city overnight. On the surface, they were preparing for the biggest harvest celebration of Mordor city, but they were secretly guarding against any possible attacks with the Shadow Shrine. On this day, Sauron left Mordor and went to the Abyss. According to the content of the True Gods Covenant, the goddess of agriculture would replace Sauron in Mordor for the next half a month. P.S. First update. What? Harvest celebration? In the magnificent palace, a woman with an extremely charming appearance was sitting on the throne. She was wearing a scarlet dress and looked like a beautiful and poisonous enchantress. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife looked down at the man kneeling on one knee in front of her and frowned. Why did Mordor city suddenly plan to have such a grand harvest celebration? Are they going to please the goddess of agriculture? Send people to continue to pay attention to the movements of Mordor city. Let General Cutra come in to see me. After that, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife rubbed her forehead tiredly. She never dreamed that Sauron, who she didn't care about at first, would become a god, and now he had become the Lord of Shadows. She missed the opportunity to eliminate him when he was at his weakest. Now Sauron had become her most terrifying and dangerous enemy. Every time she thought of Sauron's existence, she couldn't help but tremble slightly, and a trace of fear appeared in her heart. If it weren't for the Principality of Rossard in the inland area and the support of the Duke of Bator Inferno, she would have been destroyed by Mordor city long ago. But even so, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife had been carefully paying attention to everything in Mordor city. There were many people like her. Although they were far away in the outer islands, every move in Mordor city affected the hearts of countless people. Soon, a burly general came in. After seeing the other party, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife couldn't help rubbing her forehead. After all, her rule was not legitimate. This world had its own rules. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife stole the power of the Principality of Rossard, but she also lost the support of many nobles. Although she now controlled most of the land of the Principality of Rossard, there were many nobles who openly opposed her. There were also many nobles who supported her on the surface, but secretly provided supplies to the rebels. In particular, there was a big trouble recently. That was, the goddess of protection of the nobles seemed to be very unfriendly to her. She thought that she had destroyed the order of the nobles. This goddess was not a very powerful existence, but if a god was openly hostile to her, it was enough to cause her great trouble. In particular, the goddess of nobility, Shinewood, had a very wide influence in the ruling class of the material plane. If she did not acknowledge the rule of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, most of the rulers of the material plane would not respect her. Instead, they would think that she had destroyed the legacy of the nobles. General Cutra was a powerful legendary warrior. But he was also a ruthless butcher. If there was a better candidate, Madame Duke of Red Dragon would never let such a ruthless person lead her army. But at the moment, she didn't have a better choice. Mordor city was holding a grand harvest celebration, which meant that Mordor city was unlikely to go to war for a while. This gave the Duke of Red Dragon's wife a very important chance to catch her breath. She was ready to take this opportunity to pacify the rebels in the Principality of Rossard. Now, the number of rebel forces had expanded to 3. There were already more than 20 nobles who openly opposed her rule, and these nobles even found an illegitimate son of Duke Rossard in some corner of the country. Almost all of Duke Rossard's sons were killed by the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. An illegitimate son originally had no right of inheritance, but the rumors of Madame Duke of Red Dragon's collusion with the devil seriously damaged her rule. Even if it was just an inconspicuous illegitimate son, with the support of these nobles, it was also possible to get the legitimate right of inheritance. Mordor city. After giving an order to General Cutra, Madame Duke of Red Dragon went to the balcony. She looked in the direction of the sea, as if she was looking at the city of Mordor in the distance, and murmured, "What should I do next? Defeat Sauron? That's almost impossible. Even if it's the Queen of Yuma herself, it's unlikely. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid I'll be defeated by those nobles. No. I have to find a way out for myself." On the surface, Mordor city seemed to be preparing for the grandest harvest celebration in history. This celebration was not only held in Mordor City, but also near the Windspear Hills, Shipwreck Bay, and Port Tylon. There were more than 200,000 people participating in Mordor City alone, and the other places added up to hundreds of thousands of people. Many people thought that Sauron was trying to please the goddess of agriculture and get an ally with a strong background for himself. But in fact, that was exactly the case. However, Sauron's real purpose was concealed. The abnormal material movement in Mordor City made people realize that Sauron was preparing to start a war, but many people did not think that Sauron would attack any place during the harvest celebration. And similarly, the army of Mordor City did not have any abnormal movements. It could only be regarded as gathering materials to prepare for future wars. Almost no one thought that Sauron's purpose was not in the material plane, but the frequently mobilized materials were also sent to the bottomless abyss. What Sauron really wanted to do was bolder than they thought. Even the crazy Queen of Spiders could not predict that Sauron would attack the Kingdom of Fear during the Avatar crisis. Am I going to die? In the deep darkness, a thin figure was staggering forward. His body was covered with all kinds of wounds. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. But a powerful force was still tenaciously supporting his life. Not far away, the low roar of a demon could be heard. There was also a terrifying aura of fear. The slaughterer was tracking his tracks. These monsters were level 21 and above. Even a high-grade demon would not dare to face them alone. They were strange creatures that were completely under the control of madness. In the abyss, they were existences that were feared and repelled. The ugly monkey gasped as he approached a cliff. His life force was very weak, and there were hundreds of high-grade demons behind him. In such a situation, it was almost impossible for him to survive. It seems that it is impossible to leave this country alive. The ugly monkey bit the dagger with his teeth and pulled out the bone spur on his back that pierced his kidney. This was a mark left by a slayer, but the enemy also died in his counterattack. At this time, the ugly monkey's body was full of holes. A large number of high-grade demons were not something a rogue could deal with alone. If there was no divine power, he would have died long ago. But even if there was divine power, it was impossible for him to walk out of this land alive. There were thousands of demons outside. A large number of petitioners of the Lord of Fear were looking for him. Cough cough. The ugly monkey gasped and sat on a rock. Behind him was a cliff hundreds of meters high. His breathing had become more and more difficult, and his strength was diminishing with the loss of blood. The ugly monkey looked into the distance and could see that hundreds of demons had found his trace and were rushing here quickly. Fortunately, my lord's mission has been completed. Facing the approaching demons and petitioners, the ugly monkey smiled a little ferociously. He made a dirty gesture to these demons, then turned around and jumped down from the cliff hundreds of meters high. Late August 1677. The best believer of Sauron, the most promising rookie in Mordor City, the legendary rogue, Ugly Monkey, died while carrying out a mission to spy on the Kingdom of Fear. The Throne of Fear has been locked, and the mission has been successfully completed. P.S. Second update. The Ugly Monkey was dead. When his figure jumped down from the cliff that was hundreds of meters high, it meant that his life had left him. Bang! The body of the Ugly Monkey fell into the dark canyon. The body that was full of holes finally breathed its last breath, and then the light of a soul emerged. The shadow of the Ugly Monkey emerged from the body. His expression was very blank, as if he didn't have his own consciousness at all. Even legendary professions would enter a state of chaos at the moment of death. The Ugly Monkey didn't know himself and didn't have his own consciousness. This state would gradually recover with the time of death. When the soul reached the underworld, many memories would be recovered. But this was the gods' kingdom of fear, which belonged to the gods. Therefore, no god of death came to this world. The gods' kingdom was the private world of the gods. If one died here, they wouldn't be attracted by the river Styx, and no messenger of the god of death would come to pick them up. If no one took him out, the soul of the Ugly Monkey would wander in this god's kingdom until he was completely assimilated by the god's kingdom and turned into a killer with the strength of a legendary professions. However, Sauron couldn't give up on the Ugly Monkey. At the moment when the Ugly Monkey died, a powerful divine power invaded this god's kingdom, and then a crack appeared in the void. A golden light emerged. A huge palm appeared in the sky. This palm was dozens of meters long and was completely made of golden divine power. It fell from the sky and grabbed the soul of the ugly monkey. Then it directly broke the plane barrier and left the god's kingdom of fear. At the same time, inside the god's kingdom of shadow, a large number of petitioners and believers gathered in front of the temple. The person in charge was the promoted Saint Cardinal. Tens of thousands of petitioners gathered in front of the temple to pray. The divine light made of the power of faith here was shrouded by a force. It converged into a golden light pillar that rose and broke through the sky. A crack appeared. Then the huge golden palm appeared again. A soul was put down from the sky by the huge golden hand and fell into the golden light pillar above the temple. Soren still couldn't enter the god's kingdom. But as the avatar crisis entered the later stage, his sense of the god's kingdom became stronger and stronger. Soren used his divine power to form a giant hand and placed the ugly monkey's soul on top of the temple. Following that, the power of faith poured in from all directions. He had no intention of sending the ugly monkey into the pool of reincarnation. He wanted to use his divine power to reconstruct the ugly monkey's body as a reward for this devout and loyal follower. In my name, I grant thee the authority of a god. Thou art my messenger. Control the power of a rogue. Soren's majestic voice reverberated throughout the divine kingdom. An enormous amount of faith gathered and began to reforge ugly monkey's body. His soul was gradually distorted, and under the infusion of divinity, his soul began to evolve bit by bit. A black shadow appeared. Ugly monkey's body turned into the form of a demon hunter. Black wings appeared on his back. Dark red tattoos gathered on his bare chest. Soren's divine power and divinity continued to pour into the monkey's body. At the same time, part of the power from his, wanderer, divinity was also poured into the monkey's body by Soren. He still couldn't directly create a true god. However, Soren left the seed of a true god in ugly monkey's body and gave him the divinity of a wanderer, directly transforming him into a otherworld messenger. The power of divinity awakened his memories. At the moment when his body was reconstructed, ugly monkey's memories were almost completely restored. However, he still retained the memories of the moment before his death. After regaining his consciousness, he was a little confused and didn't know where he was. However, he soon realized that he had changed. Not only did he have more power, but there were also some changes in his body. He was a little clumsy when he controlled his black wings to fall, but he soon became very familiar with it. Ugly monkey's figure had turned into a man about 2 meters tall. His face had a hint of viciousness, and his body was shrouded in an evil aura. This was the transformation of his soul. Even his appearance was formed by the characteristics of his soul. Soren's divine power gave ugly monkey more power. His body was shrouded in a halo of evil aura. At the same time, his identity as a otherworld messenger gave him the power of shadow, rogue, and slaughter. Greetings, Your Excellency. The leading Saint Cardinal welcomed ugly monkey's arrival. Under her lead, tens of thousands of petitioners knelt down on one knee and saluted ugly monkey in front of them. Messengers were second only to the vassal gods. Soren's kingdom didn't have a real vassal god, so messengers were the people with the highest status in the kingdom. Messengers had a very special position in the kingdom. Not only did they have great power, but they also represented the will of the gods when they appeared. At the same time, they were also responsible for negotiating with the god of death and receiving the souls of believers from the underworld and other kingdoms. Messengers had very special soul characteristics. There were very few petitioners who could freely leave the kingdom. Messengers from other realms also had the ability of plane teleportation, which could almost reach most of the plane kingdoms. Messengers from other realms had many natural abilities. These abilities included but were not limited to legendary language, legendary writing, spiritual communication, teleportation, precise teleportation, astral travel, shapeshifting, and so on. Ugly Monkey, who had just been revived, was still adapting. However, he didn't forget his responsibility. Ugly Monkey quickly arrived in front of two powerful heroic spirits and pressed his hands on their heads. With the light of divine power, Ugly Monkey injected his own divinity into the two most powerful heroic spirits. In the name of Ugly Monkey, I bestow upon thee the power of Otherworld God's servant. The light that shrouded the temple turned into two rays and entered the bodies of the two heroic spirits. Then, their forms began to change. This phenomenon was called promotion, which was a direct promotion of the soul in the kingdom. Shadow wings appeared on the backs of the two heroic spirits. They didn't turn into the form of demon hunters. Instead, they were directly shrouded in shadow energy. Dark shadows covered them, and they looked like vague outlines. The light of divine power turned into sharp blades, and the power of faith shaped into armor. The strength of these two heroic spirits directly broke through the legendary realm and reached the power of advanced legendary. They were the Otherworld God's servants. They were subordinates promoted by Ugly Monkey. If they were in the upper realm, they could be understood as shadow angels. In other words, they were created by the gods and Soren's battle servants. Otherworld God's servants were similar to Saint Cardinal, but they couldn't be transformed through conventional means. They had to be personally created by Soren or the Otherworld God's servants. War is coming. My lord ordered me to lead the heroic spirit army to attack the kingdom of fear. Ugly Monkey's figure flew up. Soren's promotion directly turned him into a creature above the demigod level. He looked down at the army of petitioners in front of him and said in a deep voice, 3 days later, I will open the door to the kingdom of fear and attack the kingdom of fear. It was the time of the Avatar crisis. Soren didn't have the ability to revive a legendary believer, and he had to bring back Ugly Monkey's body. What he could do was to send Ugly Monkey into the kingdom of fear and turn him into a god servant. For Soren, Ugly Monkey, who had sneaked into the kingdom of fear, was undoubtedly the best candidate for commander. The heroic spirits in the kingdom of fear would be led by him and become the main force to attack the kingdom of fear. Ugly Monkey's death was a pity. However, Ugly Monkey's death was also a success. That was, there was finally a petitioner who could command in Soren's kingdom of fear. A Saint Cardinal wasn't enough to lead everything in the kingdom of fear, but a god servant from another world could be trained. Ugly Monkey was dead. But he also came back to life. He was transformed into a god servant and replaced Soren to carry out the task of guiding the souls of believers. He would also be the main force in this kingdom of fear's war. The bottomless abyss. Near the hot lava, Soren panted slightly and withdrew his power. Promoting Ugly Monkey cost him a lot. It cost him 12 divinity points and hundreds of divine power points. Ugly Monkey was a very good believer. He was worthy of Soren's training. Therefore, Soren gave Ugly Monkey a little power of the rogue clergy. This way, he could consider training him to be a rogue god in the future. The Galumba Arena was another key to attacking the kingdom of fear. First of all, this was the bottomless abyss. They could directly reach the desolate land of despair through the portal. There were often a large number of petitioners in a kingdom of fear. And these were all consumed by the demon army. During this time, the demon incarnation Sauron stopped using battles to level up demons. Instead, he kept accumulating the number of dretches. At present, there were nearly 100,000 dretches in the Galumba Arena. There were also a large number of abyss worms bought from demons, night witches, and hags. These abyss worms were hatching in the blood pool. When their corruption was complete, the number of dretches would increase again. Motor City. The golem factory that had been operating continuously for a long time stopped today. A large number of witches were busy assembling the golem puppets that had been manufactured. Motor City had experienced several attacks from the lower planes. These attacks brought a lot of losses to Motor City, but they also obtained a lot of soul crystals after defeating the demons. The soul crystals were consumed on these golem puppets, and some of the mid-grade and high-grade soul crystals came from the depths of the Bautor Inferno. For this reason, Soren even sold a divine artifact as a commodity. In the basement of the golem factory, dense clay golems were lined up at the front. These were all combat golems that had not been activated after they were manufactured. They were different from the golems sent to the construction site. These clay golems were all injected with the combat ability, focus on defense. Behind thousands of clay golems were rows of stone golems. Although the number had decreased a lot, it had reached the scale of 2,000 or 3,000. Then there were the more powerful and rarer steel golems. Most of the steel from the bottomless abyss was consumed here. There were more than 600 steel golems. They were not made by the apprentices, but by a group of witches. Almost all the soul crystals from the Bautor Inferno were consumed here. Finally, there were the 24 diamond golems. They consumed almost all the rare minerals from the Bautor Inferno. These diamond golems were made by Gloria, Fallen Witch, and Alice. Boom! The entire motor city suddenly shook, and then a huge amount of energy came from the deepest part of the laboratory. The golems kept in the basement of the golem factory suddenly shook, and then they were activated one by one. Is it going to start? Gloria stood at the top of the arcane tower, looking down at the entire city of Mordor, and murmured, "I don't know if Vivian is ready." Although her relationship with Soren could not be more intimate, Gloria was also very clear that her position in Soren's heart could not be compared to Vivian. However, she had nothing to be jealous of. Gloria was already very satisfied with the current situation, even if she vaguely felt something. The divination clergy gave her some special powers, which allowed her to vaguely feel and discover some things that might happen in the future, as well as what had happened in the past. She was learning how to become a god, and as a god, she obviously had to adapt to a new perspective. This time, the main force of the attack on the Kingdom of Fear was not the troops of Mordor City. For such a war, there were very few mortals that could be of use. Prepare to open the portal. Target locked on the Wilderness of Despair and Destruction. Charging the portal. Start the portal. The cold mechanical voice sounded. Under the command of Thaling, a portal was opened, and then the mighty golem army walked into the portal from the underground factory. The Thaling in charge of the command was not the Thaling experimental body created by Gloria, but Thaling No. 1 who had entered the mechanical realm of clockwork nirvana. For these Thaling who had already established a foothold in the mechanical realm, it was undoubtedly valuable to make friends with a powerful god. They knew very well that the investment now could bring greater benefits to themselves in the future, so this battle was not only joined by the golem army of Mordor City, but also by the golem puppets from the mechanical realm. Moreover, part of the golem factory in Mordor City was completed by these Thaling puppets, and there were many resources in the mechanical realm that could be used. Only Soren and Vivian would participate in this battle. The other core members all stayed in Mordor City, at least to give others the feeling that Mordor City was not doing anything, just concentrating on preparing for the harvest celebration. At the same time, in the depths of Golumba Arena, a huge and magnificent portal had been completed. The portal had been completed a week ago, but it was only opened today. Along with the emergence of a blood-red radiance, the portal locked onto the Wilderness of Destruction and Despair. The massive demonic army that had gathered near the military camp also began to move. In this battle, Sauron did not mobilize the demon army because the demons were not that trustworthy. They only cared about their own interests and the benefits they could get in front of them. In contrast, although the demon army was more prone to mental spasms, they were very loyal to Sauron in the beginning, at least when he was still so powerful. For this battle, Sauron had mobilized most of the troops in the Golumba Arena. Hundreds of thousands of demons had been mobilized. Soren was staking everything on this battle. If they failed, not only would Mordor City be severely damaged, but the other forces would also be destroyed. This battle could only succeed, and failure was not an option. In the northwest of the Garuba Arena, a dark teleportation portal had been opened. Soon after, a large army of demon hunters and petitioners that numbered in the tens of thousands appeared. Soren could not enter the Kingdom of God yet. So he could not directly link the Kingdom of God to the Wilderness of Despair and Destruction. The angel incarnation of the ugly monkey took over his task and opened a temporary portal in the Kingdom of God so that the petitioners could temporarily leave the Kingdom of God and go to other planes. The petitioners could not leave the Kingdom of God for too long, otherwise they would become very weak. This battle was destined to be a quick one because the strength of these petitioners would gradually decline if they left the Kingdom of God for too long. Without the power of the Kingdom of God, it would be difficult for them to support a long battle. Awoo! A group of hellhounds wandered in the empty desert. As the most common creature in the Wilderness of Destruction and Despair, hellhounds were in a state of hunger most of the time. They thirsted for food and flesh and were not friendly to any creature that entered this country. At this moment, a portal opened. The nearby hellhounds obviously noticed the presence of the portal, and then they approached with a grin. Almost 30 hellhounds gathered together, waiting for the target to appear. With so many hellhounds, it was enough to kill a high-grade demon. These hellhounds almost foresaw that they could have a full meal, so they were more excited. A dretch appeared. It was obviously shocked when it saw so many hellhounds, but it was very surprising that it did not run away. Dretches were very timid. The hellhounds were obviously not very satisfied with the prey that appeared in front of them. Because the dretch was too small, and its meat was too small. Even with the bones, it was not enough for them to eat. However, the portal did not close, and the hellhounds knew that there should be more demons coming. Boom! As if the portal was officially activated, the light on it gradually turned blood red, and then hundreds of dretches appeared. They gathered together in a mess and also found the hellhounds outside. However, what was surprising was that although these dretches were afraid, they did not run away. On the contrary, some dretches even seemed eager to rush up. The hellhounds felt that something was wrong. Although there was a lot of flesh in front of them, so many dretches did not run away. The hellhounds felt that more enemies would appear. Awoo! The hellhounds howled to summon their companions. It was rare to see so much flesh in the wilderness of despair and destruction. The leader of the hellhounds was looking for his companions within a radius of tens of kilometers, telling them that there was a large number of prey here. Awoo! Awoo! A wolf howl came in response, and soon other hellhounds appeared nearby. At this time, the third wave of teleportation was completed. The number of dretches expanded to 2,000 or 3,000, and some berserk demons also appeared. This made the hellhounds a little uneasy because there were too many demons. Such a large number was not something that ordinary people could teleport. But at this time, hundreds of hellhounds had gathered. They were very powerful and ferocious creatures. Even in the Botwar Inferno, they dared to attack high-grade demons, so they still tried to attack. The demons howled excitedly. Facing the attack of the hellhounds, they were very excited and rushed up directly. A large space near the teleportation circle was emptied. Then the next batch of demons arrived. This time, there were more people teleported. Not only were there a large number of dretches, but there were also many middle-grade demons, including a small team of succubus that could fly. The succubus quickly attacked. After they found the hellhounds, they immediately led the team to surround them. Some Varos went around from the side and seemed to intend to kill all the hellhounds in front of them. The situation quickly reversed. The hellhounds became panicked. At this time, the teleportation circle flashed again, and with a scorching breath, more than 10 flaming demons appeared behind the teleportation circle. Then more and more demons poured out. Assassins, soul judges, Glabrizu, 6-armed snake demons, and a large group of high-grade demons appeared and announced the death penalty for these hellhounds. And these high-grade demons did not care. Before the battle, they would eat some hellhounds as an appetizer. The domain of flames expanded. With the rapidly increasing temperature, a terrible demon finally walked out of the teleportation circle. Bela Lord, Sauron, as a true god, Sauron's original body could not participate in this battle. His role was to break the throne of fear at the end. In the previous battle, he could only rely on his demon incarnation and the oracles from another world. Because of the Avatar crisis, the kingdom of God still rejected him. Sauron tried to restrain these demons as much as possible. As chaotic and evil existences, demons were very good cannon fodder because many of them were simple-minded and bloodthirsty. However, it was very troublesome to command them. Even Sauron could only give simple orders. The mighty army of hundreds of thousands of demons began to move forward. They were the vanguard of the attack. The ugly monkey had locked the entrance of the kingdom of fear. These demons' cannon fodder would be the first to enter the battle and consume the enemy's strength. Sauron did not say too much about the goal this time. He just told the demons that he wanted to occupy a new plane of land, and all the souls killed would be their spoils of war. Of course, as the main force, the greater demons naturally knew that the real goal was the kingdom of fear. However, they also knew that the battle this time was led by a terrifying evil god, and at the same time, there were other troops joining in as well. A living evil god and a dead evil god. The demons were not idiots. They obviously knew which side had a higher chance of winning, therefore, these demons did not hesitate to choose Sauron. They were ready to divide the treasures of the Dread Lord after winning the battle. Soren only cared about the power of the Dread Lord. As for the other treasures, he did not mind sharing them with others. The Dread Lord was really dead, but he was not completely dead. Like Soren, he could not enter the battle. Therefore, the key to victory was their respective armies. The army of the Kingdom of Fear and the huge army gathered by Soren. If the Dread Lord won, then Soren would not be able to launch a second attack in a short time. And if Soren succeeded, the throne that held the soul of the Dread Lord would be shattered. Dozens of miles away. Different from the noise of the demons, this place was filled with cold mechanical sounds. Tens of thousands of golem puppets had finished gathering. At this moment, they were quietly waiting in place, ready to speed up and enter the battle at any time. Hundreds of thousands of demons were advancing in the desolation of despair. Such a large scale caused great panic among the natives of the desolation of despair. They thought that the demons were not going to fight anymore and were now planning to occupy this plain. Fortunately, these demons did not attack the natives. They just kept moving forward and gradually approached the location of the Blood River. Because the number of the demon army was too large, it was almost impossible to hide from others after the official action. The first to notice the abnormality was the goddess of misfortune, Ben-Saba. Her kingdom was in the Blood Sea of the bottomless abyss, and the Blood River in the desolation of despair and destruction was one of the entrances. When the mighty army of demons gathered, a trace of divine radiance appeared above the Blood River. Then, a beautiful woman in a dark red robe with a veil over her face appeared on the Blood River. She stood on her snow-white toes and looked at the army of demons in front of her. As if she thought of something, she couldn't help but frown. This was the oracle of the goddess of misfortune. She was also the incarnation of the goddess of misfortune. Now, everything that she could see, the goddess of misfortune could also see clearly. The demon army passed through the Blood River and soon reached a special entrance. Change space, power of divinity, Soren's divine power spread out. With the spread of the power of slaughter, a space crack appeared in front of him. A terrifying aura overflowed from the space crack, and many demons couldn't help but tremble. But then the aura of the Balo Lord, Sauron, spread. With the spread of the evil aura, he took the lead in leading the army into the Kingdom of Fear. This was a kingdom full of despair and fear. The land in the distance was black. Blood seemed to have permeated the world. Even the river had a trace of blood. The power of the Dread Lord was inherited from the god of tyranny, Ban. So this kingdom was changed from the original kingdom of the god of tyranny. A tyrannical system ruled by fear was implemented here. The powerful petitioners were like feudal lords, controlling many souls with cruel means. Demons were also one of the residents here. The Dread Lord had a large number of high-grade demons loyal to him. They stole souls from other kingdoms. In addition to the petitioners, there were also a large number of souls who were forced to reincarnate. In front of the entrance was a huge fortress. The divine kingdom of fear was divided into 8 lands, and the rulers of these lands were the right-hand men of the Dread Lord. 5 of the rulers were petitioners of the Dread Lord, while the other 3 were high-level demons under his control. The fortress in front of them was one of them. It was called Blacktooth Fortress, and it was the first line of defense of the Kingdom of Fear. Groups of petitioners appeared on the walls of the fortress. The petitioners of the Dread Lord were transformed into Dark Guards and Dread Dominators. Ordinary petitioners were similar to humans, and some of them were transformed into demons. Among all the petitioners, the Lord of Fear was the most difficult to deal with because as early as the reign of the god of tyranny, Ban, the Lord of Fear was in the form of a petitioner. The Dread Lord inherited this. The highest level in the divine kingdom was the form of the Dread Lord, a terrifying creature covered in black armor and holding a giant sword. They had amazing combat power, and their bodies were surrounded by a spirit of fear. The core of the entire kingdom was fear. The demon god relied on fear to rule the world, and the powerful petitioners automatically emitted the power of fear to intimidate and enslave other souls. Prepare to attack. Sauron, the Balo Lord, gave the order to attack. Then under the command of the demon warlord, hundreds of thousands of dretches were caught up to the battlefield. Sauron tried to expand the scope of the evil aura as much as possible to strengthen the combat power and willpower of the dretches so that they would not collapse under the influence of the spirit of fear. Thousands of petitioners appeared in the fortress. After all, the Dreadlord was one of the oldest gods. Although his enemies had consumed a lot of believers, the number of petitioners accumulated over thousands of years was still huge. When the Dreadlord died, a portion of the petitioners died as well. However, there were still many who survived. At this moment, the army of petitioners in front of them numbered more than 10,000, and their leader was a demigod-level god's messenger from another world. He ruled hundreds of kilometers of land in this kingdom and enslaved thousands of souls to work. Boom! There was a dull explosion. The first batch of dretches was as many as tens of thousands, but they only lasted for less than 10 minutes before collapsing. As cannon fodder, they consumed the first batch of the enemy's firepower, and many arrows and spells did not even let them climb the walls. But soon the second batch of dretches appeared. This batch of dretches expanded to more than 30,000 people, and the pressure on the believers of the Dreadlord suddenly increased greatly. However, they did not dare to let the dretches come up because there were more demons behind them. If they did not repel these dretches, the other demons would quickly take advantage of the chaos to attack the walls. The second batch, the third batch, the fourth batch, and the fifth batch. 5 consecutive waves of attacks of tens of thousands of people quickly tired the enemies in the fortress. The demons' human wave tactic had always been successful. As long as the number was large enough, they could often destroy the enemy's defense. It's almost time. Sauron looked up at the sky, then his figure rose into the air. Summon Demon Army. Demon Covenant. Summon Balor. The raging flames spread, and Sauron's figure rose into the air. With the opening of a portal, a group of high-grade demons composed of Glabrezu and assassins were summoned. At the same time, 2 Balors also appeared in the air. As a Balor Lord, Sauron's new ability was, Summon Balor. The appearance of 3 Balors meant the beginning of the general attack. The pressure on the fortress suddenly soared several times. Under the crazy attack of the demon army, part of the wall quickly fell. At the same time, the oracles who controlled this land also began to ask for help from other places. The Divine Kingdom was a whole. When the attack began, it meant the outbreak of the Divine War. Half of the fortress quickly fell, but hundreds of kilometers away, tens of thousands of demons and petitioners had gathered. They moved quickly in the direction of the demon army, and some powerful demons and petitioners had opened the greater portal. With the light of teleportation, at least a dozen high-grade petitioners and demons arrived on the battlefield. The enemy support had arrived. The attack of the demon army was instantly contained, and the number of low-grade demons decreased at an alarming rate. The whole wall was like a bloody meat grinder. In a short time, tens of thousands of corpses had been piled up. The enemy's reinforcements were constantly arriving on the battlefield. With a Saint Necromancer opening the portal, in the castle thousands of kilometers away in the northwest of the Divine Kingdom, a group of fully armed Dark Guards in black armor teleported. Dark Guards. The main force of the Divine Kingdom of Fear. They were the core members of the Divine War, and they were all powerful professionals when they were alive. The advantage of the demon army began to reverse. Many high-grade demons were worried, and some even had the idea of retreating. However, there was a smile on the face of the demon Sauron. The despairing wilderness. About 50 kilometers away from the coordinates where the demon army entered, a heavy golem puppet was advancing. With a powerful divine power breaking through the space inlaid with the Divine Kingdom of Fear was directly torn apart, and then a crack appeared on the edge of the Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom was attached to the plane. This characteristic meant that there was more than one entrance to the Divine Kingdom. Activate Battle Command. Golem Army activated. Activate Battle Mode. Defense Command activated. Cooperative Battle Command activated. Golem Army advance. The moment the space crack opened, hundreds of clay golems stepped into the kingdom with black soil, and then they quickly killed all the petitioners in front of them. This was a small gathering place. It looked like the scale of a village. The petitioners needed to explore the resources of the Divine Kingdom, so outside the core temple area, there were many villages, towns, and mines that needed to be arranged for the petitioners. The Fear Lord relied on enslavement to control the Divine Kingdom, and the ruler of this land was a high-grade Dark Guard. At this moment, he was surrounded by dozens of golem puppets. Eliminate all enemies. Lock onto the coordinates of the Throne of Fear. The golem army began to advance. Under the cold command, the golem army's eyes shone with blood-red light. This mighty golem army did not go to support the demon army. Instead, they directly wiped out all the enemies on the road, and then began to advance in a straight line, quickly rushing to the position of the Throne of Fear. The clay golems opened the way, followed by the stone golems, and the steel golems were the main force to support at any time. The golem army was like a sharp knife, advancing hundreds of kilometers in just a few hours, and flattening 3 defensive fortresses. At this time, the enemies that went to the front line to support the demon army realized that there was more than one enemy attacking the divine kingdom. There was another golem army that was rapidly entering the divine kingdom, and their target was the Throne of Fear, but at this time, it was very difficult for them to come back and support. The demon army successfully held them back, and at least tens of thousands of petitioners were held back near the Blacktooth Fortress. Only a few legendary petitioners successfully left the battlefield. However, all of this was just the beginning. When the golem army successfully broke through and attracted the enemy's firepower, an army of tens of thousands of petitioners also invaded this divine kingdom. Unlike the other armies, they sneaked into the dark forest, then quickly went around the fortress in front, and approached the peak of the Throne of Fear from the side. It was a mountain peak that towered into the clouds. And the throne that sealed the soul of the Fear Lord was built on top of the clouds. Soren's target was the Throne of Fear. As long as the Throne of Fear was destroyed, victory would be decided. There was no point in fighting with these petitioners. After Vivian took over the Fear priesthood, these petitioners could only choose between swearing allegiance to her or dying. His goal was to destroy the Throne of Fear, not to occupy the entire divine kingdom. As long as the Throne of Fear was destroyed, everything would be over. There was a saying in the art of war, what's false is true, and what's true is false. The demon legion that attacked first was not completely a distraction, especially after the golem legion's large-scale advance led away most of the reinforcements. Succubus Legion, advance. Operation Assassin Demon. 6-armed Snake Demon, attack the gate. Baylor Demon, teleport to the interior of the fortress with me. As the orders were issued, Sauron's figure suddenly accelerated and directly teleported to the interior of the Blacktooth Fortress. Then, with him as the center, some strange demons appeared. These demons also had a pair of demon wings, but it was not enough to support long-distance flight. They had obvious horns, and there were dark green runes on their naked chests. The speed of these demons was quite amazing, and almost every one of them had amazing agility. After entering the battle state, these strange demons were covered in flames, and they looked like half of a small Baylor demon. The demon hunters had joined the battle. The demon hunters created by Soren were not only the ones in the kingdom of God. Near the blood pool in the Galumba arena, there was another group of demon hunters with purer blood and more demonized bloodlines. Not all of them were transformed from the souls of Soren's believers. Many of them were high-quality souls that Sauron the Baylor demon found in the abyss. These demon hunters were created by Sauron, and they only obeyed his orders. They belonged to the fighting force outside the demon legion. The number of these demon hunters was not large, about 200 or 300 people, far less than the number of transformed demons in the kingdom of God. However, when they entered the battle, their suppression was very obvious, especially with the cooperation of the Succubus Legion to dominate the air. The demon hunters' sudden advance instantly brought great pressure to the Dark Guards. The change between the true and the false happened in an instant. The reinforcements of the Blacktooth Fortress turned to intercept the Golem Legion, and Sauron decisively pressed the most elite troops at this moment. The battle was completely reversed in an instant. The addition of the demon hunters tore apart the enemy's defensive line, and the result of that was that the enemy fell into the sea of demons. Almost all the demons who wanted to retreat at first roared and pounced again. Now was the best time to snatch the spoils of war and snatch the souls. Even the other high-ranking demons who had been slacking began to work hard. They were ready to take down the fortress and ask for rewards from His Excellency Sauron. In just a short while, when more than 10,000 demons broke through the defense line, the defense system of the Blacktooth Fortress completely collapsed. As long as the enemy couldn't gather together to form an effective defensive line, it would be a tragedy. The demons pounced forward, biting and slaughtering. Soon, a large number of the defenders in the Blacktooth Fortress died. Even the dark guards died under the siege of the high demons. At this moment, the demonic army, which was used as a distraction, instantly became the main force of the attack. After harvesting the souls in the Blacktooth Fortress, Sauron immediately ordered the army to advance. Over 100,000 demonic army swiftly advanced toward the Throne of Fear. The change in reality happened in the blink of an eye. When the petitioners who went to support the Golem army had just gained a foothold, the demonic army had already advanced more than 100 kilometers. After conquering several places in a row, the demons' morale was higher and higher. Basically, without Sauron's urging, the demons pounced forward, eager to snatch more souls in this battle. At the same time, some powerful dark guards were hunted down, and their divinity was scattered to some of the high-ranking demons. Even Rachel, who followed Sauron, gained some divinity. The other assassin demons and eight-armed snake demons gained more divinity. What they wanted to do the most at this moment was to kill more enemies with divinity. The situation was suddenly reversed. The demonic army advanced faster than the Golem army. The demon hunters were like a sharp knife that led the demonic army to advance quickly. With the support of a huge number of demons, the petitioners who were less than 10,000 were almost instantly devoured. At the same time, in the vicinity of the Dark Forest, a group of up to 1,000 demon hunters and heroic spirits were advancing. They all had a trace of the power of shadow. These troops quickly approached the Throne of Fear in a semi-stealth state. While the demonic army and the Golem army attracted the attention of the demonic army, they quickly went hundreds of kilometers deep into the Kingdom of Fear. Then, when the Dark Guards were busy intercepting the demonic army again, the vanguard led by Ugly Monkey had arrived near the mountains. "We can begin." Ugly Monkey glanced at the Saint Cardinal beside him and nodded. "Prepare the teleportation portal." More than 10 high-ranking priests who accompanied them stood up. Under the leadership of the Saint Cardinal, they set up a teleportation portal at an astonishing speed. Then, they locked the coordinates to the Dark Forest. Along with the radiance of the teleportation portal, groups of heroic spirits in armor walked out from it, followed by an even larger number of petitioners. Among Sauron's believers, there were a large number of combat-type professions. Many pirates would also enter his Kingdom of Fear after they died. Therefore, Sauron, as a combat-type deity, had a high quality of petitioners. Through the teleportation portal, he quickly transferred more than 30,000 soldiers to the Kingdom of Fear. These troops had already approached the Throne of Fear. At the same time, the slaughterers who had been guarding the Throne of Fear had also discovered them. There were tens of thousands of powerful demons and petitioners guarding the Throne of Fear. At the same time, there were also terrifying slaughterers wandering around. This was the last line of defense of the Dread Lord. No matter what happened outside, these troops responsible for guarding the Throne of Fear would not leave. Only by defeating them could Sauron's petitioner army get close to the Throne of Fear. The first wave of confrontation quickly broke out. Ugly Monkey had fallen while exploring this place. Therefore, he knew the terrain and the number of enemies around the Throne of Fear very well. As a god's messenger from another world, he led the demonic hunter army to attack first and quickly attacked the Dark Guard's line of defense. The priests at the back were casting divine spells. After the petitioner army gathered, they began to press forward. There were only about 10,000 demons here, but most of them were very powerful. They were the last resistance to approaching the Throne of Fear. The news of another army approaching the Throne of Fear was quickly spread to the other Dark Guards. On the path of the Golem army, a large number of enemies who had the ability to teleport gave up on fighting. They directly teleported to the Throne of Fear. Then, they saw more and more enemies below the mountains. Under the light of the teleportation spell, the number of demons and petitioners quickly increased to more than 20,000. This was the will of the Dread Lord commanding them. After realizing that Sauron's army was approaching the Throne of Fear, he decisively gave up on stopping the demons and Golem army. Instead, he gathered most of the elites under the Throne of Fear to stop the strongest petitioner army. P.S. First update. On a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, a throne made of white bones and dark green rocks appeared. It was suspended in the air, and in the center was a huge black stone pillar. The height of the mountain peak was close to 3,000 meters, and the height of the Throne of Fear was more than a few hundred meters. The whole throne was almost close to the clouds, and one could overlook the whole kingdom of fear from it. There was no path to the throne of fear. Unless one had the ability to fly, one would never be able to enter the throne of fear. The Dread Lord had already expected this. His remaining divine power turned into barriers and sealed off the sky around the throne of fear, not allowing anyone to come close. There were 3 lines of defense under the throne of fear. The first line was the advanced devils on the periphery. These devils were all enslaved by the Dread Lord and did not have the freedom of their own souls. They would protect the throne of fear with their lives because if the throne of fear was breached, these devils would all die. The second line of defense was formed by the most devout petitioners. Most of them were top-level dark guards and dread lords. They were fanatics when they were alive, and would not take a step back in the face of any enemy. The last line of defense was the slaughterers created by the Dread Lord's divine power. They were very terrifying creatures, and any one of them could challenge an army. There were more than 10 of them under the throne of fear. They prevented anyone from getting close to the throne, including the other petitioners in the kingdom of fear. The sudden increase in the number of enemies brought great pressure to Soren's heroic spirit army. The ugly monkey's attack was stopped, and under the enemy's desperate resistance, he slowly retreated to his original position. At this moment, there were already 50 to 60,000 dark army gathered under the throne of fear. Almost all the enemies in the kingdom of fear who had the ability to teleport had arrived. There were still hundreds of thousands of petitioners enslaved by the Dread Lords while in the kingdom of fear. They were getting ready to surround and destroy Soren's heroic spirit army. If they could not destroy the throne of fear before the petitioners gathered, all the heroic spirits under Soren's command would die here. Fortunately, the Dread Lord had gathered most of his forces under the throne of fear. The Devil Army and the Golem Army were able to advance quickly. They were only 50 to 60 kilometers away from Soren's heroic spirit army. If all the troops were gathered together, the combat power of both sides would be evenly matched, and it would be difficult to determine the victor. However, why would Soren do something that he was only half confident in? As a god that had risen from the ranks of mortals, Soren had always planned his every move. How could he not prepare some final moves at this crucial moment when he was attacking the throne of terror? Get into formation. Following the roars of the heroic spirits, thousands of petitioners lined up into 3 military formations. The demon hunters also flew into the air, while the saint priests began to prepare a large-scale buff spell. Divine spells of this level could not be completed by her alone. The person behind all of this was Soren himself. His divine power was continuously channeling into the bodies of the saint priests. Teams of black-armored dark guards appeared. The Dread Lord had enslaved a large number of demons. Most of them were middle-grade and high-grade demons. As it was close to the border between the Bottor Inferno and the Bottomless Abyss, he had also enslaved many demons from the crack. The Dark Guards were still the main force of the Divine Kingdom. These terrifying creatures were similar to demons, but they maintained a human form and looked similar to the demon hunters. The Dark Guards were a very difficult creature to deal with, especially the Dark Guards created by the Dread Lord. They could also evolve into the more powerful Dread Lord. Challenge rating, 21, this was a kind of semi-holy creature. In the Divine Kingdom, their level of existence was the same as that of a Saint Cardinal. Not only did they have amazing melee ability, but they could also use divine spells below the 7th grade. The most frightening thing about them was that they had an area of effect aura of fear. Since the fall of the god of tyranny, fear replaced strife as the core of the Dread Lord. At that time, the power of the aura of fear was given to the powerful petitioners. The aura of the Dread Lord was up to an astonishing diameter of 100 meters. In other words, the biggest difficulty of the current battle was that more than 10 Dread Lords would spread out and cover an area of 1,500 meters with the power of the aura of fear. This kind of spiritual energy would intimidate enemies with weak willpower. Even heroic spirits might be greatly affected. Glory of Courage. The saint priests cast a divine spell that made them immune to fear, but the aura was far more powerful than the effect of the spell. The divine spell could only temporarily improve the will of the Dread Lord, not to mention that there was still the residual power of the Dread Lord here. So when the Dread Lords gathered, the combat power of the heroic spirit army was seriously weakened. The ugly monkey was not in a hurry to attack. He was waiting for the arrival of the golem army. The golem puppets were constructs and were basically immune to the effect of the aura of fear. They were mechanical creatures that could only carry out orders, so in the next battle, the golem army must be the ones to fight. Moreover, Soren's big move also needed a little time to prepare. At the same time, far away in the material plane, Gloria's figure appeared at the top of the arcane tower. At this moment, the arcane tower had floated under the control of the fallen witch, but because of the cover of magic, ordinary people could not see the existence of the arcane tower. Gloria stood in the center of the astrology platform. Under her feet was a huge astrology array. With the wind blowing her beautiful long hair, an invisible barrier wrapped the entire arcane tower. A white light appeared under Gloria's feet, which was the characteristic of the top divination spells. At this moment, she was holding a staff in one hand and a crystal ball in the other. She looked like a witch who was divining fate. However, at this moment, Gloria was not divining fate. She was calculating the trajectory of the astral plane, and at the same time, transmitting her magic power and will to the astral plane through the array. A low incantation could be heard. This spell was so long that it was impossible to have time to cast it in most battles because the enemy would not give you such a long time to cast it. However, this was the safe city of Mordor. With the help of the fallen witch, who was guarding by the side, Gloria kept chanting the ancient spell. A total of more than 30 spells took her nearly half an hour. Prophecy, Domain. When the last part of the spell was completed, Gloria raised the staff in her hand and pointed to the void. Then a huge amount of magic power surged out. In the blink of an eye, her face became pale, and her whole body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. At this moment, in the distant astral plane, a meteorite that was moving according to its original trajectory suddenly changed direction. It flew directly through the void and flew to the lower plane. There was still a stalemate on the battlefield. However, with the arrival of the golem army, the pressure on the Dark Guardians increased significantly. They gave up the initiative to attack and turned to defend the Throne of Fear. Ugly Monkey had not given the order to attack. The golem puppets formed a line of defense in front of the Einherjar army. They seemed to be waiting for the arrival of the demon army or something else. From time to time, Ugly Monkey would look up at the sky and then silently calculate the time, as if he was thinking about the opportunity to attack. Time ticked by. The figure of the Baler appeared in the distance, but it was not on the route of the Einherjar army, but on the other side of the Throne of Fear. Demons were not easy to control, and it was almost impossible for them to fight together. If they attacked in the same direction, it might lead to internal strife. Sauron, the Baler Lord, attacked the flank. At this time, most of the low-grade demons had died. Almost all the surviving demons were promoted to middle-grade demons. Some of the high-grade demons also plundered the power of divinity from the Lord of Fear. It's almost time. Ugly Monkey seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. All of a sudden, the weather on the whole battlefield changed drastically, and then a powerful wave of divine power appeared. A crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the Kingdom of Fear. Soren's divine power covered the whole battlefield. He broke the space of the Kingdom of Fear and then guided a terrible spell into this world. It was a huge meteorite about 1 kilometer in diameter. After entering the Kingdom of Fear, it immediately turned into a huge fireball. This terrible meteorite immediately fell at high speed after entering the Kingdom of Fear. Its target was the enemy under the Throne of Fear. Meteorite. It was the most effective spell to destroy a city among the legendary spells. It was also the signature spell of the Northern Witch Council. It was a legendary spell involving prophecy, astrology, spells, and so on. Under normal circumstances, only the leader of the Northern Witch Council could master it. The power of this spell was far beyond that of Meteor Burst. The two were not even on the same level. Soren had seen the power of Meteor with his own eyes. The Eye of the North had destroyed the steel fortress of the Githyanki with a single meteor. Currently, there were only 2 people in the north who could master the spell. One was the Eye of the North, and the other was Gloria, who had been trained as the successor of the Northern Witches. It was just that Gloria came to Motor City because of Soren, and more importantly, Soren gave her the Scepter of Savras. With the power of prophecy, Gloria could lock onto meteorites in the astral plane and use spells to control them. Rumble, a terrifying impact erupted in an instant. When the meteor crashed, the ground shook, and the nearby mountains crumbled. The only thing that remained unchanged was the main peak that supported the Terror Throne. Huge waves of air mixed with dust flew up to a height of hundreds of meters, expanding like a mushroom cloud. By the time the priests cast their spells to dispel the side effects of the meteor spell, a huge crater with a diameter of about 1,500 meters had appeared in front of them. Cracks had appeared on the ground around it. Thousands of demons and petitioners had died under the meteor spell. If this terrifying spell was used on Mordor City, it would be enough to completely turn Mordor City into ruins. On the other side, all the demons under Sauron's command opened their mouths in surprise. There was a sense of relief on their faces. Although Meteor Burst took a long time to prepare, it was very fast. The meteor fell in an instant, and the next moment, more than half of the enemies in front of them were cleared. Attack! The high-grade demons who had just plundered a lot of souls were excited. As the crack in the sky gradually disappeared, they obviously realized that the evil gods had joined the battle. This meteor burst greatly weakened the enemy's power. The high-grade demons who had just plundered divinity from the Lord of Fear were eager to move. They seemed to want to get more souls and more power. The Einherjar under the command of the ugly monkey also began to launch a surprise attack. Meteor Burst did not cause any casualties to them. Only a small number of golems had a little malfunction because of the terrible impact of the meteor. Now they were paralyzed in place and could not move. The ones with the most casualties were the Dark Army guarding the Throne of Fear. At this moment, their front line had completely collapsed. All the defensive lines became a joke under the meteor spell. Apart from the enemies who could escape by using teleportation spells, almost all the enemies within the range of the meteor spell were killed. The path leading to the Throne of Terror was immediately cleared out, creating a vacuum. Sword of Destruction. Will of the Banshee. The first to attack was not the ugly monkey, but the little figure who had been hiding in the team. Two figures like little angels were the first to break through the line of defense of the Dark Army and reach the bottom of the Throne of Fear. With the fragments of space torn, a dark magic sword appeared in her hand. Then, there was a large-scale wail of the Banshee. The legendary deadly spell that ignored levels suddenly shrouded many dark guards. The terrible infrasound invaded their brains, and then the enemies fell one after another. Vivian and Lillian. As a true god, Soren could not enter the kingdom of God, but Vivian and Lillian who had not been officially apotheosized could. This was their fated battle. Even Soren could not stop the little girl's will. They joined the battle with the Einherjar and were ready to face their own destiny. They were also their most terrible enemies, the Lord of Fear. There were only a few surviving sons of fear in the material plane. Vivian had almost gathered more than 90% of the divine power of fear. Two independent consciousnesses each controlled a body. The main body and the simulacrum played an unimaginable cooperation. Under the storm-like spell bombardment, hundreds of demons fell in the blink of an eye. However, just as the two little girls were going on a killing spree, some terrifying figures appeared. They looked like distorted aliens. They locked onto Vivian's position with their scarlet pupils, and then quickly approached them. Slayers found. Activate Diamond Golem Battle Command. Diamond Golems attack. Dull footsteps were heard. At the back of the Golem army, the powerful construct life that had not been used was finally activated. These Diamond Golems with a challenge level above legendary advanced quickly. No demons or petitioners could stop their footsteps. The Diamond Golems that were modified by Alice had a challenge level of up to 22. Even the Balers were not enough to fight against them in a head-on battle. The all-out attack began. Ugly Monkey sent out all the troops, while he led the Demon Hunter army and rushed to Vivian's side, protecting the little princess of Mordor City as she gradually approached the Throne of Fear. Soren's power alone was not enough to completely destroy the Throne of Fear. Vivian had to do it together. A single meteor spell caused a terrifying number of casualties to the Dark Guards. But under the power of the Dread Lord, they still guarded the throne without fear of death. It wasn't that they were not afraid of death, but that the Dread Lord had completely controlled their souls. These Dark Guards still stubbornly guarded the throne even when they knew death was coming, causing heavy casualties to Soren's Einherjar army. The battle was in a stalemate. But the Einherjar army was still pushing forward little by little, and the golems had suffered heavy losses. Soren had invested tens of thousands of golem puppets in one breath, but now nearly 60% of them had been damaged. If converted into wealth, it would be more than 30 million gold dirhams. The most valuable among them was the soul crystal. As long as any soul crystal was placed inside the golem puppet, if the golem puppet was destroyed again, the extremely valuable soul crystal would be completely destroyed. Half of Soren's losses were in the soul crystals, especially after the 3 diamond golems were destroyed by the terrible slaughterer, which caused Soren to lose more than 3 million kindler pieces. The 3 legendary quality soul crystals shattered, and all that was left was the broken shell of the diamond golem. The Einherjar army's casualties were close to 30%. If it was an army from the material plane, it would have collapsed long ago. But these were all Soren's petitioners. Their existence was to deal with the crueler war in the kingdom of God, so even now, none of the petitioners took a step back. They kept charging toward the Dread Lord in front of them, ready to break through the enemy's defense line and open a path for Vivian to reach the throne of fear. A stalemate was not what Soren wanted to see. At this time, in the distant city of Moder, the high priest in charge of monitoring the battlefield had a serious expression. He said in a deep voice, "The petitioners of the Dread Lord are coming. They have formed a large encirclement. We don't have much time left." There weren't only so many petitioners in the Kingdom of Fear. There were about millions of petitioners in the entire Kingdom of Fear. Although these petitioners weren't as powerful as the Dark Guards and couldn't rush to the battlefield immediately, they were approaching rapidly. If they were surrounded by them, they would eventually fall into a terrifying siege of numbers. Thaling No. 1's cold voice rang out, "I suggest activating the golem's self-destruct mechanism. Blast a way out of the enemy's defensive line. Golem self-destruct device." This was an ability that came from the mechanical nirvana of the clock. When the self-destruct mechanism was activated, the golem would explode, and the power of the explosion was equivalent to the fireball cast by a legendary wizard. The high priest fell silent for a moment. Then, she said solemnly, "Activate the golem's self-destruct mechanism. We have to open a passage within 5 minutes." Following her order, a group of special golem puppets on the battlefield began to rapidly approach. Their eyes flashed with red light, and after charging into the midst of the Dark Guards, they quickly exploded. Boom! Boom! Over 100 golems exploded one after another, quickly creating a vacuum in the midst of the enemy. Charge! Ugly Monkey seized the opportunity and led the demon hunters to charge forward. At this moment, Vivian and Lillian also caught up. They quickly broke through the defensive line and reached the bottom of the Throne of Fear. There were a total of 6 slaughterers guarding the bottom. "Your Excellency Vivian. Enter the Throne of Fear directly. Leave this to us." Ugly Monkey led 2 Otherworld God servants to block the slaughterers from the left and right. The Otherworld God servants were equivalent to angels and were only slightly weaker than the slaughterers. Since there were many demon hunters nearby, it shouldn't be a problem to hold them off for now. Vivian also knew that the situation was critical. The little girl nodded and rushed toward the Throne of Fear. As if sensing Vivian's arrival, a powerful consciousness gradually awakened. In an instant, the weather changed. Dark clouds covered the sky above the Throne of Fear. Accompanied by rumbling lightning, a strange green flame ignited along the way. The Dark Guards guarding the Throne of Fear became even crazier. They blocked the enemy without fear of death. At the same time, a group of slaughterers rushed toward Vivian. "My good daughter. Come. Come to mommy." A strange voice called out to her. It was a gentle female voice with motherly tenderness. It rang in Vivian's ears. She couldn't help but be stunned. However, she was quickly pushed by Lillian, who anxiously said, "Don't be in a daze. This is the Dreadlord's scheme. He's trying to buy time." Outside of the God of Fear, Soren, who had been paying close attention to the battlefield, was also stunned. Because he also heard that familiar voice. The voice seemed to have awakened a distant memory, awakening a beautiful yet haggard face in the deepest part of his memory. Their birth mother. Soren's mother, who was also Vivian's mother. In the kingdom of God. Vivian and Lillian approached the Throne of Fear quickly. When they arrived at the throne of fear, a beautiful figure clad in a long dress appeared. She seemed rather haggard, but displayed a motherly smile. She stood in the throne of fear, gazed at Vivian, smiled, and spread her arms. Vivian. My good daughter. You're finally here? Come here. Come to mommy. Vivian froze on the spot. On the other hand, Lillian was astonished. Because everything before them wasn't an illusion. A real soul appeared before them. And that soul was their mother. Come here. My good daughter. Vivian's mother smiled. Her smile was so gentle as though she recalled something. Don't you miss Xerxes? Xerxes is here too. Hurry up. Come to me. Another radiance shone. A loyal old dog appeared beneath the woman's feet. It wagged its tail obediently at Vivian as though calling her over. Xerxes. Vivian was more agitated to see the old dog than when she saw her mother. She extended her arm as though wanting to touch it. But eventually, she retracted her arm slowly. The young lady glared at the empty throne of fear and yelled, "It's you. You're the one who imprisoned their souls. You damn bastard. Release their souls." A deep, eerie chuckle sounded. A dark shadow shrouded the throne of fear as though countless eyes were watching them. The deep voice said, "Kill me. Your mother will die. Xerxes will die too. Completely die. Their souls have been imprisoned in the throne of fear. Destroying the throne of fear means killing them with your own hands. Do you really want to do that? You want to kill your own mother? And your most loyal Xerxes? Heath. Mother." Vivian appeared to be in great pain while Lillian, who stood beside her, looked anxious. Lillian shook her arm and said, "Big sister. We can't delay any longer. Or else, all our efforts will go to waste." This was the first time Lillian addressed Vivian as big sister so formally. It was imaginable how anxious she was. But she wasn't the owner of this body, after all. What she controlled was an avatar of the simulacrum spell and didn't have the ability to destroy the Terror Throne. In order to destroy the Terror Throne, Vivian had to be the one to lead it. "Big brother is waiting for us," Lillian said anxiously. At that moment, the Terror Overlord's furious roar sounded. "Shut up. You damn traitor. I created you. I gave you power. But you betrayed me." Lillian curled her lips in disdain. "Betrayed you? You created me just to revive yourself. I'm the Witch of Terror, Lillian. Not a puppet to be manipulated by anyone." The situation changed. The situation on the battlefield was getting more and more severe. Vivian was only a little girl in her teens, after all. Although she was naturally mature and intelligent, it was undoubtedly a very painful and difficult decision for her to make to destroy the Throne of Terror, kill her mother, and kill her loyal dog, Heath, with her own hands. Even though Lillian urged anxiously, she still couldn't do it because those two were the most important people in her heart apart from her big brother. Besides, her mother was still calling her name. Damn it. Lillian was like an angry kitten. She growled at Vivian, "How long are you going to hesitate? If this operation fails, Big Brother will be in great danger. Since you can't do it, give me control of this body. Let me do it." Lillian vanished as soon as she finished speaking. She returned to Vivian's body and was about to seize control of the body. However, at this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by a golden ray of light that fell from the sky. "Big Brother." Vivian raised her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. For such a kind-hearted little girl, it was too cruel for her to personally end her mother and the old dog that had grown up with her. This would make her feel guilty for the rest of her life. Soren didn't enter the divine kingdom of fear, but his voice reached the little girl's ears. "Let me do it." His voice was low. As the voice fell, the golden light turned into a sharp sword and fell directly toward the souls of his mother and Heath. No. Vivian's eyes widened in shock, but she remained where she was. Outside the divine kingdom. Soren also closed his eyes at this moment. Killing her mother and the loyal old dog, Heath, was too heavy for Vivian. If she had to do it herself, she would probably feel uneasy for the rest of her life. If that's the case, then let me bear all the sins. The attack on the divine kingdom of fear must not fail. Even if he didn't kill them, if the Dread Lord won, then everything would be meaningless. In the end, Soren chose to do it himself. Attacking the divine kingdom of fear was a gamble in itself, and for this battle, Soren almost put his own future on the line, so he couldn't back down and give up no matter what. Killing his mother, these might be able to threaten the kind Vivian. But they would never be able to threaten Soren. He was an evil god standing in the bottomless abyss. His path to godhood had long been stained with blood. If the Dread Lord thought that he could threaten him with 2 souls, then the enemy was too naive. Divine shockwave. The golden divine power directly hit the throne of fear. With the vibration of the distance, the 2 souls gradually dissipated under the brilliance of the divine power. Lillian had returned to her body. "Sister." Her anxious voice resounded in his mind as she hurriedly said, "Hurry up and do it. It's almost too late." Vivian slowly raised her head. Her expression at the moment was a little blank, but it was more of a pitiful sadness. A trace of anger appeared in the little girl's eyes, and then it burned like a raging fire. Her small figure floated in the air, looking at the darkness around the throne of fear, and said coldly, "I want to die with my mother and Heath." Her voice became colder and colder, and in the end, it turned into a sharp sound wave. A terrible wind raged on the throne of fear. At this moment, Vivian seemed to have turned black, and there was a terrible killing intent in her eyes that had never been seen before. A huge amount of divine power surged out like a tsunami. The divine power from the other sons of fear was crazily injected into the throne of fear. The terrible power caused a crack to appear on the throne of fear. The crack gradually expanded, and the whole throne of fear also showed signs of collapse. Vivian was fighting for the power of the divine title of fear. Although the Dread Lord had died, his divine title was still sealed in the throne of fear. He just distributed his divine power to the sons of fear. "Yes. Destroy this place. That's it. Sister. Let me give you a hand." Small black wings appeared behind Vivian, and Lillian's will also appeared. She cooperated with the little girl to use the divine power of fear to crazily attack the throne, destroying the balance and power in it, and destroying the last hope of the Dread Lord's resurrection. "No. Damn it." The black shadow roared crazily, and then the black breath around gathered together and turned into the figure of a man wearing black armor and holding a huge sword. This was the true body of the Dread Lord. It was also the last body that his soul could condense. He rushed towards the 2 little girls crazily, ready to stop them from destroying the throne of fear. However, at this time a golden light appeared in the sky again, and a huge golden palm stretched out from the sky. Soren's low voice sounded, "Your enemy is me." Divine form. Outside of the divine realm of fear, Soren's figure turned into a golden giant hundreds of meters high. Because of the avatar crisis, his body could not enter the divine realm of fear, but his power could penetrate the plane barrier. At this moment, he was completely squandering his divine power to fight with the enemy. The golden body was constantly consuming his stored divine power. Boom! There was a loud sound of cracking. In the corner of the throne of fear, the huge skull with burning flames had cracked and separated from the throne of fear. With the whistling of the wind, it fell from a height of thousands of meters. Cracks appeared one after another. The runes engraved on the throne of fear had already cracked. Even the stone pillars supporting the throne had cracks on them. "Ah!" Vivian's sharp cry sounded. At this moment, the little girl's clothes had turned into flying ashes. Under the structure of divine power, a strange black dress armor appeared. A black sword of destruction appeared in her palm. The little girl roared and held the sword with both hands directly into the center of the throne of fear. Rumble. The throne of fear that had stood in the God's kingdom for thousands of years finally collapsed. With the destruction of the throne of fear, tens of thousands of souls flew out from the throne of fear. Vivian's battle was over. As the body of fear, only she could easily destroy the throne of fear. However, Soren's battle was not over yet, because Vivian had only destroyed the soul vessel of the Dread Lord, and the essence of the Dread Lord's soul still needed Soren to end it. Slaughter, realm. Crafty, realm. Death, realm. The golden light spread out like waves, and Soren's arm was like the palm of a titan, directly grabbing the shadow after the throne of fear was broken. An enemy with great divine power was very scary. However, if the enemy was already dead and only a soul was left, Soren was not afraid at all. The power of slaughter and death blocked all the escape routes of the Dread Lord. Soren's body could not enter this world, so it was impossible for him to fight hand-to-hand. The only way he could kill the Dread Lord was to use the most direct and violent divine power shockwave. No. With a desperate roar, the shadow gradually shattered under the impact of Soren's divine power. This was the most direct way to destroy the enemy, using a huge amount of divine power to crush the enemy, but it was also the most exhausting way to fight. Countless souls surged out. As an evil god, the Dread Lord had bound many souls over the years. These souls were not only the believers who went against his will, but also the believers of other hostile gods. These believers were sacrificed to please the Dread Lord, and the Dread Lord imprisoned their souls. This was the most common method used by evil gods. The Queen of Spiders had imprisoned many elven souls. Now with the death of the Dread Lord, these souls were free. However, Soren did not intend to let these souls go. He was not a compassionate god. With the spread of the golden light, Soren's huge palm grabbed these souls and kept them in his palm. These were all high-quality souls. The Dread Lord would use them to complete his throne and bind them to provide him with power. Meanwhile, Soren was preparing to turn them into petitioners. After Vivian took over the Dread Lord's divine title, she would need a new batch of petitioners. The last of his aura dissipated. As the Dread Lord's soul was completely erased by Soren, countless golden rays of light rained down like meteors. This was the power of the Dread Lord's divinity and quintessence. The divinity released by the fall of a powerful god was extremely frightening. Most of the power surged into Vivian's body, including the fear and strife priesthoods. The fear priesthoods entered Vivian's soul, while the strife priesthoods entered Lillian's soul. These were the two souls that were most qualified to inherit the power of the Dread Lord. The third person was Soren, who held the divinity of slaughter and death. The power of death surged into Soren's body. As the successor of the three death gods, Soren obtained about 1/3 of the power. As for the rest of the divinity, it was scattered among the other creatures on the battlefield. Not only the Baelor Lord Sauron, but even the succubus owner's mother, Rina-Lise, obtained the power of divinity. Then, she automatically gained the legendary ability of Fear Aura. The demonic power Sauron obtained the most divinity. It was about 8 divinity, and at the same time, a small amount of quintessence was absorbed. Many greater demons obtained 1 to 2 divinity. These scattered divinity added up to about 30 divinity. They were automatically absorbed by the beings that were compatible with them. The ugly monkey and some demon hunters also obtained this power. Among them, more than 10 demon hunters automatically understood the Fear Aura. A powerful god would have at least 300 divinity and quintessence. Because this was the kingdom of fear, the divinity and quintessence were not scattered. The Dread Lord was an old god. Even if he didn't do much in the past 1,000 years, his divinity should be more than 320 divinity. It was more difficult to increase the quintessence, so it could only be calculated as 300 divinity. Vivian and Lillian obtained most of the divine power, along with the cold prompt. The divinity that Soren obtained also appeared in front of his eyes. You've killed the Dread Lord. Extracting the target's soul energy. You've obtained 32 million slaughter EXP. The target has divinity. Extracting the target's divinity. You've obtained 77 divinity. The target has quintessence. Extracting the target's quintessence. You've obtained 75 quintessence. The power of fear domain has increased. The power of slaughter domain has increased. The power of death domain has increased. The power of domination domain has increased. The power of order domain has increased. The power of evil domain has increased. You've obtained tyranny domain. You've obtained strife domain. The powerful divinity and divine power from the Dread Lord were absorbed by Soren. As expected of an enemy with great divine power, Soren obtained the most divinity in history, and this was only a part of it. The Dread Lord's soul energy was devoured by Soren, which brought him as much as 32 million slaughter EXP. Not only did it make up for the millions of slaughter EXP that Soren used to kill the Dread Lord, but it also gave him more than 20 million slaughter EXP. The divine power alone wasn't enough to defeat the Golden Giant Hand. Soren had almost completely entered the form of a divine spirit in the battle just now, and he was burning hundreds of thousands of slaughter EXP every minute. Most of the power went into Vivian's body. But at this moment, the little girl didn't have much joy on her face. On the contrary, she looked quite sad and murmured, "Heath. Mother. Heath." A strong repulsive force appeared. Vivian's figure automatically rose into the air. The power of the Dread Lord allowed her to directly advance to intermediate divine power, but this also meant that the power of the Avatar crisis was acting on her body, and the kingdom of God was gradually rejecting her. Soren looked at the sad Vivian. The Golden Giant Hand suddenly spread out in front of her, and then two white souls appeared in his palm. Vivian immediately covered her mouth in surprise when she saw it, and then her face was full of disbelief and surprise. "Mother. Heath." The little girl seemed to want to rush over, but the power of the kingdom of God had already made her angry, and an irresistible force was sending her out of the kingdom of God. Outside the kingdom of God. Soren sighed softly, and then broke through the air to directly catch Vivian. If he didn't do so, the little girl would fall directly into the material plane. Because she had already become a god. With the death of the Dread Lord, the battle in the Divine Kingdom soon ended. Some of the Dark Guards died directly, and the rest of the petitioners also fell in large numbers. These were the existences whose souls were bound by the Dread Lord. Because of the complete death of the Dread Lord, they also fell. As for the rest of the petitioners, their reaction was very fast. They immediately turned to Vivian's subordinates. Some of the Dread Lords who did not fall almost immediately surrendered to Vivian. Although the main battle was over, there were still many battles left. Although Vivian inherited the Dread Priesthood, there were still many things in the Divine Kingdom that she could not control. These needed to be cleaned up by Soren's army. Moreover, the wealth accumulated by the Dread Kingdom for thousands of years was still a huge amount of resources even if a lot of it was given out. Mordor City suffered heavy losses in this battle. Sauron's demon army was a little better. At most, he could go back to the Abyss and recruit new demons. The Abyss did not have many things, but there were too many demons. However, the number of golem puppets in Mordor City was so large that it almost wiped out Soren's resources. In this battle, nearly 80% of the clay golems had died, and 70% of the stone golems had been damaged. The iron golems had suffered the greatest loss, because they had used up a lot of energy from their self-destruction. In the end, there were only 30 or so stone golems that could move. Half of the diamond golems were scrapped, and the remaining diamond golems were also seriously damaged. Mordor City had destroyed nearly 10,000 golem puppets in this battle, which almost wiped out the foundation of the golem army that had been accumulated since the Avatar crisis. The direct economic loss was not easy to calculate, but 10 million Kindler was definitely more than that. With such a heavy loss of the golem army, Soren's golem factory almost needed to start manufacturing again. And this required a lot of resources. To make up for the loss of the golem army, he could only plunder resources from the Divine Kingdom of Fear. The loss of the Einherjar army was also not small. 3 of the otherworldly divine servants had died in battle. 50% of the demon hunters had died, and 30% of the petitioners had died. Almost a third of Soren's wealth was gone in an instant. Wars between gods' kingdoms were always so tragic. If it weren't for the fact that the losses were so great, the gods wouldn't have been so restrained. After the Throne of Terror was destroyed, the Baelor Flame Demon Lord Sauron returned with his demon army. On the other hand, Soren's petitioners began to spread out and occupy the Divine Kingdom of Fear, collecting all kinds of resources as much as possible. If Vivian wanted to enter the Kingdom of God, she had to wait until the end of the Avatar crisis. Soren couldn't send an army into the Kingdom of Fear again. Therefore, how many people could be taken away this time would determine how much strength could be restored during the Avatar crisis. Although the casualties were very shocking, however, it was all worth it. Putting aside the power that Soren had gained, just the fact that Vivian and Lillian had advanced to become mid-tier gods was already the greatest success. Now, there were already 2 mid-tier gods in Mordor City. As long as Vivian successfully mastered the power of the Dread Lord, Soren wouldn't have the slightest fear even if the enemy was a greater god. At the same time, in the distant material plane, there were many dark basements, wilderness caves, and dark corners of the city. Many altars and shrines that were responsible for worshipping the Dread Lord had undergone astonishing changes. Accompanied by a golden radiance, the original statue of the Dread Lord suddenly disappeared. Then, two twin statues of the Dread Lord appeared, one on the left and one on the right. These were the statues of Vivian and Lillian. One of them took over the priesthood of Fear, and the other took over the priesthood of Strife. Such a great change meant that the Dread Lord had completely fallen. Although the Church of the Dread Lord in the material plane had been severely damaged, it was undoubtedly going to collapse at this moment. Many priests and believers who originally served the Dread Lord gave up their faith and went to other evil gods, such as the Goddess of Night, the Lord of Storms, the Goddess of Ocean, and so on. As a new god, Vivian didn't inherit much of the original faith of the Dread Lord. The already few believers directly lost nearly 60% of them after she took over the priesthood. However, this didn't matter at all. Because at the same time that Vivian succeeded in becoming a god, her temple had begun to be built in Motor City, and the church that had been gathered was quickly unified and built a basic outline. Everything of the Dread Lord wasn't suitable for her to inherit. As a new god, the most suitable thing for Vivian was undoubtedly the re-established church. Motor City. The Grand Harvest celebration was still going on. However, the complete fall of the Dread Lord couldn't be hidden from others at all. The first to know was the Goddess of Agriculture, then Soren's god, the Maiden of Pain, and then other gods in the material plane also got the news, and they all turned their attention to the island of Motor. No one thought that Soren would use the name of the harvest celebration to confuse others, and then directly attack the kingdom of the Dread Lord, and finally win. This was simply unimaginable. The war of the Gods' Kingdom was far more intense than the war in the material plane. With the mortal army of Motor City, even if they invested 1,000,000, it was unlikely to win. But now Soren actually destroyed the Dread Throne, which meant that he still had a very powerful hidden power, and this power was something that they had never noticed. Vivian and Lillian fell into a state of half-sleep as soon as they returned to Motor City. This was something that they had to face when they officially became gods, because they had begun to receive the prayers of their believers. However, compared to Soren's painful state when he just became a god, the two girls were obviously much more relaxed. At least they didn't fall into the kind of chaos in their souls that was suddenly hit by a huge amount of prayer information. They could accommodate all prayers and beliefs, and began to learn how to respond to the prayers of their believers and give the priests the corresponding divine spells. This was a very complicated ability. But it was something that every god had to face. Soren could teach them how to respond to prayers and give them divine spells, but the two girls still had to master how to deal with it. They had just become gods and had been learning these things almost all day, especially the ability to give priests divine spells. At present, nearly a third of the priests in the church that served them hadn't received divine spells. After all, the two of them didn't have the data ability of Soren. Without the divine network, each divine spell had to be given by themselves. The Grand Harvest celebration was still going on. However, Motor City seemed to have fallen into silence after the shocking battle. No one would think that Soren, the Lord of Shadows, would stop so easily. Obviously, he was brewing a bigger conspiracy, and was recovering and accumulating strength to find the next target. The complete death of the Dread Lord seemed to have removed a mountain from Soren's heart. At this moment, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief because history had been completely changed by him. Lillian, the Witch of Fear, did not die in the hands of the Silvermoon Lady, and she also took over the divine title of Strife. As for the Silvermoon Lady, she was caught in the war with the Lady of Night. The two ancient goddesses who had been fighting for countless years were already in a fierce battle. The Goddess of Agriculture returned to the continent after the harvest celebration. However, before she left, she talked to Soren for a while. Before she left, she looked at Soren deeply. At this time, the city of Motor had become one of the most powerful forces in the material plane. Although Vivian was still learning how to become a true god, receiving faith and giving divine spells, the power of the Dread Lord had gathered on them. As mid-level gods, their combat power was quite amazing. As for Soren himself, he was also in an important stage of accumulation at this moment. The divine power of the Dread Lord still needed to be completely integrated with him. The more than 30 million slaughter EXP still needed to be arranged. Soren's strength needed to be accumulated before he could break through again. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Soren, who returned to the city of Motor, was busy controlling the new power of divinity, and the first thing to improve was his divinity. After successfully killing the Dread Lord, Soren's divinity accumulated to 350 points, and he became a great divinity. After Soren killed the number 1 enemy, he didn't need to deliberately keep the slaughter EXP. Finally, he could use it to level up his profession. At this time, Soren's attributes had become quite amazing. Name, Soren, Holy Form, Mid-level Divine Power. Race, Half-Elf, Massacre God's Son. Attributes, Strength 24, Agility 44, Constitution 30, Intelligence 31, Wisdom 22, Charm 26. Alignment, Lawful Evil Class, Level 15 Rogue, 03550000, Level 10 Shadow Dancer, Max, Level 10 Wizard, 04225000, Level 16 Arcanist, 04850000, Grade 8. Health Points, 825825, Robust, EXP, 1505075 Slaughter EXP, 35,545 Profession EXP, Unassigned. Skill Points, None Attribute Points, None Legend, 350. Divinity, 350, Middle Divinity. Upgrading, Greater Divinity, requires 900 points. Godhood, 240, Mid-grade Godhood, requires 300 points to upgrade, Great Divinity. Divine Power, 15134800. Upgrading to Greater Divine Power, requires 1200 Divine Power points and Mastery of Deities Descending, S Divine Law. The current Divinity storage limit is 4800 points. Clergy, Shadow, Thief, Half-Elf, Rogue, Tracker. Domains, Tyranny, Strife, Mage, Disease, Poison, Trickery, Slaughter, Death, Fear, Evil, Domination, Piracy, Shadow, Flora. Spirit Chi, Evil Spirit Chi, Fear Spirit Chi. Status, Normal. Basic Skills, Sneak 655, Literacy 535, Steal 525, Pick Lock 475, Snare 415, Focus 425, Negotiate 585, Appraise 425, Deceive 425, Intimidation 675, Taunt 355, Perform 375, Listen 485, Dodge 525, Parry 385, Block 375, Heal 375, Search 475, Detect 605, Scroll Copy 375, Spell Identify 415, Survival 385, Use Magic Equipment 375, Cooking 325, Alchemy 515, Forge Magic Weapon 375. Saint Form, Transcendence, Spell Immunity 1-4, Epic Divine Power, Instant Spell Cast 1-3. Godhood Immunity, Acid, Electricity, Fire, Instant Death. Godhood Abilities, Space Change, Death's Hand, Reality Change, Form Change, Divine Power Shockwave, Language Proficiency, Character Proficiency, Interplane Communication, Astral Teleportation, Plane Teleportation. Legendary Skills, Epic Magic Power, Epic Spell Cast, 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 Epic Tenacity, Epic Spell Penetration, Epic Reflex, Epic Weakness Detection, Perfect Dual Wielding, Omnipotent Hands, Epic Evasion, Epic Battle Skills, Epic Dexterity, Epic Intelligence, Epic Constitution. Special Abilities, Blessing of the Goddess of Magic, God Slayer, Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess, Blessing of the Sea Goddess, Dragon Blood Baptism LV2, Heart of Slaughter, Slayer, Deathwalker, Ascetic, Erudite, Blasphemy. Personal Abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Encyclopedic Knowledge, Spellcasting Proficiency, Reflex Evasion, Intuitive Evasion, Roll Evasion, Agile Movement, Evade Sight, Dark Vision, Combat Spellcasting, Mobile Spellcasting, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Extreme Spell Casting, Craft Magical Equipment, Spell Penetration, High Magic Resistance, High Cold Resistance, High Fire Resistance, High Poison Resistance, High Lightning Resistance, Sturdy, High Regeneration. Advanced, Telepathy 100 feet. Profession abilities: Arcane Memory, Arcane Counterspell, Arcane Runes, Shadow Dominator, Nimble Mind, Military Weapon, Proficiency, Curved Sword, Legendary. Combat Skills: Summon Shadow, any, Shadow Jump, any, Shadow Strike, any, Shadow Jump, any, Vampiric Touch, Divinity, Sword Form, Heavy Hack, Sword Form, Horizontal Slash, Sword Form, Beheading, Sword Form, Waist Chop, Sword Form, Spinning Strike, Spinning Slash. After killing the Dread Lord, Soren's strength had increased tremendously. If one were to use specific data to calculate, it would take more than 3 days and 3 nights to finish. However, the most obvious increase could still be calculated. The most obvious was the increase in his attributes and basic abilities. Soren had completely caught up with the old gods. Then there was an additional ability, Divinity Immunity. This was the standard for becoming a great god. Soren's divinity immunity was acid, lightning, fire, and instant death. Simply put, acid damage and acid spells were ineffective against Soren. Lightning spells and lightning damage were ineffective against Soren. He was completely immune to normal fire damage, and any instant death would be automatically ignored. Soren was completely immune to all instant death spells, of course. The power of the Divine Spark immunity was not completely obtained, because this ability also included immunity to attribute absorption, immunity to attribute damage, disease, cold, disintegration, energy absorption, mental influence, paralysis, poison, sleep, intimidation, transformation, imprisonment, banishment, and so on. Soren was still not a great god. So currently, he was mainly improving to deal with the most common damage effects. Then there were the legendary abilities, which were Legendary Spell Maximization, Epic Magic, and Legendary Spell Instant Cast. These abilities could not be enhanced by the power of the divinity. Even Soren had to rely on his own profession level to obtain these abilities. The most obvious increase was in the Divinity of Shadow. Soren had now completely merged with the Divinity of Shadow. He had obtained the ability to summon shadows at will, jump 500 meters at will, attack at will, and travel at will. Simply put, he could use these abilities infinitely. He had come into contact with the origin of the shadow power. These abilities within the scope of the divinity had no limit at all. Unless he lost the Divinity of Shadow, in that case, he would recover the abilities brought by his original profession level. The closer Soren was to the great divine power, the more he felt the horror of the great divine power. He finally knew why there were not many great divine powers promoted for so long. It was because the 900 divinity value alone was already a difficult task. If there was no outbreak of the Avatar crisis, it would take a normal god many years to accumulate it. Now Soren's divinity value had reached 240 points. That was to say, as long as he killed a strong enough target, then he could officially enter the range of great divine power and be qualified to become the main god of a divine system. The end of the Avatar crisis was getting closer and closer. Around the end of next year, the last wave of impact would break out. There was not much time left for Soren. Because when the Avatar crisis was completely over, it was not easy for Soren to kill a weak divine power god. This often meant that he needed to completely destroy the other party's church and divine kingdom. At that time, the structure of the gods would be stabilized again. In the blink of an eye, it was early September. The silent Mordor city was accumulating strength, and the golem factory was constantly producing new puppets. At this time, some new things began to appear, such as the bank that had recently appeared in Mordor city, and a large number of farms in the Windspear Hills. After enduring for a long time, the elemental god finally couldn't help but take action. Near the Eastern Sea, the god of water elements and the god of fire elements broke out in a shocking battle. Fortunately, this battle was far away from human territory and did not cause too many casualties. Therefore, the gods were already very busy and did not want to care about it. The rampaging fire and water elements raged near the battlefield. This mess could not be cleaned up during the Avatar crisis. It could only be slowly dealt with after the Avatar crisis. Note, the sequelae of the elemental turmoil will remain until the end of the Avatar crisis. The god of light had also encountered a little trouble recently. That was, near the holy city, some traces of the undead gradually emerged. What made the holy knights even more uneasy was that they actually found traces of the winter ghost. Winter Ghost, Challenge Level 25. The Winter Ghost was made by the demigod Lich who sought the ultimate limit of the power of the undead. They usually stayed in the forgotten, corrupted fortresses in the astral world or the negative energy world. They were terrible evil creations in a long history, and they were extremely powerful liches. Vampires and demigod Lich could get the help of the Winter Ghost and form a temporary alliance. These terrible creatures had the special ability of cold aura. They could use withering fire, and they could launch a destructive blow that was far beyond the power of the gods. They were the ultimate creation of the demigod Lich, and their natural strength value had reached a terrifying 52 points. That's right. These terrible monsters were even higher than the father of the oak tree in terms of strength value. If it weren't for the characteristics of the undead, even the gods would not have much chance of winning against them. But now it was the time of the Avatar crisis, and the gods did not have much advantage against the Winter Ghost in the form of saints. This kind of creature should not appear in the material plane. They should stay in the death plane with the strongest negative energy, but now they actually appeared, and there seemed to be other forces behind them. P.S. The attributes of the Winter Ghost can be searched on Baidu Encyclopedia. The fourth wave of the Avatar crisis was coming. Soren could feel the increasingly strong death aura in the material plane because of the war. The appearance of the Winter Ghosts was just a sign. As the protagonists of the fourth wave of the Avatar crisis, the powerful demigod Liches and the undead kings were still hiding in the dark. The gods had ruled the multiverse for countless years, and the pressure of this long time could not be dissipated by a single Avatar crisis. They still feared the gods from the bottom of their hearts, so they did not dare to act rashly. When the death energy in the material plane reached a certain level, or when they believed that the gods had become very weak, it was the time for the demigod Lich and the undead lords to stand on the stage. And this process would take a little time, because there was still a very important catastrophe ritual. They needed to wake up the sleeping undead and bring more death to the material plane. This was a huge ritual to change the characteristics of the plane. It would inject a trace of the power of death into the material plane and temporarily suppress the divine power of the King of the Dead, Kalember, so that the dead would not be able to rest in peace. In the end, they would be revived as wandering undead. Motor City. Soren stood on the tower and looked down at the whole earth. The impact of the undead disaster had shown a trace, and at this moment, even he was a little uneasy in his heart. Because a big event would happen during this time, a big event that would affect the entire Death Divine system. That was, the King of the Dead, Klemvox was attacked by the demigod Liches and the undead kings. Soren did not know where this battle happened, because the King of the Dead, Klemvox, had not shown up so far. On the eve of the outbreak of the undead, the main god of the Death Divine system was attacked by many kings from the negative energy plane and was seriously injured. This injury caused the long sleep domain that he mastered to fail and could no longer cover the material plane and the spiritual world, so that most of the dead could not rest in peace and directly turned into undead under the death aura. Klemvox had been working hard to let the dead sleep. The intensity of the outbreak of the undead disaster was directly related to him. The demigod Liches would only show up after defeating him. Their goal was the priesthood of death. Moreover, there was another grim reaper behind this plot, and that was the incomparably evil Naruto. There was no way that so many demigod-level Liches and undead lords would gather for no reason. Even if the demons were trying to instigate them, they would not act together. There must be a powerful Grim Reaper behind all of this. Although Soren did not have any evidence to confirm his suspicions, he believed that Naruto was the biggest suspect. The Avatar crisis was a special period. During this period, all the capable and ambitious evil gods were ready to make a move. The Spider Queen's web could be activated at any time, and the Lady of Night was also planning an unknown conspiracy. It was not surprising that Naruto wanted Klemvox's priesthood. It was just that his actions were so secretive that even Soren could not get any information. Klemvox, the King of the Dead, had a special existence in the whole Death God system because his doctrine was to let the dead sleep. This led him to stand on the opposite side of many powerful creatures who studied death. The most iconic ones were the demigod-level Liches and the undead lords. In contrast to Klemvox, Naruto was a neutral evil god. He had no conflict with most of the demigod-level Liches, and there were a lot of undead among his believers and priests. He was called the Terminator of Life, For most of the evil undead, this Grim Reaper's actions and doctrines were in line with their ideas. That was to end life. No impact of the Avatar crisis was born for no reason. The first few impacts were due to the greed and plundering of the souls of the material plane by the lower planes, and the later impacts were due to the long-standing hatred and contradictions between the main gods of the elemental planes. The giant web of the Queen of Spiders was due to thousands of years of hatred and ambition, and the conspiracy of the Lady of Night was due to the inseparable contradiction with the Lady of Silvermoon from the beginning. The outbreak of the undead disaster was also related to Klembox, because the original 3 death gods were very evil, and he began to work hard to let the undead sleep. This kind of contradiction that had been accumulated for thousands of years was very terrible once it broke out. Soren did not dare to act rashly at the moment. He could only wait quietly for the mastermind behind the scenes to show up. Moreover, the main force of this impact could not be Soren. The God of Light must have been investigating everything now. Demons, undead, devils. These 3 were undoubtedly the most hated existence of the God of Light: ghouls, skeleton soldiers, vampires, liches, mummies. It seemed that overnight, whether it was the southern countries, the northern highlands, Arendelle, or even the eastern countries, a large number of undead creatures began to appear suddenly. The traces of liches began to become more and more frequent. These liches that were originally hidden in the corners of the material plane appeared one after another. Among them, there were liches and undead from other planes of negative energy. They sneaked into the material plane and caused countless disturbances. In the distant eastern countries, there were some very dangerous ancient mummies that ran out long before the appearance of the winter ghosts. This news was sent by the Eastern Princess. So far, the Eastern Princess still did not come to the city of Moder, but the dancer under her command sent a handwritten letter. It expressed humility and respect for Soren, and also described the recent difficulties faced by the eastern countries. The ancient evil creatures had just appeared not long ago, and they were not given a little time to breathe. In the remote desert of the eastern countries, a large number of mummies were awakened. These mummies appeared out of nowhere, and they gathered together under the control of the ancient mummies, constantly attacking and harassing the eastern countries. Many monasteries were now in a state of full preparation for war, and in the letter, the Eastern Princess also said that as soon as she finished dealing with things here, she would immediately set off to visit Soren in person. Regarding this matter, Soren's attitude was more tolerant because recently, the contracted girl, Cicada, who was given divinity by him, had also completed the training of a fist master. She was sent to the desert by the monastery to clean up these mummies that suddenly appeared. Maybe I should consider forming a group of monks. As a god, Soren needed to pay attention to a lot of things every day, but this would not affect his plan at all. He would soon be promoted to a great divine power. As a god with great divine power, there were many groups of monks in the churches of various gods. Soren's church was still relatively simple at present, and rogues accounted for too much of the population. He needed to inject more fresh blood and some talents with special abilities. The monks of the evil faction were one of the targets. Soren had been cultivating Cicada for some time. With a trace of divinity given by Soren, Cicada was now a legendary monk. What he was now considering was whether to take time to guide her and let the girl come forward to form a group of monks within the church for him. Monks were a very special profession. There were many talents in this profession, and because of the different paths they pursued, the relationship between monks and the secular world was relatively weak. This could make up for the shortcomings of Soren's church being too deeply involved with the secular world. In the middle of September 1677 of the New Moon era, Fallen which finally left the city of Moder and set off for the legendary Seal City. Soren could do nothing about all this because even if he was promoted to a great divine power, he could not easily enter the Seal City. However, on this day, a very strange thing happened in the city of Moder. It was probably in the morning. Suddenly, a very powerful energy fluctuation appeared in the city of Moder. This energy fluctuation covered the entire island of Moder, and then all the witches in the city of Moder felt that it was difficult to cast spells. Some witches whose profession level was too low suddenly lost all their ability to cast spells. Fortunately, this panic-inducing thing did not last long, and soon they regained the power to cast spells. Soren also noticed this at the first time. He almost instantly appeared in Gloria's laboratory, and then saw the elemental furnace in full operation, and Gloria, who was assisting in the experiment next to her. The preliminary test has been completed. Since obtaining the scepter of Savras, Gloria began to have a trace of divinity, less of a mortal's intimacy, and more of a divine spirit's detachment. She smiled at Soren, nodded and said, "Close the magic lock. Cancel the anti-magic enchantment." Thaling began to calculate the test results. That's right. The magic lock that had just shrouded the island of Moder was activated, and it was in a complete state, so it needed the elemental furnace to provide full energy. Soren was surprised and said, "The anti-magic enchantment was successful?" Gloria nodded gently and said, "At present, the preliminary test has been successful. When the magic lock is fully activated, the anti-magic enchantment can restrict the casting of all spells below the third circle. I also figured out some of the principles of the magic net after getting the information of the mage priesthood. But to complete the complete anti-magic enchantment, I'm afraid we still need to build a small magic net inside the magic lock." The anti-magic enchantment. One of the research directions of the city of Moder. After Soren seized the scepter of Savras, Gloria's research finally made a breakthrough. And according to this progress, the city of Moder may really be able to restrict the abilities of other spellcasters in the future. Only those who have the permission of the city of Moder can cast spells freely within the scope of the anti-magic enchantment. Moder City, Laboratory. In the second laboratory connected to the shadow plane, Alice was assembling the parts in front of her with a serious face. Soren's figure was also not far away, quietly watching Alice. Today's experiment had a lot to do with him, because one of the items came from Soren. Assembly complete. On Alice's test bench, a huge boxing glove had been completed, and there were other parts next to it, but it was not assembled. She turned to Soren and bowed slightly, then put her palm into the boxing glove and said, "Start the test. Activate the mana power armor, arm. Start charging." The lavender crystal tube was injected with mana, and then Alice's huge fist with a diameter of about 30 centimeters shook, and a faint light appeared on it. Alice first tried to move her fingers, then turned her wrist joint and recorded, "Flexibility is average. Equivalent to an ordinary human. Start the test of strength." After that, Alice walked to a heavy iron block in front of her, grabbed it with one hand, and lifted it up, and recorded, "Test weight is 1,000 kilograms. Done. Very easy. Increase the weight test." Alice turned to the second heavy object. This test was done 3 times in a row, and the final weight was 1,500 kilograms. Not far away, Soren had been quietly watching all this. What Alice was holding was the arm part of the power armor that he had obtained. It was not until the alchemy technology tree in Moder City was high enough that he took it out for research. The upper limit of strength that an ordinary human could get was 18 points. According to the records of the interstellar era in his previous life, the record of the Olympic men's weightlifting champion was 275 kilograms. This kind of strength was already 1 in 10,000, and it was probably between 18 and 19 points if it was switched to the data template. The repaired arm of the mana power armor provided about 25 points of strength, and the result of the current test was that it could lift 1,500 kilograms with one hand. If he started the test with both hands, the data should be improved a lot, but the improvement should not be too big, because the ability of this kind of rune was constant. The flexibility test looks like it's only about 10 points of agility. Soren stared at Alice as she removed the power unit. He thought to himself, "It seems that the power unit is the same as the golem. It has a clear shortcoming in terms of agility." At this moment, Alice had already walked over and said softly, "The test data is almost complete. If the entire set was equipped, the user's strength could be raised to the level of an iron golem. Even an ordinary person should be able to reach that level, but their resistances are too weak. Even if they're equipped with magic constructs, they won't be able to withstand the impact of battle. I think the Arcane Empire's runes should have an energy protection system." Soren nodded. "That should be the case. The power of the magic construct should be above that of the iron golem. There's an alchemical construct life form in the Arcane Tower. Can you use it to repair your runes?" After hearing this, Alice hesitated and said, "I can try. But there's no guarantee of success. the magic construct is more similar to a close-fitting armor enchantment. Some enchanted armor and gloves can also greatly increase the user's strength, but they're not as complete as the magic construct. Soren pondered for a moment and said, I know. But the golem has a lot of limitations. Its intelligence level is far from being able to complete some tasks. The price of an advanced alchemical life form is too high, so the magic construct is a relatively cheap but flexible combat resource. Try to complete the assembly first, and then add an energy shield. After that, Soren teleported out of the laboratory. The attack on the Divine Kingdom of Fear made Soren see one of the drawbacks of the golem army. It was that they were completely inflexible, and their reaction speed was too slow in actual combat. Unless there was a huge suppression of numbers, a more flexible troop class was needed to coordinate with the command. This made Soren think of the magic construct. Their users were determined to be ordinary soldiers. The cost was much more expensive than the steel golems, but not as good as the diamond golems. A complete magic construct could arm an ordinary soldier to the legendary level. For Soren, the number was not too much. Only a small team was enough to make up for the shortcomings of the golems. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Soren was busy replenishing his forces, some changes began to happen near the city of Mordor. Quagmire Swamp. This was another small island near the island of Mordor. Because of the large increase in population, Mordor quickly established a town here. Mordor had a large number of clay golems as labor force, and they had a natural advantage in building towns. In just half a month, a port town was built. Now there were about 3,000 people here. However, the town of Quagmire Swamp was a bit restless today. With the rapid sound of the alarm, the civilians who were working outside the town quickly returned to the town. This kind of alarm would only ring when there was a serious danger. With the panicked expression of the civilians, a team of 100 town guards quickly came to the wooden wall and looked nervously at the cemetery not far away. Priest Philo. The man who looked like a guard nervously said to the priest next to him, "What should we do now? Should we ask for help from Mordor?" The priest on the side looked very serious and whispered, "We have sent a message to the temple. But it will take some time for the temple guards to arrive. Your task is to guard this place during this time." More than 1,000 meters away, dark green flames appeared on the cemetery. These were spirit flames, a kind of ghost with a challenge rating of about 5. As if some kind of filthy power had affected this place, there was a sound of the soil under the cemetery, and then a rotten hand stretched out from the ground, and then a decayed undead climbed out of the coffin. There were hundreds of undead near the cemetery. Some of them were dead humans, and some of them were indigenous people who had been expelled and killed. 3 skeleton wolves that had been dead for a long time gathered together. Their eyes were burning with soul fire, full of resentment towards the living. It was almost evening now. Night was approaching, and the number of undead that came back to life increased. In the end, most of the undead that came out were skeletons, and there were already thousands of them. There were only about 100 guards in Quagmire Swamp Town. At this time, when they saw the undead army gathering, they were obviously nervous, and the number was still increasing. Damn it! Why are there so many undead here suddenly? The gathered undead began to attack the town. They seemed to be affected by some kind of evil power, and their movements were even more agile than when they were alive. There were even some skeleton archers. In just a short while, the guards of Quagmire Swamp Town had already died. What made them feel even more uneasy was that their dead comrades were resurrected in a very short time and became terrifying ghouls. No. Philo's expression was extremely ugly as he muttered, "The dead shouldn't be resurrected so quickly, and they shouldn't be turned into ghouls. Only an undead plague can cause something like this to happen." As if to confirm his words, not long after the attack on the town walls began, the town began to panic, and screams of agony began to fill the air. Philo was certain that not a single undead had managed to sneak into the town, so he seemed to have sensed something. His expression was ashen as he rushed down from the walls. As expected, he saw a corrupted ghoul. An old man in his 50s had already become a vicious monster. Philo hefted his heavy hammer and charged forward. If he allowed the ghouls to attack freely, the entire town would become a playground for the undead. The priests of this world were not weak spellcasters. Most of them used warhammers, and they wore medium armor or heavy armor. Even though they were not as proficient in martial arts as warriors, they were still quite fierce in melee combat. Any priest was capable of both tanking and fighting. Die. Filthy undead. The ghouls did not last long under Philo's attacks, especially after the priest cast a divine spell. However, the situation was getting worse little by little because more and more ghouls were appearing. 1, 2, 3, the dead civilians were quickly resurrected and became ghouls again. What was even more disturbing was that some professions had turned into even more terrifying ghouls after they died. These evil creatures would automatically add the ghoul touch ability to their attacks. Normal warriors would not be able to resist them at all. Philo had already foreseen that the town would not last long, but he still gritted his teeth and held on because his only hope was that the Mordor city would quickly respond and send reinforcements. It was as if his prayers had been answered. In the darkness of the night, a few agile shadows quickly approached from the shoreline. They rushed into the undead army and killed more than 10 enemies in the blink of an eye. A young girl wearing silver-white armor appeared. Pharaoh knew who she was. She was Annalyn from Amber City, a powerful Holy Spirit priest. Annalyn's appearance had changed greatly compared to before. At this moment, she frowned and looked at the rapidly corrupted ghouls in front of her. She muttered, "Undead plague? There must be a lich or a high-grade undead nearby. Send people out to find the source of the plague." After that, she rushed forward with her heavy flail. This was a long-planned attack. The plague had already seeped into the bodies of the town's residents. After the undead attacked, a large number of civilians quickly died and turned into ghouls. The priests began to cast divine spells to purify and dispel the disease. However, the outbreak of the plague was too sudden. More than 70% of the civilians were already showing signs of turning into zombies. They could only save about 20% of them. This is outrageous. An angry roar sounded in the study. Soren stared at the followers in front of him with a pale face, and then a murderous voice sounded, "They are looking for death. Send someone to investigate immediately. Find these liches even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground." Damn it, what Soren didn't expect was that these liches dared to target him when the city of Mordor was at its peak. The undead plague that appeared in Mudpool Town was obviously man-made, and it had been planned for a long time. The priests sent by the temple found traces of pollution on the food and water. It was obvious that someone had sneaked into Mudpool Town to prepare for all this. The city of Mordor was protected by Soren's domain. Within the range of the magic lock, Soren's divine power covered the entire island of Mordor. The enemy obviously couldn't find an opportunity on the island of Mordor, so they targeted Mudpool Town. Fortunately, the city of Mordor reacted in time. Otherwise, thousands of undead soldiers would have appeared in Mudpool Town overnight. These damned bastards dared to lay their hands on innocent civilians. According to the news from the temple, nearly 2,000 civilians in Mudpool Town had been turned into ghouls. Only a few hundred people had survived. This gave Soren a great sense of crisis, because Mudpool Town was right next to Mordor. There were enemies who could sneak in and spread the plague. If it was in other places, the consequences would be even more serious. Priests. I need more priests. Soren frowned and looked in the direction of the temple. Although he had hundreds of thousands of followers, the number of priests was only about 200 or 300. These priests were scattered in the sphere of influence of Mordor. On average, there were only 2 or 3 priests in a town. 1 priest and 2 trainee priests. To fight against this evil power, the priests must be aware in advance. Soren realized that he should expand the number of priests and improve the range of divine spells. He was about to become a great divine power, but the number of his priests was still maintained at the standard of a mid-level divine power. This was mainly because of the Avatar crisis. Soren's divine power was accumulating at a very fast rate. He was accumulating 20 to 30 divine power points every day. Now that he had fewer enemies to face, he should focus on reducing his divine power points and increasing the number of priests under his command. Divine power was inversely proportional to the number of priests. The more priests there were, the more divine spells they could bestow upon Soren. The fewer priests there were, the more divine power Soren would be able to accumulate. However, if there weren't enough priests, he wouldn't be able to expand and maintain the faith of his believers. What Soren needed to do now was to reduce the accumulation of divine power and temporarily increase the number of priests. Men. Soren pondered for a moment and waved his hand. Order the temple to recruit a group of priests. Some priests from the Church of Shadows can also be accepted. In the near future, increase the number of priests in the church to more than 500. Under normal circumstances, a village of hundreds of people could only afford a trainee priest, and a town of thousands of people could afford a formal priest. This was the most efficient way to harvest. It could not only maintain the divine spells of the priests, but also allow Soren to continuously accumulate the power of faith. But now he had to increase the number of priests because those who were infected with the zombie poison and the plague needed the help of priests. Soren had to double the number of priests to ensure that there were at least 3 formal priests in each town. At the same time, Soren thought about it and sent a letter to the Church of Agriculture. It wrote about the recent attacks on the city of Moder and asked them to send people to the Windspear Hills. Now, more than 150,000 refugees had gathered in the Windspear Hills. These refugees had just settled down, and their living conditions were still very simple. If a lich suddenly spread the undead plague among them at this time, there would be an army of more than 100,000 undead overnight. Are these guys ready to do it? Soren, who had calmed down, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It was obvious that the undead disaster was breaking out. Just relying on the dead people was not enough for the undead lords to launch a conspiracy, so they began to spread the plague in the material plane, which could greatly increase the number of deaths and then rapidly expand the scale of the undead. At present, the population of the material plane had decreased by about 20%. Because of Soren, the number of deaths had decreased by tens of millions. In particular, the prosperity of the southern and southern seas had attracted many refugees. According to the normal progress, many cities should have been destroyed like Amber City. A city of tens of thousands of people would end up with only a few thousand people left. In this case, if the liches launched an attack, they could turn a city into a paradise with more than 100,000 undead almost overnight. However, because of Soren's influence, many places were still intact, especially the northern witches and Arendelle. Under normal historical progress, the fall of the goddess of magic would cause a large number of witches to die, and these dead witches would quickly be transformed into undead wizards in this wave of impact. In the original history, these dead witches had caused the fall of the northern lands in a single night. But now the rise of Soren saved most of the witches. Although the number of resurrected undead was still large, it did not form a terrible sea of undead. So these guys brought forward the time of the plague? Soren frowned and put down the document in his hand. The 4th wave of impact was the largest casualty during the Avatar crisis. Because the purpose of the undead lords was to kill the living, this wave of impact caused more than 30% of the population to die. Although Soren had great power, he could only protect the city of Moder at present. As for other places on the road, it depended on the reaction of many gods, churches, and secular forces. My lord. A black shadow appeared outside the study and said in a deep voice. There is a large-scale fever epidemic in the Amazon rainforest. It has caused thousands of deaths. As soon as his voice fell, another black shadow appeared outside the study and hurriedly said, My lord. Signs of the plague have been found near Shipwreck Bay. The presiding priest of the temple has cleaned up the infected. But because the situation is serious, the port and roads are temporarily blocked. Tap, tap, tap. A tall witch with a beautiful face also appeared outside Gloria's laboratory at this time. She said with a serious expression, Your Excellency Gloria. The Eye of the North sent news that there is a large-scale plague near the northern tower. They found the trace of a demigod lich and fought with it. The intelligence network of Motor City responded very quickly. Almost soon after the attack on Mudpool Town, news from all over the place was sent to Soren. Fever epidemic, plague, undead plague, this was indeed the work of the undead lords. Soren frowned and immediately ordered, Send people to block the port immediately. From today on, all people who enter and leave must be strictly checked. Inform Port Tylon and Raging Sand Island to temporarily suspend overseas trade. All important trade will be carried out by airships. Soren was not afraid of these plagues, but as a god, there were times when he could not do anything. That was, if the plague spread on a large scale, even if he could save thousands of people, it would be impossible to save hundreds of thousands of infected people. These damn undead were obviously going all out. After the plague, it would be the awakening of the natural disaster. At that time, the awakened undead would reach a very terrifying scale. Come. Soren took out a command and said, immediately stop accepting refugees in the Windspear Hills. Some of those refugees must have been infected with the plague. Order the whole Windspear Hills to be blocked, and the 7th Fleet to Shipwreck Bay. One could imagine. The millions of refugees wandering around the south coast were probably going to suffer. But at this time, Soren could no longer ignore them. If he continued to accept these refugees, he was afraid that everything accumulated in the Windspear Hills would collapse in an instant. The living environment of refugees was the worst and most chaotic. And they were also the easiest place for the undead lords to attack. It could be imagined that almost all the cities that accepted refugees recently had some infected people. It only took 2 or 3 days. News from all over the world was constantly sent to Mordor. The first news to reach Mordor was from the Amazon rainforest. A terrible fever broke out in their territory. Even the strong Amazonian warriors could not be immune. In just a few days, the number of people who died in the Amazon rainforest because of the epidemic reached tens of thousands. Not even the Church of the Lord of Storms could do anything about it. That was because the priests of the Lord of Storms weren't good at healing, and all of the Lord of Storms priesthoods were destruction and combat. With the outbreak of the plague, the priests could do nothing but watch it spread. Finally, it was the Storm Lord who issued a cruel order. He sent the Storm Lord of the Temple to directly destroy the most infected town with more than 30,000 people. The army of the Temple directly flattened the town and killed all the infected people. At this time, Soren suddenly began to miss his enemy. Yes. Soren suddenly missed the goddess of plague and disease. If she was still alive, with her clergy and divine power, she should be able to resolve this crisis. But she had died in the hands of Soren, and it was impossible for her to be resurrected. That's right. As if thinking of something, Soren looked up and murmured, Corinne. She has the divine power of the goddess of plague. Fallen Witch. In the battle to kill the goddess of plague, Fallen Witch merged with part of the power of the clergy of plague. Maybe she had a way to resolve this crisis, but at this moment, she was still in the Sigil City, and no one knew when she would return. The city of Mordor fell into a state of alert. Anyone with unknown origins was strictly interrogated, and all ships and merchants entering and leaving the port were strictly restricted. Basically, under the orders of Soren, the city of Mordor gave up almost 70% of its trade. Soren was now basically planning to interrupt most of the trade to resist the last 2 waves of the Avatar crisis. And now Mordor had such strength under his accumulation. The wealth from Treasure Island made up for the consumption of Mordor's money. The minerals from the bottomless abyss made up for the consumption of Mordor's materials. At the same time, he also had some supplies from the Githyanki and the Fomites. There was no problem in maintaining the consumption of Mordor for a year or 2. At present, the only food supply that limited the population of Mordor was now self-sufficient. Therefore, Soren decided to implement a management plan of a comprehensive blockade of Mordor. Now Mordor was basically in a state of seclusion. While constantly receiving the population of the south coast, it also gave up trading with other forces. The signs of the undead disaster had become more and more serious. Several lurking necromancers had been found in the Inquisition of Mordor. What made Soren obviously uneasy was that the wizards' organization specializing in necromancy seemed to have been recruited by the undead kings. What was even worse was that Soren's church actually found a very small number of very special wizards from it. It was the Inquisition of the Shadow Church who found them, but because the other party was a wizard, Gloria also sent a witch to check it out. After seeing it, the witch was shocked and immediately told the news to Gloria. Then Gloria went to see it in person and was also surprised to send the news to Soren. At this moment, Soren had come to the Inquisition at the back of the temple. Then he saw a few very conspicuous big bald heads, as well as rune tattoos on their necks, backs of their heads, chests, and other parts. Red Robe Wizards. They were a group of people who were very easy to recognize because these people liked to wear red robes, all shaved heads, and had very obvious tattoos on their bodies. The organization of the Red Robe Wizards had existed in the material plane for thousands of years. They were one of the representatives of the evil wizards. They had once disappeared from the material plane, but no one expected them to appear in Mordor City at this moment. The Red Robe Sorcerers Association was a very evil sorcerer organization. Because of this, they were once brutally suppressed by the Arcane Empire. After that, the Red Robe Sorcerers disappeared in the Arcane Calamity. Even now, no trace of them could be found. Where did they come from? Soren frowned as he looked at the red-robed wizards in front of him. Their bald heads were a little dazzling, so he asked the drow rogue who was in charge of the interrogation. There were only a few drows in Mordor, and most of them were in charge of special tasks. The one in front of him was an expert in torture in the Underdark. He knelt down on one knee and said to Soren, "My lord." They said that they came from the lower planes, a large half-plane between the shadow plane and the spiritual realm, very close to the grey wilderness where the undead live. Other planes, as expected, the Red Robe Sorcerers Association did not disappear, but some of them escaped to other planes. Soren glanced at the big bald heads in front of him and reached out to pick up the face of one of the female wizards. Inside the Red Robe Sorcerers Association, both men and women would shave their heads bald in the later stages, so that they could engrave runes on them. Soren's eyes shone with the brilliance of divinity, and he directly used his magic to seize the other party's consciousness. Most of the time, women's will was weaker than men's, and they were easier to control. "Tell me." Soren's figure seemed to have a trace of magical power, full of endless temptation. He said in a deep voice, "When did you return to the material plane? How many of you are there? How big is your demiplane? How many members are there in the Red Robe Sorcerers Association?" The expression of the red-robed witch became blank, and she seemed to have a trace of dementia. After hearing Soren's words, she replied honestly, "We returned to the material plane half a month ago. We sent more than 30 people in this operation. Our plane is about the size of a southern kingdom. The Red Robe Sorcerers Association currently has more than 300 official wizards. A centipede dies but never falls down. Tori's Red Robe Sorcerers Association was once a great enemy of the material plane's peace. Their organization's origin was special because the Red Robe Sorcerers were separated from their homeland by a group of Mulhorandi sorcerers. They created a country ruled by sorcerers instead of god-kings. This was Mulhorandi's way of rule. Mulhorandi's divine system was similar to the Egyptian divine system. These sorcerers eventually formed the government structure of Tori, and they fought against their neighbors intermittently for several centuries. However, due to the disputes between the various factions of the organization, their plans were often disrupted. The origin of the Red Robe Sorcerers came from the gods of another world, and this divine system seemed to be gradually dying out like the other divine systems in the desert. Note, similar to the crocodile god and the goddess of wealth and death in the desert. The existence of the gods was not completely eternal. Especially when the gods of another world invaded other worlds, it was very likely that they would be attacked by the native gods, and it could lead to the other divine systems joining forces. The number of seats in the Pantheon Temple represented the number of gods, and many of the empty seats were the ones that fell in the struggle between the divine systems. Huh? Soren seemed to have noticed something. He reached out and looked at the tattoo near the chest of the witch in front of him and said, "You're all necromancers?" The witch in front of him was already mentally controlled by Soren, and she said in a dull voice, "Yes." The Red Robe Sorcerers Association's strongest faction is the necromancers, and 80% of the sorcerers are necromancers. The other factions have long been divided and died out in the past. As expected, no wonder the Red Robe Sorcerers were mixed up with the undead lords. There were some very famous and powerful liches in the Red Robe Sorcerers Association, it was obvious. The other factions in the Red Robe Sorcerers Association were almost wiped out in the past, and the only one that survived was the necromancers. This faction had the most liches, and they had all kinds of ways to escape death. Soren was silent. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "Who sent you?" The witch said in a dull voice, "The undying, Oro. He promised us that after the plan was successful, he would give us a kingdom in the material plane, and restore the Red Robe Sorcerers Association's rule over the kingdom." The undying, Oro. Soren's expression changed after hearing this, and his expression became very serious. This was a very powerful lich, and it could even be said that he was one of the strongest liches to date. He was also the mastermind behind the undead calamity, and the most terrifying undead lord. This was a lich that had existed since the Nesser era. He was also one of the sorcerers with the highest level. Oro used to live in the endless caverns under the supreme forest, and his goal was to hunt the noble races. He had already made a name for himself during the Nesser era, and began to study the mysteries of death. At that time Oro was still an immortal mortal. But during the Year of the Broken Magic Net, another Nesser sorcerer, Karthus, tried to seize the power of the goddess of magic, which led to the collapse of the magic net and directly destroyed the Nesser era. The entire Nesser Empire lost its source of magic, and the ancient Nesser sorcerers died one after another. Oro's undead legion was directly destroyed, and the collapse of the magic net triggered a spell on his body. He didn't die because of it, but he was transformed into a terrifying lich. That's right, this was an ancient lich that had existed since the first goddess of magic. Oro, Undying, Demigod Lich, Level 15 Mage, Level 5 Great Mage, Level 10 Legend, Level 5 Nesser Arcanist, these were Oro's stats on the surface. He had a special legendary class that was still unknown to the outside world. As for his strength, it was even more impossible to know because over the long years, he had gathered countless undead army under his command, and there were also many liches working for him. This ancient Nesser remnant had always been trying to restore the empire. There were very few records about him, and it could only be confirmed that this terrifying lich had become one of the undead lords, and had always been hiding in the lower planes near the underworld. Are you all ready to move out? Soren frowned and waved his hand, leave this witch, and get rid of the others. After saying that, Soren turned and left the temple. He looked up at the dark night sky, and his sight seemed to cross the plain. He murmured, the first undead lord has appeared. Then, the queen of the Xianxia and the Death Eye Tyrant should also appear soon, right? The undead calamity wasn't just an attack planned by human liches. There were also traces of other undead behind this. It wasn't just the undead transformed by humans, but also the undead transformed by other races. Moreover, one of the masterminds was the queen of the Xianxia, a terrifying existence with a challenge rating of 28 and above. Lich Queen, Velakis, the real queen who had ruled the Xianxia for thousands of years, and she was also the queen who had been in power for the longest time. This terrifying monster ruled the Xianxia with high pressure, and she absorbed the essence of the Xianxia who were level 11 and above. Then, in the middle of the Arcane Empire, she was defeated in the war between the Xianxia and the Great Arcanists. But the Lich Queen didn't really die. She had been hiding in a corner of the multiverse, waiting for the opportunity to regain everything. Note, this was a plain war that broke out in the middle of the Arcane Empire. In order to develop the resources of the astral world, the 7 floating cities of the Arcane Empire were teleported to the astral world and launched a war against the Lich Queen who ruled the Xianxia. Soren moved forward in silence. The accumulated power of the undead was very terrifying, and it wasn't much weaker than demons and devils. Without the suppression of the clergy of death, it was difficult to predict the later stage of the undead calamity. After all, there were no more 3 million paladins supporting the world. The wilderness. This place was close to the southern countries, and it was also a gathering place for refugees. Because there was relief from the Tower City nearby, many refugees stayed here. However, at this moment, this area had become hell on earth. Tens of thousands of corpses were exposed in the wilderness. After the outbreak of the plague, many towns and cities set up fortresses near the road checkpoints to prevent large numbers of refugees from approaching. Those cities that had been ravaged by the plague had a large number of people fleeing, which led to the emergence of more refugees. At present, the southern countries had sealed their borders, and many cities had entered a state of alert to prevent outsiders from entering. However, the spread of the plague was not only limited to the floating population. A large number of corpses led to the emergence of a terrible disease, and the plague was one of the most terrible of them. Although there was no Black Death in this world, similar diseases still existed. If the gods were still gods, they would definitely not let this plague spread. However, now that the gods had fallen into the mortal world and become saints, their means of organizing the plague had weakened a lot. The priests could not stop the spread of the plague at all. In a large town, there were only a dozen or so priests in total. Even if they used all their divine spells in a day, they wouldn't be able to save many people. Compared to the millions of people infected with the plague in the material plane, the power of the priests was negligible, and the gods did not have enough divine power to support the priests. As the plague spread, an even worse situation appeared. Humans were the race with the most population in the material plane, and as the plague spread, especially when famine still existed, many human corpses became food for other species. The first to be infected were the goblins. Goblins were active in the wilderness, and they were like cockroaches that could not be killed. Every year, a large number of them would be born, and these creatures could survive as long as there was grass. The infection of the goblins sped up the spread of the plague. The gnolls and ogres, who used the goblins as food, were also quickly affected by the plague. Then the plague in the south began to spread in all directions, and soon the elves on the periphery began to be infected. The second race that was seriously affected was the orcs. With the war in the western wilderness, the plague spread to the orcs. The barbaric civilization was not enough for the orcs to resist the spread of the plague on such a large scale. Soon, the shaman priests could not stop the spread of the plague. The first to die were large numbers of livestock. The strong beastmen had strong resistance, so they did not fall quickly under the plague. However, after the orcs, who were half farmers and half livestock, were infected by the plague, tens of thousands of livestock died in a single night. In the short span of half a month, the survival of the orcs had been brutally challenged. Because the cattle and sheep that had died from the plague could no longer be eaten, the beastmen's food reserves could not support the consumption of the entire tribe. What was even more serious was that due to the large number of livestock deaths, the orcs would not be able to recover in the next few years. This meant that they would have to plunder from other races in order to satisfy the consumption of their race. The spread of the plague showed no signs of slowing down, and the halflings in the Xianxia region soon became the targets of the plague. Even with the protection of the halfling gods, this fertile land was not immune. In just a few days, thousands of halflings were infected and died. The northern witches had sealed off the entire region. They were monitoring the many towns and rivers, searching for the source of the plague. The only place in the entire material plane that was less affected was Arendelle. Perhaps because of the cold climate of the Frost Kingdom, the scale of the outbreak of the plague in Arendelle was the smallest, and the casualties were even less than in the territory of Mordor. But something worse happened. The plague began to spread in Sauron's army. When the navy of Raging Sand Island was infected, the power of the plague spread so quickly that Sauron had to isolate these people and put them on Snake Island. The gods finally could not sit still. Both the gods of the good and evil factions temporarily stopped fighting and began to search for the source of the plague. The battle between the surface elves and the drows also temporarily stopped because the plague had spread to the Underdark, and the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, had to start dealing with these terrible plague. Sauron also made a change. He penetrated his divine power into the disease and poison domains. The power of these two domains came from the plundering of the goddess of disease. Sauron gave the divine spell of Cure the Plague as the core, which greatly strengthened the priest's ability to treat diseases. At the same time, the city of Mordor began to increase the number of doctors and treat these infected people with medicine. The population on the road began to decrease rapidly, and more towns became desolate, even faster than the previous war. With the large decrease in population, the power of death also became stronger. Even Sauron's divine power began to show obvious improvement because he was also in charge of the power of slaughter. The aura of death made the undead begin to increase gradually, and the number of ghouls was somewhat out of control. At the same time, with the surge of ghouls, a demon lord of the abyss also became more and more powerful. His followers began to appear in the material plane and expanded at an amazing speed. These dark followers were the Church of Ghouls. They could not give others too much power and wealth, but they had a special ability. As long as they joined their church, they would not be injured by ghouls. This change also began to affect the abyss. On the third floor of the bottomless abyss, the attack plan of Yeenagu, the king of gnolls, was unexpectedly affected. Because the king of ghouls, whose strength had skyrocketed, seemed to have the help of some external forces and was gradually breaking free from the control of the king of gnolls. It seemed that the undead kings were trying to win over this terrible abyss demon. The Gnoll King's backyard was on fire, and he had to temporarily give up the expansion of the abyss and try to regain control of the king of ghouls. And on this day, a terrible evil force returned to the abyss. Orcus had returned, the undead king of the abyss. The demon lord who was in charge of the undead. One of the three giants of the abyss, the terrible Orcus had returned. Orcus was one of the three giants of the abyss. He fell into a deep sleep during the Arcane Empire. His deep sleep was an important reason for the rise of the Queen of Succubus. Because the older generation of demons gradually fell into silence, the Queen of Succubus rose rapidly. The King of Ghouls was his most important servant and the commander of his huge undead army. He once waged a war with Six-Fingered that involved many layers of the abyss, but was eventually forced to stop because of the rise of the Arcane Empire. At this time, on the 421st floor of the abyss, the territory of the King of Ghouls, the White Kingdom. Countless nether transformation ghouls were gathered together, and at the center of this kingdom was an enormous hall made of bones. The King of Ghouls, Dorison, commanded all the ghouls. Unlike other ghouls, his body was straight, not hunched like his kind all day long. His eyes shone with pale green light. He wore a luxurious robe and leather armor, wore a white bone crown, and held a spine-shaped staff called the Hungry Tooth Staff. There was a skull on the top of the staff to show respect to Orcus. In the past, for a very long time, there were a large number of gnolls in this kingdom. They were responsible for supervising the ghouls and driving them to work and fight. Now all the gnolls had become food for the ghouls driven by endless hunger. This place was out of the control of the king of gnolls, Yinagu. A black bone portal appeared. With a terrible pressure, all the ghouls could not help but kneel on the ground. This time, the aura from the king of undead spread with the evil and filthy power, and a terrible demon appeared. This demon-like creature was fat, about 3 times the height of an ordinary person. Huge, spiral goat horns grew out of his goat head. His legs were covered in thick brown hair, and his hooves resembled those of a goat. Its huge and strong arms brandished an evil skull wand. 2 huge black bat-like wings extended from his back, and a long snake-like tail with a sharp barbed hook trailed behind him. He was Orcus, one of the most powerful demons in the abyss. He was also the king of all the undead in the abyss. Orcus had a huge undead army, and the enemies he killed would directly transform into soldiers and generals in his army. Great Undead King. The King of Ghouls welcomed the arrival of the Abyss King. He humbly lowered his head and said, "Your servant has been waiting for your return." A mighty army of undead appeared. Ghouls, skeleton soldiers, corpse demons, bound spirits, shadows, corpse witches, hags, liches, mummies, Boda corpses. Orcus's enormous undead army appeared behind the teleportation gate. They had already gathered in a magnificent hall made of bones. Obviously, his resurrection and awakening were related to the other undead kings in the underworld, and this undead disaster seemed to have been planned for a long time. Roar. The awakened Orcus seemed to be a little crazy. His pupils were full of chaos and killing intent, and his mind was not as clear as other demon lords. He was more like a demon controlled by the chaotic power of the abyss. He let out a terrible roar towards the sky. Along with this furious bellow, a force spread across the entire multiverse in an instant. The next moment. Material plane, Motor City. Soren, who was far away in the sea, instantly appeared on the high platform of the arcane tower. He looked at the dark night sky and murmured, "Orcus is resurrected." The former king of the abyss was announcing his arrival. Not only Soren, who was far away in the sea, but all the gods in the material plane and even the senior demons of the Bottor Inferno were also aware of the resurrection of a powerful demon. Orcus had returned. This terrifying demon lord was a legend in itself. Orcus was once a mortal, and no one knew the details of his life as a mortal. They only knew that at that time, he was already a fat man who was proficient in some spells. After his death, his soul came to the outer plane and became the lowest level of larva. He began his struggle in the abyss and eventually became one of the most powerful demons in the abyss. The abyss was a magical place. It was full of absolute chaos, but absolute chaos was full of possibilities. There could be order and many incredible existences. In this way, Orcus became a powerful demon lord, evolving from a small abyssal worm. But his experience was not only that. After his rise, he met a terrible enemy, the drow demigod, Clavan-Sari. That was how Orcus' first death began. But that did not mean the end. After more than 1,000 years, Orcus returned. He was resurrected, but lost most of his power. But Orcus finally rose again, and he also mastered the power of the last word. He died again in the process of looking for the staff of Orcus, but then he was resurrected by his servant. This was a very special demon lord, because the number of times he died and resurrected was far more than other existences. It seemed that he was a creature that was difficult to eliminate from the root. Looking at the gods, devils, and demons, it was extremely rare to be resurrected after more than 1,000 years, and Orcus was one of the special cases. So when he announced his return to the multiverse, the gods were not too surprised, but they felt a headache. The undead kings were expanding their power. At the same time, these powerful undead kings were showing their trump cards to the gods, telling them that they were qualified to fight with the gods. The undead, Owo, the Lich Queen of the Githyanki, the undead king, Orcus. At present, Soren knew that there were already 3 undead kings who had the ability to fight with the gods. He did not know how many more terrifying existences were hidden among them. Eastern Desert. In this lifeless desert of death, a strange portal appeared. Then some liches wearing strange red robes came out, followed by some wizards who were still alive. The most obvious sign of them was a big bald head, and there were strange tattoos on their bodies. And in charge of these people were some terrible undead wearing rusty red robes. They had Naruto's emblem on their bodies, and the leader was a half-undead priest. Naruto was an absolute supporter of those who did evil for their own pleasure. In Naruto's cold world, everything was the same. For him, all living creatures were a great insult to him, the god of death. On the contrary, all the dying creatures were shining with green and black sparks of joy. He liked these sparks. Some people did not pray to Naruto devoutly, hoping to get the power of Naruto. Most of them were given death as a reward by Naruto. Naruto's church kept a large number of undead in captivity. As a god in charge of death, Naruto was a very terrible enemy. He could cast the hand of death 17 times a day, during the Avatar crisis. Naruto was one of the most difficult gods to kill, and as a powerful god of death, even during the Avatar crisis, Naruto could perceive any death in the material plane within a week. If he was in the form of a god, he could perceive any death in 17 weeks. In other words, the information this god of death had was very terrifying. Almost all the undead that greeted these wizards were legendary. They were scattered on the left and right sides of the portal. As the red-robed wizards in front of them separated, a presence full of evil appeared. It was a lich, Sazastan, the former ruler of Tori, the most powerful and the most terrible existence among the red-robed wizards, a terrible lich with a challenge rating of 31 and above. He looked like a skinny, pale-skinned human wearing a luxurious robe. He had dark eyes, a thin black beard, and withered hands. Of course, he could change his appearance with magic. Usually, he liked to transform into a tall scholar, old but energetic, with a pair of shining black eyes and a hoarse voice that sounded like it was squeezed out from his throat. At this time, Sazastan's appearance was transformed. He did not look like a lich, but more like an excessively old wizard. He bowed slightly to the priest in front of him and said in a hoarse voice, "Nice to meet you. Naruto's messenger." The half-undead priest nodded slightly and said in the same lifeless voice, "The operation is about to begin. We have found the trace of Klembox. Now, what we have to do is to gather all the forces to kill him." Sazastan nodded gently. As one of the famous liches in the multiverse, he knew very well that if they did not kill Klembox, their plan would be difficult to succeed. Death god Jurgil had retired from the stage of history. After secretly observing for a long time during the Avatar crisis, the undead kings finally found that death god Jurgil had no intention to intervene in the battle of the gods. And this also meant an important opportunity. In the case of Jurgil's inaction, they could seize more things. Naruto was one of the masterminds, but among the kings of the undead creatures, there were also many existences who were spying on more powerful forces. Darkness shrouded the material plane. The undead creatures seemed to have overshadowed the devil's brilliance. The devils active in the material plane gradually withdrew their breath. They seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and were unwilling to fight the undead creatures head-on at this time. This retreat meant that the souls were plundered by the undead. The resurrected souls began to appear near a large number of graveyards, and the death of millions of creatures directly led to the emergence of a large number of ghouls. The first wave of the disaster of the undead had not broken out yet. But Soren knew that all this was not far away, and the key to determining the intensity of the disaster of the undead was on one person. That was Klumbox, king of the dead, Klumbox. The main god of the death divine system, and the most powerful god of death at present. No one knew where Klumbox was, because Klumbox had not shown any trace since the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. He was very cautious. Soren was looking for Klumbox, and the other gods were also looking for him. Because of the current situation in the material plane, only Klumbox's divine power could appease these undead and let the resurrected undead creatures rest in peace. The city of Mordor was operating at high speed. After the War of the Kingdom of God, Soren began to crazily plunder the resources of the abyss, and at the same time, mass production of golem puppets. Now, many places below the city of Mordor had been hollowed out. Golem factories were built, and then a large number of manpower was invested in the production of war machines. The outbreak of the disaster of the undead was a war of attrition. Because even the demons did not have the endless cannon fodder of the undead. If they could not kill the undead king who drove them, then many undead would be resurrected again and again. Time passed in silence. Everyone foresaw the terrible disaster coming, but the gods in the form of saints could not stop it because their power was weakened too much. What the gods could do now was to protect their believers and churches as much as possible, and give the wilderness to the wandering undead. At the same time, in the Underdark, the powerful Queen of Spiders also encountered trouble. Because a very terrible creature of the Beholder appeared. Death Eye Tyrant, this kind of undead creature transformed from the Beholder began to appear in large numbers in the Underdark. It seemed that the undead kings were also plotting something here. The city of Mordor. Soren spent more and more time watching the stars at night because he found that the glory of the gods was getting dimmer and dimmer. So far, there was no action in the city of Mordor, and Soren was also restraining himself and waiting for something. Of course, he was not waiting for the appearance of Klumbox, but for the arrival of another god. The arrival of a god from another world. In the boundless multiverse, the gods were not limited to the material plane where he was now. There were other gods in other worlds, and only the Pantheon was the place where they could meet. However, during the disaster of the undead, there was still a god from another world, and Soren was now waiting for her arrival. Under the dim night sky. A meteor suddenly appeared in the sky, and Soren's figure stood up instantly and murmured, "She's finally here." The goddess of magic and death, Verges. Mid-level divine power, another god from the death god system. The goddess who was in charge of both magic and death came from another material world and once had some relationship with the second generation of the goddess of magic. The meteor streaked across the sky. Soon it disappeared from sight. No one knew where the god went, but Soren already knew of her arrival. There were many gods from another world in the multiverse. Even the gods of the material plane had invaded other worlds. The Orc god system was one of the outsiders who had taken root here. At the same time, there were also the ancient Mohun god system and the gods from other worlds in the Pantheon who had visited here. The arrival of the goddess was a sign. Because shortly after her arrival, the disaster of the undead officially broke out. Soren silently looked at the dark night sky, as if something important was attracting him. After a long time, he murmured, "Is it finally going to start? I hope the power of the God of Light can stop all this." This catastrophe was not something he could stop with his own strength. The God of Light, who was close to the greater divine power, was the protagonist of the next two shocks. Only he could destroy the conspiracy of many undead kings. The power of the undead became stronger and stronger. In the distant glorious city, near the Wind Valley City, the Church of the God of Light also broke out in a war. After days of tracking, the paladins finally found the evil winter ghost, but the enemy had already resurrected a large number of undead. After paying a heavy price, they finally defeated the undead, but when they killed the winter ghost, they paid a heavy price. Even with the divine power of the God of Light, in order to kill this terrible enemy, one of the most powerful paladins in the Church of Light, the Hand of Silver, who had once met Soren, died. A legendary paladin with a profession level of more than 27 sacrificed his life in order to destroy the terrible winter ghost, which was a heavy blow to the Church of the God of Light. The winter ghost was dead. But all this was not worth celebrating, because soon after killing this winter ghost, there were traces of being killed by the withering fire near the wizard city. This meant that there was more than one winter ghost that entered the material plane. Someone had awakened them and sent these terrible creatures to the material plane. It was already mid-September. The outbreak of the undead disaster made the city of Mordor welcome some special visitors. In the temple, Soren's figure appeared on the throne. He nodded slightly to the three ladies in front of him and said softly, "Welcome. Lady with fiery hair." The beautiful woman standing in front of Soren had long red hair that was breathtaking. Her beauty was difficult to describe in words. She was the kind of beauty that was between the gods and the mortal women. She was the goddess of love and beauty, Shuni, and also the goddess of love in the material plane. Soren had contact with this goddess before, but those were not formal contacts. This time, the other party's visit was obviously more formal because standing next to her were the important gods, the goddess of joy and the goddess of cat and dance. Soren had a brief contact with these three, and their arrival was obviously not just for sightseeing. "Nice to meet you, Lord Shadow." Although Soren belonged to the lawful evil faction and the goddess of love belonged to the chaotic good faction, Shuni's attitude towards Soren was still very friendly. This was not only because Soren had helped the goddess of joy and the goddess of cat and dance, but more importantly, because Soren had killed an enemy that she hated very much. That was the goddess of pestilence and poison, Talona. Shuni's priesthood was beauty, love, and passion. This goddess placed beauty in front of love because beauty was the key to triggering love. The goddess of poison was her enemy and the target of her hatred. Xianxia believed that the goddess of poison's existence was the reason why many beauties in the world were destroyed. Therefore, after Soren killed the goddess of poison, even though the two of them were on opposite sides and weren't on good terms with each other, her favorability towards Xianxia was still raised to friendly and above. Soren walked down from the throne with a smile, took Shuni's white hand, and then led her to sit side by side with him. In any case, Xianxia was a great god. Although her combat power was at the bottom of the great gods, she was more or less one of the main gods. It was just that the scale of her divine system was a little small. The goddess of love looked at Soren with a smile. Her eyes were a little flirtatious and full of a kind of subtle teasing. This goddess was a romantic figure among the gods. She was passionate and unrestrained, but also temperamental. She was a typical figure of the chaotic faction. She had a history of love with many gods, and in the mortal world, she was also the god with the most romantic anecdotes. Soren smiled slightly, sat down side by side with Xianxia, and said softly, "I don't know why the fire-haired lady came to Mordor." The fire-haired lady was another name for Xianxia. After talking about business, the goddess of love's expression suddenly became serious. She looked at Soren and said seriously, "The situation on the mainland is not very safe recently. I hope that some of my believers can come to Mordor for temporary refuge. Of course, I will also pay you a satisfactory reward." After that, the goddess of love raised her beautiful eyebrows, and her expression seemed to be a little flirtatious. As the most talked about god at present, the goddess of love naturally also inquired about Soren's background and knew a little about his temper, so it was not strange for him to talk directly to her. She had an important purpose for this trip. If the situation was not so bad, she did not want to ask other gods for help. Shelter. Soren was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he understood the reason for the matter. The key to this was the goddess of love herself. Although she was a great divine power, because of her priesthood, she was also one of the weakest among the great divine powers. Although the powerful divinity and divine personality could give her great divine power, her clergy had nothing to do with fighting, which led to her not being able to exert that kind of power. The most important thing was that the Church of the Goddess of Love was very strange. With Soren's understanding of the Church of the Goddess of Love, it was easy to understand the key to the Goddess of Love's request. Just how weird was her church, although it could be understood with a few examples. First of all, many of the Goddess of Love's followers were hedonists, and the other gods thought that most of Shuni's followers were seen as frivolous and superficial people who loved vanity, but were not dangerous. Her church would hold a grand carnival every month, and most of the wealth was spent on pleasure. Moreover, because of her clergy, although the Church of the Goddess of Love was spread all over the world, the number of followers was extremely unbalanced. The number of female followers far exceeded the number of male followers. When there were fewer female followers, there would be more than a quarter, and when there were more female followers, there would be more than twice the number of male followers. Moreover, because of the clergy, the internal fighting power of the Church of the Goddess of Love was very low. A group of hedonists did not have much fighting power, and most of the devout followers were weak. The number of people in the church who could fight could be counted on one hand. Because of the clergy of beauty, the Church of the Goddess of Love especially liked to collect art. Xianxia's priests were all aesthetes and hedonists, and they worked hard to find happiness and beauty in all things. The pursuit of art and enjoyment was their life. The clergy of Xianxia's church would buy all the beautiful paintings, sculptures, and handicrafts they found in order to fund the excellent artists. They were even willing to buy these works of art at a higher price than the market price, hoping to increase the production of beautiful handicrafts. They would keep repeating this behavior until the church could not afford it. In order to maintain their beauty, her priests spent a large amount of money on the pursuit of beautiful art and self-care. So even though her church was quite rich, it was easy to spend the budget. That's right. The Church of the Goddess of Love was so strange. Xianxia's clergy was beauty, love, and passion, and her domain was chaos, charm, kindness, and protection. Her only fighting ability was charm, so Xianxia's church basically inherited the characteristics of the Goddess of Love. In other words, there were a lot of good-looking people in her church, but except for charming the enemy, almost none of them could fight. Soren's church casually sent a high-level rogue out, and he could defeat several professionals of the same level in the Church of the Goddess of Love. The whole church was a typical appearance association. There were countless beautiful women, and there were also a lot of handsome men. The worst was that they did not look good, but their charm was not bad. But the fighting power of these people could basically be expressed with a ha-ha. They were good-looking but useless. The whole Church of the Goddess of Love, including her divine system, was in such a situation. Whether it was Xianxia herself, the goddess of joy, or the goddess of cat and dance, none of them could fight, and there were almost no believers in the church who could fight. That was why Xianxia had been secretly helping the Lady of Silvermoon against the Lady of Night. Her own strength determined the status of the gods. The Goddess of Love had a wide range of believers. Her arrival today was obviously because the situation on the mainland had caused her church to be unable to protect the believers, and in order not to let the believers lose a large number of lives, she finally chose to extend an olive branch to Soren. The city of Mordor was a very safe place, relative to the entire material plane. Soren fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said slowly, "That's not impossible. But if Mordor wants to accept these people, I also have some special requirements." Xianxia immediately said, "What requirements?" Soren pondered for a moment and said, "I can only accept about 50,000 people, and they can only temporarily live in the territory of Mordor. In Mordor, they must follow my rules, and they will be directly governed by the laws of Mordor. Then, I need a temporary alliance agreement. We can talk about the specific content later." The Goddess of Love agreed without hesitation, "Okay." 50,000 people were enough for her to transfer the devout believers near the south coast to Mordor. As long as they survived the Avatar crisis, these people could go back. Well. Soren nodded and said, "Then I'll talk about the alliance agreement in detail. And I also need some help from the Fire Lady." Although the believers of the Goddess of Love were some hedonists, these people also had a certain value to Soren. Because these people were all rich people, it was impossible for people without money to enjoy themselves. Although the Goddess of Love did not have the priesthood of wealth, the believers she attracted were all people who pursued beauty and hedonism. These people were almost all quite valuable. If these people came to Mordor, they would naturally have to spend money. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Soren could not provide these for free. These people who liked to enjoy themselves would spend a lot of money in Mordor. While the Goddess of Love was visiting Soren, some other gods also began to secretly contact him. The arrival of the undead disaster finally made another powerful god a little restless. Since the god of light took over the priesthood of justice, there were not many powerful gods in the human god system who could fight. The arrival of the undead disaster made one of the most powerful gods finally stand up, and the powerful church that served him was also officially involved in the secular struggle. He was the god of war, Tampa's. He was the most powerful one among the powerful gods, and his combat power was second only to the god of light in the human god system. As the Avatar crisis reached the end, the gods who could fight and those who could not began to polarize. P.S. I've been a little bit speechless recently. Don't worry, I'm writing slowly because I want to write a good ending. This was Sigil City. It was the most special place in the multiverse. Here, you could see angels and demons drinking together. Demons would also raise their glasses politely to each other. This place included most of the races in the multiverse. Sigil City was connected to almost every place in the multiverse. Therefore, any creature could enter Sigil City. Some came here on purpose, while others came by accident. Tuolumne came here by accident. He was an evil spirit from the lower planes. Because of the damned space, he came to Sigil City by accident. It had been more than 600 years since then. Over the past 600 years, Tuolumne had become very powerful. His demonic bloodline allowed him to live much longer than a mortal. Tuolumne was running his own forces in Sigil City. He had opened an inconspicuous tavern in the south of Sigil City. It was called Taste of Flame Tongue. This tavern was responsible for serving demons, and evil spirits in Sigil City. Some strong liquors were delicious for demons, but poison for other races. To survive in Sigil City, one had to follow the rules here. Otherwise, the Lady of Pain would not even need to do anything. The gods and the ascendants would teach them a lesson. Tuolumne had always followed the rules of Sigil City. As an evil spirit, he used the rules here to make a living. Now, there were more outsiders in Sigil City. As the Lady of Pain opened up Sigil City's authority, traces of other creatures began to appear in the portals that had been closed for a long time. Some came here on purpose, while others came by accident. Astral wanderers were one of the most common visitors in Sigil City. In the past, many powerful beings who explored the astral world would temporarily stay in Sigil City. As long as they followed the rules of Sigil City, no one would make things difficult for them. Recently, there were many more demons and angels in Sigil City. It seemed that some portals had been opened. Creatures from the upper and lower planes appeared here. The number of humans was relatively low. However, Tuolumne saw a human today. A very special human. The moment he saw her, Tuolumne's heart was filled with greed. This was because he felt a trace of evil demonic aura from her. He knew where this aura came from. He had seen Sister Radiance before. He felt a similar aura from her. This human woman in front of him had the mark of the succubus queen. She was an exceptionally charming human female. She looked very suitable to be a succubus. It was obvious that this was her first time in the Sigil City, because no one who had been in the Sigil City would enter her tavern. Trom's tavern was only responsible for serving the evil creatures of the lower planes. Many of the drinks here were deadly poisons for humans. Only a newbie would make such a mistake and enter his tavern. The human woman in front of him was clearly stunned when she walked into the tavern. Her arrival attracted the gazes of many ferocious-looking creatures. Most of them were demons and evil spirits. Devils were not frequent customers of Trom's tavern. Welcome to my tavern. Turum noticed the greedy gazes of some of the demons, so he greeted them warmly. What do you want? He asked. I have a lot of drinks suitable for humans. At this point, he glared coldly at the devil beside him. He was the owner of this tavern, and secretly controlled some powerful fighters, such as a Hezru who was close to becoming a high-grade Hezru. Just give me a normal glass of wine. The human woman in front of him looked calm. She seemed to be a witch, which made Turum hesitate for a moment. He secretly considered if he should attack the human in front of him. The Sigil City had its own rules. That is, as long as any conflict is not discovered and not brought to the table, then it is allowed. There were countless corpses in the trenches of the Sigil City, but there had never been an open war here, because the Lady of Pain had never allowed it. The Lady of Pain had never taken the initiative to manage the Sigil City. There were many organizations here that maintained order in the Sigil City, because if the Lady of Pain were to attack, the result would be terrible, as long as the battle was carried out cautiously, it could be tolerated. If it went out of control, the Lady of Pain would have a special punishment for the idiots who caught her attention. All creatures in the Sigil City, whether they were angels or demons, whether they were believers of the gods or emissaries from another world, were forced to follow the Lady of Pain's rules. No one could go against it. Because those who went against it had already paid the price, and most of them had disappeared forever. This was obviously not a place where humans should stay. The human witch in front of him calmly drank a glass of wine, then hurriedly left. The moment the witch left, Turam saw a special staff. The greed in his eyes finally made him decide. He secretly called for someone behind him, then went out of the side door. There were many dark alleys in the Sigil City. These alleys were used to settle disputes. Because the Sigil City did not allow open war, no battle would easily break out on the streets. Every inch of the alleys here was stained with blood. Kill her. Although he considered the possibility that she was a believer of the Queen of Succubus, Turam was not afraid. This was the Sigil City, a place where even the Queen of Succubus could not interfere. The Queen of Succubus had always wanted to regain control of the Sigil Cities fallen out of favor. However, because this was the Sigil City, she could not do anything. A human with the sigil of the Queen of Succubus, and an invaluable staff. As a legendary demon, Turam felt that this was a very, very good prey. A newbie who had just entered the Sigil City. After the witch had been in the Sigil City for a while, it would be difficult for him to succeed so easily. Anyone who came to the Sigil City would quickly familiarize themselves with the rules here. Because those who could not familiarize themselves with the rules were all dead. The Hezru attacked very quickly, and as a cunning demon, Turam quietly approached and prepared to launch a sneak attack. He believed that in the narrow space of the alleys, his chances of success were very high, and the witch would not have time to cast a spell. But, suddenly, he found that the witch in front of him revealed a strange smile, and then he couldn't move. Everything seemed to have stopped. Time stop. Legendary spell, despair shrouded Turam's heart. At this time, he realized that he had provoked a terrifying existence. But he had no chance to regret because what he saw was his last scene. P.S. I recommend Reagan's new book, Beacon Emperor. An old author, you can read it if you like. Mordor City, Arcane Tower. Soren's figure came to the top of the astrology platform. Not far away, Gloria was kneeling in the center of the astrology platform. Her beautiful long hair spread out, and in front of her was a strange crystal ball. This scene was full of a strange beauty, and Soren couldn't help but feel a little impulsive, so he stepped forward and hugged Gloria, then whispered in her ear, "How is it?" Gloria felt a hand reaching into her chest along the wide witch robe, and a trace of blush appeared on her charming face, but she didn't stop it. Instead, she whispered, "Mother just sent back the news. She's doing very well in the Sigil City. Moreover, she said that she has already controlled some forces in the Sigil City, so it's convenient for her to carry out the next step." Forces? It's only been a few days. The fallen witch has already controlled forces in the Sigil City so quickly, as if knowing Soren's doubts, Gloria told him what had happened. Then Soren learned that there was an unlucky demon who had the idea to take over the fallen witch, but this unlucky guy had already died. The fallen witch naturally took over his forces, a tavern in the Sigil City that was responsible for entertaining demons and demons. Although the fallen witch was a human, she had the succubus queen's emblem on her body. This succubus's breath helped her control the tavern. Now that the fallen witch had her own place in the Sigil City, she quickly gathered news of the Sigil City through various channels. What's the situation in the Sigil City? Although Soren knew a lot about the Sigil City, the gods themselves wouldn't enter the Sigil City, so he asked, was it affected by the catastrophe? Gloria shook her head and said, "Mother said that the Sigil City is very peaceful. Any open war is not allowed, so any organization can only fight in the dark." Because it had been closed for a long time, there were almost no churches of other gods in Sigil City. Some of the priests of the gods had been disbanded. Currently, the two largest organizations in Imprint City are the Deities Association and the Ascendants. Other than that, there's also a special organization called Godslayer. Mother said that these people are closely related to the Arcane Empire. She is trying to get in touch with them. Godslayer, Soren was now comparable to the group of people who had ambushed the Queen of Spiders. He immediately said, "Tell her to be careful and pay attention to her safety. The High Priestess should be able to help with this matter. Currently, Milan is in charge of the temple. I am going to send the High Priestess to Imprint City to help her." The Saint Spirit Priestess Milan had already grown. Soren couldn't enter Sigil City, but the High Priest could. She herself came from the God-slayers. If the Fallen Witch wanted to contact them to obtain information about the Arcane Empire, the High Priest would definitely be able to help. Yes. Gloria nodded and continued, "Mother said that she hasn't met the Lady of Pain yet. The Lady of Pain's appearance in Sigil City is completely random, and the length of time she appears has no pattern. She also can't understand the existence of the Lady of Pain. She only knows that she has absolute authority in Sigil City. The Lady of Pain. Let alone the Fallen Witch, perhaps even the gods couldn't understand the existence of the Lady of Pain. She was the oldest existence in the multiverse. She was also one of the most likely people Soren believed to be the greater divinity. Sigil City was connected to most places in the multiverse, and any god that entered this area would be suppressed by the Lady of Pain. Don't worry about the Lady of Pain for now. Soren shook his head and hugged Gloria into his arms. He then adjusted his position and reached out to lift her skirt. Then, under Gloria's coquettish gaze, he let her sit on his waist like a black lotus. His omnipotent hands moved a few times, and all the restraints were removed. Along with a low moan, Soren reached out and patted Gloria's plump buttocks. "Don't just stand there, move on your own." After saying that, he seemed to have fallen into deep thought. Gloria couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, but she still obediently moved her hips. After a while, Soren seemed to have recovered and said, "There are many secrets in Sigil City. Some of them are unknown even to the gods. This time, your mother's mission is the core of the Arcane Empire, the Mies Energy Core. Oh right. Tell your mother to be careful of the soul suckers in the south of Sigil City. There's a very scary guy there." As if he thought of something, Soren's expression couldn't help but become serious. There were many secrets in Sigil City, and one of them was related to a very scary person. This guy should be the most powerful human in history, and currently, he should be the most terrifying lich in the multiverse. However, he had nothing to do with the undead disaster this time, because the level of this terrible creature had surpassed the level of the Avatar crisis. He was called Elam. He was the greatest arcanist in the Thorium Age. He cultivated more than 3,000 arcanists in his life, and he contributed more than half of the power of the entire Thorium civilization because the original core of the floating city, the Mies Energy Core, was created by him. This guy was an unimaginable legend. From the Battle of the Orcs Gate to the fall of the first goddess of magic, traces of this guy appeared. Elam appeared and disappeared in history, and around the year 3185 of the Thorium Age, Elam's name appeared in the history books again. Because in this year, he had completed his greatest spell, Elam's longevity. This spell allowed a great arcanist to live forever and never grow old. Later, he foresaw the destruction of the Thorium Empire, and then Karsus used the legendary level 12 spell, Karsus's Incarnation, to directly destroy the entire Thorium Age. Since then, this figure gradually disappeared in history. However, as a prophet, Soren knew that this legendary figure eventually became the Elder Main Brain Lich of the Soul Suckers. A terrifying creature with a challenge rating of 68, there was a portal in Sigil City that was connected to the city of the Soul Suckers where he lived in seclusion. This terrible creature was the same as the 3 legendary dragon species, and even the gods wouldn't easily provoke it. As if he thought of something, Soren continued, "Oh right. Let Kalina send someone to check out the distorted nether zone in the south of Sigil City. Remember, don't let her go alone. You can't let her go alone, right? Use money and treasures to hire someone to explore it, and if there's anything unusual, let her send the news back." Gloria stopped, turned around and asked in confusion, "What's there?" Soren stroked her buttocks and whispered, "Nothing. It's just that a time dragon seems to have built a nest there. I don't know if it's still there." Sigil City was an area outside of the gods. Therefore, there were also many links to terrible creatures outside of the gods in this place. Soren must pay attention to this, a time dragon. As a knowledgeable legendary witch, Gloria naturally knew what a time dragon was. She nodded with a dignified expression and said, "I know. The Avatar crisis. Soren couldn't help but sigh. Because of the Avatar crisis, the strength of the gods had decreased too much. Although Soren seemed to be very powerful now, in fact, the power he could exert now was not even comparable to the incarnation of a real god. Because the power of the godhood was suppressed by the Avatar crisis, Soren's current challenge rating was about 35. If Soren was restored to the form of a god, his challenge rating would be added to the level of the godhood. Then, Soren's challenge rating in his peak state was about 50, not to mention whether a team of adventurers with a professional level of 50 could be assembled in the material plane. Even with the support of the Kingdom of God, it was almost impossible to defeat him. As if thinking of the past, Soren's expression relaxed a lot. He guided Gloria to twist her slender waist while taking advantage of the rare opportunity to relax his body and mind, and said, "If my current strength is converted into challenge rating, it should be at least 35, right? If I'm in the form of a true god, then I should be about level 50. It's equivalent to some of the gods and saints with great divine power. Gloria's current strength should also be a leader. If converted into challenge rating, it should be about level 24. Fallen Witch's strength may be a little weaker, so her challenge rating should be about level 21. If it's the High Priestess, then her challenge rating should be about level 24. If it's Vivian and Lillian, then Vivian should be about level 29, and Lillian should be about level 25. The Divine Priest Milan should be an elite, so her challenge rating should be about level 21. Saruman should also be about level 19. Haha. I can't believe that I've already cultivated a large group of boss-level characters unknowingly. What Soren just estimated was not the level of professions, but the challenge rating. In short, a team of fully armed adventurers had to reach this level to have a 50% chance of defeating one of them. If there were adventurers trying to kill Soren now, it would take at least 6 level 35 professions with legendary equipment and various divine artifacts to have less than a 50% chance of defeating him. The difficulty of killing him was even higher. Now, the number of boss-level bosses in the city of Mordor was more than the number of one hand. In terms of dungeons, the challenge rating for the port area was level 15 or above, the challenge rating for the outer city was level 18 or above, the challenge rating for the inner city was level 20 or above, and the challenge rating for the temple area was level 25 or above. As for the other pterosaur areas, Saruman's laboratory, the library, the witch's laboratory, the arcane tower, and so on, almost none of them were below level 20. No wonder so many enemies who wanted to spy on the secrets of the city of Mordor failed. A day passed quietly. The next day, Soren received a very important message. The messenger came from the palace of Arendelle. She brought a message from the Princess Royal. The Princess Royal will hold the Ascension ceremony in this month. At the same time, Princess Anna will be officially crowned as queen. Princess Royal had officially become a god. This was a very important thing for both Arendelle and Mordor City. Because this meant that Mordor City was powerful again, the whole city of Mordor knew about Soren and Princess Anna, and there were even messages in the taverns that the great Lord of Shadows had conquered the sisters. Not only Princess Anna was Soren's intimate partner, but even the legendary Princess Royal had an affair with Soren. There was no way to explain this kind of thing, because the more he explained, the more troublesome it would be, so he could only leave it aside. Princess Royal becoming a god was not a trivial matter. Even if the disaster of the undead broke out now, Soren had to spare time to prepare, and at the same time, he had to send the news to other allies. In the study, Gloria's figure came out. Her expression was very calm. She came to Soren, handed a list to him on the desk, and said softly, "This is the list of prepared gifts. 3,000 high-quality pearls, 300 top-quality black pearls, 1,000 pounds of gold, 9,000 pounds of silver, 100 rubies, 150 sapphires, 300 amethysts, 500 rolls of high-quality silk, 1,000 pieces of oriental porcelain, 50 diamonds, and 1 heart of deep blue diamond." A long list of gifts filled the list in front of him. Soren took a look at it and was stunned for a moment, then he looked up at Gloria in front of him. "We can't let people look down on Mordor City." Gloria gently lifted her long hair, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. "Arendelle is the most important partner of Mordor City. In this case, I know what's important, and I already have a lot, so I can't ask more from you. If you can, I don't mind you taking Princess Royal as well." Speaking of this, she seemed to smile naughtily. This was not a gift list to celebrate Princess Anna's registration. It looked more like a betrothal gift for Soren. A betrothal gift worth more than 5 million Kindler. Soren was silent when he heard this. He reached out and took Gloria into his arms, and murmured, "I'm sorry." Gloria reached out and covered Soren's lips. After a while, she sighed faintly, "I don't want to be a burden to you. I want to be a woman who stands behind you and supports you. Today's situation in the material plane is very complicated. Mordor City needs the power of Arendelle, and Arendelle also needs the help of Mordor City. Even the emperors of the mortal world wouldn't only have one woman by their side, not to mention that you have to face more than mortals. You need Princess Royal's power. Not only now, but in the future, you will also need a powerful ally like the eldest princess. Although I don't know what's going on. But I know how many challenges a new god has to face. Now, because of the Avatar crisis, the gods haven't done anything to you. But if the Avatar crisis is over, without enough power and strong allies, they may launch a conspiracy against you at any time. Princess Anna is a good target. If you can, I don't mind you bringing Princess Royal to your side." Gloria was a very smart woman, but sometimes, being too smart made people feel a little sorry for her. As the mistress of Mordor City, of course, she knew a lot of secrets. Naturally, she also knew the value of Arendelle and Princess Royal to Mordor City. Although Soren became a mid-level god, he also faced a lot of enemies. The power of the 3 gods of death made Soren have to face many powerful existences in the future. Even the death god system was a potential enemy he had to face. In this case, as a god with a weak foundation, Soren needed a lot of allies, and they must be strong enough. Although Vivian was a mid-level god, the time she became a god was too short. Although the Maiden of Pain served Soren, she was not strong enough, and she was not loyal to Soren. Saruman was still not strong enough. If it involved the struggle between the gods, the only one who could help Soren was the powerful Princess Royal. Gloria chose to be tolerant and give in at this moment. She was a very smart woman, because she knew that if she didn't choose so, Soren would face a difficult situation. How to deal with Princess Royal, and how to face Princess Anna. There was a short silence. Then Soren hugged Gloria tightly in his arms. He was not a person who would drag his feet. At this time, he could only promise, "You will always be the mistress of Mordor." As Gloria said, Princess Anna was a good partner. She was the successor of Arendelle, and she could not interfere with Mordor because the whole Frost Kingdom needed her to manage it. If Princess Royal became a god, she would be the strongest link between Soren and Princess Royal. This relationship was enough to ensure that they would become the strongest allies in the future. Soren was a new god, and so was Princess Royal. "Go and get ready." Gloria raised her head and kissed Soren gently on the lips, and then said, "Although I can't guess what you want to do in the end. But I know that it must be the greatness above the gods. I don't want to be a burden to you. I just want to stand behind you and witness that moment with my own eyes." Everything in Mordor. Gloria saw everything that Soren had done along the way. She could feel what Soren was going to do, which was something that no god had ever tried. If it succeeded, the world would change because of it. There must be a lot of resistance. The gods were sometimes stubborn and conservative. The Avatar crisis gave Soren a chance, but with the end of the Avatar crisis, the conflict would inevitably lead to a new confrontation. Soren needed strong allies, and neither the goddess of agriculture nor the goddess of wealth were enough to be Soren's real help. Princess Royal could do this. In the future, even in the face of a powerful god, Princess Royal would still be the strongest fighting force that could not be ignored. The fleet full of gifts set off. At the same time, there were also messengers from the City of Wealth, the Northern Tower, and the Harvest City. Princess Royal's investiture ceremony and Princess Anna's coronation ceremony had obviously become a big meeting for Soren's allies. Even the messengers from the Eastern Kingdom had set off. After learning the news, the Eastern Princess immediately sent a team of messengers with rich gifts. She hoped to occupy a position in these alliances. Arendelle. With the arrival of autumn, the whole of Arendelle suddenly became lively. The fleet of Mordor City was docked in the port, and the airships were docked near the tower. Countless gifts were carried down one by one, which made people marvel at the wealth and generosity of Mordor City. The witch envoys from the northern tower followed closely behind. They brought the blessings and celebrations from the Eye of the North. The messenger of the goddess of wealth was also generous. This lady hoped to gain the friendship of Princess Royal, and trade with Arendelle could allow her to gain more divine power. The messengers of the goddess of agriculture were the last to arrive, even later than the messengers of the Eastern Princess, but they brought a special gift, an improved winter wheat that could be cultivated by Arendelle for 2 seasons. Princess Royal's investiture ceremony was very simple. At least it was much simpler than Soren's and Eugene's, and the internal composition of her church was also very special. The ice witches were the main composition of the church. Unlike Soren's clergy, Princess Royal's core clergy was ice, cold, and winter. This was the ancient clergy. In other words, Princess Royal's clergy had existed since the birth of all things and the beginning of the change of seasons. To some extent, Princess Royal's power was more special than Soren's, because she was very close to the ancient gods. The power of winter, cold, and ice made her less dependent on the church and believers. Although she could not be compared with Mother Earth, Princess Royal had an innate advantage over other gods. The whole church of Princess Royal had less than 1,000 people, and the number of priests was even fewer. Most of them were ice witches. In the future, the number of priests would gradually increase, and the scale of believers would also expand, but the dependence of the church on the secular world would be reduced. To some extent, even if Princess Royal did not have a church, her strength could at least be maintained at the mid-level divine power. This was something that Soren could not compare with. A large part of Soren's power was still in other gods. Whether it was the king of the dead, Klemvox, or the god of murder, Sirik, they all had clergy and divine power that Soren needed. The goddess of agriculture seemed to be unusually enthusiastic about Princess Royal's apotheosis. She not only sent cold-resistant crops that could greatly increase the agricultural output in the north, but also sent her own voter. This could basically represent the second incarnation of a god. Obviously, the goddess of agriculture wanted to get something from Princess Royal, and according to Soren's guess, the goddess of agriculture seemed to be very interested in one of the clergy of the 4 seasons. The official apotheosis would take place 3 days later. After Princess Royal's apotheosis, Princess Anna would be crowned queen. 3 days passed quickly. With the arrival of Princess Royal's apotheosis ceremony, the temperature of the whole material plane seemed to have dropped a lot. A cold current swept across the whole world, and this cold air suddenly made all races feel the arrival of winter. Princess Royal's apotheosis ceremony was chosen at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which meant that she did not belong to the evil camp, but was finally positioned as the neutral camp. Originally, Princess Royal's camp was the neutral camp, but because of the Avatar crisis, especially after she became the Queen of Arendelle, her camp gradually deviated. It was difficult for a king to guarantee pure kindness. Finally, Princess Royal deviated to the neutral camp when she was apotheosis. Of course, it was because of Sauron's influence. Princess Royal's final apotheosis was fixed on cold, ice, and winter. The apotheosis ceremony was very close to the ancient ceremony, and the prayers of believers were omitted, which meant that her need for faith and church was very low. It also meant that Princess Royal had finally decided on her own path, the incarnation of winter. P.S. Tomorrow's update will be brought forward to 8 o'clock in the morning. Princess Royal's investiture ceremony was very special. Whether it was in Soren's or Eugene's investiture ceremony, the prayers were a very important part of the ceremony. However, in Princess Royal's investiture ceremony, this was completely covered up. This was because when the investiture ceremony began, snowflakes began to fall. There were no prayers echoing during Soren's investiture ceremony. The whole of Arendelle and Princess Royal's investiture ceremony were silent because of the sudden heavy snow. The weak prayers only echoed around the temple, and other than that, there was only the whistling of the north wind. This was Princess Royal's way of announcing her uniqueness to the gods, and also hinting to her believers that she did not need to pray as much as the other gods. Cold, snow, and winter. These were the sources of her power. Princess Royal's starting point was much higher than Soren's, and it seemed that she had succeeded. The weak prayers were covered up by the snow. However, Princess Royal's investiture ceremony was still going on. Golden light shrouded the sky above Arendelle, and with the arrival of the snow, more and more divine power gathered. This power did not come from the prayers of the believers, nor did it come from the power of faith converted by the divine network. It was a pure elemental power made up of divine power. This is a power between the elemental gods and the human gods. Soren stood on the balcony of Arendelle Palace, and beside him was Princess Anna, who was dressed to the nines. The cute little princess, who had not seen Soren for a long time, seemed a little angry, but she could not help but look at Soren's side profile from time to time. The power of the gods was very different. Soren's divinity was also compatible with the ancient gods, and that was slaughter, death, and shadow. Any slaughter related to Soren could provide him with divine power, and death was a very important part. The shadow divine power originated from the shadow realm. This meant that even if Soren lost all his followers, as long as the shadow realm still existed in the multiverse, Soren's divine power could still be maintained at the level of a lesser divine power. This was the lower limit of divine power brought about by the ancient priesthood. Just like the great god of death, Jurgil, although he was tired of the priesthood of death, he could become a mid-level divine power or even a great divine power at any time if he wanted to. The lower limit of Princess Royal's divine power was higher than Soren's. With her current believers, churches, and priests, it would be difficult for her to maintain the faith of a false god. But now, the power she showed in the investiture ceremony was intermediate divine power. Princess Royal opened another door for Soren. To a certain extent, the power that Princess Royal displayed at this moment originated from the elemental gods. In other words, it was the cold and snow that were outside of water, fire, and earth. This special power made Princess Royal an existence that didn't require faith, just like the elemental gods. Even if her church became very weak, Princess Royal could still maintain the power of a mid-level divine power, unless someone stole her priesthood. This success allowed Soren to discover a new mystery of the gods. It also meant that Princess Royal had officially become the embodiment of winter and ice. She had become a special existence between the elemental gods and the human gods. In the blink of an eye, the whole of Arendelle was covered in silver because of Princess Royal's investiture. At the same time as the ceremony was completed, the golden light of divinity gathered in the sky above the temple. A special and desolate divine kingdom was responding to Princess Royal's summons. That was the divine kingdom of ice. An ancient divine kingdom that had been silent for thousands of years was finally reawakened at this moment. At this moment, Soren even suspected that Princess Royal was the reincarnation of the goddess of ice. Just like the previous incarnation of the god of light was the sun god, many gods would come back through reincarnation after they fell. The cold wind gradually dissipated. However, the whole divine kingdom of ice was wrapped in a layer of white. The figure of Princess Royal appeared in the sky, followed by the golden figure representing Soren. Then a golden light appeared over the Temple of Wealth, followed by figures in the Temple of Agriculture and the Temple of Sea. The gods were celebrating her. Almost all the gods who had an alliance with Soren appeared to celebrate Princess Royal. Even in the far south, Eugene, who was in the sky above the orcs, also appeared to celebrate Princess Royal. In any case, Eugene was able to become a god with the help of Princess Royal's power. However, all this seemed to be just the beginning. Because just as Princess Royal's ceremony was officially completed, a little bit of special light appeared. Then a goddess with a smile appeared from the light. When the other gods saw her figure, they couldn't help but be stunned. Even Soren quickly bowed slightly to the goddess in front of him to express his respect for her. This goddess wasn't very powerful. She was just a mid-level god, but no one dared to ignore her existence because she was the goddess of luck, Tamora, surprise. All the gods present were very surprised, because no one had thought that the goddess of luck would appear at the Princess Royal's apotheosis ceremony. I give you my blessing. The goddess of luck smiled and walked in front of Princess Royal, then put her palm on Princess Royal's head. At this moment, Princess Royal looked like a well-behaved daughter, quietly accepting the goddess of luck's blessing. The goddess didn't stay for long. She just appeared and gave Princess Royal her blessing, then quickly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. But before everyone recovered from the surprise of the goddess of luck's appearance, suddenly the elemental power of the whole Arendelle became very strong, and then there was a huge wave at the port. The endless sea turned into the figure of a giant. He looked at Princess Royal above Arendelle, then nodded slightly. But it seemed that this was just the beginning. Then the wind suddenly appeared, and in the sky above Arendelle, an ethereal shadow of a goddess also appeared, and at the same time, she nodded slightly to Princess Royal. The goddess of water elements, Xianxia. The goddess of wind elements, Arcady. It seemed that the special nature of Princess Royal's ascension had even shocked these ancient elemental gods. 2 of the 4 elemental gods actually appeared. The appearance of the goddess of water elements should be related to the priesthood of ice and snow, and the appearance of the goddess of wind elements should be due to the north wind domain that Princess Royal mastered. There was a trace of inquiry in the eyes of these 2 gods, and their attitude was far less intimate than that of the goddess of luck. They just nodded to Princess Royal and disappeared. This meant that there was a weak connection between the priesthood of Princess Royal and them, but the relationship between them was not close. This situation was very common among the gods, just like how the wind elemental god had some dealings with Adelie Fenria, winged elven guardian goddess, and Sandaker, god of exploration and exploration, but their relationship was not close. Similarly, the goddess of water elements, the guardian of the sea elves, and the goddess of the sea also had contacts, but the relationship was also very ordinary. The arrival of the 2 elemental gods was more because of the special nature of Princess Royal's priesthood. At the same time, there was a little connection between the 2 sides, and they happened to be in the material plane, so they appeared to celebrate the official ascension of Princess Royal. It had to be said. Although the ascension of Princess Royal was not as big as that of Soren, the scene of the gods' celebration was more magnificent. There were 2 great divine powers, and there were a lot of mid-level divine powers. As for the weak divine powers, there was only the Maiden of Pain, who came with Soren. Such a luxurious lineup made it impossible for any god to underestimate the existence of Princess Royal. Although she was officially ascended today, no matter who wanted to do anything to her in the future, they would have to consider the weight of the gods present today. The golden light gradually converged. The figure of Princess Royal returned to the temple, and the other gods had already left. Soren was the only true god who stayed in Arendelle, because his relationship with Princess Royal was very close, far more than the other gods' relationship with her. The ascension ceremony was over. The seemingly simple ceremony announced the amazing background of Princess Royal, although to a large extent, this background was related to Soren. The Palace of Arendelle. As the figure of Princess Royal dissipated, Soren turned his head and looked at Princess Anna beside him. He hadn't seen the girl in front of him for a long time. She had become more and more beautiful. She was like an orchid gradually blooming, showing unparalleled beauty. But at the moment, Princess Anna's expression was not happy. Her small face was full of resentment. From time to time, she looked at Soren and snorted in a fit of anger. She looked a little haggard, and it seemed that she had been very tired recently. As a young girl, it was not easy for her to learn how to manage a kingdom. Anna. Soren took Princess Anna's white little hand. She struggled a little in a fit of anger, and then let Soren hold her hand. A slight blush appeared on her pretty face. At this moment, Soren's expression was very serious. He looked into Princess Anna's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Have you really thought it through?" Princess Anna was a little confused. She didn't understand why Soren didn't apologize to her after not seeing her for so long. Instead, he suddenly asked such a question with a righteous expression. But Soren's expression was too serious, so she was stunned by him. Thought what through? Doesn't this bastard know that I like him? Princess Anna's imagination ran wild, but at this time, Soren held her hands and said seriously, "Have you really thought it through? The Avatar crisis will be over in 2 years at most. At that time I will return to the kingdom of God, and it will be almost impossible for me to return to the material plane. Even if I descend, I can only use my incarnation. You still have a long life. If you want, you can even immortality as a mortal. I can't be by your side all the time. And as a god, whether it is dignity or possessiveness, it determines that after you choose me, no other man can walk into your life. You will be accompanied by a long period of loneliness, and even if you choose to grow old as a mortal, you will have to face a choice, that is, to enter my kingdom of God, or to enter the Princess Royal's kingdom of God. All of this. Have you really thought it through? Hearing Soren's words, Princess Anna suddenly froze in place. Then, many questions that had troubled her for a long time were answered. No wonder her sister had always opposed her and Soren, even after knowing that Soren had become a god. No wonder Soren had been avoiding her, because he had seen further than her, and she had never thought about those questions just now. Yes. Whether it was Princess Royal or Soren, they would return to the kingdom of God after the end of the Avatar crisis, and Princess Anna had to stay in the material plane at that time. Even if they could use their incarnations to descend, they could not accompany her for a long time. If she really chose Soren, then it was tantamount to choosing a long and lonely road. Soren could never be with her like a mortal husband. At most, he could only use his incarnation to descend once in a while. All of this was not easy for a girl. It was precisely because of this that Princess Royal hoped Princess Anna would choose a mortal. There was a short silence. Then, Princess Anna raised her head and looked at Soren with great seriousness and said, "I do." Everything was frozen. Thousands of words were overshadowed by these 3 words. Even if she knew that she might be lonely in the future, she still said "I do" without hesitation. Soren did not speak again. He just sighed and hugged the girl in front of him tightly in his arms, no longer escaping. Princess Anna buried her head in Soren's arms, rolled her eyes, and then whispered in Soren's ear with a blush on her face, "If you really can't accompany me in the future, then give me a child. At least she, will accompany me." After that, the girl shrank back like an ostrich, and even her ears became crimson. P.S. Since writing, the time for exercise has gradually decreased, and Futu's weight has increased by more than 20 kilograms. His results are not as good as the great gods, but his weight is. It's really sad. Thinking about the news of the death of a certain writer, he was so scared that he peed his pants. So he decided to run to lose weight. He must not be fat, although he was now developing this trend. Coincidentally, there was a reader brother in Tsingtao who ran a WeChat store, specializing in authentic Nike running shoes produced by Tsingtao Taiguang. When he heard that Futu wanted to lose weight, he mailed me 2 pairs of shoes. Futu ran around in them for 3 days, and he really slipped away. When I went to the store and asked, a pair was more than 800 yuan, and this brother only sold it for more than 400 yuan on WeChat. It was hard to refuse such kindness, so I could only promote this brother. If you need, search my WeChat number, D537547, Awakening Nike Sports Discount Store, mention my name and you will get a discount. Arendelle Palace. This was a beautiful country wrapped in silver. Although it was only October and there was still some time before winter, because of Princess Royal's investiture, this year's winter had obviously started earlier. Shortly after Princess Royal's investiture, Princess Anna's coronation ceremony was also held as usual. Unlike the investiture ceremony of Princess Royal, Princess Anna's coronation ceremony was very grand. Not only Mordor City, Northern Tower, Harvest City, Falcon Kingdom, Southern Islands, etc., but even the Lord of Light, Lady of Silvermoon, and the God of War sent people to celebrate. The reason was simple. Princess Royal's investiture was one thing, but Princess Anna's coronation was another. Princess Anna's coronation was part of the secular world. Especially after Princess Royal made it clear that she did not need much faith from mortals at the investiture ceremony, the other gods were immediately moved. Arendelle was the center of the Frost Kingdom. This land occupied the entire northern region of the continent and had a very vast land and population. Because of the protection of Princess Royal, even after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the population of the entire Frost Kingdom was still about 10 million. This was a considerable number. Even if the gods were to share it, they would still be able to win a lot of believers. The system of the Frost Kingdom was the enfeoffment of royalty. Princess Anna directly led more than 5 million people around the kingdom of Arendelle. The other residents of the north were ruled by the lords of Glacier City, Winterspring, North Sea City, and so on. Almost every one of them had legendary strength and above. They had come to Arendelle today and would swear allegiance to Queen Anna at the coronation ceremony. Arendelle was the second largest city in the material plane. At present, the largest city in the material plane was undoubtedly Mordor City, which now had a population of more than 400,000. The population of Arendelle was slightly smaller. The population in the royal city was about 120,000. Because of the inherent advantage of sea transportation, The population around the city was still about 70,000 to 80,000. Unlike other cities, because of the management of Mordor City and the Ice Witch's use of magic in their lives, even after the population of Arendelle exceeded 100,000, the whole city was not dirty and messy. However, the layout of Arendelle City was still flawed. The city could only accommodate about 200,000 people at most. Any more and the city would become bloated and dirty. Soren had been living in the royal palace all this time. As for Princess Royal, it seemed that she no longer objected to him being close to Princess Anna. She acquiesced to everything that had happened. On the day of the coronation, tens of thousands of people gathered in the square and near the palace. As an ancient family that had ruled Arendelle for hundreds of years, both Princess Royal and Princess Anna were loved by the people. Teams of guards in brand new armor guarded the palace, and patrols maintained the order of the entire square. Both sides of the road were almost jammed. Today, Princess Anna would drive the dragon carriage around Arendelle so that all the people could see their queen. The last part of the ceremony was held in the palace. When the coronation ceremony was completed, many northern lords would swear allegiance to her. The orderly guards had already gone out. This was a glorious moment for Princess Anna. Soren personally sent her to the dragon carriage and then watched her leave the palace. "My lord." A dark figure appeared beside Soren and knelt down on one knee. Believers of Lady Night have been found near the South City. There are 3 lurking devils at the North Port. There are spies from the southern island in the East City. At present, they have all been targeted. My lord, what should we do with these people? Princess Anna's coronation ceremony was so grand that it was almost impossible for no one to have evil intentions. Soren's expression was very cold, and he slowly said, "Deal with them all secretly. Don't alarm too many people, and don't affect the ceremony." Just like before, Soren's believers had been secretly protecting Princess Anna and getting rid of those who had evil intentions for her. Although the elder princess had great power, whether it was the Ice Witches or the Temple Church, it was impossible to have so many rogues under Soren's command. Any conspiracy could not be hidden in front of him, and today, Soren's murderous intent was undoubtedly heavier. Understood. The dark figure disappeared. At the same time, more than 5 teams of top rogues inside Arendelle could also act. Almost all of them were first-class assassins, proficient in all kinds of assassination methods. Killing and shadow. Although Soren's clergy was not murder, his mastery of assassination was getting stronger and stronger. With Soren's order, there was a brief disturbance in the distance, but it soon subsided. In the palace, Princess Royal cast a puzzled look at Soren, but after Soren nodded slightly, she looked away. Someone was trying to destroy Princess Anna's coronation ceremony. They didn't dare to do anything when Princess Royal was crowned as a god because the consequences were too terrible. But during Princess Anna's coronation ceremony, Soren's rogues killed at least 5 waves of people who tried to cause chaos and panic during the process. Among them, there were even believers of Lady of the Night, but now their bodies were lying in the cold trench. There was a loud cheer in the square. The people of Arendelle were celebrating their queen, and the whole city was shrouded in a sea of joy. This was something that Mordor could not have because Princess Anna was a kind ruler, and Soren was not. Kindness was sometimes regarded as weakness. So all this required Soren to secretly deal with some people who had ideas. The whole ceremony needed to be completed within a day, so when Princess Anna walked around Arendelle, she immediately returned to the palace. There was still one important part of her coronation ceremony that was not completed. The mighty crowd gathered in front of the palace. And Princess Anna, who looked extremely noble and beautiful, came to the balcony at the top of the palace. She waved to tens of thousands of people, and there was a loud cheer below. Then the cheers gradually subsided, and a golden light rose into the sky, and then turned into the figure of Princess Royal. Soren watched all this silently. After the incarnation of Princess Royal appeared, his figure also turned into a golden giant and floated in the clouds. The pressure of the gods enveloped Arendelle. Countless mortals had uncontrollable awe in their hearts, and all the noble lords in the entire Frost Kingdom humbly lowered their heads at this moment. The final ceremony was completed by Princess Royal, and Soren was just a bystander. The 2 gods turned into golden phantoms and stood in front of the palace of Arendelle, while Princess Anna looked at them with a scepter in her hand. With a strange melody coming from the temple, a golden crown that symbolized the supreme royal power of Arendelle appeared in the palm of Princess Royal. The golden giant of Soren stood in the clouds and nodded with a smile. Then Princess Anna lowered her head slightly, and Princess Royal held the golden crown in both hands and slowly put it on her head. Today, Princess Anna was officially crowned as the Queen of Arendelle. As the gods completed the final coronation ceremony for Princess Anna in the clouds, the cheers also resounded throughout Arendelle. It was a grey wasteland. It was as if some terrible power had taken away all the vitality here. All the plants had withered, and even the soil was covered in a rotten smell. It was obvious that there had just been a battle here. There were many corpses of necromancers nearby, and there were also some people wearing strange robes. They had the emblem of a golden scale supported by arm bones on their chests. These people were the priests who served the king of the dead, Klembox. They had just experienced a great battle, but they were still loyal to one of them. It was a young warrior with a handsome face and calm eyes. He held a heavy sword in his hand and wore a special armor. In front of them was a group of people who wanted to retreat. The leader was a figure in a grey robe. His pale fingers held a staff, and his body was covered in a strong smell of corruption. Vishalin. The young man approached step by step and said slowly, "You can't escape." The god of Lich, Vishalin, Soren had followed traces of this god before, but he couldn't find it. The fall of the god of mages was related to him. At that time, Soren finally tracked down the god of prophecy, Savras, and was led to the territory of the ancient red dragon. At this moment, the god of Lich, Vishalin, was surrounded by his fanatics. Most of them were necromancers, and there were two powerful liches. The god of Lich's priesthood was necromancer, evil liches, and immortality. He was one of the most hated enemies of the god of death because he and his followers often disturbed the rest of the dead. Vishalin was a skeleton. This was a cunning god. Since he was immortal, he had been wandering among the gods to seek benefits and avoid punishment. He used the power of the goddess of magic to escape the wrath of the Lord of Storms, and secretly colluded with the Lady of Night to work for her. At the same time, he secretly tried to please the Lord of Storms again. At this moment, there were very few followers around him, far fewer than the priests in front of him. However, his expression was calm, and the soul fire in his eyes jumped slightly. He said slowly, "Naive Klembox. Do you think you can kill me like this? You've already fallen into our trap." Klembox calmly listened to the other party's words, then slowly took a step forward and said, "I know. If there were no traps, how could a weak god like you dare to appear in front of me? Let me guess who's plotting against me." Naruto. All the gods knew that Klembox, the king of the dead, had always wanted to take back the power of the death god system, and the god of Lich was the one who stole it. The god of Lich had avoided Klembox for hundreds of years. Now that he dared to appear in front of Klembox, he must have something to rely on. Sharon chuckled. "Since you know it's a trap, you still dare to come. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant." As his voice fell, Yizichen's voice fell. A strange figure appeared near the wilderness. He was wearing a broken black cloak, and his upper body was a pale skeleton. He held a huge death scythe in his hand, and a terrible pressure shrouded the nearby space. Even if he did not speak, everyone recognized his existence, because this aura of hatred towards life could only be found on one god, and that was the god of death, Hell. Naruto. Klembox, the king of the dead, had a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "This is not the Grey Eagle world. Do you really want to get involved in the struggle between the gods of this world?" There was not only one material plane. Although Naruto had faith in this world, his core faith was in a material kingdom called Grey Eagle. The world he finally chose to descend to was here, and it was obvious that he had a plan long ago. There were many material planes in the multiverse, and there were many gods scattered across the material planes. Their faith was scattered in many places. Among these gods, there was a special one, the Queen of Spiders. In almost all the worlds with drows, there would be the faith of the Queen of Spiders. Her few believers were spread across most of the material planes. Unfortunately, her faith was limited by her race. The strength of her faith in a plane was completely determined by the size of the drow's race. "You don't deserve to rule death." Naruto's voice was full of decay, as if he wanted to end everything. He said hoarsely, "Your weak doctrine is simply a blasphemy to death." Klembox's doctrine was very gentle. He ruled the field of eternal sleep, and the church insisted on letting the dead rest in peace. He maintained a hostile relationship with most of the necromancers and liches of the evil camp. Klembox had always been against resurrecting the dead. He believed that the dead should follow their original trajectory and should not be awakened to wander in the world. To some extent, most of the kings of the dead were hostile to him. Although Naruto's figure appeared, Klembox's expression was still without the slightest fear. Because he was the king of the dead, a god with great divine power. Naruto was a mid-level divine power. Vishalin was a weak divine power. Even if these two gods worked together, they could not be his opponents. This was why Klembox dared to come, even though he knew there was a trap. He did not want to give up the opportunity to end the god of Lich. As long as he killed the god of Lich, his enemies would be reduced a lot, and he would also take back some of the power of death. The scythe of death cut through the void. With the surging divine power, the heavy sword in Klembox's palm was shrouded in dark power and directly blocked the opponent's attack. Some translucent shadows holding the scythe of death appeared. These were his servants of death. Since he knew it was a trap, of course he would not come alone. He had gathered most of his power and was ready to destroy two opponents of the death god system in one fell swoop. Hee. With just one confrontation, Naruto was forced to retreat. He said in a hoarse voice, "Worthy of being the king of the dead. Such divine power is indeed not something we can match alone. However, you have to face more than just the two of us." Hearing Naruto's words, Klembox could not help but frown. Things seemed to be a little beyond his expectations. He thought that the god of Lich was only colluding with Naruto, but at the moment when they just fought, some rotten and depraved evil breath also appeared in the wilderness. Not knowing when, the whole wilderness was full of all kinds of powerful undead. The undead, Orvo. A terrible Lich with a staff appeared on the battlefield. He looked at Klembox with cold eyes and did not hide his disgust and hatred for him. Sazastin, the leader of the Red Robe Wizards, the evil Lich who once ruled the Tori region. Behind him were many wizards in red robes. The undead king, Orcus. With the evil breath from the bottomless abyss, the chaotic force field of the demons spread. Orcus' huge and fat figure appeared, looking at Klembox with crazy eyes. One by one, powerful undead appeared. These undead were at least high-grade legends, and there were even many powerful demigod liches. They were all undead kings who occupied the lower planes. From the spiritual world to the underworld, from the grey wilderness to the bottomless abyss, evil and terrible undead creatures were everywhere in every corner of the lower planes. These people were the enemies of Klembox. From the very beginning, his doctrine had violated the wishes of these undead kings. If there was no outbreak of the Avatar crisis, none of these undead kings would be able to defeat Klembox. But now, with the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, Klembox was weakened a lot even though he was a powerful god. This made it possible for these undead kings in front of him to fight with him. Hundreds of liches appeared in front of him. These liches came from more than 10 different planes and half-planes. The terrible breath of the winter ghosts also appeared. For any undead, the king of the dead was an enemy worthy of fear. And the divine power and priesthood of the king of the dead were also what they most desired. Naruto's conspiracy was to take advantage of the hostility of these people to Klembox. For thousands of years, Klembox's church and doctrine had offended countless powerful undead. If it were not for the influence of Jurgel, he would not be able to hold the position of the king of the dead. Klembox's expression finally became dignified. If there was no Avatar crisis, he would not have the slightest fear in the face of so many enemies in the form of a true god. But now he was only in the form of a saint. Even if he was the Lord God of Death, he might not be able to fight against so many enemies. But at this moment, he had no way out. Naruto had sealed all the space, and all he could do was to fight with all his strength. October was coming. Soren stayed in Arendelle for 7 days. When he returned to Mordor, it was almost October. Gloria welcomed his return, and at the same time, brought back the good news from the fallen witches. But before Soren could be happy, he couldn't help but look up at the sky in shock. In the realm invisible to mortals, the star representing the king of the dead, Klemvox, was dim. As if some kind of restriction had been lifted, the death aura in the entire material plane suddenly became rich. With the slight fluctuations of the elemental tide, a breath full of decay, depravity, and death gradually spread. Klemvox was in trouble. Although he had not fallen yet, his situation seemed to be more serious than the disappearance of the goddess of magic last time, because the slumber realm, that shrouded the material plane and controlled by the king of the dead, Klemvox, was gradually declining and fading. Since Klemvox became a god, the slumber realm had shrouded the material plane, so the possibility of the resurrection of the undead in the material plane was far lower than in other worlds. Now, the slumber realm was gradually dissipating. What happened just now? Gloria came to Soren's side and held Soren's hand nervously. She murmured, "I felt something just now." But it wasn't clear. Although she had the power of prophecy, she wasn't a real god after all. Mortals didn't feel anything when the realm of eternal rest dissipated, but legendary masters would have a weak feeling because the energy of the whole material plane had changed. They would feel a cold and evil breath approaching. Only real gods could perceive the changes in the whole world. As the main god of death, Klemvox's realm of eternal rest was like a magic net that covered the whole world. This kind of power made it so that ordinary dead people couldn't resurrect on their own. They had to use necromancy spells to transform into undead. Now that the long sleep domain was gradually dissipating, along with the dense death aura, even without any spells, dead creatures could be directly transformed into undead. The realm of eternal rest is dissipating. Many great gods had their own realms that covered the material plane, just like the climate of the Amazon rainforest. To a large extent, it was because of the influence of the Storm Lord's realm. Soren closed his eyes and felt the changes in the material plane. He murmured, "Something happened to the king of the dead, Klemvox. The realm of eternal rest that covered the material plane is dissipating." This was a fate that Soren couldn't change. From the beginning to the end, he didn't know where Klemvox was. He was a great god, and unless he deliberately wanted to meet with Soren, it was difficult for Soren to track him down. Everything still happened. In the end, Klemvox still had a battle with the kings of the dead. Although he didn't know where Soren was, he was sure that the battle must be very fierce. The king of the dead's current state should be very bad. If even the realm of eternal rest had lost its effect, then Klemvox should be very, very seriously injured now. At the same time, as a mid-level god and a god that was close to becoming a great god, Soren also felt a rotten and evil power seeping into the material plane when the realm of eternal rest disappeared. This was the power of Naruto. Although Naruto's faith had spread to the desert, for most of the old gods, Naruto was still a god from another world, an outsider. His faith originated from a country called Grey Eagle. Naruto had spread his faith in the material plane for about a few hundred years, but in the world of Grey Eagle, he was already a very powerful god. There were many such gods from another world, including the entire orc god system, which had spread to the material plane during the Battle of the Orcs' Gate. Gloria's expression was solemn as she slowly asked, "Will the undead calamity become even more severe because of this?" Soren nodded and said, "Yes. Yes, it will become very serious." The realm of eternal rest was a power that suppressed death, which greatly increased the difficulty of resurrecting the dead. The dissipation of the realm of eternal rest meant that the dead would automatically turn into the undead. Perhaps in a few days, those places that once had a war and a large number of refugees would quickly become a paradise for the undead. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. As if to prove Soren's words, some strange changes were beginning to happen near the Agate River in the south, where the war between the orcs and the half-elves had broken out. This was a black and fertile land. In order to fight for this land, the half-elves and the orcs had broken out continuously. At this moment, under the pitch-black night sky, on this battlefield where tens of thousands of people had died, a pale palm bone suddenly stretched out from the ground. Then, the white bone lifted the soil and a half-orc who looked very rotten crawled out. Even after death, his body was still tall, and he held a rusty sword in his hand. In his eyes, there was a weak soul fire. All of this seemed to be the beginning. The whole land began to churn, and one by one, the undead crawled out from the ground. There were orcs, humans, half-elves, and the undead that had died on this land were resurrected one by one. However, at this moment, they didn't do anything. Because on the other side of the battlefield, a very strong undead aura broke out. This was the graveyard of the orcs. Accompanied by the evil aura, a half-orc shaman that was almost rotten crawled out from the ground. He held a white bone staff in one hand and a skull in the other. At this moment, he was looking at the other undead with the soul fire in his eyes. Dong dong dong, a strange vibration sound was heard. In front of the orc graveyard, a team of necromancers in grey robes were casting spells, and next to them was a legendary lich. They seemed to be summoning something. Boom, the graveyard in front of them suddenly exploded, and then a burly half-orc walked out of the graveyard. His body didn't rot much, but it was covered with various livor mortis. This meant that he was very powerful when he was alive, and he had tempered his body to a rather amazing degree. This was the Fireblade Sword Saint of the half-orc clan. He didn't die in the battle with the half-elves, but in the subsequent demon invasion. In order to protect the clan, he died together with a secondary demon lord from the bottomless abyss. He used to be the right-hand man of Eugene, the divine ascender. But now he was resurrected as an undead, and his sword was covered with dark flames. This was the withering fire from the high-grade undead, and it was also the most vicious fire of negative energy in the lower plane. It could use the vitality of any living creature as fuel. With the resurrection of the Fireblade Sword Saint, the surrounding necromancers also retreated and bowed slightly to show their respect. This was a high-grade undead with a creature level of more than 25. His death was because of the curse of the secondary demon lord, so he couldn't enter the Holy Kingdom and was forced to wander in the endless river Styx. Klemvox's realm of eternal sleep dissipated, which not only meant that the restrictions of the material plane were lifted. At the same time, it meant that other undead kings had the ability to reach out and touch the spiritual world, the underworld, and other areas of the river Styx in the lower plane. Without eternal sleep, there was no rest. They could use their evil power to summon the souls of the dead. The same scene happened in Amber City. In the beginning, when Soren left, thousands of houses in the city were burned to ashes, and many people were burned alive in the fire. At this moment, in the dark night, a strange white fog spread. There weren't enough bones here, but the remaining souls and resentment led to the birth of ghosts. One after another, pale phantoms floated in the ruins, constantly emitting strange and horrifying laughter. Bottomless abyss, Soren's holy kingdom. After such a long time of development, the entire Holy Kingdom had changed a lot. The size of the reincarnation pool had doubled, but the number of heroic spirits was 10% less than before because many of them had fallen in the war against the Holy Kingdom of Fear. Although new heroic spirits were constantly born, it still couldn't make up for the gap in the beginning. The dead ugly monkey became an oracle from another world. He was currently the highest authority in the Holy Kingdom and was responsible for helping Soren manage the whole kingdom. Of course, he was only responsible for the part of fighting and guiding souls. The specific construction of the Holy Kingdom was still the responsibility of the original Saint Cardinal. At this moment, a golden beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky above the giant god's temple, and then the ugly monkey's figure quickly returned to the temple and knelt in front of Soren's statue. His expression was solemn. About a few minutes later, he walked out of the temple and announced to the other heroic spirits, "There are abnormalities in the underworld and the river Styx. Klemvox, the god of death, and his servants from another world can no longer complete the task of guiding souls. Our Lord has given an oracle. From now on, the souls of believers will be guided by us personally." The authority of the gods was part of the operation of the world. Just like the fall of the goddess of magic would cause the collapse of the magic net and affect the entire material plane, Klemvox, the king of the dead, directly caused the souls of the believers of the gods to be unguided. The gods and the god of death had a contract. That was, the souls of most of the believers. Except for those who were particularly devout and important, who would be personally guided by the oracles from another world, the rest of the souls would go to the underworld and be collected by the servants of death. Finally, the oracles of the gods would be responsible for guiding them to the interior of the Holy Kingdom. Most of the souls that were not guided by the oracles from another world would enter the river Styx, and a small number would wander into the bottomless abyss, the Bottor Inferno, the Grey Wilderness, and other areas. The ugly monkey had begun to fulfill his duties. He had guided 3 batches of souls so far, about 300 people in total. They were all believers who died in the battle when the elemental chaos broke out in the sphere of influence of Motor City, and some wanderers who believed in Soren and died in battle in other places. These souls all went directly to the underworld at first. Then, as the oracles from another world, the ugly monkey had the ability to temporarily leave the Holy Kingdom. He was responsible for completing the contract and assisting Soren to take the souls from the servants of death. But now it was impossible. Klemvox, the king of the dead, was missing, and those servants of death could no longer complete the task. Although the souls would enter the underworld, they had lost the protection of death. This meant that the devils, demons, and demons would be ready to take action. When Klemvox was still alive, there were bold devils who stole souls from the underworld. Now that the undead kings had joined forces to seriously injure Klemvox, causing his whereabouts to be unknown, many devils and demons could not wait to reach their hands into the river Styx. The figures of the devils were looming in the disaster of the undead. They were creatures whose interests were paramount. After the first plunder of the material plane, these cunning devils quickly targeted the underworld. In this case, the believers of the gods could only rely on themselves for protection. As the oracles from another world of Soren, from now on, the ugly monkey needed to personally lead the demon hunters to guide the souls of the believers. Otherwise, they would be stolen by the devils. Blood dyed the earth red. Eugene dragged his heavy steps forward slowly. Behind him was a tall and burly half-orc with dark red skin. This was the current leader of the Fireblade clan, the 7th-generation Fireblade swordmaster, and the right-hand man of Eugene, the Ascendant. Around Eugene were piles of white bones and many half-orc bodies. The power of the gods suppressed the evil, and in front of them was a broken body. It was the awakened Fireblade swordmaster, the powerful existence who once killed the lesser demon lord alone. In this battle, the half-orcs suffered heavy losses. In order to eliminate these resurrected undead, Eugene personally participated in the battle. Nearly 3,000 of the half-orc elite troops died in the battle, which was a very heavy blow to the clan. But Eugene had no choice. He could not allow these undead to spread. Otherwise, the survival of the entire half-orc group would be seriously threatened. Cremate the bodies of these warriors. Eugene's expression was extremely tired. Even after becoming a god, he still maintained his old face. He did not want to deliberately change anything because in the belief of the half-orcs, he was an elder like a father or an ancestor. He slowly said, "Let the shamans prepare the soul summoning ceremony. The souls of these warriors must be sent to the ancestral land to rest." Klemvox, the king of the dead, had an accident, and the souls of all races in the entire material plane were not safe. Eugene looked up in the direction of Autumn Fall, where he could see a faint fire. He could imagine what kind of predicament Autumn Fall would encounter after losing the realm of eternal sleep. The city was in dire straits. The ghouls in the dark finally showed their fangs. With the arrival of the undead disaster, Autumn Fall could become history at any time. The same scene happened in Amber City. A large number of ghosts made many ordinary people flee in panic, but the outbreak of the Avatar crisis made them have nowhere to go. The City of Wealth also broke out in the undead riots, but fortunately, the divine power of the Lady of Wealth had recovered a lot, and the riots subsided overnight. Motor City. The dark night fell, and a sharp alarm suddenly sounded. Soren's figure appeared at the top of the tower, and beside him stood Gloria. "My lord." A black shadow appeared behind Soren and knelt down on one knee. "There are undead in the north and south of the island of Motor. Some resurrected skeletal creatures have appeared in the west. The temple's guards have already set off." Soren nodded, then looked at the city wall. He did not intend to take part in this battle. The city of Mordor already had enough strength, and the army was enough to quell this level of chaos. Squads of soldiers rushed out of the barracks. At the location of the great shrine, the priests were also gathered under Milan's arrangement. The island of Motor itself had experienced many battles. This time, the people who were resurrected were the aborigines who had been killed by Soren. As for the other skeletal creatures, they were dangerous monsters that had been killed. Most of the undead were relatively easy to deal with. The only troublesome one was the resurrected Quetzalcoatlus. Or rather, an inferior bone dragon, the city of Moder was originally the habitat of the Quetzalcoatlus. In order to prevent the Quetzalcoatlus from hurting the civilians, Soren killed most of the Quetzalcoatlus that could not be tamed. Now some of these Quetzalcoatlus had been resurrected. They had become undead creatures. Although they had lost the ability to fly, they were still a strong threat. About 5,000 troops quickly mobilized towards the place where the undead appeared. The priests followed behind the army and cast spells. The whole process of the battle was very fast. Under the leadership of the giants, the army of Moder City took less than 3 hours to kill all the undead. At the same time, because Soren's divine power was very abundant, the army of Moder City only lost a dozen people under the treatment of the priests. This kind of loss was already very small compared to other places. Because in these 2 days, whether it was Port Tylon, Raging Sand Island, Snake Island, or other places, there were a lot of casualties. In the wilderness, the mighty undead army was gathering. They seemed to be summoned by some terrible power and gathered towards the south. However, what surprised Soren was that the first target of these undead army was his old opponent, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. The undead army was approaching the Principality of Rossard. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was in a very bad mood. It could even be said that she even wondered if she was cursed by the goddess of misfortune. From the very beginning, after encountering Soren and entering into a hostile relationship, all her plans became very unsuccessful. She even died in the hands of Soren. Although because of the life concealment spell, she was resurrected with the help of a spell-cloned body. But because of this, her strength was greatly reduced, falling from near the advanced legendary level to the legendary level. Although she later recovered a lot with the help of the Queen of Yuma, her days were even more difficult. Because Soren's power was getting stronger and stronger, the city of Moder became the most powerful force in the sea. During that time, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was on tenterhooks all day long. Fortunately, Soren had too many things to do, and he had no time to deal with the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. But this did not mean the end of her misfortune. She did not know when the news of her collusion with the devil leaked out, and she offended many good gods. Even the Church of the God of Light condemned her as an evil existence. Then, the rebellion broke out. The whole rebellion consumed most of the Duke of Red Dragon's experience, and even until now, she had not been able to completely quell the rebellion. Devils were cunning. Although they gave the Duke of Red Dragon's wife power, they also asked for more in return. Even the Queen of Yuma, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, was very close to her, and she was very clear that the other party was ultimately coveting her soul. She was eager to get her soul and transform it into a lustful demon. The cunning devils only contributed a little, but they were never lenient when it came to taking benefits. The Principality of Rossard was originally a rich kingdom in the south, but now it was severely depopulated. The continuous wars had reduced the population of the Principality of Rossard by more than 30%. Now, when the Duke of Red Dragon's wife learned that a large number of undead were gathering and preparing to attack the Principality of Rossard, she was in a bad mood. Obviously, the undead were preparing to turn the Principality of Rossard into a kingdom of the undead. Too many people had died in the war, and it was easy for them to become nutrients for the undead. If the undead army broke through the Principality of Rossard's defenses, the whole kingdom would soon become an undead paradise. Inside the castle, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife sat on the throne. Her appearance was still beautiful, but her expression was unusually tired. In front of her was a distorted shadow, and it was obviously not a human. "Can you send troops to assist me in repelling the undead?" The Duke of Red Dragon's wife's expression had a hint of anger, and she said in a low voice, "During this period of time, the devils have plundered a lot of souls. If the Principality of Rossard is conquered by the undead, you won't get anything in the future." A voice that sounded like both a man and a woman came from the distorted shadow, and it said slowly, "Don't worry. After all, the material plane is the territory of the gods. Even the archdevils don't dare to provoke them. The undead army won't break through the kingdom so quickly. You just have to wait patiently." The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was even angrier when she heard this. She said seriously, "Wait? How long do we have to wait? 3 cities and more than 20 towns in the south have been destroyed. More than 10,000 soldiers under my command have died. On the contrary, the number of undead has not decreased at all. Now, there are even more of them." what can we get by waiting? Do you have to wait for the undead army to surround the capital before you are willing to take action? The distorted shadow paused for a moment and said, I will send the news to the Duke as soon as possible. Please wait patiently, my lady. After that, it disappeared. Bang! The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was so angry that she directly smashed the porcelain next to her. Her full breasts rose and fell rapidly, and it took a long time for her to calm down. She muttered, Damn devils. Cunning devils. Since you are not willing to take action, then don't blame me for finding a way out. After calming down, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife began to think about who could save the Principality of Rossard at this time. Looking at the entire material plane, there were not many who had the ability to do this. She first thought of the elves. But the elves would not help her. These hypocritical fellows could not wait to kill her. Then she thought of the Church of the God of Light. But she had already colluded with the devils. The Church of the God of Light simply could not tolerate her, and she could not accept the Church of the God of Light. But in addition to these two forces, there were not many who had the ability to help Rossard out of the predicament. Arendelle was far away in the Frost Kingdom, and she had no intersection with the Princess Royal. There was only one person who was so close to the Principality of Rossard and had the ability to help them out of this crisis. That was the city of Mordor. As if thinking of a terrible existence, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife could not help but tremble. But then she could not help biting her bright red lips, hesitating and struggling as if she was thinking about the possibility. She murmured, There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. He is an evil existence. As long as there are enough benefits, it is not impossible for him to help me. But how much do I have to pay for this? At the border of the Principality of Rossard, many refugees had died, and the undead army had exceeded 1,000,000. If this continued, the scale would grow larger and larger. Only the city of Mordor had the ability to resolve this crisis. But the Duke of Red Dragon's wife did not know how she should persuade the legendary Sorin, especially when the two sides maintained a hostile relationship and had fought before. She did not have many chips in her hands, and there were even fewer that could be exchanged. But if the Principality of Rossard was destroyed, not only would she lose all her power, she would no longer have any value. Even if she could escape the revenge of her enemies, it would be difficult to escape the control of the devils. The Queen of Yuma had been coveting her soul for a long time. The connection between Mordor City and Arendelle became closer and closer. Especially after Princess Royal officially became a god, many people knew that His Excellency Sorin had stayed in Arendelle's palace for a whole week. As for what he had done, it was self-evident. Arendelle had just held 2 ceremonies, and no matter what happened, they must be postponed. Princess Anna had just taken charge of the country, and there were still many things to do, and it was during the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. After half a month, Mordor City had recovered a lot from the last war. Because of the resources of the bottomless abyss, the golem factory had been producing continuously. Sorin was now crazily producing soldiers. However, compared to the expensive steel golems and diamond golems, the most produced in Mordor City were clay golems and stone golems. Hundreds of these 2 types of golems were produced every day. The witches under Gloria's command had increased to more than 300 people. Almost everywhere except the Northern Tower, many witches had chosen to join Gloria's command. Especially after she mastered the divine profession of prophecy, many witches who specialized in divination had become her disciples. The Eye of the North didn't say much about this because she knew very well that it was impossible for the Northern Tower to survive the later stage of the Avatar crisis alone. Time passed quietly. Just as the undead catastrophe was getting more and more intense, Sorin also received news that more than 1,000,000 undead army had gathered near the Principality of Rossard. Then, something unexpected happened. The goddess of magic had appeared. Although she only showed her traces occasionally, all the news indicated that this was true. The goddess of magic actually showed her traces in the god of knowledge, although it was only for a short half a day, and then she disappeared again. This was undoubtedly an exciting piece of news. This meant that the goddess of magic had recovered well, and it was estimated that it would not be long before the divine network could be repaired. However, things soon took another turn. Because shortly after the goddess of magic appeared, another goddess also showed her traces. She was the goddess of death and magic. She was an otherworldly deity from another world. She didn't have much faith in this world, and her main faith seemed to come from Naruto's original world. She only appeared and disappeared suddenly, and it seemed that she had clashed with the Lich God. The situation suddenly became complicated and confusing. Even Soren could not predict what would happen next, but the chaos seemed to be getting more and more intense. Not long after the two goddesses appeared, a more respectable god also performed a miracle. That was Lady Misfortune. It was as if Lady Misfortune couldn't bear to be left out because of the appearance of Lady Luck. She appeared in a place that no one had expected, which was the already destroyed Amber City. After performing a miracle, she disappeared. The situation was becoming more and more unpredictable. Soren had already changed the course of history, so he was unable to predict the future. Therefore, he could only train his Nigong and accumulate his strength to deal with the changes. It was now October. When the third group of envoys from the Eastern Kingdom arrived, an absolutely unexpected letter was sent to him. Even Soren was surprised by it. This letter was from his enemy. The wife of the Duke of Red Dragon, the ruler of the Principality of Rossard. This was a letter that was sealed with a secret technique. When it was sent to Soren, it was not opened. He opened the letter with some doubts, and after quickly reading it, he said playfully, "Interesting. She wants to ask me for help. I don't know if she's dreaming or not. Or is she desperate?" The content of the letter was very simple. The Duke of Red Dragon actually wanted to ask Soren to help her deal with the undead army. She also asked for a reward in the letter. She was willing to secretly cede a large piece of land in the Principality of Rossard. Soren touched his chin and murmured, "So, she has been abandoned by the demons?" It's not surprising. The demons have always put their interests first. The outbreak of the undead disaster is beyond their control. It's impossible to use the demon army to protect the Principality of Rossard. But why should I help her? She actually has the audacity to beg me. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was Soren's enemy. The reason why he hadn't done anything until now was that he had more concerns. He didn't want the gods to think that he had the ambition to occupy the continent. But this didn't mean that Soren would be willing to help the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Moreover, it was meaningless to occupy the land during the Avatar crisis, and it was difficult to defend it. But when Soren was about to refuse, he hesitated. As an evil god, he certainly wanted to seek greater benefits for himself. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was a very valuable chess piece. Now that she asked him for help, Soren immediately began to think about what he could get from her. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was close to the south coast and had a large population and army. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife had a lot of bargaining chips, and there were also a lot of valuable things for Soren. Soren thought for a moment and said, "Since she asked me for help, then let her come to Mordor City and talk to me in person. If she doesn't even dare to come to Mordor City, then this person has no value to me. If she dares to come to Mordor City, then it's not impossible to consider. After all, her value is not low." A legendary dragon bloodline warlock, the ruler of the Principality of Rossard, a warlock family that had been passed down for thousands of years. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife had a lot of things that Soren could use, and her soul was also very attractive to Soren. If such a high-grade legendary spellcaster was integrated into the Kingdom of God, it would be very useful. Let's do that. Soren immediately began to prepare a letter for the other party to come in person. As long as she dared to come, Soren had a way to deal with her. The bottomless abyss. The third layer, the Forgotten Land. Compared to the undead disaster in the material plane, a war had recently broken out in the bottomless abyss. First of all, the demon lords in the lower planes were in trouble. The appearance of the ancient Zerg gave them a headache, and the appearance of some ancient evil creatures made them even more uneasy. Because they assisted Soren in attacking the Kingdom of Fear, the demon army in the Golumba arena suddenly shrank by 2/3. But just when the other demon lords thought they had an opportunity to attack the other side, reality gave them a hard slap in the face. Sauron, the Bela leader, had a large number of high-grade demons under his command, and these high-grade demons were given some strange rings. In addition to his own ring, a total of 9 powerful demons were given rings. These rings gave them the terrible ability to mobilize divine power, making them very powerful all of a sudden. The war had only broken out for a few days, and any demons who tried to challenge Sauron's rule were crushed. At this time, Sauron had become the most powerful demon lord in the Forgotten Land. However, there was still an enemy in front of him, and that was the King of Gnolls from the bottomless abyss. Although there were some accidents that made Ynegu stop the attack, the huge Gnoll army still existed. Only by defeating them could Sauron completely control this layer of the bottomless abyss. Under the dark night sky. On a land that had just experienced a massacre, the space suddenly distorted strangely. The aura of death gathered, and there was some kind of very dark energy faintly. Then a crack broke open in the distorted space, and then a slender man with frightening black eyes and dead white skin jumped out of it. His face was unusually pale. His expression was cold, crazy, and cruel. It could be seen at a glance that he was a very narrow-minded, self-centered, and extremely extreme person. This was a very intuitive feeling. From the moment his existence appeared, the nearby space was shrouded in evil energy. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. A strange suppressed low laughter sounded, and then it turned into a crazy and violent laughter. The cold man murmured, "I'm finally out. Klembox. Midnight. Tyr. Shanda. I'm finally out. Now. All of you have to pay for what you've done." The crazy laughter suddenly stopped. Then the cold man looked around in surprise and murmured, "Where's my divine power? Why is my power so weak? Damn it. What happened to this world? Why has my power weakened to such an extent?" The god of murder Sirik, the former prince of lies, finally broke the seal because of the Avatar crisis, but he suffered a serious blow as soon as he came to the material plane. He had consumed a lot of power to escape the seal of the chaotic space and time, and under the Avatar crisis, he was directly suppressed into the form of a saint. He soon found that he had become very weak, and the speed of recovery of his power was very slow. There was almost no divine power gathered. This meant that his church was about to dissipate. Damn it. Sirik gritted his teeth and cursed his former enemy, murmuring, "How long have I been sealed?" He looked up at the sky. The stars under the night sky were all dim. He seemed to think of something. He had seen such a night sky before, and murmured, "The Avatar crisis? Has a new Avatar crisis broken out? Great." Suddenly, his expression was full of surprise, and he murmured, "God is really helping me." His rise couldn't be separated from the last Avatar crisis. After breaking the seal and discovering that the Avatar crisis had broken out again, Sirik's heart was suddenly full of joy. Because he was once the biggest winner of the Avatar crisis. If he didn't seek his own death, he might be the god of gods. Sirik firmly believed that he was favored by fate. The outbreak of the Avatar crisis was the favor of fate. Because he had just broken the seal, only the Avatar crisis could help him take revenge on those powerful enemies. This time, he would not repeat the same mistake. Sirik firmly believed that he would be the final winner. And this time, he would really become the god of gods. P.S. The cute girl with a big dick that you have been shouting about, the beautiful administrator in women's clothing, has been updated on the public WeChat account. She is one of the book friends. I don't need to say who she is. I'm just an old driver who silently gives out benefits. You can see it by following the public WeChat account, Buddha. That night, Soren felt something. It was a wonderful feeling, a resonance brought about by the divinity of death and slaughter. At the same time, Soren also felt a sense of crisis. This meant that someone who had the same power as him had arrived. Sirik? Soren stood at the top of the arcane tower. The cold night wind blew his long hair. He hadn't taken care of his hair for a long time. Gods didn't need it, but because he was in the form of a saint, his body still maintained the metabolism of a human. In the form of a real god, his body had turned into an existence of energy. Sirik had been sealed for too long and had lost his church, so his arrival was different from other gods. His movements were quieter, and his power was weaker than other gods in the beginning. However, slaughter itself was a source of power that could easily increase. As long as Sirik was given a chance, he would be able to recover quickly. There were only a few sources left for the inheritance of the power of the three gods of death. The first source was Sirik. He used to be the biggest winner, but unfortunately, he was too late. The second source was Klembox. He took over part of Sirik's power and existed for a long time because of Jurgel's help. But now, Jurgel might not be very satisfied with him, because the outbreak of the undead disaster meant that there was a huge conflict between his doctrine and the other undead lords. Jurgel's position was very delicate. No one could predict what an existence like him cared about. The third source was the Dread Lord. He created the Son of Fear, who was now completely replaced by Vivian and Lillian. The last source was Soren's blood. He was the nameless hero who killed the god of slaughter, Baal, but in the end gave up inheriting the divinity and lived the rest of his life as a mortal. This person was the most terrible existence. Countless legendary creatures had died in his hands. But it was hard to imagine that he would give up becoming a god at the last moment and live the rest of his life as a mortal. That was how Sirik took away the massacre priesthood. Otherwise, there would have been another death priesthood in the battle between the three death gods. This existence's bloodline was already very thin. Soren should be the only successor, and this inheritance was mostly due to the convergence of other powers. In the beginning, Soren's power was very weak, but as he killed and died, the divinity of slaughter in his body became more and more condensed. This was a terrifying power that originated from plundering. According to history, Sirik's first target should be a god related to death and slaughter. Soren pondered silently, recalling everything that had happened in the past. He muttered, "But history has already been changed by me. I'm Sirik's #1 enemy now, but he won't find me so soon, so he doesn't have many targets to choose from." Although Sirik was very weak, he still had the foundation of a mid-level god. If it wasn't for the fact that he had ruined himself, this evil guy would definitely be the child of destiny. But since he read the Sirik scripture himself, this guy's luck took a turn for the worse. He was originally the strongest god, but creating the Sirik scripture consumed a lot of power. This was an evil book that even the main gods would be affected by, but he was stupid enough to read it himself. In the end, he directly fell into endless self-worship. Although he was lucky to recover later, madness had already seeped into Sirik's soul. Since then, his luck had disappeared. First, he lost the battle with the god of tyranny, Ban. Then, he was tricked by Klumvox and Midnight. Finally, he was directly sealed for thousands of years, and even the church dissipated. Right. Soren seemed to have thought of something and muttered, "Goddess of magic. Midnight. King of the dead. Klumvox. These two are definitely Sirik's most hated enemies. I'm afraid Sirik wants to kill them even in his dreams." Now, although the goddess of magic is missing, the news of her serious injury will definitely be known. Klumvox is also in trouble now. With Sirik's hatred for them, he will definitely find a way to deal with these two. So, as long as there is a trace, maybe I can find a way to find something. The one Sirik hated most was Klumvox, who was one of his fated opponents. Then there was the goddess of magic, Midnight, who was also in existence he wanted to take revenge on. If I were Sirik, what should I do now? Soren was used to thinking in reverse. At this time, he assumed that he was Sirik and said to himself, "If I were Sirik, I would be very weak after just breaking the seal and escaping. The church is basically destroyed. In this case, my strength is at most above the high-level legendary level. Then the first thing I should do now is to hide and find a way to restore my strength. So, what should I do to restore my strength at this time? Blood sacrifice. This is the most direct, fastest, and effective way to restore myself. It can quickly make myself a demigod and restore the form of a saint. However, if I want to recover my current strength, it's impossible for me to use an ordinary blood sacrifice. They are at least high-level legendary creatures, or creatures with divinity. If it is such a creature, then the target range is narrowed a lot. Sirik was an evil god. A very orthodox kind of evil god. So, Sirik was different from Soren. He accepted blood sacrifices and enjoyed them. To restore his strength, it must be a high-level legendary creature, preferably a divine creature. If the range was narrowed to this scale, then Sirik's targets would be reduced a lot. How can I find him? Soren fell into deep thought and said to himself, "At present, the most high-level legendary creatures in the material plane are liches, undead, devils, and demons. Almost all high-level legends among the mortals occupy important positions. Such existences are too difficult to kill and too obvious. It is easy to expose myself. There were many high-level legends in the material plane, but their status was very special. For example, the Eye of the North was a high-grade legendary witch, but her status was the ruler of the Northern Tower. The other high-grade legendaries were similar. They either held important positions in the Church of the Gods, were strong people who ruled a country, or were powerful people who held power within their own race. Elves, dwarves, orcs, and humans. Soren continued to deduce and murmured, these 4 races can be excluded. The possibility of being exposed is too high. In the current environment, the most suitable ones are undead, demons, and devils. It is too difficult to find traces of devils. The devils have retreated to the abyss. Then the undead are the most likely. Cyric has the clergy of murder, conspiracy, lies, deception, and illusion. Murder is the evolution of death. He is most likely to kill the undead. His thoughts were clear. Soren continued to deduce, with Cyric's ability and clergy, I am afraid that the first step of the blood sacrifice has been successful. If he wants to kill a lich, no one should be able to stop him. Then he should have at least recovered the strength of a demigod. It was difficult for mortals to stop Cyric. Now there were many undead in the material plane. There were many demigod liches and divine undead. Cyric only needed to find one and kill it to recover a lot of power. There was nothing Soren could do to stop this. And because of the clergy of illusion, lies, and deception, Cyric was very good at deception and hiding. The possibility of finding him was very low. If he recovers the strength of a demigod. Soren continued to ponder and said to himself, then the next step is to recover the strength of a true god. This requires more blood sacrifices, more divinity, and at the same time, a church. Cyric's church has disappeared. Then when he has a certain amount of strength, he will definitely rebuild the church. Then there will be fewer choices for him. Either he kills a god and disguises himself as him to receive faith. Or he can rebuild the church. This is very difficult. It is impossible without hundreds of years. Even my church was completed by the church of the half-elf god. The Queen of Spiders once killed a god and pretended to be him to receive faith. The truth was not revealed until she had complete control. Cyric is very likely to do this. Divine power would not be obtained for no reason. Cyric also needed to recover step by step. If this is the case, which god will Cyric choose as his target? First of all, this god cannot be too powerful. Second, this god must have some connection with him. It is best to have something to do with one of his clergy. The target that the Queen of Spiders killed was the god of the Underdark. Then Cyric's choice of target will be narrowed down a lot. With his current strength, even if he uses tricks, he can only kill a weak god or a mid-level god at most. So, if the range is narrowed down, he may only choose these targets. Soren waved his hand, and the picture of the gods appeared in front of him. At present, all the gods of the material plane were in his knowledge. Excluding some who must not be provoked, the range of choices was very small. At the same time, in a dark basement, the body of a dead lich was in the center of the altar. Cyric's eyes were filled with joy. The light of divinity appeared on his body. He said with a ferocious expression, "What a stupid guy. Do you think you can fight against gods with a phylactery? What a naive fool." The power of the soul was plundered, and the flame of divinity was integrated into the body. Cyric contentedly absorbed the energy and returned to his demigod form. It was easier for a god to fight a lich than he had imagined, especially one that was related to death. He could destroy the lich's phylactery as soon as he killed it. The flame of the soul of the lich turned into the power of Cyric. He quickly recovered his strength and thought about the next target. But for some reason, he suddenly felt a little uneasy at this moment. Under the dark night, a special visitor came to the city of Mordor. When she came down from a warship, the guards around her couldn't help but look at her. There was no other reason, the other party was too eye-catching. Even though she was wearing a black cloak on the outside and a loose black robe on the inside, it couldn't hide her impressive figure. She was far more voluptuous and tall than the average woman. Even the tall guards seemed a little shorter when facing her. This was a woman with extraordinary charm even though her face couldn't be seen clearly. She wore black silk gloves on her white palms, and her exposed skin was as white and tender as a baby. Beside her were the upper-level officials of Mordor City. At this moment, they were carefully welcoming her to the mansion of Mordor City as if they were facing a great enemy. "Don't look." The patrol captain, Kent, patted the guy who was drooling next to him. Even if he couldn't see her face, the guards under him seemed to be possessed. He couldn't help but say coldly, "That's a distinguished guest going to the inner city. It's not something you guys can imagine. And if I'm not mistaken, that woman is a warlock at first glance. She's dangerous." Kent was a veteran. He guessed the woman's profession with his full intuition. This kind of extraordinary charm could only be possessed by a warlock. Even if the other party's appearance couldn't be seen clearly, her aura was enough to affect others. The tall woman moved forward with the officials. Her figure was so tall, probably close to 185 meters, so she was particularly eye-catching when she walked. After wearing black high-rise riding boots, she was half a head taller than most men. At this moment, her expression seemed casual, but careful people could still detect a trace of tension. She seemed to be unintentionally observing everything in the port of Mordor, but there was a trace of shock inadvertently appearing. Even if she had already known everything from the mouth of the spy, she was still very surprised after seeing the changes in Mordor City with her own eyes. The changes here were too fast, so fast that it was beyond her imagination. The flat road was paved with cement. No matter if it was raining or blowing, it had no effect. It was enough for 10 carriages to pass together. This was a road that even the King's City didn't have. From the port area to the inner city, there were rows of crystal street lamps. These expensive luxuries were casually built on both sides of the road, and it seemed like they had been there for some time. Even when night fell, the port was not deserted. The residents of Mordor City had long been used to drinking or finding other ways to pass the time, such as the popular baths. The residents of Mordor City liked it very much. The cheap price made them like cleanliness, and they despised and were proud of the dirty appearance of the outsiders. The pride of Mordor City had seeped into the bones of the residents. They were proud of their identity as citizens of Mordor City. "What's that?" The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was surprised by the things she saw along the way. But when she saw a civilian open a metal pipe and clear water immediately flowed out, she couldn't help but ask in confusion. A man who looked like an official carefully replied, "This is a water pipe. The unified water supply system of Mordor is only laid here at present. Residents pay about 10 copper dirhams a month to meet the water supply needs for a month." Even under the cover of the night, Mordor City looked so clean and tidy. There were not many residents who used tap water. Most of them were from good families. 10 copper dirhams was within their range of affordability, mainly because it was very convenient. As for other residents, they used well water, which needed to be specially brought over. It was obvious that they were a little envious and wanted to use this convenient water source. The pursuit of new things was also a symbol of identity. Most of the people who couldn't afford tap water in Mordor City were civilians who had just obtained their identity. It seemed that the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was very curious about these. The official next to him nodded and began to introduce in a proud tone, "These are street lamps, used for illumination at night, and also used for festivals and celebrations. Over there is a high bridge and water shelf. These are drainage ditches, directly connected to the sewer. There is no sewer as large as Mordor City in the entire material plane. It's just that recently, because the place is too big, it seems that some kobolds and goblins have moved in. This is the residential area. All the houses are built with bricks and tiles. They are far stronger than other cities, and they are not afraid of fire. Over there is the staff area, which is the second batch of buildings. They are all 2-story buildings. The library there contains hundreds of thousands of books. Over there is the museum, which contains many precious cultural relics. Next to it is the theater, where there will be 2 performances every Sunday. The largest building in the south is the college, which has more than 5,000 students at present. Over there is the green belt. In the future, these roads will also be planted with trees. Recently, some droll people have strongly requested that the scale of greening be expanded so that nature and the city can be balanced. The official next to him introduced one after another, his expression full of pride. He had been to many places, including those big cities and the capital, but no city was as neat, civilized, advanced, and beautiful as Mordor City. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife looked at all this silently. She lived in the main city of the Principality of Rossard, but compared to everything she saw in Mordor City, she suddenly found that the city under her rule was like a garbage dump full of feces and dirt. They were not on the same level at all. The faint fragrance of flowers came. The greening of Mordor City was divided into 3 parts. One part was supervised by the city hall. They planted the plants and flowers that humans were used to. The other part was led by the half-elves. They liked all kinds of flowers. The last part was the largest part, which was the responsibility of the Church of Agriculture and the Droll. They liked to plant trees and other plants, hoping to balance the city and nature. During this time, they were studying a new direction for the future, a city full of green but advanced and beautiful enough. Right. Recently, these Droll people had a very bad evaluation in Mordor City. As soon as they came over, they took over the work of environmental protection and greening, which made many residents who usually did not care about these things realize the stubbornness of the Droll. The officials of the city hall also hated them because these Droll stubbornly argued with them on the allocation of land. They thought that the scale of greening should be increased. Damn it, Mordor City's greening was already dozens of times more than other cities. Didn't they know that the island of Mordor was so big, and there were still many places to divide the land? Civilization. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife looked at all this silently, and suddenly said 2 words softly. She finally knew the huge gap between her and Soren. The power of Mordor City had grown to an unimaginable level. They even had extra financial resources and manpower to do these things that were almost unimportant. It was something that only needed to be considered a little and only considered in peaceful times. In short, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife looked all the way and felt a kind of rich aura, as if they were blatantly telling others. Grandpa is rich. Grandpa's technology tree can already be used by the people. In the end, Soren chose to meet the Duke of Red Dragon's wife at the city lord's mansion. On the way, whether intentionally or not, the officials of the city hall took the Duke of Red Dragon's wife to visit the city of Mordor, but most of them were civilian and commercial aspects. As for the military force, there was nothing to show off. Because in the whole material plane, who didn't know that the army of Mordor was famous for its fighting ability, Soren sat in a chair and looked down at his old opponent in front of him. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife, his former enemy, even almost killed him, but now she was just in existence that he could kill with a wave of his hand. Time had changed everything. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was obviously a little shocked after seeing Soren, but she restrained herself very well. Because as a high-grade legendary profession, she felt the pressure of the gods on Soren. The more powerful the existence, the easier it was to feel the horror of this pressure. It was a gap that mortals could not cross. It's an honor to meet you. The Great Lord of Shadows. The tall Duke of Red Dragon's wife humbly lowered her head, then took off the veil on her face and slowly said, "Everything in Mordor is an eye-opener for me." A charming face appeared. The Red Duchess had always been very confident in her beauty. She was not even afraid of the Baator Inferno, but now Soren's calm eyes made her a little uneasy. Because in Soren's eyes, it seemed that he didn't care about her at all. Soren played with the ring in his hand and slowly said, "I didn't expect you to ask me for help." Why not the devil? Or some evil god who secretly has a connection with you? Have you been abandoned by them? Soren's words were so aggressive, but the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was just stunned for a moment, then calmly said, "I came here because only Soren can give me the help I want. I can also provide Sir Soren with what you need." It seemed that she had already thought of how to deal with the situation before her. Soren smiled playfully. "What I need? What can you give me? Land? Population? Wealth? I can get them myself. As long as I want, Mordor City can take over the entire Principality of Rossard in 7 days." Soren's words sounded very arrogant, but his tone was very calm, as if everything was insignificant. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife couldn't help but take a deep breath. She rationally felt that this was impossible, but looking at Soren's attitude, it didn't seem like he was bragging, so she said in a serious voice, I believe that the force of Mordor is strong enough. However, if you want to take over the Principality of Rossard, you have to pay a sufficient price. This is a turbulent time. No matter who it is, they should conserve their strength. It's best to improve your strength without changing too much. My coming here already represents the greatest sincerity. If Sir Soren really doesn't want to cooperate, then you can let me leave now, or kill me here. What the hell? This little bitch's temper was really stubborn. Soren originally just wanted to show his power to the other party, but he didn't expect the Duke of Red Dragon's wife to be so stubborn. He suddenly smiled and said slowly, "You even have the awareness of death? It seems that your current situation is really bad." The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was silent. She originally thought that this stubborn words could give her more bargaining chips, but she didn't expect Soren to point out the essence of her situation. Her situation was already very bad, and she was even prepared to die in her heart. What a terrifying evil god, he actually easily saw through her heart with just a few words. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was filled with unease and fear, but this time she had no way out. Instead, she stepped forward and met Soren's gaze. The Principality of Rossard is indeed in grave danger. The undead army has already gathered in the millions, and with the current strength of the Principality of Rossard, it's impossible to stop them. But why Sir Soren? If the Principality of Rossard is broken through by the undead army, and all the living are slaughtered, how strong will the undead become? With so many sacrifices, how many terrifying creatures will the evil liches summon from the underworld? In that case, I won't be able to escape death. But what about the Windspear Hills that Sir Soren put so much effort into? I heard that they have taken in a large number of refugees, and there are also many believers who serve you. If the undead army destroys the Principality of Rossard, how terrifying will their strength be? With the current strength of the Windspear Hills, do you think they can stop the undead? This cooperation is not only for myself, but also to solve some problems for Sir Sauron. Soren laughed and stood up, clapping his hands. I didn't expect the legendary Madam of the Duke of Red Dragon to be so eloquent. As a true god, Soren did not deliberately change his appearance, so when he stood up, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife immediately noticed that she was slightly taller than Soren. She quickly lowered her head, so that she looked a little shorter than Soren. It was an inconspicuous detail, but it showed that this woman knew her limits. Soren did not care about this small difference. If he wanted to, he could turn into a giant at any time, but there was no need for that. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife lowered her head to show her position. She came here to ask for cooperation. She was very clear about her identity, and she was also expressing her respect for Soren. I can provide you with the help you need. Soren looked down at the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, who bowed her head and said slowly, "But I'm not interested in the reward you can provide." The Duke of Red Dragon's wife bit her lips and said in a low voice, "Then what do you want?" Soren looked at the Duke of Red Dragon's wife in front of him and walked around her twice. He had to admit that she was a rare beauty, and the quality of her soul was very pure. No wonder the Queen of Yuma was so interested in her. If it was this woman, her soul should be enough to cultivate an excellent, otherworld god's messenger, right? Soren's gaze made the Duke of Red Dragon's wife feel like she was naked. His gaze even seemed to penetrate her soul, making her unable to hide anything. You don't seem to be a devout believer. Soren smiled and lifted the Duke of Red Dragon's wife's chin. He said slowly, "You believe in Lady of Night, right? As a dragon disciple, you actually chose Lady of Night as your believer. Interesting. I'm not interested in anything related to the Principality of Rossard. But I'm very interested in you and the warlock family behind you. And my appetite is also very big. If you want my help, you and the warlock family behind you must swear loyalty to me. You can think about it slowly. To me, the threat you just mentioned doesn't exist. I have a way to settle the Windspear Hill." The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was speechless. Soren was right. The city of Mordor did have a way to settle the civilians in the Windspear Hills. The only difference was how much it would cost. But she had no choice. The undead army had gathered to a terrifying scale. According to the current progress, it would take at most 3 to 5 days for the millions of undead to launch a full-scale attack. The liches and necromancers were resurrecting more undead, and they used these undead to form even more terrifying skeletal creatures. In this way, even the city walls could not stop the undead army from advancing. That's impossible. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife struggled for a while before she said, "My family will not surrender to you. At most, I will make some concessions in this regard." The sorcerer family had its own inheritance. Because she had a close relationship with the devil, she had no choice but to ask for help from Soren, who used to be her enemy. But the sorcerer family did not have a deep relationship with the devil. Whether it was the devil or the evil gods, these people did not want to get too involved because it would be difficult to escape in the end. In the heyday of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, the family fully supported her. But since she lost to Soren for the first time, there had been a disagreement within the family. Some of the sorcerer bloodline thought that her behavior was wrong, and some even directly left the family and moved to other places. At present, the family's internal conflicts were not small. There were still about 40% members who were willing to be loyal to the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife did not have the confidence to control these people. After all, the Dragon Disciple was a group that could easily grow up. There were one or two other legendary sorcerers in the family who could threaten her. Soren stood up and said calmly, "Nothing is impossible. Actually, I'm more or less aware of your current situation. Do you mind if I make a hypothesis? Currently, you can only mobilize about 80,000 soldiers in the Principality of Rossard, which is not enough to stop the undead army. Currently, there are no forces in the Principality of Rossard that can help you survive this crisis, and the glorious city is being held back by the winter ghosts. By the time the paladins react, this place will have become a kingdom of death. Under such circumstances, what will your fate be?" Soren smiled playfully and looked straight into the eyes of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. "If I'm not mistaken, you didn't obtain your power entirely by yourself." He circled around the Duke of Red Dragon's wife and sniffed her fair neck. He then whispered in a devilish voice, "You are very talented. But dragon warlocks are a profession that takes a lot of time to grow. You're only about 30 years old, aren't you? No matter how talented you are, you're only at the legendary level. In other words, you used some kind of secret technique to increase your strength. And it's a very evil secret technique. You have the aura of a devil on you, and the energy in your body is somewhat mixed. Your bloodline is mixed with many forces. If I'm not mistaken, you used some kind of evil secret sacrificial technique to extract the bloodline of some of your kin, right? This seems to be a method that only archdevils can use. If that's the case, there should be an archdevil behind you. Let me guess who it is. Currently, all the archdevils in power are rather honest. It seems that only one of them is eager to prove herself. If I'm not wrong, the one who signed a contract with you and secretly helped you is the Lust Demon Queen, right? But it seems that she's ready to give up on you? Of course. I shouldn't say that she's given up, but rather that she's waiting for the ripe fruit. From the perspective of the gods, if you're transformed into a lustful demon, you'll be a very good material. But are you really willing to go to the Bautor Inferno and become a lustful demon? Are you willing to have your memories wiped and be controlled by the devils? With every word Soren said, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife's face turned paler. In the end, she was completely pale. Soren's words seemed to have some kind of magic, and she felt as if she could see the future. The devils seem cunning, but in fact, they're short-sighted. They like the benefits in front of them, and at most, in the near future. Soren stood in front of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife and said in a deep voice, "I don't think you can escape. There aren't many people who can help you. Even if other gods are willing to help you, they'll have to consider the consequences of offending Queen of Yuma." The Duke of Red Dragon's wife trembled. After a while, she looked up at Soren and said, "What do you want from me, sir?" Soren finally showed a satisfied smile and said slowly, "There aren't many things about you that are worth my attention, and you're just one of them. I can help you get through this crisis, and I can even help you escape the wrath of Queen of Yuma. But as a price, you have to be loyal to me. I can promise you that no matter what happens in the end, you'll be able to obtain a status no lower than that of a Holy Spirit in my kingdom. I won't tamper with your memories, control your soul, and let you reincarnate in your original form in my kingdom." The Duke of Red Dragon's wife bit her lips. To be honest, Soren's treatment wasn't very good, but she didn't have many choices. Whether it was going to the Bautor Inferno to become a devil, or becoming a Holy Spirit in a God's kingdom, she didn't want to do either. She wanted to live. And to survive, she had to be able to get through this crisis. The Queen of Yuma didn't give up on her. She was waiting for her to reach a dead end, and then she would harvest the fruits of her labor. This was something the Duke of Red Dragon's wife couldn't accept. I agree. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife struggled for a long time, and finally knelt down in front of Soren. She humbly lowered her head and said, "Great ruler of shadows. I'm willing to offer my loyalty to you." No matter what, as long as she was still alive, there was still hope. If she could get through this crisis, she might have a way to escape from the control of the evil god and the Queen of Yuma. No matter how small the chance was, she had to try. Soren looked at her playfully. The once high and mighty Duke of Red Dragon's wife, the ruler of the Principality of Rossard, and the enemy who almost killed him, was now kneeling in front of him. He had to admit that this feeling was great. P.S. I'll be taking the train tomorrow. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife stayed in Soren's room for a long time before she came out. When the Duke of Red Dragon's wife came out of the room, her clothes were obviously a little messy, and her face was a little flushed. On one hand, it was because there was a small dispute between the two sides on the issue of cooperation, and on the other hand, it had something to do with the excitement brought by Soren's complete suppression of his former opponent. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was a very smart woman. She knew how to use her strengths and advantages, and she knew that she herself was a very useful bargaining chip that could be exchanged for more benefits when necessary. Therefore, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife served Soren well in the following time, letting him fully understand the difference between a dragon disciple and an ordinary person. This difference was not only in terms of temperature, but also in some other physiological structures. Evil gods would never be held hostage by morality. When the Duke of Red Dragon's wife left, Soren's expression immediately became cold. He gently waved his hand, and a black shadow appeared outside the room. Soren said in a deep voice, "Send someone to secretly watch her, and pay attention to the Principality of Rossard's movements." The women in this world would not be loyal to someone just because of one pleasure. What he had just enjoyed was just a trivial seasoning for Soren. He could not stay in the mortal world for much longer. Once the Avatar crisis was over, he would have to return to the kingdom of God, and the difficulty of returning would be greatly increased. Soren could clearly feel that the Duke of Red Dragon's wife had not completely surrendered to him. She was just fighting for her own interests. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife did not want to enter the fallen Bator Inferno, but she also did not want to enter Soren's kingdom of God. Dragon Disciple had a very long life. With the strength of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, if she stayed in the material plane, she could at least live for thousands of years without aging. She was only using herself as a bargaining chip to gain more benefits from Soren. Soren, on the other hand, did not mind eating the candy. He was determined to get the soul of a high-level legendary profession, and he would not be soft-hearted just because of a simple pleasure. Whether it was the goddess of wealth, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, or even the goddess of magic, who had been temporarily removed, Soren would never compromise. If it was necessary, he would not show any mercy. "My lord." A gentle female voice sounded outside the door, and a graceful half-elf wanderer appeared. She knelt down on one knee and said, "The things you want are ready." Soren nodded. "Got it." After saying that, he put on a long robe and appeared in the temple. Soren was familiarizing himself with the power of the gods. After being a god for so long, he had also mastered a new ability that he could bestow upon his followers. Gift of Slaughter. This was a special ability that originated from the power of the slaughter domain. It was a kind of divine grace, and it was related to Soren's titles such as Slayer, Deathwalker, and so on. This ability could only be bestowed upon Soren's devout followers, who could access Soren's slaughter and death domain and mobilize a trace of slaughter power. However, this power was not bestowed upon them, but was added to their weapons. Crafty approach. Slaughter. Death. Slayer. Deathwalker. Soren pressed his palm on the temple, and then a majestic divine power gradually spread and transmitted to the hearts of all the devout followers who believed in and served Soren. There were many kinds of divine powers, and the most common ones were divine grace and domain access. Soren's new ability was related to crafty approach. With the power of crafty approach, he could bestow upon his devout followers a new kind of special power, and let them receive a little bit of divine power from Soren when they visited the domain. This ability could be called a heritage weapon. Along with the ripples of divine power, many devout followers had knowledge of a new ability in their minds. Excited prayers came from outside the temple, and at the same time, all the devout followers of Soren could not help but praise his greatness. Soren's new ability was a gift from God. This ability could bestow upon his devout followers the power of heritage weapon, or it could be said that through sacrifice, their weapons could have the power of soul devour from the slaughter domain. In the process of visiting Soren's slaughter and death domains, the devout followers could visit the special domain of heritage weapon. In this case, they could choose a weapon that they were best at as their heritage weapon, and this weapon would gradually increase with their level. A level 5 rogue could spend about 200 kindlers materials to upgrade their weapon through rituals and sacrifices in Soren's temple. This heritage weapon would be infused with a little bit of divine power, and thus become a +1 magic weapon. This weapon contained a trace of soul devour. Any enemy who died under this weapon would have a trace of their soul power imprisoned, and at the same time, the weapon's ability would be strengthened. When the weapon was strengthened to a certain extent, it could continue to be upgraded in the temple by spending 500 kindlers materials, and eventually become a +5 rare grade weapon. This weapon was a bit similar to the legendary Black Demon Sword. Soren's mastery of this ability was entirely due to the power of the evil god, and at the same time, it was also related to his comprehensive abilities. Under normal circumstances, after becoming a true god, the gods themselves would experience a lot less battles. Most of the gods would turn the direction of their research to power. These powers could be used to cultivate special professions like Dark Guardian, and could also be used to bestow other domains and divine blessings. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Soren had mastered divine blessings. This weapon was an evolution of the power of slaughter, and it was very evil to other gods. Soren didn't care about these things. The gift of slaughter was his own unique ability, and the weapons that were created through sacrifice could only be used by his devout followers. In other words, he was born with faction restriction. This was why this ability was called a heritage weapon. After a weapon with soul devour was created, other than its original owner, only Soren's fanatics could use it. As for other professions, even if they obtained this weapon, they would be cursed when they used it. The inspiration for the gift of slaughter came from the One Ring in the bottomless abyss. When Soren created the One Ring, he injected the power of slaughter and death into it. This power helped him secretly control the demon lords who gave him the One Ring. The gift of slaughter was another weakened version. Its biggest function was to strengthen the combat ability of his followers, and it gave them the possibility of borrowing a trace of the power of slaughter from Soren. Upgrading a heritage weapon from +1 to +5 required about 80,000 kindlers materials, and some powerful high-grade enemies had to be killed. This kind of divine blessings wouldn't be very effective in a short period of time. However, as time passed, Soren's church would gradually produce some +5 rare weapons, and this kind of accumulation would become quite terrifying after a few decades. In the temple, Soren spread out the power of the gift of slaughter, and almost immediately, devout fanatics began to sacrifice. Most of them were high-grade rogues. During the process of sacrifice, a trace of divine power was fed back to Soren. Although this power was very little, it brought a trace of vibration to the divinity of slaughter. Golden light rippled in the temple. After Soren gave the first divine blessings, he also began to create the first special profession. Every powerful god would create a few unique professions. For example, the mystery knight of the goddess of magic, the storm lord of the lord of storms, the ascetic of the god of suffering, and so on. When the gods used their clergy and divine power to give power to their followers in a special way, a new profession was born. And these new professions often gained additional power from the clergy and domain of the gods. Soren didn't plan to cultivate a Dark Guardian. Although the Dark Guardian was the standard of an evil god, Soren didn't think that this profession was suitable for his church. There were many special professions, such as Magic Archer, Shadow Dancer, Pale Lord, Red Dragon Warlock, Shapeshifter, Pugilist, Weapon Master, Mystery Knight, and so on. The special profession that Soren was going to create was the Arcane Assassin, as a god who controlled the power of rogue, shadow, slaughter, arcane, and death, Soren could choose to give the arcane assassin new special abilities. This ability was equivalent to an additional divine blessings, allowing the assassin to mobilize more shadow energy and master some simple arcane skills. At the same time, Soren also limited the advancement requirements of the arcane assassin. Just like the Shadow Lord that he wanted. To advance, the ability and advancement requirements of this legendary profession were actually controlled by the god of shadow. This was the ability that was given to them by their clergy. The arcane assassin must be advanced by a rogue. In other words, a level 5 rogue, a level 5 assassin, and a level 1 arcane assassin. Spellcasters could also advance, but they must at least have the corresponding rogue ability and assassin level. When they successfully advanced into an arcane assassin, they would receive additional special abilities from Soren. A level 1 arcane assassin would be given the ability to summon shadows. A level 2 arcane assassin would be given the ability to travel through shadows, as well as additional evasion abilities. A level 3 arcane assassin would be given the special ability of Stealth Master. Soren determined the final ability of the arcane assassin according to the abilities and clergy that he mastered. This profession was a high-grade advanced profession. To advance into an arcane assassin, one had to be at least profession level 11. The abilities that came with this profession were related to Soren's clergy. They were given amazing reflexes, extraordinary speed, top-notch stealth skills, as well as decent deceit and concealment abilities. This profession's specialties were added to spying, assassination, stealth, and so on. A successfully advanced arcane assassin would first visit the lurker domain, followed by the shadow domain, then the slaughter and arcane domains. Soren gave this profession the ability to cast spells. This included but was not limited to shadow jump, shadow travel, dark vision, shadow summon, shadow transformation, and so on. However, unlike traditional spellcasters, who understood and mastered these skills themselves, the arcane assassin was given this ability by Soren. They only used this power and tool, but they did not understand this power and tool. Therefore, every ritual to advance into an arcane assassin required Soren's personal approval. This meant that the arcane assassin was born with the help of his clergy. Although there was no strict requirement for belief, most of those who could advance into a profession were definitely followers of Soren. P.S. It was a 22-hour train ride, and it was terrible. But on the way, I finished thinking about the special profession that Soren gave me. I'll act cute and ask for votes next month. The light of divine power surrounded the great shrine. At the same time, all the shrines in the material plane that served Soren had a faint golden light. This was the power of faith that Soren was extracting from the entire church. Even for a god, it was not easy to create a new advanced profession. The ability that Soren wanted to give to the new profession determined how much divine power he needed to consume. Moreover, these advanced professions were often unable to make ends meet. If Soren cultivated too many of them, he might need to consume more divine power. Therefore, Soren needed to set a limit. He had to raise the threshold of the advanced arcane assassin to ensure that every advanced arcane assassin was an excellent rogue. The arcane assassin's dexterity cannot be too low. The required dexterity should be around 22 points. If you want to obtain the ability of divine arts and arcane, then your perception should not be too low. Accompanied by the golden light of divine power, Soren calculated the minimum perception requirement for the arcane assassin. If you want to advance to the arcane assassin, your dexterity must not be lower than 22 points, and your perception must not be lower than 14 points. This was the minimum requirement for a priest. As for other attributes, there were no mandatory requirements for the arcane assassin. However, the higher your perception, the more shadow divine arts you could use. At the same time, Soren also provided more shadow damage for the arcane assassin. When using Shadow Strike, the bonus from perception could add additional shadow damage. Next, Soren began to set the equipment restrictions for the arcane assassin. In order to reduce the consumption of divine power, the arcane assassin must only wear leather armor. Soren could not give them the ability of a rogue swordsman. Next, the preferred weapon was a dagger. Those who used a scimitar would need an additional ability. Dual wielding was a must. Almost all the rogues who believed in Soren had the potential to be a battle thief. dual wielding was an additional ability. Finally, there was the more important part. This was the part where Soren consumed the most divine power. He set the legendary ability of the Arcane Assassin. Basically, all special advanced classes had the unique power of the legendary level. For example, the Storm Lord could summon lightning, the Ascetic could be immune to elemental damage, and the Weapon Master could choose his own weapon. The Arcane Assassins that Soren created had to be given the corresponding legendary abilities. Otherwise, they would only be a normal high-tier class. On the other hand, Soren's goal was for the Arcane Assassin's final form to be an advanced legendary tier character, possessing abilities that would not be inferior to any other legendary tier character class. Rogue level 5, Assassin level 5, Crafty Assassin level 10. The normal template is level 20. Without taking into account the part-time jobs, there should be a unique legendary ability. Soren thought for a while and waved his hand. The light of divinity shrouded the temple, and at the same time, he drew power from his divinity of shadow, and murmured, "The power before legendary comes from the divinity of wanderer, which gives extra bonuses to the profession. Then after becoming a legend, I should be able to use the power of the shadow priesthood. For my first legendary ability, I'll choose the direction of bloodline strengthening. I've decided on you. Transformation into a shadow being." Soren controlled the power of the shadows, so the first legendary ability he gave to the Arcane Assassin was transformation into a shadow being. This was a very powerful ability. Through rituals and special items, one could turn into a shadow being, retaining the most basic characteristics of a human. They needed to eat and rest, but they did not have any fatal weaknesses. Their body was transformed into a semi-energy state. The biggest advantage of transforming into a shadow being was that they could be resurrected. Not only could they be resurrected through divine spells, but they could also store their life source somewhere in the shadow plane. After their physical body died, their body would automatically draw the materials prepared in advance to complete the resurrection. In other words, they could reconstruct a semi-energy body. This ability had appeared in some of the top shadow assassins before. At the same time, Soren gave the Arcane Assassin additional shadow abilities after transforming into a shadow being, strengthening their stealth ability, and giving them the special arcane skill to merge themselves into the shadows. Okay. For the second legendary ability, I'll choose Shadow Assassin. Soren thought for a while, and gave the Arcane Assassin a high-grade divine spell as an additional reward. This divine spell was a level 8 divine spell. It could use one's own shadow as a medium to summon a shadow assassin with 60% of one's strength. It was similar to Mirror Image and Simulacrum, but the effect was slightly weaker. This was an additional divine spell, and casting it would consume Soren's divine power. Currently, he only planned to give this divine spell to the rogues who believed in him. The Arcane Assassin transformed from an outsider would definitely not be the same as the Arcane Assassin transformed from his believers. This ability was considered a gift from God. As for killing and death, I can't give it to them yet. The core of Soren's divine domain was still in the shadow plane. With his strength as an intermediate god, he could only give them 2 additional legendary abilities at most. However, the profession of the Arcane Assassin was created by him. After Soren's own strength was strengthened, he could still give them additional abilities. Creating a profession could not be done casually. Although Soren could directly give the Arcane Assassin a level 1 to 9 divine spell, doing so was basically equivalent to creating a chosen. The burden of divine power would be very terrible. Soren could only choose one of the abilities as an additional gift to reduce his own consumption of divine power. Along with the spread of a golden light, the Arcane Assassin created by Soren was officially formed, and with the glory of the temple, most of the devout believers learned about the Arcane Assassin. However, if they wanted to advance, they had to go to the Great Temple of Mordor. At present, only the Great Temple of Mordor could complete the transformation ceremony of the Arcane Assassin. This was too long, and Soren needed to give the Shadow Blessing. It took almost a day or 2. Soren's Great Temple ushered in the first batch of rogues transformed into the Arcane Assassin. They were originally advanced assassins because there were not many choices for the rogue profession. There were only 2 legendary professions that they were most likely to advance into. One was the Arcane Assassin, which was the ability of a part-time mage, but it required high intelligence. The other was the Shadow Master, which was very scary. The birth of the arcane assassin was tantamount to lowering the threshold of the legendary profession. At the same time, it also greatly improved their ability, allowing these people to mobilize more shadow energy. In just 3 or 4 days, the number of people in Mordor City who had transformed into the arcane assassin had reached 100 or 200, and this number was still increasing. At the same time, good news came from Sigil City. Inside the tower, Soren's figure appeared at the top of the arcane tower. During this time, he was busy dealing with the transformation ceremony of the arcane assassin. At the same time, he observed whether there were any shortcomings and obvious weaknesses of the profession he created. These needed to be determined through actual combat. "You're here." Gloria's figure stood in front of the crystal ball. After Soren appeared, she turned around and smiled. "Look at this. Mother recently found this in Sigil City. It can be sent back in about a day or 2. A huge steel machine appeared in front of Soren's eyes. He walked to the crystal ball and took a look. He wondered, "What is this?" Gloria explained, "This is a magic steel furnace. The demand for steel in the arcane era is very high. This huge demand can't be met by the backward steel forging methods alone. What you see in front of you is a furnace used to forge magic steel ingots. There are bigger things outside. This is a set of small steel forging furnaces from the arcane era. It can meet all the requirements of a small floating city. As long as iron ore is put into smelt, the initial refining can be completed. The later part can be done by golems. The output is not yet clear, but it will definitely be far more than the current Mordor city." "Wasn't this a small automatic steelmaking factory?" Soren looked at the rune lines on the huge steel instrument in front of him. It was densely packed like a circuit board. He couldn't help but sigh at the wisdom of the arcane civilization. "It's quite troublesome to transport this thing back, isn't it?" Soren said. Gloria nodded and said, "First take it apart and then transport it back in batches. Mother has already made contact with the surviving arcanists in Sigil City. Their situation doesn't seem to be very good. These are all exchanged with soul crystals. For arcanists, gold coins were not of much significance. They only cared about those precious resources. By the way." Gloria seemed to think of something. She mysteriously handed a scroll to Soren and said, "This is the information collected in Mother's tavern. It comes from an astral explorer who has been wandering for hundreds of years." Astral explorer. These were some legendary creatures wandering in the astral world. They were all very powerful creatures. "What is this?" Soren took it in confusion, opened it and looked at it. Then his expression was a little surprised. "Really?" Gloria nodded and said, "It should be true. Mother also spent a lot of money to exchange for this information. It recorded the trajectory of a small diamond meteorite. The astral explorer personally boarded this meteorite about 1 kilometer in diameter. The surface of this meteorite has been crystallized. Its interior should have been transformed into a diamond form because of the elemental reaction. The astral explorer left a space waymark on it, but for some reason, he couldn't take it away with his own ability, so it was best to sell its location at a high price." Diamond asteroid. In the boundless multiverse, some asteroids would directly transform into diamonds for some reason. Its density and mass would greatly increase. This was one of the most valuable treasures in the astral world. Even the gods could not ignore it. However, a diamond asteroid with a diameter of 1 kilometer, even Soren was not sure if he could bring it back. In about 2 days, the Fallen Witch sent back the parts of the steel furnace. The core of the whole huge machine was a rune stone, which was like a central processing system. There was a huge rune engraving operation in it, which was responsible for the normal work of the whole machine. Although the arcane civilization did not have a huge computer, it had advanced artificial intelligence like Thaling. To some extent, the two civilizations had similarities. Soren was not an expert in this area, but Gloria and the Fallen Witch were very familiar with it. Especially Gloria, who had recently begun to study some of the mysteries of the magic network. If she succeeded, she might be able to further master the true meaning of the mage clergy. At the same time, the army of Mordor began to move to the south coast. After all, the number of the undead army was still too large. Soren had to secretly help the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, so he issued a contract against the undead, in the name of the Lord of Mordor, the Lord of Shadows, and the true God of Rogues. The contract said that under the threat of the undead, they should temporarily put aside the hatred of the past. Even if there was hatred, it had to wait until the undead were dealt with. On the surface, they temporarily resolved the hostile relationship with the Principality of Rossard. Others could only guess that the Duke of Red Dragon's wife had found a way to ease the relationship with Soren, but they would never think that the Duke of Red Dragon's wife had given up the demons and turned to Soren. The world was so realistic. Although the demons were powerful, their strength was limited in the material plane. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife did not hesitate to betray them in a desperate situation. Soren was not a naive child. The struggle of the gods was full of conspiracy and betrayal. He knew very well that if he did not have enough strength, even the Maiden of Pain would secretly betray him, let alone the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Soren was now at the peak of his power because he was strong enough, and he was still getting stronger. As long as he could ensure the growth of his power, these people would be more loyal than expected. Soren would not personally participate in the battle against the undead. At most, Soren would deal with enemies above Demigod Lich, and with the current situation of Mordor City, he also needed a group of loyal people to die in battle. That's right. Soren needed them to die honorably as warriors. The army of Mordor was huge, and there was a steady flow of reinforcements. For Soren, Mordor was about to undergo a military transformation. As it turned out, there were simply too many pirate warriors. Soren needed more disciplined civilian warriors, so it would be best if 10 or 20,000 of these pirate warriors died in battle. This was the magnanimity of the evil god. To Soren, the death of 10 to 20,000 pirates was nothing. Their deaths were not worthless. These people would save millions of civilians, and at the same time, wash away a part of their sins. More importantly, Soren's kingdom should also be supplemented with a new batch of heroic spirits. In order to protect the heroic spirits and petitioners of the divine kingdom, the gods would also engage in a more tragic battle in the material plane. Those who died would be received into the divine kingdom to be reincarnated, and the original rebellious habits of the pirates would also change a lot. Soren was already qualified to play chess in the material plane. As a chess player and an evil god, Soren was cold enough and good at calculation. Mordor City needed to change the blood of the army because after the first difficult period, the pirates had begun to show signs of corruption and difficulty to manage. Their habits were very bad. They had followed Soren for the longest time, so many pirates could not be managed. They could only be sent to other sea areas to guard, but there were still many bad things happening. For example, in Raging Sand Island, Shipwreck Bay, and other places, pirates who were born without knowledge and were rude and evil often committed some crimes, and some of these crimes would be transferred to Soren. After all, he was an evil god. What Soren needed now was not pirates, but a group of more disciplined navies. The roots of the pirates were there. Even with Soren's cruel suppression and strict legal protection, the pirates themselves were still difficult to restrain. For such a long time, there had been constant battles in Mordor City. The pirates were the main force on the front line. At present, the number of casualties was not small. The ones left were all elites. Some of the potential ones had been included in the officer class. Most of them were literate and quickly adapted to the current life. Most of those who could not integrate into the civilization and still maintained the pirate habits were placed in other islands and sea areas. Soren was now mobilizing these pirates. The number was about 50,000. Soren's plan should be about 50% of the casualties. Of course, before letting them die gloriously, Soren's church had to do something to tell these pirates where they belonged after death. Only in this way could they die for him, life and death. Today Soren was no longer the Soren of the past. As a true god, he could decide the life and death of nearly 20,000 people with just a thought. Thinking of this, he could not help but murmur, "Is this the world in the eyes of the gods?" It's no wonder that mortals are so insignificant to the gods. The mighty fleet began to gather, and at the same time, they transported troops to the vicinity of Port Tylon. These pirate warriors gathered together happily, calculating how many military merits they could get this time. The most valuable thing in Mordor City was military merits, which could be exchanged for too many things. And these people did not know that at least half of them would die in this operation. The priests of Soren's church also began to mobilize on a large scale. Their task was to bless these warriors. There were resurrected necromancers in the undead army. They had to bless the warriors and ensure that their souls could be taken into the kingdom after death. At the same time, in the third layer of the bottomless abyss, a large number of heroic spirits began to gather in Soren's kingdom. Under the leadership of the ugly monkey, a group of divine servants were transformed. They were ready to leave the kingdom at any time. After the heroic spirits died in the material plane, they would be taken into the kingdom. This would be a large number of heroic spirits. The estimated death of the pirate army was more than 20,000 people. In addition to other additional casualties, Soren's kingdom would welcome more than 30,000 petitioners this time, and many of them were qualified to be transformed into heroic spirits. Now, the number of shadow creatures that could be transformed in the kingdom had decreased a lot. Even if he controlled the entire kingdom, it was not enough to make up for the shortage. The petitioners that Soren needed to be killed in the material plane. This was the decision of an evil god. As an evil god, he could not be soft-hearted when dealing with these problems. The expansion of the undead became more and more serious. However, Soren also had a lot of things to do. Taking advantage of the buffer time after defeating the Dread Lord, he also aimed at the astral plane. The first target was naturally the Diamond Asteroid. In the boundless astral plane, there were many meteorites that had undergone material transformation like this. Some of them fell to the material plane as meteors. Currently, the largest diamond mine in the southern countries was caused by the fall of a certain meteor. However, it was controlled by the Wizard Alliance, and after hundreds of years of mining, there was not much left. Diamond was a common and rare material that wizards needed. Because it could be cut into diamonds, it was also very valuable among mortals and was loved by many noble women. Soren's need for diamond was not for money, but because diamond was consumed in high-end alchemy experiments and the production of legendary golems. Why did Mordor have so few diamond golems now? Was it because there were no legendary soul stones? Whether it was the bottomless abyss or the material plane, Soren could get a lot of high-grade soul stones. The key was diamond. To be honest, the production of diamonds in the material plane was limited, and the value was also very high. Buying them through conventional channels was enough to empty the treasury of Mordor. It was not impossible to synthesize diamonds, but it cost a lot and was very slow. The witches could only make very small diamonds by destroying elements. Then it was imperative to plunder resources from the astral plane, whether it was the Northern Witches or the Wizard Alliance. They had never stopped exploring the astral plane for a long time, and powerful creatures from other planes also targeted the astral plane as their main target. The astral plane wanderer was a benchmark for high-grade legends. Mordor City. After explaining all the things that needed to be dealt with during this period of time, Soren locked the teleportation mark on the scroll and was ready to go to the asteroid to see the situation. "Do you need me to go with you?" Gloria sat on a wide and soft velvet chair, gently lifted her long hair and said, "Maybe I can help a little." Soren shook his head and said, "No. Mordor City still needs you, and the astral plane wanderer will sell the information. This matter is definitely not that easy." The unknown meant danger. This time, Soren didn't set off with his main body. Instead, he created an avatar that possessed 80% of his strength while he remained in the arcane tower. "Then I'll help you open the portal," Gloria said as she stood up. Soren did not object this time. Since he had to activate it, it was better to conserve his divine power. He had a feeling that there was something dangerous on this small planet. Otherwise, the other party would not have given up so easily. A white light appeared. After Soren's avatar nodded to Gloria next to him, he went straight into the portal, in the boundless astral world ocean. As soon as Soren stepped out of the portal, he saw a white halo surrounding him. This was the area of the astral sand. This silver river was spread all around the astral world. It was a very special substance. The asteroid was now in the astral river. As soon as it reached this place, Soren felt a dangerous aura. A huge creature was swimming not far away. Astral giant whale. A special kind of astral world life. It looked somewhat similar to the whales in the material plane, but its body was up to 1,000 meters long, and the largest may be tens of thousands of meters long. It was a dangerous creature that wandered in the astral world. They were the original inhabitants of the astral world. A strong sense of crisis emerged, and then Soren felt a little pain. Then crazy data appeared, affected by strong radiation. Forced test of exemption triggered. Constitution test failed. Tenacity test failed. Under the influence of high-intensity radiation, you received 10 points of radiation damage per second. An invisible energy field enveloped Soren. This was the energy radiation on the asteroid. The destruction of matter brought terrible energy. Even with the ability of his avatar, he could not avoid it and received such high damage. If it were immortal, how serious would it be? Damn it! How can there be such strong radiation on it? Soren put a layer of protection on himself, but the effect was not very good. The invisible radiation had been hurting him. Even with his amazing vitality, he could not hold on for too long. He had to constantly buff himself and heal himself at the same time. He tried to take a step forward, but it was very difficult. He could not help but be surprised. Such a high gravity? It was a terrible gravity. This asteroid had a gravity far beyond that of the material plane, even higher than that of the Earth elemental plane. According to Soren's preliminary estimate, the gravity here was more than 50 times that of the material plane. This meant that it was extremely difficult for ordinary warriors to walk here. Is this going to become a white dwarf? Soren laughed self-deprecatingly. The gravity of a white dwarf was much more terrible than this. A normal white dwarf had a gravity 1 billion times that of the material plane. Basically, it could only be reached in the form of pure energy. Even most elements would be affected, which meant that even atoms and electrons would be affected. Although the structure of the multiverse was different, there were still some similarities. In this world, there was something called annihilating matter. It could be found at the edge of the abyss and the distorted nether. It was a very rare material, and Soren had a little bit of it. Some of the annihilating matter was only the size of a fingernail, but it weighed more than 10 kilograms. This was caused by elemental collapse. According to the knowledge from his previous life, Soren knew that there were molecules, atoms, and electrons inside matter. Things that seemed to have no gaps were actually filled with space inside. When these spaces were compressed, the elements would collapse, and a huge object would be directly compressed to a very small size. Some divine artifacts did not look big, but their weight was amazing. Some things looked small, but they could be tens of thousands of feet long. There was a very strange relationship between these. There is no doubt about it. Soren looked down at the crystallized ground under his feet and muttered, "This asteroid seems to have passed through the distorted nether. Its size has been greatly reduced because of the elemental collapse. It was such a small planet. The gravity was more than 50 times that of a material plane, so its size could be estimated. It was definitely hundreds of times bigger than it was now. Perhaps because of the distorted nether or some other reason, the elements inside the planet had collapsed. The elements were just like the molecules and atoms in his previous life. Their structure had been completely changed. The gravity is not more than 10,000 times. Then the change should be on the molecular level. The atoms inside should also be distorted. But according to the rules of this world, the small things that have been changed should be called elements. There were gaps and rules in the arrangement of substances, but if the smallest thing was directly compressed, its nature would begin to change. Just like Earth in his previous life, if the elemental collapse happened according to the rules of this world, the molecules and atoms would be directly crushed together, and the size of Earth would be directly reduced by hundreds of thousands of times. Supergravity. Super radiation. Soren sensed his surroundings and muttered, "No wonder that astral wanderer gave up on exploring." With such a strong gravity, it was difficult for spellcasters to walk on it. Even Soren felt that it was a little difficult after taking a few steps. He was not yet in his divine form, so he was not completely immune to the effects of gravity. 50 times the gravity was enough to directly kill any ordinary person who reached it. The elements have been crystallized. A golden light appeared on Soren's fingertips. He cut out a structure from the asteroid in front of him. It was a pale white semi-crystallized material. It was only the size of a fist, but it was heavier than steel. He muttered, "The elements on the surface have collapsed so much. then the elemental inside should have been completely destroyed. The destroyed material seems to have its own gravitational effect. In other words, it is very likely that a large destroyed core has been born inside this asteroid. Once the elemental destruction occurred, the weight of a material of the same volume would be more than 10,000 times the original weight. The unusual radiation and gravity of this asteroid should have been born because of this. How do I transport this thing back? The surrounding scenery quickly retreated, and the asteroid was still moving according to its original trajectory. It was not difficult for Soren to bring it back, but if he did not find a way to reduce its kinetic energy, it would destroy the entire outer islands. This thing hitting a material plane was much more exciting than an atomic bomb. Let's see what's inside first. Soren thought for a moment, turned his divine power into a long sword, and directly cut the surface of the asteroid. The surface was very solid, and it felt like a steel armor. After cutting about 20 meters of thickness, Soren found traces of adamantine. It was not the scattered adamantine. Instead, it was a huge piece of adamantine that had been completely formed. There was no way to estimate its size, but the smallest one was the size of a fist. Its value was simply immeasurable. Soren's expression was very surprised, and he said to himself, the elemental collapse really led to the birth of a large number of adamantine. The value of this asteroid is completely immeasurable. If we transport it back, the city of Mordor can mass-produce adamantine golems. But if we want to transport it back safely, we have to use divine power. It was not small. Its weight was amazing. There was only one way for Soren to transport it back, and that was to use divine power to guide it, and it could not be placed in a material plane because the damage it would cause was too terrible. What if I use divine power to reduce the impact, and then set up a circle to buffer it and send it to the shadow plane? Soren fell into deep thought. There was no doubt that this would also bring a lot of disaster to the shadow plane, but it would definitely be much less than the material plane. The most feasible way for him now was to send it to a place near the laboratory in the shadow plane. At most, he spent a few hundred divine power to strengthen the nearby space and material to withstand the impact of the asteroid falling. Soren was the god of shadows. If he used the power of the plane, he should be able to minimize the consequences. He could not swallow such a big cake by himself. In order to transport this thing back, the Northern Witches and Arendel's power must be borrowed. If Soren and Princess Royal joined forces, they should be able to greatly reduce the consumption of divine power and avoid the possibility of some disasters. There was also the problem of the strong radiation of the asteroid. This required a huge protective energy enchantment and an isolation area. The source of the radiation should be the annihilation material. As long as Soren took away the annihilation material, the crystals and diamonds on the surface should not have such terrible radiation. The birth and destruction of matter was a very long process. In theory, many planes that currently existed could also be destroyed. Many annihilation materials were born because of the collapse of some half-planes. When a half-plane was about to die, a large amount of matter and energy would shrink extremely, and something like a black hole would form inside, and eventually connect to the distorted void. Finally, when the entire plane or the divine kingdom was destroyed, the extremely collapsed and contracted elements would be born into annihilation materials. They were things that were difficult for mortals to touch. Too strong radiation would kill mortals, and only high-grade legends and gods would pay attention to these things. Some demigod liches would try to use annihilation materials as phylacteries. In this way, unless it was a god, ordinary people could not destroy the phylacteries at all, and they could be resurrected constantly. It seems that I have to go and see Princess Royal. If he wanted to transport this crystallized asteroid back, it would cost a lot of manpower and material resources. It would be difficult for Mordor to transfer so many spellcasters to complete it. Soren had to borrow some ice witches from Arendelle, and at the same time, let some of the high-grade witches of the Northern Tower participate in it. As for the distribution of benefits, it was very simple. The diamond on the surface alone was enough to pay the reward. Moo! The scream of the astral giant whale came. Soren turned around and found that the astral sand in the distance was rippling, and then another larger astral giant whale appeared. It seemed that they were fighting for position. Two astral giant whales were fighting in the void. They followed the asteroid and did not want to leave its track, but they did not dare to get too close. Energy radiation? Soren seemed to have thought of something. He muttered, astral creatures seem to eat radiation as their food. This astral giant whale seems to like the radiation, but it seems to be afraid of it. It seems like they can't withstand such intense radiation. Even Soren couldn't withstand the radiation in his saint form, so these astral whales probably couldn't handle it either. They only dared to follow from a distance, enjoying the radiated energy. And now, it was obvious that an even more powerful astral whale had set its sights on this place and was preparing to fight for this spot. The vitality of astral whales was even more astonishing than giant dragons. Killing them was a thankless task, and there wasn't much value in doing so. The astral whale only had one legendary core, and it could teleport away when it was in danger of death. Basically, all living creatures in the astral plane were close to legendary. Soren would have to kill his way into their bodies if he wanted to kill them. Forget it for now. Soren's energy radiation had reached thousands of points, and even his energy shield was broken. He directly cast a teleportation spell and prepared to go back. He would come back to see if he needed to deal with these astral whales after everything was ready. A ray of light appeared. When Soren came back to his senses, he was already standing in the void. Huh? Where is this? Soren looked around in surprise. In front of him was a vast and boundless sky. He could tell at a glance that this was not a material plane because he could barely see land. He could only see large clouds that stretched for thousands of kilometers. There were also thunderstorms in the distance, and the wind elements in the air were abnormally active. Some elemental spirits with wings flew across the sky, and he could vaguely see an island floating in the air. This was not a man-made floating island. It was a floating island formed by the characteristics of the plane. This seems to be the wind elemental plane? The gravity in this world was very low. There was an endless sea of clouds visible to the naked eye, and there was almost no land or sea below. There was only an endless sky. The wind elements were abnormally active here, and most of the creatures in the perception range of the gods had wings. Because the gravity was very low, if it rained in the wind elemental plane, it would fall directly into the air and then gradually evaporate, forming clouds in the sky below. This was a world shrouded in a sea of clouds. There were only a few lands in the entire wind elemental plane, and most of them were the territories of the Jinn. They were relatively easygoing creatures, and they built their own fortresses with material blocks, as long as it was solid. In the absence of material, the residents of the wind elemental plane would use ice as their building. Teleportation interference? Soren stood in the sky and fell into deep thought. He murmured, is it because of gravity or energy that distorts the space structure and interferes with the teleportation? If that's the case, it's a bit troublesome. The wind elemental plane was not a place to stay. Soren directly opened the teleportation lock on the city of Mordor, and then disappeared from this world. Shortly after he left, a Jinn shrouded in the demigod's aura appeared nearby and wondered, is there a god visiting the wind elemental plane? But it seems that he has left. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. The Jinn were some lazy creatures, and they only actively fought against the bottomless abyss. For a long time, they lived their own lives. Mordor City, Arcane Tower. As soon as Soren came back, Gloria greeted him and whispered, how was it? Soren's avatar disappeared, and then his original body stood up and said, the harvest is more amazing than I thought. But it's also very difficult. I'm afraid we can't do it with our strength alone. After that, he introduced the situation of the asteroid. Including super strong radiation, more than 50 times the gravity, and the astral giant whale that followed next to it. Is the gravity so strong? Gloria frowned and whispered, if the gravity is so strong, it's basically impossible for ordinary people to get close. Can you cut it and bring it back? Soren shook his head and said, it's too expensive. Its structure is very hard, and just the outer layer is close to the hardness of steel. My divine power can't support cutting at all, and it's very slow to use weapons. Gloria fell into deep thought. After a while, she looked up and said, so you're going to send it to the shadow plane first? Soren nodded. Gloria whispered, the impact is too big. I'm afraid the shadow plane can't bear it. The elements collapse to such an extent. This asteroid was originally not much smaller than a half-plane. It would definitely cause a disaster if it hit the shadow plane. What else can we do? Soren said. Gloria thought for a while, then suddenly said to the air, fouling. Calculate the capacity of the lock at full power. And the energy needed to fully open the lock. Lock? Gloria's words immediately opened Soren's mind. He looked up and said in surprise, You're going to use the lock to reduce the impact? Gloria nodded and said, We can try. If it's possible, we can try to create an anti-gravity barrier and place a huge floating ring on it. With your divine power, it should be able to reduce the impact to a minimum. Floating ring, that was a good idea. The floating ring could greatly reduce the impact of the asteroid after entering the shadow plane. Coupled with the energy of the magic lock, as well as the divine power of Soren and the Elder Princess, it might be able to safely land in the shadow plane. It was worth a try. Soren immediately had an idea. He looked up and said, I'm going to see the Princess Royal now. You're in charge of contacting the Eye of the North. I'm sure they'll be interested. It was hard for women to resist diamonds. Especially such a big one. Soren was confident that he could convince the Princess Royal, and the Ice Witch's demand for diamonds was not small. According to Soren's judgment of the asteroid, even if he distributed a part of the profits, his harvest was enough to make thousands of diamond golems. Of course, he couldn't invest all the diamonds in it. Many alchemy techniques during the Arcane Empire also required diamonds. To bear its weight, the floating ring must be very large. Gloria thought for a moment and said, Mother is now in the sigil, and I can't rely on my own strength. You'd better persuade the Princess Royal to help me. Princess Royal was also a top-level spellcaster. Gloria needed the Princess Royal's divine power to help complete this huge floating ring. The floating ring was originally planned to be placed on the entire island of Moder, and the largest area it could bear was about half of the island of Taiwan. Gloria continued, This floating ring is made up of a total of 1 main ring and 35 auxiliary rings. At present, there are 12 auxiliary rings that can be used. The current progress of the main ring is only about 50%. We need a large number of mithril and adamantine. If he wanted to harvest, he had to invest first. Soren frowned and thought for a moment, I'll find a way to do that. The city of Moder had reserves of mithril and adamantine, but they couldn't meet such a large consumption. It seemed that he had to find a way from the treasury of Arendelle. It was impossible to give up this diamond fossilized asteroid. After Soren got it, he could immediately start to make diamond golems on a large scale. At that time, the combat power of the city of Moder would be greatly improved. It could even be said that he already had some confidence in winning the Avatar's crisis. The withered wilderness. A figure shrouded in a black robe suddenly appeared. His pale pupils were jumping with soul fire, and his skeleton seemed to be about to fall apart. Damn the goddess of magic and death. This bitch who only wants to steal the fruit of death. How did she find me? Naruto? Did she betray me? The figure shrouded in a black robe was a lich. On his staff, there was an emblem of a laughing lich skull wearing a crown, with a solid black hexagon background. The city of Mordor was ready for war. A large number of navies began to gather near Raging Sand Island. For this expedition, there was some commotion in the barracks inside the city of Mordor. When they learned that the army was going to the Principality of Rossard, many officers of Mordor were eager to try. They were different from the veteran pirate army. These people had less combat experience and were more eager to prove their value. But what they didn't expect was that this battle was actually handed over to the pirates, which made some people feel disappointed. The most valuable thing in Mordor was military merit. Military merit could be exchanged for resources, money, land, houses, and power. In theory, most of what mortals needed could be exchanged through military merit. More importantly, military merit could also be exchanged for some things that could not be obtained through conventional channels, such as making it easier for their children to become a professional, a priest, a wizard, etc. The soldiers of Mordor were eager for military merit, but now that they were stationed on Mordor Island, there were fewer channels to obtain military merit. It was not easy to have a big operation, but the result was that the navies outside were diverted, which inevitably made many newly promoted officers feel disappointed. However, the pirates were happy about this order. They thought that even if they were not in Mordor, they were still very important in Sir Soren's heart. The vast sea needed them to guard, and when there was a really difficult battle, Sir Soren's first thought was the pirate army that followed him everywhere, not the new recruits in Mordor. The military faction of Mordor was currently divided into two rows. One was the original pirate leader class, and the other was the new officer class. In the view of these pirate leaders, it was obvious that their value and status were higher, so they were eager to prove themselves and asked to fight. The city hall also accepted their request. The main force of this battle was still pirates, and there were only about 9,000 elites on Mordor's side. In name, Mordor and the Principality of Rossard were temporarily reconciled, one in the south and one in the north, and at the same time, they gathered forces to stop the attack of the undead army. However, the real battle had yet to break out. Fighting against the undead army required a sufficient number of troops. Otherwise, it would be easy to be drowned by the sea of undead. This time, about 100,000 troops would be gathered for the battle. Among them, the number of professions would be greatly increased. The goal was to wipe out the undead on the south coast in one go. There was no need for Soren to deal with these matters personally. The commanders of this battle were many pirate leaders, including the half-elf first mate, Adele Isabella, Sir, One-Eyed Dragon, and so on. The nominal supreme commander was the high priest. Fighting against the undead was not something that could be eliminated in a day or two. Soren's focus was still on finding ways to transport the Diamond Planet back. Therefore, he paid a visit to Arendelle the next day. Inside the palace, Princess Royal received Soren's avatar. Although she had officially become a god, Princess Royal and Soren were both unable to return to the Kingdom of God. Thus, she was still living in Arendelle's palace. However, she was no longer in charge of the kingdom's affairs. A meteorite made entirely of diamond? After hearing Soren's words, Princess Royal couldn't help but raise her head in surprise. Really? Have you seen it with your own eyes? The Astral Wanderer often sells some information, but the authenticity is not that high. Soren nodded. I've seen it with my own eyes. This is a sample from above. You can take a look. This meteorite is very valuable, so we have to get it as soon as possible. A diamond ore appeared in Soren's palm. In order to be more convincing, Soren also brought back some samples. The one in front of them was one of them. The other one was given to the Northern Tower for the Eye of the North to personally appraise. Eh? Princess Royal was surprised when she saw the fist-sized diamond. It was hard for women to resist the temptation of diamonds. But then she frowned and said, "Why is there such a strong negative energy corrosion? This meteorite seems to have passed through the lower planes, right?" This is the aura of the Chaos Sea. Did this meteorite pass near the Chaos Sea? As the top spellcaster in the material plane, Princess Royal could see more things. She couldn't help but murmur, "This meteorite seems to have passed through the lower planes, and it's close to the position of the Twisted Nether. When you found it, did you feel a strong radiation?" Soren was a little surprised and nodded. "Yes. There is indeed a strong radiation on it, so I need your help." Princess Royal's expression became serious. She pondered for a moment and said, "This thing can't be brought back to the material plane. Its energy radiation is very fatal to mortals. If it's brought back to the material plane, it can kill all the mortals on the island of Moder in a day." Was it that exaggerated? Soren was surprised and murmured, "The radiation of this thing is so terrible. I don't know if it's possible." Speaking of this, Soren stopped. Even with his divine body, he was hurt, so it was even more terrible for mortals. This thing's radiation range was very large. If it was brought back to the material plane, it could instantly cover the area of an island. Living creatures and mortals in this range would be extremely dangerous. "I'm going to send it to the shadow plane." Soren thought for a moment and told her his plan, including using the floating ring to reduce its impact. Princess Royal thought for a moment and nodded. "With the two of us working together, there should be no problem. But when can the floating ring be made?" Hearing her words, Soren's expression was a little awkward. "It'll be fast. But the materials are a little short, and I may need your help. After all, ordinary witches can't complete the task." Princess Royal bowed her head and didn't say anything. After a few minutes, he raised his head and said indifferently, "What are the missing materials? Leave it to me. I can help with the floating ring, but now the undead disaster is getting worse, we'd better finish this as soon as possible." Soren nodded. Then, he took out a list of rare mithril and adamantine materials. Most of the materials in Mordor City were available, but these two were not common in the Abyss. The eldest princess took it and glanced at it. Then she said calmly, "No problem. Send it to Mordor City tomorrow." Surprised, this time Soren was really surprised. The materials on this list were more than the inventory of Mordor City, and Princess Royal said it was no problem without blinking. It seemed that Arendel's background was deeper than he thought. But it was normal. A kingdom that had been passed down for hundreds of years, and it was the birthplace of the Ice Witches, so it must have accumulated a lot of resources. With the help of Princess Royal, the speed of the plan suddenly accelerated. There was also good news from the Northern Tower. The Eye of the North would fully assist Gloria. It only took 3 days, and the main floating ring was completed. They could prepare to bring the Diamond Planet back in 1 or 2 days at most. The mechanical realm of the clock Nirvana. With a golden light, Soren's avatar appeared in this huge clock-like plane. As soon as Soren arrived, he received a happy message from the Queen of the Fermi Ants. She said happily, "My master. You are finally back. I have fused with the divinity you gave me. Now the size of the insect swarm has doubled. I defeated another queen and completely swallowed her clan. Your servant is breeding a new kind of combat soldier ant. If it succeeds, it will be more powerful than ordinary soldier ants, which will be a useful help for master." The insect race reproduced very quickly. Although a lot of them were killed by Soren and Thaling last time, they quickly reproduced during this period of time. However, their use for Soren was still relatively limited. This was just a foreshadowing for the future, and it might be useful. Soren comforted the insect queen with his mind, and then teleported into the Thaling One's tower. "Welcome, sir. Lord of Shadows." The 3 Thaling welcomed the arrival of Soren, and Soren smiled and nodded, and then said directly, "I need a whole factory to make diamond golems. Do you have a way to help me complete it?" The level of the golem factory in Mordor was not high enough. If it was to make iron golems, it would be fine, but the efficiency of making diamond golems was very low. After taking down the Diamond Planet, the diamond golems in Mordor would be produced on a large scale. At this time, the requirements for the golem factory would be very high. He must prepare in advance. Thaling One fell into deep thought when he heard this, and then said, "No problem. But we need a little time to prepare." Soren was getting closer and closer to a great divine power. For Thaling, such a god was worth investing in and making friends with. If it weren't for the Avatar crisis, it would be difficult for them to have a relationship with a god. "Very good." Soren nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." The diamond golems were very important in his future plan. Only the diamond golems could fight against the most elite Devil Legion. The impact of the undead disaster could be resisted by mortals, but the Devil Legion that retreated from the bloody battle of the Abyss, almost all the mortals would die. Soren could only use the golems to fight against them. As the army of Mordor gradually gathered near the south coast, Soren and Princess Royal's plan to join forces to intercept the Diamond Planet officially began. This operation was led by Gloria. Soren was responsible for using the power of the divine spark to teleport the meteorite to the shadow plane, and Princess Royal assisted him in completing the plane teleportation. Gloria's task was the most difficult. She not only had to calculate the location of the meteorite falling, but also had to arrange the protective energy enchantment in advance. At the same time, she had to personally install the floating ring. However, the premise was that she must be under the protection of Soren. The radiation energy erosion was very serious, and Soren had to play the role of a healer to bless her with magic. "Happy birthday to myself today. By the way, I love you guys. La la la." 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Just before the war against the undead on the south coast was about to begin, Soren, Princess Royal, Gloria, and the Eye of the North had also begun to implement a plan to intercept the Diamond Planet. In the endless astral world. In a dreamy and gorgeous galaxy, Soren's figure first appeared near the teleportation beacon, followed by a golden light, and Princess Royal also appeared next to him. During this time, Princess Royal lived in Mordor, and Soren prepared a special luxurious room for her. However, perhaps because of the arrival of Princess Royal, the winter of the Outer Islands came early. The next day after Princess Royal stayed, light snow began to fall in Mordor, and then there was a beautiful silver-wrapped scenery between heaven and earth. Soren could feel that Princess Royal's clergy had a strong interference in the mortal world. He was afraid that after the end of the Avatar crisis, she would be the first batch of gods to return to the kingdom of God immediately. Because if she was restored to the form of a true god, Princess Royal might stop the season of the entire Frost Kingdom in winter even if she did nothing. Is this the place? Princess Royal frowned as soon as she appeared, and then a divine shield rose. She wondered, such strong negative energy radiation? I'm afraid there's not only diamond in it, but also some other evil substances. Soren was silent. There must be other reasons for such strong radiation. According to his guess, there should be something similar to an axis that had strong radiation in this multiverse. To some extent, the more microscopic particles superimposed, the stronger the radiation, so most of the destructive substances had a curse effect, and only legendary creatures could offset it. If mortals held it, they would easily age and die. There were 2 more astral whales in the distance. It seemed that during this time, other astral whales had discovered this meteorite, but they still did not dare to approach it. Let's begin. Princess Royal waved her hand and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Soren nodded and activated an energy barrier. Then, Gloria appeared. During this period of time, she had gotten along well with Princess Royal, mainly because she had mastered part of the domain of the wizard. Princess Royal was also a part-time ice witch, and as a deity, the Princess Royal had given Gloria a lot of inspiration in the structure of the weave. Princess Royal had also learned a lot of special knowledge from Gloria. For example, she had made a finished product yesterday, an animated alchemy construct, ice golem, that she had personally given life to, as well as a lower level, snow golem. Princess Royal's power was very special. She could construct a body completely made of ice in the blink of an eye. As long as she was willing, she could give it a trace of divine power or inject a soul crystal to activate it. This was an extremely terrifying combat strength. This meant that Princess Royal could create thousands upon thousands of ice golems to fight for her, however. This ability also had a fatal flaw, that was, the requirements for the environment and temperature. Ice golems would be damaged and melted in a high-temperature environment. They could only move freely below 0 degrees Celsius, that was to say, they could only fight in a specific environment. However, there were also many advantages, such as their ability to repair their bodies. This thing seemed to only have an obvious effect in a cold area. Oh. Even with Soren's energy barrier, Gloria's face turned pale after she arrived. There was nothing she could do. Although she usually took the initiative to spar with Soren and seemed to have good physical strength, in fact, her constitution was only about 15 points. With the energy barrier, she could also feel the damage from the nearby fear. Don't delay. Princess Royal frowned and urged, the negative energy here is too strong. Your current situation is quite special. You can't be directly affected. Leave here quickly after you're done. After that, she could not help but glance at Gloria's stomach. Soren seemed to be aware of this, but he did not speak. This was not the time to discuss this. It was not suitable to discuss this during the Avatar crisis. Gloria was also surprised. Then with a wave of her hand, rings appeared one by one. She used the Greater Mage's hand to control these rings out of thin air and quickly put them into the ground, while Soren was responsible for cutting the surface and arranging the floating rings one by one. 36 floating rings were arranged. The whole diamond planet shook, which meant that the plan was feasible. Soren could not help but be excited. You go back and prepare first. Leave the rest to us. After that, Soren and Princess Royal looked at each other. Saint form. As Gloria teleported away, Princess Royal and Soren entered the saint form at the same time. Change space, shard of divinity. Change reality, shard of divinity. Astral teleportation, shard of divinity. Plane teleportation, shard of divinity. A huge amount of divine power emerged. Soren and Princess Royal opened multiple shards of Shard of Divinity at the same time and wrapped the whole diamond planet in it. Immediately afterward, Soren waved his hand and said, "Shadow." The void in front of them split open. Then, a grey world appeared in the orbit of the asteroid. Accompanied by the brilliance of divinity, the asteroid suddenly disappeared from the astral boundary. Then, the astral giant whale following behind couldn't help but become restless. At the same time, near the tower in the shadow plane, Gloria and the Eye of the North were also waiting. The teleportation has begun. Gloria stood at the top of the arcane tower. With a wave of her hand, more than a dozen energy rings appeared. She said in a deep voice, "Failing. Start the elemental furnace. Run the magic lock at full power. Open the protective enchantment. Activate the anti-gravity shield. Energy shield to the maximum. Raise the magic lock. Prepare for the impact." A dazzling fireball appeared. At the moment of entering the shadow plane, the whole diamond planet began to burn violently. The semi-crystal on the surface quickly melted, and then the diamond structure inside was revealed. Soren and Princess Royal looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Then two golden giants rose in the sky. Change form. Shard of Divinity. Regional Divine Shield. The power of the magic lock alone could not support it. In order to keep the planet intact, Soren had to use the power of the Regional Divine Shield. Two divine shields were opened. With a blazing high temperature, the first impact came. Buzz. As if hitting an invisible energy barrier, the whole diamond planet trembled violently, and some cracks and collapses occurred. Its volume also shrank to about 1 kilometer. All the floating rings were shining with a dazzling white light. The gravity of the whole space was distorted, especially Soren, who had mastered the shadow divinity. He almost used the control of the plane to release all his divine power to reduce the impact of the falling meteorite. It was obvious that the speed of the meteorite was getting slower and slower, and then slowly decreased under the effect of the floating rings. Finally, when the meteorite was about 500 meters from the ground, its speed had been reduced to about the same as a high-speed car. The last wave of impact broke out, the diamond planet collided directly with the magic lock shield. With the magic lock shield broken, the entire meteorite's speed decreased greatly at about 100 meters. Rumble, the whole ground trembled. A huge cloud of dust was lifted, and a pit of about 10 kilometers in diameter appeared. The strong impact directly flattened a nearby forest, and almost all the trees were broken. But this was not the most terrible thing. With the shroud of energy radiation, all the plants within 20 kilometers began to wither, and the surviving creatures also died. It was not until outside the negative energy shield that some withered plants could be seen. "Start cutting immediately." Gloria's hurried voice sounded. "The radiation is too strong. The shield won't last long." Soren panted and landed on the ground. On the other side, Princess Royal's full breasts were also rising and falling rapidly. Both of them had just used a lot of divine power. In the tower, Thaling's cold voice sounded. "Activate the number 1 golem formation. Activate the diamond golem formation. Activate the meteorite cutter." Two special steel golems appeared. Their palms were very special and had been transformed into two huge boxes. It was the special laser device that Soren had encountered when exploring the arcane tower. This kind of magic-powered device could easily cut magic items, and they would help to complete the cutting work. However, it was impossible to cut a meteorite with a diameter of about 1 kilometer with just these two golems. The main force was still Soren and Princess Royal. Divine power materialization. Above the meteorite, Soren and Princess Royal's palms appeared with golden light at the same time. Then they reached out and broke the semi-crystalline surface. The internal structure of this diamond planet was not clear. It was mixed with a lot of rare materials. The surface was semi-crystalline, and there were more crystals inside. Huh? As soon as the cutting was completed, Princess Royal's surprised expression appeared. Then she waved her hand and took out a purple gem about 1 meter high from under her body. It was an unknown gem. Its hardness was about the same as a diamond. Its specific structure and function were not known, but just looking at the beautiful color and crystal appearance, it made Princess Royal's eyes shine. After the cutting work began, more and more gems were found. The whole meteorite had the most diamonds, and the number was so huge that it was unbelievable. Then there were all kinds of gems and metals with special structures. These were no longer ordinary metal materials. The surface was gray and black, and the hardness was quite amazing, then. It was a lot of mithril and adamantine. It was worthy of being the top material in the material world. It was not transformed in this meteorite but maintained a fairly stable shape. However, because of the compression of the material, a part of the mithril had automatically formed into silver-gray metal blocks. These all needed to be refined again. After the preliminary cutting was completed, Soren began to go deeper into the interior. He needed to take out the core of the destructive material and then put it in a half-plane without living things. Otherwise, this energy protection enchantment would be broken in half a day at most. At that time, it would be a disaster for the entire shadow plane. At the same time, in the position of the arcane tower, the golems had begun to move and cut again. At the same time, Valing set up an energy detection device in front of the arcane tower. Some objects did not have the slightest reaction when they passed by the amethyst, but some automatically lit up as soon as they got close to the amethyst and issued a sharp alarm. Then, these objects were all stored separately in the half-plane. Without a doubt, these objects all carried radiative energy damage. The whole process was busy and fast. Whether it was Gloria or Princess Royal, there was an inexplicable satisfaction on their faces when they harvested these diamonds. Perhaps for women, these gems were really irresistible, even for gods. Perhaps it was because he had seen too many diamonds. Soren was now a little numb. The entire diamond asteroid was rich in a large number of gem resources, almost comparable to the core area of the Earth elemental plane. In the core area of the Earth elemental plane, the Earth gem liked to eat gems as food. In addition, there was a large amount of metal inside the meteorite, as well as the astral sand that had condensed into a silver-white solid. As for the most common soil and rocks in the material plane, they were basically invisible because of the collapse of the elements. The composition of the semi-crystalline solid material was not clear. Anyway, it felt a bit like tempered glass, but it was not transparent. Soren directly opened an internal passage with his divine power. It would take at least a month to cut the entire meteorite, but the protective energy enchantment could not last that long. As he went deeper into the meteorite, he felt stronger radiation energy. When he finally reached the interior of the meteorite, a strange black crystal appeared in front of Soren. It was a huge destructive substance that had never been seen before. The original structure had completely collapsed and been reassembled. Soren separated the surrounding metal, then cut it out separately. But when he reached out and touched it, his face changed. What a strong negative energy! Soren tried to put it into the half-plane, but then a terrible weight pressed down, making him frown and murmur, "This strange weight is a bit unreasonable." The strange black crystal was about the height of a person, and its weight was more than 3,000 tons, it was unbelievable. Divine form. Soren's body appeared with a golden light, and he directly opened the space door to his own small half-plane, then grabbed it and threw it in. As soon as the strange black crystal entered the half-plane, it released a strong negative energy. At the same time, because the half-plane was not fully formed, Soren immediately caused a mutation when he put it inside the half-plane. "This is?" Soren looked at his demiplane in surprise and mumbled, "The gravity is increasing. The concentration of negative energy is also increasing. Double gravity. Double gravity. Triple gravity. 4 times the gravity. 5 times the gravity." As the strange black crystal gradually fused with the demiplane, the increase in gravity began to stabilize. The gravity on the periphery of the demiplane was about twice as strong, and the closer to the center, the stronger the gravity was. It gradually increased from 3 times to 5 times. Eh? Soren seemed to have thought of something. He whispered, "If we can increase the gravity, I wonder if we can turn this demiplane into a training ground." His demiplane was independent of his divine kingdom. The divine kingdom was a kingdom brought about by the clergy and the identity of a god, and the demiplane was created by Soren's wizard profession. In other words, the demiplane was an independent small space, and he could let anyone enter, unlike the divine kingdom, where only his own petitioners could enter. This way, there was a lot of room for manipulation. The gravity of the demiplane itself was the same as that of the material plane. If Soren wanted to increase the gravity, he had to connect it to the elemental plane of Earth and expand it dozens of times. This required a lot of divine power, or it would take decades or even centuries. Now, the most basic gravity in the demiplane had been completed. Soren only needed to use the power of the divinity of space alteration, and he could easily complete the transformation and make the demiplane into a training ground. Training in a high-gravity environment was very useful for close combat professions. Although Soren's level was already very difficult to increase, it was very easy for ordinary people to improve their basic abilities. However, there was also a problem, and that was that Soren had to suppress the energy radiation. This could be greatly reduced by placing the core underground, and the demiplane's own characteristics were enough for Soren to offset some of the negative energy corrosion. However, this was not enough for low-grade professions. Even if they wanted to enter the outermost area to train, they had to be at least a profession level 10, and the inner area of the core needed to be at least a profession level 10. After Soren took away the inner core, the radiation of the meteorite quickly decreased. Then, Gloria's joyful voice sounded, "The radiation on the surface of the meteorite has decreased to normal levels. Basically, ordinary people won't be hurt too much. But there are still some materials that contain negative energy. They should be from the lower planes. They just need to be stored separately." There were many dangerous materials in the lower planes, but at the same time, they were also very rare materials. Yes. Princess Royal's expression was very happy at this moment. It was rare for her to have a smile on her face when she looked at Soren. She said softly, "The harvest this time is very good. Just the diamonds that we have mined so far have made up for the initial consumption. These diamonds can help us deal with a lot of things." The amount that they had mined so far was less than 1%, but it had already made up for the consumption when they first set up the barrier and made the floating ring. In other words, Soren's harvest this time was not only the destructive substances, but also the diamond harvest alone was more than 100 times. Moreover, the closer they were to the inner area, the higher the chances of finding precious materials. "Maybe we should sell some of them." At this time, Gloria said, "Currently, the price of diamonds in the material plane is very high. The Wizard Alliance's demand for diamonds is not low. Maybe we can secretly sell some of them and use them to exchange for kindler and other resources. During wartime, the price of gems should have decreased. However, there was a profession called wizard in this world. Their research was piled up with gold, silver, and gems. The material plane had always been in a tight currency situation. Although the reserves of gold were huge, there was not much circulation. Every year, gold from other planes flowed into the material plane, but the total amount of gold was still barely maintained. The same was true for gems and other resources. Wizards themselves were consumers. In the case of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, gems had become a war preparation resource to some extent, and the price had been rising. Not to mention that there were dragons in the multiverse. Therefore, the price of diamonds was about 30% higher than in the past. The most important reason was that the Wizard Alliance was preparing to make diamond golems. "We should sell a batch first." Princess Royal also nodded at this time and said, "At present, we can't digest so many diamonds at all, so it's best to sell a batch now." P.S. First update. Recently, I've been in contact with some game companies to open up my network for the future. Night fell. Soren and Princess Royal also returned to the tower. Teleporting the meteorite to the shadow plane consumed a lot of divine power, so the next work was handed over to the golem puppet. Arendelle still needed Princess Royal to stay in the center, so she would return tomorrow with a batch of diamonds. The next distribution of income was that she would get 30% of the income, the northern tower would get 10% of the income, and Soren would get the remaining 60%. The first batch of diamonds had been quietly shipped out. They would be sold near the Wizard Alliance and then directly exchanged for resources. Maybe because of the diamonds, Soren clearly felt that Princess Royal was much more pleasant to him. It seemed that her favorability had improved a lot because of this cooperation. Obviously, her attitude had reached more than friendly. This was a good situation. After all, Soren and Princess Royal had a close relationship. They could not be tied together by alliance and interests alone. Personal friendliness was also very important. The golem factory in Mordor had now begun to operate. It took a lot of time to make diamond golems. At present, Alice was mainly responsible for this part. At the same time, she was also in charge of the operation of the diamond golems. According to the preliminary statistics of Falling, if there were enough soul crystals, this diamond planet could make at least 15,000 diamond golems. 15,000 of them, the combat strength of the diamond golems exceeded that of the legendary warriors. So many diamond golems were enough to determine the outcome of a large-scale abyss blood war. Soren felt excited. This was the first time he felt that he had enough confidence to deal with the Avatar crisis because he could fight with the devils and demons by relying on the golems alone. If he added the legendary professions of Mordor and the power of the allied gods, then Soren's strength would not be worse than any divine system. However, Soren frowned when he thought of this and murmured, "At present, the only thing missing to form a divine system is the power of greater divine power. I must advance as soon as possible." A god without great divine power was not qualified to be called a divine system. The sea goddess had cultivated a lot of gods for so many years. Why was it not a divine system, just because she was not a great divine power? Mid-level divine power only meant that you could occupy a seat among the gods. But if you wanted to divide the god system and divide the land, it was impossible to do so without a strong divine power. The framework of Soren's divine system had been created, but if he did not become a great divine power, he would still be an ally of the gods. "I'm already a great divinity." Soren frowned as he pondered. He murmured, "If I want to advance to a great divine power, I need to obtain enough divinity value. My current godhood value is 240 points. If I want to continue improving, there are very few people I can choose from." The number of gods was limited. Why were there some mortals who ascended to godhood, but there were very few who reached mid-level godhood? This was because all the divine creatures in the material plane added together could only support a god with intermediate divine power at best. As for increasing one's godhood value, it was even more difficult. Basically, every godhood value had its own godhood value. If one godhood value wanted to be promoted, another godhood value would fall. Soren still lacked 60 godhood points. If he wanted to kill a weak godhood value, he needed 6 godhood points, and he had to completely absorb their power. So Soren's goal could only be a mid-level godhood value. That way, the choices would be reduced a lot. Basically, he had to choose a godhood value. Sirik is the first target. But at present, his location is uncertain. Sirik has the divine title of Conspiracy. It's not easy to plot against him. Soren continued to think. Now it's the undead disaster. At present, there are 2 gods that are the easiest to deal with. One is the king of the dead, Klemvox, who is seriously injured. But no one knows where he is hiding. The second one is the god of Lich, Vishalin. I know where he is. But to deal with him, I'm afraid I'll have to meet a god from another world. A god from another world. There were many gods from another world in the material plane. The entire pantheon was very tolerant of gods from another world. The orc god system was a god from another dimension, and it had spread over here from other dimensions. The god of knowledge was also a god from another dimension, and even the god of light was a god from another dimension. This was because his predecessor, the sun god, was a god from another dimension. Later on, he was assimilated by the material dimension. Strictly speaking, other than the gods born from the battle between the Lady of Silvermoon and the Lady of Night, as well as the gods from the native plane, the other gods were all gods from another world. They came from another world and took root here. The easiest target to harvest in the undead disaster was the god of Lich. He also had a trace of the power of a mage. But to harvest his head, one had to face another god from another world, the goddess of death and magic. She came from another world and came here for some reason. At the same time, she was also involved in the battle between the gods of death. She was a goddess who was preparing to rise from mid-level godhood to greater godhood. Her relationship with Naruto was very strange. It seemed like they were cooperating, but also seemed like they were enemies. These 2 mid-level gods both wanted to master the power of death and use it to rise to greater godhood. The goddess of death and magic. Soren knocked on his head and murmured, "This goddess is really difficult to deal with." But there is still a little time. The god of Lich seems to have fallen at the end of the year. He should still be alive now. Robbing the power of death. The god of Lich participated in the sneak attack on the king of the dead, Klembox. He must have the power of death. Good news. Just when Soren was thinking, Gloria's figure came in from the door. She looked a little excited and said, "Mother just sent back the news. She has obtained the information about the core of the Mies. If she succeeds, she can bring the core of the Mies back in a month." The core of the Mies, Soren's expression was also shocked. He said in a deep voice, "That is to say, the island of Moder can rise next year?" Gloria nodded and continued, "It's not just that. The core of the Mies can provide far more energy than the elemental furnace. Even to some extent, the core of the Mies is a kind of almost infinite power. As long as it can be maintained, it can continue to support all the consumption of the floating city. Not only the rise of the city, but also the complete operation of the magic lock and the maximum energy shield. In short, if the elemental furnace was compared to an ordinary power plant, then the core of the Mies was a super huge nuclear power plant. Soren said seriously, "Tell your mother immediately. No matter what material and assistance you need, tell me immediately. The city of Moder will provide everything she needs." Once the core of the Mies was obtained, the city of Moder would have energy that could not be squandered. At that time, not only the most basic supply, but also other aspects of the city could be arranged according to Soren's requirements. Even if the energy was really as amazing as Gloria said, Soren could configure the city of Moder according to the standards of the Star Age. Energy was the foundation of everything. If there was endless energy, then the technology tree of Moder could directly usher in a super explosion. The core of the Mies would become the well of eternity of the city of Moder. P.S. Second update. That's all for today. Moder City. Inside the Great Temple. As a black shadow appeared in the secret room in the center, 3 men and 2 women who had been waiting for a long time bowed their heads respectfully and said, "Lady Nightingale." The black shadow was a woman with a tall and beautiful figure. Her slightly pointed ears meant that she was a second-generation half-elf, which meant that her father or mother had a pure-blood elf. The half-elf assassin was wearing a large black cloak. She glanced at the others and said, "My lord has an oracle. The 5 of you will be sent to Sigil City to assist Lady Corinne. All actions will be at Lady Corinne's disposal. Do you understand?" 2 of the 3 men and 2 women were half-elves, and the other 3 were humans. They belonged to the Inquisitors, assassins, and shadow dancers who were responsible for dealing with unspeakable matters. They were the most elite group of people under Soren's command. More importantly, these people were given a trace of divine power and divinity. Nightingale was one of the best. She was more talented than other rogues. She was almost a natural assassin, and she had superhuman perception. Therefore, she was more favored by Soren and was given a status and strength far beyond others. To some extent, Nightingale was equivalent to half of Soren's chosen. Understood. The 5 of them knelt on one knee. Nightingale nodded with satisfaction, then said, "Come with me." The group walked through the winding underground corridor and then came to a spacious secret room. There were already many people waiting here. The rogues glanced at them and couldn't help but be slightly stunned because there were many high-grade witches in front of him. Nightingale said at this time, "They will go to Sigil City with you." The teleportation circle had been set up. The personnel for this operation was very professional. There were priests, rogues, wizards, warriors, rangers, monks, and droll. The whole team reached more than 20 people, and all of them were high-grade professions. There were several legendary figures among them. As Soren's divine power became stronger, some of the talented believers who could access core areas such as slaughter and death also improved rapidly. The others present did not speak, and the atmosphere was a bit dignified. As long as one was not an idiot, one would know that this operation was definitely not easy, and it must be very important. At this time, a man in a gorgeous wizard robe came in. "Lord Saruman." The others bowed their heads to show their respect, and Nightingale also bowed slightly. Saruman, who was blessed by divinity, improved his strength the fastest. Now he had the strength above legendary and was close to demigod. He glanced at the others, as if there was a trace of divine power, and then he said, "In order to ensure the success of this mission, I will go with you. Let's go. Open the portal." Saruman took the initiative to participate in this operation. Although his strength increased quickly, his experience did not keep up. Saruman did not want to be an academic wizard, so he wanted to use this operation to train his ability. A legendary wizard was not easy to die, so Saruman wanted to use this operation as a trial. The wizard in charge of the preparation began to inject magic and locked the portal to Sigil City. Saruman was the first to step into the teleportation circle, and the others followed. After all of them were teleported away, Nightingale turned around and walked out. She still needed to report this operation to her master, Soren. In the tower, Soren's figure appeared behind Gloria and said slowly, "The first batch of people has arrived. The high priest will send people to support soon. If you need anything else, tell your mother to tell me immediately. I will find a way to send it to her." Soren was determined to get the Mies core. Whether or not Mordor City could rise this time depended on the success of Fallen Witch's operation. Soren was still a little confident in her because to some extent, Fallen Witch was more reliable than Gloria. She was a person who did not care about the means, and a place like Sigil City was very suitable for a woman like her who was ruthless enough. Gloria heard this and looked away from the crystal ball and said softly, "Mother said that this batch of people is enough. Sigil City can't have too serious a conflict, or it may alarm the Lady of Pain. She is trying to negotiate to get the thorium core." The survivors of the Arcane Empire seem to have divided into two groups. One group wants to stay in Sigil City and the other wants to return to the material plane. Mother said that she has more than 50% confidence that she can get the thorium core through negotiation. Return to the material plane, this was almost impossible. The material plane had been divided by the gods, and there were also the Northern Witches and the Wizard Alliance. These survivors of the Arcane Empire would not be of much use even if they returned. There were too many enemies to face. Soren nodded and said, "It's best if she can negotiate. I'll wait for her good news." As the evil god in charge of shadows, slaughter, and death, Soren did not mind using other means to get all this when necessary. There were already a large number of high-level assassins in his church, which was enough to solve most of the problems among the mortals. South Coast. From the south of the City of Wealth to the north of Port Tylon, more than 120,000 coalition forces had gathered. This operation was led by the great Shadow Lord Soren, and even attracted the attention of many good gods. Because the purpose of this operation was to completely eliminate the undead near the south coast, and there were not many forces in the material plane that could gather so many professionals at once. This operation to encircle the undead was centered on the army of the City of Moder. Among them, the City of Wealth sent 8,000 troops, including a group of priests and a group of monks. Port Tylon sent 5,000 troops, including a group of priests led by an archbishop. The Church of Agriculture sent 1,500 troops, most of which were priests and droll. What surprised Soren was that this operation also received the response of the Lady of Silvermoon and the Goddess of Love. At the same time, a group of paladins under the Lord of Light also joined the battle. However, these paladins did not like to stay with them. Instead, they chose a route alone and prepared to cut into the army of the undead and kill the lich who was responsible for controlling the undead. These paladins brought the legendary weapon, the Star of Day. In order to cooperate with Soren's operation, the Northern Tower also sent a group of witches. At the same time, because of the call of the god Soren, some adventurers also responded to his call. First of all, Soren's legend in the material plane was very high. Many adventurers worshipped him very much, and many of his rogue followers gathered spontaneously. Finally, the undead calamity itself was a threat to all living beings. The outbreak of the undead calamity put the adventurers in a very dangerous situation. There were also those whose loved ones had died at the hands of the undead. In the end, these people elected a person called Nord as their leader. The number of people gathered was also around 10,000. The army of Raging Sand Island had advanced to the city of Bernard. The army led by the half-elf First Mate had encountered the first wave of undead troops. It was a group of ghouls driven by hunger. They had been spreading along the south coast to hunt, attacking any living thing that could be eaten. The ghouls were the vanguard of the undead army. They moved faster than the skeletons, and there were a large number of ghouls. When more evil ghouls began to appear, the army led by the half-elf first mate began to settle down, waiting for the other troops to arrive, as well as the allied forces from the Principality of Rossard. In order to deal with these undead and to restore her reputation, Mrs. Duke of Red Dragon even personally negotiated with the rebels in the Principality of Rossard. In the end, both sides reached an agreement to target the undead first. After all, no one wanted the whole kingdom to become a paradise for the undead. No matter who won, they could only get a ruin. The Duchy of Rossard's rebel army only had around 30,000 soldiers. The Duchess of Red Dragon had put everything on the line and managed to gather around 100,000 soldiers. In a battle of this level, the role of the militia was very small. If they used human wave tactics to fight against the undead army, they would only drag themselves into the quagmire of dealing with the resurrected undead. Mordor City, in the study. A tall half-elf woman entered carefully, then whispered, "My lord. The army on the south coast has begun to move. Lady Adela Isabella has encountered a group of necromancers. They found this on the enemy's body." After that, the beautiful half-elf believer sent a special emblem to Soren. Skull and sickle, this was a very eye-catching and very special emblem. Soren took a look and frowned, murmuring, "Naruto." Sure enough, it was him. The spread of the undead disaster was very fast. It had only been about a month since the outbreak. This was a barren medieval civilization background, and the communication roads were seriously backward. Only the intervention of the evil gods could cause the disaster to break out so quickly. Soren took a look and threw the emblem back to the half-elf in front of him. Then, he pondered for a moment and said, "Give this emblem to the Church of Glory." At the beginning, Naruto was just secretly manipulating the situation. Now that the king of the undead, Klemvox, was seriously injured by him and his whereabouts were unknown, Naruto was now standing on the stage ready to launch the undead disaster. He was the abhorrer of life, enemy of good, messenger of darkness, and reaper of flesh and blood. A god of death with intermediate divine power close to great divine power. And his strength was probably 30% stronger than Soren. Such an enemy was not something that Soren could deal with alone. Since the other party had even sent out his own believers and priests, Soren felt that it was time to help him draw a wave of hatred. End of chapter 1009. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.